I've never seen a worse wallpaper in my life. All those strangled heads and bulbous eyes and fungus growths seem to shriek with derision. When we came to this house, the minute I saw it, I made up my mind secretly to start writing again in spite of them. But I don't dare let John know I'm keeping this journal. It's difficult being married to a doctor. John's an excellent doctor, I'm sure, but he's so inconsistent about me. He says I'm not really sick, that I'm only a little run down from caring for the baby, that I have a temporary nervous depression. Yet he prescribes phosphates or phosphites, I don't know which, and tonics and exercise. And he absolutely forbids me to work until I'm well again. He hates for me to write a word. But writing is such a relief to my mind. I can write down things, tell things here that... No, John says I'm not to brood about those things. I confess they make me feel bad, so I'll only write about the house. I saw it for the first time today. It's the most beautiful place. John rented it for the summer, and we drove up today, a perfect June morning. The bay and the white sails and people all ready and swimming, and then the shaded lane and the riotous old-fashioned flowers and the gnarly trees and the house. The house standing alone in the summer stillness. I could never tell John, but you know, the house spoke to me. It was only because he rattled on so that I couldn't hear what
Reminded me of those English places you read about. Gardeners, cottages, and everything, and had only $200 a month.
Hedges and walls and gates that lock, and there's a ghostliness.
Remember, I rented it just for you, darling. And you're going to let Jenny do all the work while you live like a prince. You like it, darling? Speak up.
Yes, John. Yes, it's lovely, but it's strange, as though it might be haunted.
Darling, you've got that look on your face again. That dopey look. Well, Jean is home, has a station wagon, and if I know my dear sister, she's already turned the place inside out and cleaned it top to bottom.
John, is it haunted, do you think?
What, the house?
Uh-huh.
At $200 a month? Well, that's asking too much of fate. Come on, hop up.
You always laugh at anything you can't touch or see or put down in figures. There is something strange about the house. I feel
If
it.
you weren't always imagining
I'm not
things.
imagining. One reason I don't get well is that you don't believe me. You don't even believe I'm sick. You tell my friends and relatives. I've heard you. I've heard you that there's nothing wrong with me.
There is nothing wrong
You
with
see, you're saying it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. But please don't cry. Now, come along. Let's go inside.
And so I came into this house in tears. It was wrong. It was all wrong. Maybe the house saw me crying, or this room. I got so unreasonably angry with John. I shouldn't, I know. He's so careful and loving, and I repay him so badly. I should control myself, at least in front of him. But it makes me so tired not to show what I feel. Jenny met us at the door. Naturally, she saw I'd been crying, but she took pains to ignore it.
Well, hello, you two. You're early. You must have started at the crack of dawn. How was the trip?
Made it in less than 2 hours.
They're like as peas in a pod, Jenny and John, both efficient and kind.
And how did you bear up, Pet?
Oh, very well, thank you, Jenny.
Well, just
Both
look at it.
kind and both somehow cruel. But I don't really think that.
Well, you're just in time for lunch. I bought a flounder down at the wharf and cooked it with capers and cream. Sound good?
Wonderful, Jenny.
May I see the house first?
The whole grand tour? Oh, Pet, the flounder'll cook to death.
Well, at least my room.
Our room.
All right, if you insist. But if that fish is spoiled, don't blame me.
Why would I blame her?
Whose room is this, Jenny? Yours?
Uh-huh, it's small, but it's near the door and the telephone.
Oh, John, look.
What?
Let's take this one for you and me. I love those roses over the window.
I've already put your things upstairs, Pet.
Well, this has a little porch and such pretty old-fashioned chintz hangings.
Well,
Let's
you'll
take
love the
this.
room upstairs, darling.
And you can see there's no room in here for 2 beds.
And I won't hear of being in separate rooms. I'm going to make you rest and take your tonic.
John and I have talked it all over. And the room at the top of the house has so many windows.
And you know, darling, you must absorb lots of fresh air. Get your appetite back.
They smother me with concern. They crush me with kindness.
Come along. There's a good girl.
All right, you know what's best.
And you're going to like that nursery. It gets loads of sunshine.
Up the steep, narrow stairs, 2 stories up to the very top of the house. There's a gate at the top that locks. I wonder why. And beyond the gate is the nursery room. This room. It is big and airy, nearly a whole floor with windows that look every way. They say it was a nursery. But what was it, really?
Open them all, Jenny. Wide.
All right.
Well, darling?
Why are the windows barred?
For the little children. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Children climb around so, don't they? What are those rings and things in the walls?
Oh, I expect they made it into a gymnasium when the children got older.
A sort of playground.
Oh, they must have hated the wallpaper.
Well, they were rough on it, that's for sure.
The way they've stripped it off in patches. I don't blame them. It's hideous.
Oh, who wants to look at the wallpaper with this view? My, you can see the whole bay.
It's a revolting color. It's unclean. Such a strange, sickish yellow there where the sun's faded it. I never saw worse paper in my life.
Don't dramatize it, darling. You must be hungry, and I know you're tired.
I'm not tired. Why do you both act this way? I say the wallpaper's ugly, and you look at each other. Your eyes shuttle back and forth, and suddenly you both act as though I'd lost my
Darling, that was something we weren't going to say.
Be a good girl, Pet. We don't act anyway. We just don't want you to worry. We want you to be well.
It's true, that's all they want. John laughs at me, of course, but one expects that in marriage. And he says I have foolish fancies, and he sometimes can talk them away, but not this time. No matter what he says, it's a smoldering, sulfurous, unclean, it's hideous wallpaper. No wonder the children scratched at it and stripped it down. No wonder they gouged the plaster with their little fingernails. No wonder they hate it. I hate it myself. And somehow, I feel it hates me. We've been here 2 weeks, and I haven't felt like writing again since that first day. I'm sitting by the window now, up in this frightful nursery room. There's nothing to stop my writing as much as I please. John is away all day, and sometimes even at night if he has a serious case. I'm glad my case is not serious. But these nervous troubles can be depressing all the same. I cry at nothing and cry most of the time. John doesn't know how much I suffer. He knows there's no reason to suffer, and that satisfies him. I suppose John was never nervous in his life. He laughs at me so about this wallpaper.
No, I won't let you have your way, you silly goose. If we'd taken the room downstairs, you'd be seeing faces in the chintz drapes.
Not faces. Look at that spot, John. And that one over there.
Yes, I see. It's a repeating pattern.
It's a broken neck with 2 bulging eyes staring at me upside down.
And to me, it's climbing ivy or some kind of a vine. Take your choice. Could be anything. Besides, I can't repaper a room just for a 3 months rental.
Well, then let's move downstairs. Take me away from her. Don't you see, John? It hates me. I wish I'd get well faster.
Just use your will and your good sense, darling.
I'm afraid.
But you're so much better.
When I married you, I meant to be such a help, and I'm only a burden.
You are a help to me. You're my comfort.
I can't even be with my baby. It makes me so nervous. Will I ever be well enough to see him again?
Of course you'll be well, if you try.
Then I'll try, I promise. From now on, I won't look at the wallpaper, and I'll stop seeing things out of the windows.
Out the windows?
Oh, I see people walking up and down the paths and in the arbors. I know it's silly, and it's only in certain lights when I look at the wallpaper from the bed that I see...
See what?
Nothing. Nothing. No, you're right. There's nothing except a pattern. A front pattern and an under pattern in a different shade of yellow. It dwells in my mind so. I lie on that great immovable bed. It's nailed down, I believe, and follow that pattern about by the hour. And then where it isn't faded and when the sun is just so, I see a strange, faint, formless sort of figure lurking, waiting behind that front design. I don't know why I should write like this day after day. I don't want to. I don't feel able. And I know John would think it absurd, but I must express what I feel and think in some way. It's such a relief. There are things in that wallpaper that nobody knows about but me. You know, there's a woman stooping down and creeping about behind that pattern. Last night it was moonlight, and the moon shines in all around just as the sun does. John was asleep, and I hated to waken him, so I kept still and watched the moonlight on the wall till I felt creepy. The woman behind the paper began to shake the pattern as if she wanted to get out. I got up softly and went and felt the paper to see if it did move. It moved! It moved, I'm sure of it. And the poor woman cried out as though her voice came a long way over water. Caliban, let me in! Caliban, let me in! Caliban, let me in! Oh, the poor thing. Then I went back to the bed. John was awake.
What is it, darling? Why are you up? Well, you shouldn't go walking around like that. You'll catch cold.
The moonlight woke me.
You are cold. You're shivering.
John, I'm not really getting better. Won't you take me away?
Our lease will be up in 3 weeks, darling. I don't see how we can leave before then. Of course, if you were in any danger, I would, but you really are better, dear, whether you see it or not. I'm a doctor, and I know.
Oh, my appetite may be better in the evening when you're here, but it's worse in the morning when you're gone.
Why, you're gaining flesh and
I
color.
don't weigh a bit more, not even as much.
Well, bless your little heart. You shall be as sick as you please. But let's go to sleep, huh? And talk about it in the morning.
You won't go away?
How can I, dear? And why should I, since you're better?
Better in body, perhaps, but
darling,
in my health.
For my sake and your sake and for the sake of our child, I beg you not to let that idea enter your head, not for an instant. Can't you trust me as a doctor when I tell you it's a false and foolish idea? Answer me, darling. Don't you trust me?
Yes, of course I trust you, only...
What?
I'm sleepy. Let's go to sleep. But I didn't sleep. I lay there for hours trying to decide if the front pattern and the back pattern moved together or separately. At night, in the moonlight, the front pattern becomes bars, and the woman behind it shakes the bars. Yes, she shakes the bars as she creeps around. I lie down ever so much now. John says it's good for me and to sleep all I can, but you see, I don't sleep. And that cultivates deceit, for I don't tell him I'm awake. Oh, no. Fact is, I'm getting a little afraid of John. He seems very odd sometimes, and it strikes me that perhaps it's the yellow wallpaper. I like this room now, and life is much more exciting than it used to be. I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. And I really do eat better, and I'm quieter than I was. John is pleased to see me improve.
You see? You're flourishing like a weed in spite of your wallpaper.
Yes. In spite of the wallpaper. In spite of it. Because of it. But I had no intention of telling him that. He might want to take me away, and I don't want to leave now until I found out. There's 1 week more, and I think that will be enough. There's a funny mark on the wall low down near the mopboard. A streak that runs around the room, goes behind every piece of furniture except the bed. A long, straight, even smudge, as if it had been rubbed over and over and over. How was it done? Who did it? What did they do? Round and round. Round and round. Round. It makes me dizzy. I've really discovered something at last. There are a great many women behind the pattern, and sometimes only one, and she creeps around fast, and her creeping shakes the pattern. She's trying to climb through and can't because the pattern strangles everything. But she does get out in the daytime. I know because I've seen her. When a car comes, she hides in the blackberry vines. I don't blame her. I'd hide too. I always lock the door when I creep by daylight. There are only 2 days left to tear this paper off and let the woman out in the room. And John's beginning to take notice. I don't like the look in his eyes or the way he talks with Jenny about me. I overheard them.
She isn't sleeping nights, Jenny. She's quiet, but I know she's awake.
Well, it's little wonder she sleeps the whole blessed day.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to call in another doctor.
No, it's just stubbornness, John. She's determined to prove you're wrong.
I suppose you're right. Oh, I'm sure she'll improve. Oh, darling.
Well, hello, pet. How you creep about?
Well, that's a funny thing to say, Jenny. It isn't I who creeps.
Jenny says you stay in your room too much. You don't take your exercise.
You tell me to rest and then you tell me to take exercise. I can't do both.
Well,
As though I can't see through them.
tomorrow's our last day here. We'll talk about exercise when I get you back to town.
I'll have to rouse you out of bed pretty early, pet. You know, some of that furniture up there belongs downstairs, and the movers will be here at 9.
Maybe you'll sleep upstairs tonight, Jenny. So you won't be alone, darling.
You won't be here tonight, John?
Well, not until tomorrow evening. There's a difficult case.
If you're going to feel lonesome...
Oh, no, Jenny. I'll rest better alone. I'm sure of it. Thank you all the same. That was clever of me. The sly thing. I won't be alone a bit. As soon as the moon shone in, the poor thing behind the paper began to crawl and shake the pattern. I ran to her. I pulled, and she shook. I shook, and she pulled. And by morning, we'd peeled off yards and yards of yellow wallpaper, a strip about as high as my head and half around the room. When Jenny came up in the morning, she looked at the wall in amazement. You know why I did it, Jenny? Just to spite the vicious thing. Why are you so surprised?
Oh, I'm not. Why, I wouldn't mind doing it myself. But you mustn't tire yourself, pet.
She wouldn't mind doing it.
Why don't you come downstairs and lie down?
How she betrayed herself, that Jenny. She wouldn't mind doing it. But I'm here and no person touches this paper but me. Not alive. I've locked the door and thrown the key down into the front path. I don't want anybody to come in till John comes. I want to surprise him. And I've got a rope up here. Even Jenny doesn't know that. If the woman gets out from behind the pattern and tries to run away, I can tie her securely to one of the rings in the wall. There she is. There, see how the pattern moves, like wallowing seaweeds. Oh, it'll strangle her unless I help. Wait, I'll help you. I'll peel off the paper all I can. Wait, be patient. You push. You push and I'll pull. Oh, it sticks horribly to the plaster. I can get it off with my teeth. Oh, it hurts. But I'm getting it. Wait, just a little bit more. I'm getting it. A little bit more. I wonder if they all came out of the wallpaper, as I did. I think they did, but I have you securely tied by my rope now. You'll never get away. But I don't want to get away. It's so pleasant to be out in this great room to creep about as I please. It's so pleasant. But I suppose I'll have to get back behind the pattern when night comes. That will be hard to do. Well, it's better than going outside. I won't go outside, even if Jenny asks me to. For outside, have to creep on the ground where everything is green instead of yellow. And here I can creep smoothly on the floor. Listen. Listen, she's coming now.
Darling, darling, open the door. You hear me? Open the door.
Oh, it's John at the door.
Open the door, darling. Open it, please, dear.
How he does pound and shout. It's no use, Dr. John. You can't open it.
Open it, do you hear me, dear? Open it! Jenny, bring me the axe. Hurry.
Oh, no, he'll break down that beautiful door. John, dear, the key's down in front of the house under a plantain leaf.
Please, my darling,
It's
please.
down by the front door, John.
Open the door, for heaven's sake, open it.
I can't. The key's downstairs, John. It's under a plantain leaf by the front steps. It's under a plantain leaf, John. Go and see. Go and see. You'll find it if you look. You'll find it if you... There. He's gone to look. The wallpaper has stopped laughing. The evil thing. Now I can creep slowly, smoothly on the floor. Round and round, round and round and round. And my shoulder just fits into that long smudge on the wall so I can't lose my way. Oh, he's coming back. He's running on the stairs. How astonished he'll be.
Darling. Oh, my dear. My dear, what is it? What's happened?
I've got out at last, John.
Out?
Yes, out in spite of you and Jenny. I pulled down the paper. I shook the pattern and pushed and pulled it down. It stuck horribly. But you'll never put me back. You'll never put me back. You're so pale, John. Why do you close your eyes? You watch. Watch how swiftly I creep around in this lovely yellow room. Fainted? Now why should that man have fainted? But he did. And right across my path by the wall, so that I have to creep over him every time. Round and round and round and round and round.
Hallowe'en Party? I hope you didn't make any rash promises on my behalf, Judith. I don't want to find myself presenting the prize for the best pumpkin.
I didn't promise anything. She knows your books, of course.
So many people do.
I thought it might provide you with a story.
Mummy, I'm sure my temperature's gone down. Can't I go?
Half an hour ago it was 102. You can't have recovered just like that. Back to bed, Miranda.
But everyone else will be going.
Well, they'll just have to do without you. Off you go. Mrs. Holt will bring you a cup of tea. Come on, Ariadne. I promised Mrs. Drake we'd be there by 3.
And I'm not expected to do anything?
Nothing at all. Just think of it as the background for one of your murder stories.
I'm so glad you were able to come, Mrs. Oliver. And it was so good of you to agree to judge the girls' fancy dress competition. They'll be so thrilled.
Fancy dress? But I understood that I wasn't going to be asked...
Where are you going to have a snapdragon, Mrs. Drake?
In the dining room.
I'll best get something to cover up the table, then.
There's a green baize cloth in the cupboard in the kitchen.
I thought we'd hang those fairy lights all the way around the landing, Mrs. Drake. Will that be all right?
You're not going to hammer any nails in?
Oh, no, we'll just tie them up.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Gracious no, Mrs. Oliver. Why don't you find a chair?
Where's the for apples going to be?
In the library. Mrs. Minden's gone off to find a really solid bucket. One that won't fall over. This is Ariadne Oliver, Miss Whittaker.
How do you do?
Miss Whittaker teaches at the Elms. That's the school most of the girls go to.
How do you do? You know, I've never understood what apple bobbing had to do with Halloween. It doesn't seem appropriate somehow.
Apples were supposed to be associated with happy souls. You were given an apple to keep the evil spirits away.
Evil spirits?
Halloween was the night when the force of evil was at its most powerful, when witches were free to consort with the devil. And in this part of the world, they used to hold a Sabbath at the old stone circle at Kilterbury Ring.
For on Halloween Eve, the night I shall ride, and all our ninefold sweeping on by our side.
Are you going to tell the girls' fortunes this year, Mrs. Goodbody?
Well, I don't do the telling exactly. I give them a mirror, and they see the face of the man they're going to marry.
Oh, that's what that ingenious contraption is that Nick is rigging up. It's to project pictures onto the mirrors.
Are you the lady that writes the detective books?
Yes, that's right.
I read one of them once, The Dying Goldfish. I thought it was quite good.
Thank you, dear.
I thought it was a bit tame, really. Only one murder.
One murder is generally quite enough for most people.
I saw a murder once.
Don't be silly, Joyce.
Did you really? Did you really and truly see a murder?
Of course she didn't, Anne. Don't say silly things, Joyce.
I did see a murder. I did.
Murder without, that's what they say.
What kind of murder? Why didn't you go to the police? Because I didn't know it was a murder when I saw it. It really wasn't until a long time afterwards that I began to see it was a murder. Something that somebody said only a month or two ago suddenly made me think, of course, it was a murder.
And when did you see this, my dear?
Years ago. I was quite young at the time. I don't believe it. You're making it up.
Of course she's making it up. She's always making things up.
I'm not making it up, Leopold. I swear it.
That's quite enough, Joyce. Why don't you tell us about it, then?
I brought the apples, Mrs. Drake. Where do you want them?
In the library, please, Mrs. Minden.
Right.
Just a minute. I can never resist an apple. They're my besetting sin.
And they help to keep the evil spirits at bay.
Delicious.
I'd better go and see where the boys are going to hang the pumpkins.
It's pumpkin night tonight. It's pumpkin night tonight. Give us a candle, give us a light. It's pumpkin night tonight.
It's pumpkin night tonight. It's pumpkin night tonight. Give us a candle, give us a light. It's pumpkin night tonight.
Hercule Poirot speaks.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I felt sure you'd be bound to be out.
No, my dear Ariadne, I am having a quiet evening all by myself.
Look, I'm in a terrible state.
Yes, I can hear that. What is the matter?
It's too difficult to tell you on the phone. Can I come round and see you straight away? You're the only person who might know what to do.
No, come and sit yourself down.
Oh.
May I get you something to drink? A little cognac?
I don't drink. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, I have not forgotten, but I thought it might do you good.
No, I don't want anything, really.
Then calm yourself. And tell me what it is that has upset you.
Well, it all began with a party, a Halloween party. Do you know what that is?
I know what Halloween is. The last night in October when the witches ride on their broomsticks.
There was a witch. She was called Mrs. Goodbody, but I don't remember a broomstick. It all started with the apples.
Apples?
Bobbing for apples. It's one of the things you do at a Halloween party.
Ah, yes, I think I have heard of that.
The party ended with a snapdragon.
Snapdragon?
You know, burning raisins in a dish.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that must have been when it happened.
When what happened?
The murder. Everyone went home after the snapdragon, and that was when they couldn't find her.
Find whom?
A girl called Joyce. Everyone went round the house calling for her. We found her in the end, in the library. That's where they'd been bobbing for apples.
What had happened?
You know, I think I might take a little brandy after all, just a little.
May we? Of course.
Someone had shoved her head down and held her there until she drowned in a galvanized iron bucket full of water. It was horrible. Not at all like the way murder happens in my books. I never want to see an apple again.
Here. It will do you good.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Now, when did all this happen? And where?
Last night, at a place called Woodley Common.
Woodley Common. Now, why does that name seem familiar to me?
I was staying with a friend, Judith Butler. She's a widow. I went on an Hellenic cruise last year, and she was there too. We got to know one another, and she asked me to come and stay at her house. And I was invited to this Halloween party. It was for young teenagers, really. Sort of celebration for the girls who had passed their 11+.
Did any of the people who were there know who you were?
Oh, yes. One of the children said something about my writing books, and they started talking about murder. And that's what led up to the thing that made me come to you.
And what is that?
Joyce said, I saw a murder once, and somebody said, don't be so silly, and one of the girls said she was making it up, but she insisted she'd seen it.
Had she told anyone about it? Her parents? Did she go to the police?
No, the other girl asked her that, and she said, because I didn't know at the time it was a murder.
A very interesting reason. And do you yourself think that she really had seen a murder?
It's the only way that her death makes sense, that there was a murder, and that she was a witness to it.
But that would mean, would it not, that the murder was committed by one of the people at the party?
Yes, but it wasn't at the party that she said it. It was in the afternoon when everyone was getting it ready. You don't think I'm just imagining things, do you? What other reason could there have been?
A girl was murdered by someone who had strength enough to hold her head down in a bucket of water. An ugly murder, and a murder that was committed with no time to lose. Somebody thought they were threatened and struck as soon as it was humanly possible.
Joyce could not have known who it was that committed the murder. I mean, she wouldn't have said what she did if she knew the murderer was in the room with her.
And how many people were there?
Oh, it's difficult to say. Everyone was rushing about doing things. 15, perhaps, could have been more.
And where did you say this was?
Woodley Common. It's not that far away, 30 or 40 miles from London.
Ah, now I remember why the name is familiar to me.
And why is that?
A very old friend of mine, Superintendent Spence, went to live there when he retired from the force. I think he might possibly be able to be of assistance to us.
So you want me to find out exactly who were at the party?
And at the preparation for it. And I want to know all about them. Anything you can tell me.
Well, I've only been down here a year. It's not a big community. My sister's been here longer. She might be able to help. I can guess pretty well already who would have been at the party itself. A preponderance of women, on the whole. Men don't turn up much at children's parties. Well, the doctor would have been there, and the vicar, I suppose, and young Nicholas Ransom, and his friend from college, Desmond. You've absolutely ruled out any sexual motive for the killing. How old was the girl?
12 or 13.
It's just that this boy Desmond was remanded for a psychiatrist's report some time ago. May have been nothing in it. Otherwise, as I say, they'd be women. Mothers, aunts, helpers. Oh, there'd be Miss Emlyn, who runs the village school, and her assistant, Miss Whittaker. Rather a peculiar lady, I've always thought. But I don't see any of them as likely murderers.
I suspect that what we are looking for is an unlikely murderer. Someone who would never be suspected. Someone to whom it would come as a terrible shock to discover that there had been a witness to the crime. And that is another matter on which I shall need your valuable assistance.
How do you mean?
We have to find out what was the original crime. Now, I want to know what unexplained deaths there have been at Woodley Common over the last few years. Something that this child could have witnessed but not realized its true significance. A car accident where the driver might have gone directly for the victim. Tablets slipped into someone's tea. Someone who was pushed from a cliff.
Well, there aren't any cliffs around here.
No. I was merely giving examples, Superintendent. There are hosts of possibilities.
Well, I'll do what I can, and I'll rope in Elspeth. There's nothing much that goes on around here that she doesn't know about. Why don't you come back here this evening and have a bite to eat with us?
Oh, that would be very kind. And now I must be on my way. Mrs. Oliver is to take me to the scene of the murder.
Mrs. Drake's house. You'll find it's got an uncannily appropriate name.
And what is that?
It's called Apple Trees.
Yes, it has taken on a certain grim significance.
Such a dreadful thing to happen in one's own house.
The whole thing seems completely incredible. The party was going so well.
Do you have any theories about why the poor girl was murdered, Mrs. Drake?
I'm certain that someone just walked into the house. Not a difficult thing to do under the circumstances. Someone of a highly disturbed mentality, I suppose. Anyone peeping in through the window could see there was a children's party going on. And this poor wretch, if one can really feel any pity for these people, enticed the child away somehow and killed her.
Perhaps if you would be so good as to show me where...
Of course. It happened in the library.
I won't come with you if you don't mind.
There's nothing to see now. This way, Mr. Poirot. The police seem to think that the murder must have taken place while the Snapdragon was going on. That was in the dining room over there. All the lights had been switched off. The only thing you could see was the blazing dish.
So that anybody might have slipped out.
Exactly. This is the library. The bucket in which the poor girl was drowned stood about here.
Ah. Now, I suppose there was water, a good deal of water.
There was water in the bucket, of course.
I mean that if the child's head was pushed underwater, there would have been a lot of water splashed about.
Oh, yes. Even while the apple bobbing was going on, the bucket had to be filled up once or twice.
So the person who committed the crime would have got wet?
Yes, I suppose so.
That was not specially noticed?
No. Inspector Raglan asked me about it quite specifically. You see, by the end of the evening, nearly everyone was a bit dishevelled or damp or covered in flour. The police didn't seem to think there was any useful clue there.
No, I suppose the only clue was the child herself. I hope you will tell me all you know about her.
About Joyce?
The victim is always important. The murdered person, you see, is often the cause of the crime.
I suppose I see what you mean. Mrs. Oliver is right. There is something creepy about this room now. Shall we go back and join her in the morning room?
I suppose it was all my fault, really. If I hadn't been here, there wouldn't have been any talk about murder, and none of this would have happened.
Well, you are a very famous person, Ariadne.
So, now you will tell us all about Joyce, Mrs. Drake.
I don't really know what you expect me to say. Surely it would be better to ask the poor girl's mother.
But what I want is not a mother's estimate of a dead daughter, but a clear, unbiased opinion from someone who has a great knowledge of human nature. Now, you have been an active worker in many social and welfare fields here, after all.
Well, it is a little difficult. I mean, children of that age, she was 12 or 13, I think, are very much alike.
Surely there are very great differences in character and disposition. Did you like her?
Well, of course I liked her. I like all children. Most people do.
There I do not agree with you. Some children I consider most unattractive. Was she a nice child or not a nice child?
You must realize, Monsieur Poirot, the poor child is dead.
Dead or alive, it matters. Perhaps if she had been a nice child, nobody would have wanted to kill her.
But surely it isn't a question of niceness.
It could be. I understand that she claimed to have seen a murder committed.
Oh, that.
But you did not take it seriously?
Of course not. She was just showing off because Mrs. Oliver was here.
But she did insist that it was true.
I don't believe it for 1 minute. It's the sort of stupid thing Joyce would say.
She was a stupid girl?
Well, she was the kind who liked to show off. She always pretended to have seen more and done more than all the other girls.
What did the other children have to say about it? Were they impressed?
They laughed at her. So, of course, that made it worse.
Well, madame, I am glad to have your personal assurance on that point.
It was all put on to impress people.
Particularly me, I suppose.
And now we must take our leave. Thank you so much for allowing me to view the scene of this very unpleasant occurrence. Au revoir, madame.
Very unsuitable place for a murder, don't you think? No atmosphere, no haunting sense of tragedy, no character worth murdering.
I could not help feeling that just occasionally someone might feel like murdering Mrs. Drake.
She can be intensely irritating, so pleased with herself, so complacent.
What is her husband like?
Oh, she's a widow. Her husband died a year or two ago. He got polio and had been disabled for years. He was a banker, originally, I think.
Do you like Mrs. Drake? Do you think she's a nice woman?
You do ask the most embarrassing questions. Seems the only thing you're interested in is whether people are nice or not. Rowena Drake is the bossy type, likes running things and people. She runs the whole place, more or less.
Now, tell me about the woman we are to see next, the mother of the unfortunate Joyce.
Mrs. Reynolds. I don't really know her. Pleasant enough, rather stupid, I should think. I'm sorry for her, though. It's awful to have your daughter murdered. Everyone round here seems to think it was a sex crime, which makes it worse.
But there was no evidence of sexual assault?
No. People like to think these things happen.
I don't see how it could have been anyone living round here. This is such a nice place, and the people living here are such nice people. It must have been a man who came in from the outside, a drug addict probably.
What makes you so sure it was a man?
Oh, it must have been a man. I mean, you don't find women doing things like that.
Joyce was only a child. 13 years old.
Now, I do not want to distress you by staying here too long, Mrs. Reynolds, or to ask you difficult questions, but I am trying to follow up a remark that your daughter made at the party. You were there yourself, I think.
Well, no, I wasn't. I haven't been very well lately, and these parties can be very tiring. I drove the children there and came back to fetch them. My son Leopold was there, of course, and my elder daughter Anne. What was it Joyce said that you wanted to know about? She said that she had once seen a murder committed. Joyce? Oh, she couldn't have said a thing like that. She must have been joking.
She was very positive. She kept on saying that it was true and that she'd seen it.
But if anything like that had happened, she'd have told me about it, wouldn't she?
One would have thought so. She did not say anything about it at some time during the past. Huh? You might have forgotten, especially if it was not really important.
Not really important? I thought you said it was a murder.
She said she didn't know it was a murder at the time.
When would this have been?
That is one of our difficulties. It might have been 3 weeks ago or 3 years. She simply said she was quite young at the time. Now, can you think of anything that she might have seen?
I can't imagine what she was talking about. I mean, you do hear of things, women being attacked and things like that, but I can't think of anything that Joyce could have come across.
You say her brother and sister were at the party. I wonder if we might speak to them.
Anne isn't here at the moment. She's still at the school, but Leopold's upstairs in his room. Second right at the top of the stairs.
Who on earth could she see murdered? It was just like Joyce, that.
What do you mean?
Showing off. She'd say anything to get people to notice her.
So you really think she invented the whole thing?
I expect she just wanted to impress you a bit.
Do you think anybody believed her?
Shouldn't think so. Miss Whittaker just told her not to be silly, and Anne just laughed at her.
Did she often tell stories like that?
She was an awful show-off. She once told the girls at school she'd been to India with our uncle. Lots of them actually believed her.
Who do you think killed your sister, Leopold?
I can't imagine anyone wanting to kill her. I suppose someone who was just batty. Who else would want to do it?
Oh, yes, I remember about her Indian story. Wasn't it you who told me, Elspeth?
She really let herself go. There was a Maharaja and a tiger shoot and elephants. Every time she told anyone about it, she would add another tiger or another elephant. She was always telling tall stories.
But that does not necessarily mean that every tale that she told was a lie.
Well, I'd say the likelihood was it usually would be.
And so she got herself killed.
That's true enough.
Who could she have seen murdered?
Nobody.
And have there been any unusual or unaccounted for deaths?
Well, I've done what you asked for, Poirot. I've jotted down a few names.
Unsolved murders?
Hardly as much as that. Just a few possibilities. Here.
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe, Leslie Ferrier, Janet White. Tell me about Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
Oh, you might have something there. Her au pair girl went off one night and was never heard of again. She could have put something into her medicine easily enough. And she came into all the money, didn't she? Or that's what she thought.
The au pair girl?
Yes.
But did anyone think at the time that there was anything suspicious about Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's death?
No, she got heart trouble. Doctor attended her regularly.
Yet you put her on your list.
Well, she was a very wealthy woman, and though her death wasn't unexpected, it was sudden. I think the doctor was surprised.
She came here when her health began to fail. She wanted to be near her niece and nephew, that's Mr. and Mrs. Drake. She bought Quarry House.
Quarry House?
After her death, it was bought by Colonel Weston and his wife. It's a big Victorian house with a disused quarry in the grounds. I think it was that which attracted her. She spent thousands of pounds turning the quarry into a sunken garden, or whatever you call it. Had a landscape gardener come over from Wisley to design it. It's quite a showpiece, really.
I shall go and look at it. But tell me, what makes you suspect that the old lady might have been murdered?
Well, the au pair, for one thing.
Why?
Well, she must have forged the will. Who forged it if she didn't?
What forged will? Tell me.
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's. There was, codicil.
She'd made wills before, all much the same, bequests to charities, legacies to old servants, but the bulk of her fortune always went to her nephew and his wife.
And this particular codicil?
Left everything to the au pair girl.
How long had she been with the old lady?
Oh, just over a year.
Exactly how old was Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe?
In her 60s. 65 or 6.
Oh, that is not so very old. But I suppose that the family claimed that the balance of her mind had been disturbed, that there had been undue influence.
Well, it never came to that. The lawyers got onto the forgery pretty smartly. It seems it was not a very convincing affair.
It would have been easy enough for the au pair to have done it. Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe was very concerned about traditional values. She believed that personal letters should always be handwritten, but she suffered from severe arthritis, and so the au pair girl wrote a great many of her letters for her. Seems that the old lady told her to make the handwriting as much like hers as possible, and even to sign it with her name. So when it came to forging the codicil, she must have thought she could get away with it. But the lawyers were too smart for her.
These were Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's own lawyers?
Yes, Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter, in the High Street. They'd always done her legal business for her. Now, the girl was questioned about the will, and she obviously got the wind up. Just walked out one day, leaving most of her things behind her.
They were preparing to take proceedings against her, but she didn't wait for that. She probably went back to her own country.
A fascinating story, but I do not see what there was for Joyce to have seen. Now, what about this Leslie Ferrier?
Now he was a lawyer's clerk, worked for Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter, Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's lawyers.
And what happened to Leslie Ferrier?
He was stabbed in the back, not far from a pub called the Green Swan. He was supposed to be having an affair with the wife of the landlord. 5 or 6 years older than he was, but she liked them young.
They said he'd broken with her and gone off with some other girl, but who she was, no one ever discovered.
And so who was the suspect, the husband or the wife?
Might have been either. The wife seemed the more likely. She was a very temperamental piece.
But there were other possibilities. Leslie Ferrier had got into trouble when he was in his early 20s. Forgery and falsifying accounts. He went to prison for it.
Fullerton, Harrison and Ledbetter took him on when he came out of prison.
Most commendable of them. And did he lead a blameless life after that?
Well, nothing was ever proved.
But he had a lot of money in his bank account, paid in cash. Nothing to show where it had come from.
Again, it does not sound like the murder we are looking for. Now, what about Janet White?
Found strangled on a footpath, which was a short cut from the school where she taught to her home. A friend of hers said she was very nervous about some man she'd broken off from a month or so before. He'd been sending her threatening letters, apparently, but no one found any trace of them, or of him, for that matter.
I like this case better.
For what reason?
It is a more likely murder for a girl Joyce's age to have witnessed. She could have recognized the victim, a school teacher whom she knew and who perhaps taught her. When was this murder?
2.5 years ago.
That could be about the right time. She might have seen this man with his arms about Janet White without realizing that he was strangling her. It was only much later that the true explanation came to her. Yes, it is quite possible. What did you say was the name of the headmistress?
Miss Emlyn.
And she was also at the Halloween party?
I believe so.
Bon, then I shall pay her a visit. I shall, as you say, be killing the two birds with the one stone.
There is no room for unnecessary sentiment about Joyce. It only clouds the mental faculties. To speak plainly, she was rather a mediocre child, neither stupid nor particularly intelligent. Her only outstanding characteristic was that she was a compulsive liar.
She was deceitful?
Oh, no, she didn't lie to avoid being found out or anything conventional like that. She boasted. She boasted of things that had not happened, but that would impress her friends. As a result, of course, no one was inclined to believe her.
So you do not think that Joyce saw a murder committed at all?
I should doubt it very much. She might have witnessed, perhaps, a car accident, or someone who was hit by a ball on the golf course. Something she could work up into an impressive happening that could, just conceivably, pass as an attempted murder.
I believe that one of your own teachers a year or so ago was strangled by an unknown killer.
Are you referring to Janet White?
That is so.
A strange, emotional girl. As far as is known, she was out walking alone. She may, of course, have arranged to meet some young man. She was a girl who was quite attractive to men in a modest sort of way. Her killer was never discovered. The police questioned various young men, or asked them to assist them in their inquiries, as they put it. but they were not able to find sufficient evidence to bring a case against anyone. An unsatisfactory business from their point of view, and, I may say, from mine.
Did you know her well?
Not particularly well. Not outside her work at the school. She wouldn't have confided in me, if that is what you mean.
Is there anyone on your staff who would be able to help me?
Well, her great friend here was Nora Ambrose, but she is no longer here. I think, perhaps, that you should talk to Miss Whittaker. She should be free in a few minutes.
I presume that this is about the death of Joyce Reynolds, but I can't see exactly how you come into it. Through the police?
No, not through the police, through a friend.
So, what do you want to know?
I don't think there is any need to tell you. I want to know about the Hallowe'en party. You were there, I believe.
Yes, I was there. It was a very good party. Well, at least it started out that way.
Did you help out with the arrangements beforehand?
I was there, but there was really very little to do. Mrs. Drake had seen to everything.
And then you came back to the party as one of the guests.
That is right.
And was there anything particular about the party which caught your attention? Anything that might have had a certain significance?
There was one thing, yes. At the end, they had a snapdragon. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know. And what happened at the snapdragon?
No, nothing happened there. But it was very hot in the room where it was happening, and I couldn't stand all the shrieking and the laughter, so I went out into the hall. It was then that I saw Mrs. Drake coming out of the lavatory on the first floor landing. She was carrying a large vase of flowers. She stopped and looked over the well of the staircase towards the other end of the hall, where there is a door leading to the library.
The library. Go on.
She made a sudden movement, as if something had startled her, so much so that she lost hold of the vase, and it fell, it crashed down into the hall below, broke into smithereens.
And what do you think had happened to startle her?
I thought she had seen something.
Such as?
Well, it seems to me that she may have seen the door of the library opening from the inside.
Nothing more than that?
Well, she may have seen someone she did not expect to see.
Did you see anyone?
No, I was not looking that way. Oh, but everything happened so quickly. I tried to help Mrs. Drake mop up the water and sweep up the broken glass, but then the children started to come out of the Snapdragon room, and then shortly after that the party came to an end.
Did you ask Mrs. Drake what it was that had startled her?
I had no earthly reason to do so. If your hostess has been so unfortunate as to smash one of her best glass vases, it's hardly the part of the guest to ask, what on earth made you do that?
No, quite so. And you could not have known at the time that behind the library door Joyce was dead. So whoever it was that may have been in the library could have made their exit while the hall was full of people putting on their coats and saying goodbye. It was not until after the body had been found, I presume, Miss Whittaker, that you had time to reflect on what you had seen.
That is so. And that, I'm afraid, is all I can tell you, and it may be a very foolish little matter.
A moment before you go, mademoiselle. There is one little question I should like to ask you.
What is it?
How long have you been a teacher here?
Just 6 years.
Do you remember a girl who was a teacher here 2 years ago, Janet White?
Janet White? But that has nothing to do with all this, surely.
It could have. Did you know her well?
She wasn't a close friend, if that's what you mean, but I still don't see how this concerns Joyce Reynolds.
She claimed to have seen a murder committed some years ago.
Oh, that was just nonsense. I told her so. She was just showing off in front of Ariadne Oliver.
I am not so sure. You do not think it could possibly have been the murder of Janet White which she witnessed? How did Janet White die?
She was strangled walking home from school one night.
Alone?
Oh, probably not alone.
But not with Nora Ambrose.
What do you know about Nora Ambrose?
Nothing as yet. But I should like to know. What were they like, Janet White and Nora Ambrose?
Oversexed. But in different ways. Janet seemed to become an utterly different person whenever there was a likely man around. No, but how could Joyce have possibly seen the murder? It took place in a lane near Quarry Woods. I mean, she can't have been more than 10 or 11.
And where is Nora Ambrose now?
She left the school, took another post in the north of England. She was naturally very upset.
The police never solved the crime?
No. Look, I shall be late if I stay here any longer. I must go.
Of course. There is just one thing I need to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
I would be grateful if you could tell me how to get to Quarry House.
If it's Colonel or Mrs. Weston you're after, they're away. Won't be back till next week.
It is of no great importance. I simply wanted to know whether they would permit me to see the gardens.
The gardens? Oh, did you mean Quarry Woods?
Yes, Quarry Woods. Is it possible to visit them?
Oh, yes. They're open to the public without charge. You'll find the entrance along there on the left-hand side. There's an iron gate.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Are you really going to walk around there in those shoes?
Of course.
You'll get wet feet.
Quarry Woods. What an ugly name for such beautiful gardens. An enchanted place, like something out of an ancient Greek legend. And as in all the best legends, there is something sinister about the place. In the midst of so much loveliness, there is fear.
Are you looking for something?
Oh, looking for something? No, I simply wanted to look at the gardens. Am I trespassing?
I don't think one could call it trespassing. Colonel Weston doesn't mind people walking around the place so long as they don't do any damage.
It doesn't look as if anyone comes here very much. You would think there would be children playing or lovers walking.
Well, lovers don't come here. It's supposed to be unlucky for some reason.
Are you by any chance the man who designed this garden?
I am. My name is Michael Garfield.
Mm-hmm. You look somehow as if you were part of the place. You must be very satisfied with what you have achieved here.
Is one ever satisfied?
You made it, I believe, for Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
You seem to be remarkably well informed.
Mm-hmm. Was she satisfied with this thing of beauty?
Up to a point. I carried out my own ideas and convinced her that they were her own. It's not a very difficult art to learn. I have to sell my wares, as you, I presume, have to sell yours.
Sell my wares?
Investigation, detection, whatever you call it.
Ah, you know who I am, then?
News travels fast in a small community like this, and you don't exactly blend with the landscape. You're trying to find out what happened at the Hallowe'en party.
Were you there?
No.
You are fortunate.
Fortunate?
To have been one of the guests at a party where a murder is committed is not a pleasant experience. People ask you times, dates, impertinent questions. You knew the child Joyce?
Oh, yes. I know most of the people living round here.
What was she like?
How can I put it? She was not important. She had rather an ugly voice, shrill. Really, that's all I can remember about her. I'm not particularly fond of children. Mostly they bore me. Joyce bored me.
She was not interesting?
I shouldn't think so. Does she have to be?
It is my view that people devoid of interest are unlikely to be murdered. People are murdered for gain, for fear, or for love. One takes one's choice. But one has to have a starting point. But I have an engagement to fulfill, and I am already late. Can you tell me how I get to Mrs. Butler's house from here?
Mrs. Butler? That's quite simple. You follow that path and just keep going.
Thank you. Goodbye. And once again, my felicitations.
Mr. Poirot? You are Mr. Poirot, aren't you?
That is my name.
I came to meet you. You are coming to tea with us?
With Mrs. Butler, yes.
You're rather late.
I'm sorry. I stopped to speak to someone.
Yes, I saw you. You were talking to Michael.
You know him?
Of course. We've lived here quite a long time. I know everybody.
Forgive me asking, but how old are you?
I'm 12. I'm going to boarding school next year.
Oh, will you be sorry or glad?
I don't really know until I get there. I don't think I like this place very much. Not as much as I did.
I presume that you are Mrs. Butler's daughter.
That's right.
What is your name?
Miranda.
I think it suits you.
Are you thinking of Shakespeare?
Yes. Are you studying The Tempest at school?
Miss Whittaker read some of it to us. I liked it. Oh, brave new world. There isn't anything really like that, is there?
You don't believe in it?
Do you?
There is always a brave new world, but only, for very special people. The lucky ones. The ones who carry the making of that world within themselves.
I see. We go this way. You can go through the hedge of our garden.
Huh? Through the hedge?
Oh, yes. That's where the fountain was. Just over there.
A fountain?
Oh, years ago. I suppose it's still there, underneath the shrubs and azaleas and things. It was all broken up, you see.
Seems a pity. You know this place very well. Do you often come here?
Oh, yes. It's one of my favourite places. Nobody knows where I am, you see, when I come here. I sit up in the trees and watch things. I like that.
What sort of things?
Mostly birds and squirrels. Birds are very quarrelsome, aren't they?
And do you watch people?
Sometimes. But there aren't many people who come here.
Why not, I wonder?
I suppose they are afraid.
Why should they be afraid?
Because someone was killed here, long ago. Before it was a garden, I mean. It was a quarry once. And then there was a gravel pile. That's where they found her. Do you think the old saying is true? About you're born to be hanged or born to be drowned?
Oh, nobody is born to be hanged nowadays. You do not hang people any longer in this country.
Joyce was drowned. Mummy didn't want me to know. But that was rather silly, I think. Don't you? I mean, I'm 12 years old.
Was Joyce a friend of yours?
Yes, she was. She'd tell me very interesting things sometimes. She'd been to India once. I wish I'd been to India. Joyce and I used to tell each other all our secrets.
Who told you about Joyce?
Mrs. Peril. That's our cook. Someone held Joyce's head down in a bucket of water.
Have you any idea who that someone was?
I wasn't there. I had a sore throat and a temperature. But I think I could know who it was. Because she was drowned. That's why I asked you if you thought people were born to be drowned. We go through the hedge here.
Ah.
Be careful of your clothes.
Ah. Oh, oh. Oh, la, la.
Here's Mr. Poirot. I got him all right.
Miranda, you didn't bring him through the hedge, did you? You ought to have gone by the path at the side gate.
This is a better way, isn't it, Mr. Poirot?
And it is certainly more direct.
And more painful, I imagine.
I did introduce you, didn't I?
To Mrs. Butler, of course.
Please sit down, Monsieur Poirot.
Merci.
Ariadne and I met in Greece.
Yes, I fell into the sea when we were coming back from one of the islands. It had got rather rough. Judith helped fish me out, and it made a kind of bond between us, didn't it?
Besides, I liked your name. It seemed very appropriate somehow.
Nothing very Ariadne-like ever happened to me, I'm afraid. I've never been abandoned on a Greek island by a man I love.
We can't all live up to our names.
Oh, indeed. I can't see you in the role of cutting off your lover's head. What was his name?
Holofernes. She thought it was her patriotic duty. She popped the head into a bag and carried it back to Bethulia.
Now, where on earth did you learn that from?
Don't look at me. I didn't introduce Miranda to the gorier bits of the Apocrypha. It was Miss Whittaker. Mind you, it's not the sort of thing I'd do, cut someone's head off while they were asleep.
How would you dispose of your enemies, Miranda?
I should be very kind. I'd use a sort of drug that gives people euthanasia. They would go to sleep and have beautiful dreams and never wake up again.
Why don't you go and put the kettle on, Miranda, and see how the scones are doing?
You just want to get me out of the way.
She is an astonishing child, Miranda.
You have a very beautiful daughter, madame. Just like a wood nymph. One does not wonder that she spends so much time in the lovely gardens which adjoin your house.
I wish she wasn't so fond of it sometimes. I'm frightened of her being there on her own, even if it is so close. That's why you've got to find out why this dreadful thing happened to Joyce, Monsieur Poirot. But I'd better see about tea. Why don't you both take a stroll around the garden? It's lovely now. Quite a St. Martin's summer.
She is a very lovely woman, your friend Judith. If Miranda is a wood nymph, she is a water spirit. But something is giving her great concern. What do you know about her?
Not very much, really. Her husband died a good many years ago in an air crash, I think. She was very broken up about it.
Is Miranda her only child?
Yes. Judith does some part-time secretarial work, but she doesn't have a fixed job. It isn't Judith we should be talking about. How are you getting on?
I am following up a number of past deaths.
Why past deaths?
The past is the father of the present. I have written the names down here in my notebook.
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe, wealth, au pair girl disappeared. What's an au pair girl got to do with it? Why did she disappear?
Because she was about to get into some form of trouble.
What sort of trouble? The kind au pair girls usually get into?
Oh, no, not at all. It was to do with a forged will, or rather a codicil in the au pair's favour.
I don't see what that's got to do with the murder of poor Joyce.
Neither do I, but it is interesting.
Janet White. Who was she?
She was a school teacher, a friend of Miranda's English teacher, Miss Whittaker.
The one who taught her about chopping off Holofernes' head?
Yes, but Janet White was strangled.
And this next one, Leslie Ferrier, who was he?
A lawyer's clerk. He was stabbed to death, and he had a prosecution for forgery.
Forgery again. So, where do we go from here?
To take tea with Judith Butler.
I mean, in your investigation.
I have an appointment with Ferrier's former employers, Fullerton, Harrison, and Ledbetter. They also happen to have been solicitors to Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
Leslie Ferrier, you know. I'd nearly forgotten his name. It seems so long ago. The chap who got himself knifed.
Yes, Mr. Fullerton, that is the man I mean.
Well, I don't really know that I can tell you very much about him. It was some years ago. Killed near the Green Swan one night. No arrest was ever made, but I fancy the police had made up their minds about it.
A crime passionnel?
That was the theory of the time, jealousy. He'd been going out with a married woman. Her husband was the pub landlord. Quite a one for the girls, young Ferrier was. Most of them seemed to be considerably beneath him in station, but then I'm old-fashioned.
Was one of the girls responsible for his death, do you think, or was it Mrs. Green Swan?
I wouldn't like to say either way. I can't even be certain that it was jealousy.
You mean it could have been something quite different?
Ferrier was a very unstable character.
He had a criminal record, I believe.
You found that out, have you? Yes, he had. But he was still young. I thought he deserved a second chance.
Very admirable.
He got mixed up with rather a doubtful crowd, too closely connected with fiddling transactions outside the law. I gave him a warning or two, which I hope might do the trick, but there's a lot of corruption about these days.
And you think that his death may have been connected with these illegal dealings?
Quite possibly. These associations. Gangs is rather too melodramatic a term, but this is all supposition. There were no witnesses.
Yet somebody might have seen it happen. Somebody quite unlikely. A child, for instance.
Late at night, in the neighbourhood of the Green Swan. It seems to me most unlikely.
It does not seem unlikely to me. However, let us move on. There was a foreign girl who disappeared. Her name was Olga, I think.
Olga Seminov.
Not a very reliable character, I believe.
No, she was not.
I understand that she was companion or nurse attendant to Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe, who was a client of yours.
Yes, she was. Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe had several girls in their position, most of them unsatisfactory. She was not one to suffer fools gladly, but Olga Seminov seems to have suited her rather well. Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe became very much attached to her. Unwisely, as it seems to have turned out, but doubtless you know all about that.
I understand that Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe left quite a large sum to the girl.
A most surprising thing to happen. And the whole thing was done without consulting or involving our firm, as she'd always done before. It was a codicil written in her own handwriting. The whole residue of her fortune was left to Olga Seminov in gratitude for the devoted service and affection she had shown her.
I understand that the will was contested.
Oh, scarcely any need for that. From the evidence of handwriting experts, it became clear almost immediately that the codicil was a complete forgery.
Now, do you think that there is any possibility that Leslie Ferrier might have been involved?
Ferrier? How do you mean?
I understand that he had been convicted for forgery.
Oh, I see. Yes, it crossed my mind, but there was nothing to link him with the girl.
And the codicil was declared invalid?
Oh, yes. The money went to the Drakes, as it was always intended it should.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Monsieur Poirot. The Church Christmas Fete Committee, I'm afraid. These things always take much longer than they ought to. What can I do for you? Something more about that dreadful party?
I'm afraid that it is.
I wish I'd never had it here. Is Mrs. Oliver still staying with Judith Butler?
She is, I believe, returning to London in a day or two.
She's such a good writer. Has she any ideas herself? I mean, about who might have done this dreadful thing?
I think not. And you, madame?
I've told you already. I've no idea whatever.
You are sure that you did not see something quite small and unimportant, but which, on reflection, might seem more significant than it did at first?
You seem to have something specific in mind, Monsieur Poirot. Some definite incident?
You are quite right, madame. It is because of what someone said to me.
Really? And who was that?
A Miss Whittaker.
You mean the woman who teaches at the Elms? Did she see something then?
It was not that she saw something. She had an idea that you might have.
I can't think of anything I can have seen.
It has to do with a vase. A vase of flowers.
A vase of flowers? Oh, of course, I remember. There was a big vase of chrysanthemums on the table at the angle of the stairs. Some of the flowers seemed to be drooping, and when I looked, there was scarcely any water in it at all. So I took it into the bathroom to fill it up. But there was no one in there. No one at all.
Oh, no. I did not mean the bathroom. There was an accident, I understand. The vase slipped out of your hands and fell into the hall below.
Smashed to smithereens. I was rather upset because it had been a wedding present. It was very stupid of me. My fingers just slipped. Miss Whittaker was standing there in the hall below. Is that the incident she was referring to?
Yes. Miss Whittaker wondered, I think, how you had come to drop the vase. She thought that something had startled you.
Startled me? No, I don't think so. It just slipped out of my hands. I was pretty tired by then. The party seemed to have been going on forever.
You are certain that you saw nothing unexpected?
I didn't see anything. Everyone was in at the Snapdragon, except for Miss Whittaker, of course.
Did you see someone perhaps opening the library door?
The library door? Yes, I see what you mean. I could have seen that. No, I didn't see anyone coming out of the library. Nobody at all.
I see.
You don't think it's possible that Miss Whittaker might have seen someone go into the library?
That had not occurred to me.
It's just a thought. She might have caught sight of someone going in through the library door, say perhaps 5 minutes or so earlier, and it might have suggested to her that I could have caught a glimpse of the same person. Some young man who might have strayed in from the outside.
You still think that it might have been a young adolescent who committed the crime?
I suppose I do, though I haven't really thought it out. It's too terrible to think about. Who would kill a child like that?
Someone, perhaps, who wanted to be safe?
You mean because Joyce said she'd seen someone commit a murder?
Yes.
Joyce was really a very silly little girl. Not, I'm afraid, always very truthful.
So everyone has told me. Forgive me for reviving this painful business, madame, but it seemed from what Miss Whittaker told me...
Have you asked her if she knows anything?
What do you mean, madame?
I mean that if anyone knows about children round here, she does.
She did not volunteer any information when I spoke to her.
Perhaps people do not always tell you everything they know.
It is possible.
Have you spoken to Nick and Desmond? They were both at the party.
Now that would be Nicholas Ransom and Desmond Holland.
Charming boys. Always so eager to help out. They're studying at Medchester Technical College. They're board with Mrs. Brand, just past the church on the left.
I don't see what else we can tell you. We've been over it all pretty thoroughly with the police.
They seemed determined to find some way of pinning the murder on one of us. It didn't get them very far.
But I am not the police. I want to find out about something that happened at the preparations for the party. You both were helping Mrs. Drake, I understand.
Yes, we were.
So far, I have interviewed cleaning women and helpers. I have heard the views of the police and the doctor. I have talked to the headmistress and to a schoolmistress who was present.
Miss Whittaker?
Yes, Miss Whittaker. Why do you ask?
Nothing, really. Sorry to interrupt.
But now I want to hear the views of a younger generation. You have sharp eyesight and acute hearing. Your minds are not clouded by prejudice.
You know I've got a police record.
I know that, yes, but it is of no importance.
The police seem to think it is.
It does not interest me. What were you doing to help Mrs. Drake?
Well, the lighting, mostly. Getting up ladders, hanging up fairy lights and pumpkins.
And you did some photography, I understand.
Yes, we did that beforehand, so that we could project the pictures for the girls to see in their mirrors.
And who did you use for these photographs?
Just ourselves, with a lot of makeup, wigs and beards and moustaches and all that.
We kept them a bit out of focus so they'd look more like spirit pictures.
And the girls did not recognize you?
Of course they didn't. They squealed and shrieked and thought they were really seeing the men they were going to marry.
Now, can you tell me who else was there when you were getting ready for the party?
Well, there was Mrs. Drake, of course, and Mrs. Butler.
And Miss Whittaker. And a lot of girls who giggled like mad but did nothing.
Can you remember which girls?
Well, Anne Walters and poor Joyce.
And her horrible brother, Leopold. He's a sneak. He eavesdrops and tells tales. A really nasty little customer.
I understand that you heard Joyce Reynolds saying something about having seen a murder committed.
I never heard that. Did she really?
Didn't you know? That's what they're saying. I don't think we were around at the time. Where was she when she was supposed to have said it?
In the drawing room, I believe.
We were probably out on the stairs fixing the fairy lights.
Now, as far as you can remember, did anything occur while you were in the house that struck you as sinister or significant in some way? Something which probably nobody else would have noticed?
No, nothing. Just a lot of people rushing about and getting in one another's way.
Do either of you have any theories?
How do you mean? About who might have murdered Joyce?
Yes. I mean something that you might have noticed that could lead you to a suspicion on perhaps purely psychological grounds.
At the party?
At any time.
Well, there is Miss Whittaker.
Why Miss Whittaker?
It's difficult to say exactly. She always looks as if she's trying to bottle up her feelings, and she behaved very strangely when that teacher was killed.
How do you mean Janet White?
Yeah, they used to be very close, if you know what I mean.
I thought that Nora Ambrose was her real friend.
Oh, no, they just shared the house. But Miss Whittaker was always hanging around her, and then they had a row. Something to do with the boyfriend of Janet White's. Apparently, Miss Whittaker got jealous and made a dreadful scene.
Oh, come on, that doesn't make her a killer.
No, but it was pretty peculiar. She's really weird. She goes in for all that ritual magic stuff, ley lines and stone circles and all that.
That is very interesting. Now tell me, I have heard there was a witch at the party.
Oh, Mrs. Goodbody. She was telling fortunes, and she did dress up as a witch.
But she's perfectly harmless, really. I can't imagine her killing anybody.
Oh, yes, I was there, right enough. It wouldn't have been Halloween without me. Do move Pie Wacket off your lap if you don't like cats. She'll be all over you.
No. It is quite all right.
I always does the witches round here. I lent Mrs. Drake my ball for the party.
Your ball?
My witch ball. Bought it at a jumble sale. It's hanging up there by the chimney.
Now, I understand you told fortunes at the party.
Nothing to it in a place like this, where you always know who's going with who. Not much call for tall, dark strangers.
Can you look in your witch ball and tell me who killed Joyce Reynolds?
You've got it all mixed up. It's a crystal ball you look in to see things, not a witch ball. If I told you who I thought it was did it, you wouldn't like it. Say it was against nature, you would. But lots of things go on that are against nature.
What kind of things?
Wherever you go, the devil's always got some of his own. Born and bred to it. You're not a young man. You know what goes on in the world.
You're right. I know only too well. Now, if Joyce really saw a murder committed...
Who says she did?
She said so herself.
There's no reason for believing. She's always been a little liar.
So everyone insists on telling me.
She always wanted to make people believe she was cleverer than she was. She'd say anything to make folks sit up and take notice. They're a funny family, the Reynoldses. Take Leopold, for instance.
Joyce's brother.
He's clever, all right. You beware of Leopold. He finds out everybody's secrets. He's always got lots of money. Where does he get it from? That's what I'd like to know. Finds people's secrets out, I'd say, and makes them pay him for holding his tongue. None of this is of any help to you, I dare say.
You have helped me a great deal. Now, can you tell me what happened to the foreign girl who is said to have run away?
Didn't go far, in my opinion. Ding-dong-dell, puss is in the well. That's what I have always thought.
Excuse me, Ma'am. I wonder if I might speak to you for a moment.
Are you sure I'm the person you want? Mrs. Butler is out, I'm afraid. I was just looking out for a friend of mine.
Oh, no, Ma'am. It's you I want. I saw you at the party. You're the lady who writes the stories about crimes and murders.
Yes, I'm the one.
I need your advice, you see. It's about Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's will and the foreign girl who's supposed to have done the forgery.
I see. I think you'd better come in, Mrs...
Lehman. Mrs. Lehman.
Come on in, then. We can talk in the drawing room.
I used to do the cleaning for Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe ever since my poor husband died.
Yes?
Well, one day she calls me in, along with young Jim, who does the odd jobs about the house, and she's got papers in front of her on the desk. The foreign girl's there as well, but Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe sends her out of the room. Then she tells us to come up close and she says, "This is my will, this is." She got a bit of blotting paper over the top part of it. "I'm writing something here on this piece of paper," she says, "and I want you two to be witnesses to it." And she signs her name and gets us to sign too and give our addresses.
And then?
That was all. She sent us away then. But as we were going out, I happened to turn my head and saw her putting the piece of paper into one of the books in the bookcase. And that made me curious, you see.
So what did you do?
Well, one day, when she'd been driven down into Medchester, I thought I'd take a look at what I'd signed. I felt I had a right to know.
So you took the paper out and read it?
That's right, Ma'am.
And what did it say?
Well, I can't remember every word of it, but what it all boiled down to was she was giving her entire fortune to that girl, Olga, whatever her name was. And I thought, wow, leaving all that money away from her own family. Then I thought she might have had a tiff with them, and that as like as not she'd tear it all up some day. And then, when all the fuss came up about the will and the talk about the girl having forged it...
What did you do?
That's just it. I didn't do anything. Not at the time. I didn't rightly see what it mattered.
But now you feel differently.
It's that nasty death. The child that was pushed into the bucket of apples, saying that she'd known something about a murder.
It made you think.
I wondered whether Olga might have murdered Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe because she knew about the money that was coming to her. And I thought I ought to tell somebody who'd know what to do about it.
You look exhausted. Have you had a bad morning?
Oh, simply a very trying one.
Why don't you take your shoes off and rest your feet?
No, I could not do that.
Why ever not? You know, you ought not to wear those patent leather shoes in the country. Oh. Why don't you get yourself a nice pair of suede ones?
Suede?
Well, all the kind you just slip on and never have to clean them. All sorts of people wear them nowadays.
Hercule Poirot does not wear them. I would not care for that at all.
The trouble with you is that you mind more about your clothes and your moustache than about being comfortable.
And what is wrong with that? But I have not come here to discuss my personal appearance.
I never thought you had. Are you making any progress?
Oh, there are too many people who might have been in a position to commit a crime. No one seems to have the least notion who was present at the Snapdragon or not.
Do you know anyone who was positively not there?
Mrs. Drake was not there, nor was Miss Whittaker.
The school teacher?
Who may have had some sort of emotional involvement with her colleague Janet White, whose murder may have been witnessed by Joyce Reynolds. But there we have a little difficulty.
What kind of little difficulty?
Not a single person with whom I have spoken believes in the veracity of Joyce Reynolds. And yet, I am certain that is why she was murdered.
Because she had witnessed the murder of Janet White?
If that was the murder in question. If it was not Leslie Ferrier whose death she saw.
Leslie Ferrier?
Yes, you know, the solicitor's clerk who practiced forgery and who was killed in what everybody believed was a fit of jealous passion. But I am beginning to have the idea that a lot of separate incidents might tie up more closely than anyone has thought.
You said that this man was a forger?
Yes. Everyone thinks that the au pair girl forged the will.
I've got something to tell you about that. About an hour ago...
Wait.
Wait for what?
Are you returning to London, or are you making a long stay here?
I was planning to leave the day after tomorrow.
Tell me, in your flat, is there room for you to have guests?
I have a spare room, if that's what you mean. Who do you want me to put up?
It is just that it might be a wise precaution to take.
What do you mean? Do you think that somebody else is going to be killed?
I trust and pray not, but it might be within the bounds of possibility.
But who? Tell me.
How well do you really know your friend Judith Butler?
Not all that well. It's just that we hit it off during the Greek cruise. There's something rather mysterious about her. Her and Miranda, as if they were mixed up in some interesting drama. Do you think they're in some kind of danger, then?
I cannot be certain until I know whether or not one of my little ideas might be right.
You and your little ideas. Now, I've got a piece of news for you about your forgery.
And what is that, madame?
If you promise not to have any more of your little ideas for 5 minutes, I'll tell you.
You are certain of that? May Doherty? I see. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Fullerton. You have been most helpful. The codicil, the forged codicil that was declared invalid, was not witnessed by your friend Harriet Lehman, but by a May Doherty, now deceased, who had been in service with Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe.
So there was a forged codicil, and there seems to have been a real one as well. Isn't this all getting a little too complicated? Or was that Lehman woman simply telling me a pack of lies?
It is always possible.
Or did someone tell her to tell me a pack of lies?
An interesting thought.
I'd like to know a bit more about this Olga Semenoff. She certainly seems to have been very good at the Lady Vanishes Act.
I hope to know more about that shortly.
Or from her own country? Will you find out whether she ever arrived back there?
I might learn that. But I also hope to find letters written home while she was in this country, mentioning friends she may have made here.
What about the school teacher?
Which one do you mean?
The one who was strangled.
Janet White?
Now, didn't you say she was a friend of Miss Whittaker? Now, she struck me as being a very strange woman. Very knowledgeable about the occult and that sort of thing. I wouldn't put it past her to have thought up a murder.
Is that what you think?
It has to exhaust all the possibilities.
Quite so. But I must be on my way.
Where are you off to now?
I am going to visit my friend Superintendent Spence. But I shall take a short cut through the Quarry Garden.
In those shoes? What do you expect to find there?
Something an old witch told me about. And do not concern yourself about my shoes.
Miranda, turn your head a little more to the left.
Like this?
No, not so far. Look over towards the beech tree. Yes, that's better. No, not that way. What's the matter with you?
Monsieur Poirot's here. Hello, Monsieur Poirot.
Do not let me disturb you. I did not expect to find you sitting for your portrait.
I didn't expect it either. It just happened.
While you were walking in your favourite garden?
I was looking for the well, really.
Were you?
It was supposed to be a wishing well. Michael knows where it is, but he won't tell me.
It'll be much more fun for you to go on looking for it, especially when you're not at all sure that it really exists.
Oh, Mrs. Goodbody knows all about it. She said it was sealed up because it was supposed to be dangerous. A child fell into it years ago.
You mustn't believe stories told to you by witches. I don't believe any child ever fell into it. It was probably just a cat.
Ding dong dell, pussy's in the well. I must go now. Mum will be wondering where I've got to. Au revoir, Monsieur Peril.
Au revoir, Miranda. Ding dong dell. Is she right about there being a well somewhere there, Mr. Garfield?
Oh, yes, there's a well here, all right. She says it was sealed up years ago. I don't think it was ever a wishing well, though. I think that was Mrs. Goodbody's invention.
May I look at your drawing?
Of course. It's only a sketch.
Ah, it is exquisite. So delicate. What made you draw it?
Do I have to have a reason?
You might have.
Well, you're right, as it happens. If I go away from here, there are one or two things I want to remember. Miranda's one of them.
Would you forget her so easily?
Very easily. I like that.
Are you really going away from here?
I've thought of it, yes. After all, there's no reason why I should stay. I can find some other corner of the world, some quiet island.
Somewhere where you can transform nature, where you can play at being Adam.
I don't ask for much. A hillside with cypresses. Barren rock.
You have been to Greece?
You're quite a mind reader. Yes, Greece was in my mind. Are you reaching the end of your investigation?
I only wish I were. There are still many things I need to know.
What kind of things?
You have lived here some time, Mr. Garfield. Did you know a young man named Leslie Ferrier?
Yes, I knew him.
He came to a sudden end, did he not?
Yes, somebody stuck a knife into him. The general opinion was that it was a woman. He was a great one for the girls.
Were they all English girls?
I shouldn't think he cared very much, so long as they could speak enough English to understand what he wanted.
Was Olga Seminov one of his girlfriends?
Yes, I think she was. Although I don't know what he saw in her. She wasn't very beautiful. Why do you want to know about that?
I will tell you, my friend, because Olga Seminov was accused of forgery, and because Leslie Ferrier was a known forger.
You're suggesting that Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe's will was forged by Leslie Ferrier?
It seems a possibility, does it not?
I suppose that could have been why the forgery was found out so easily. He can't have been very good at it in the first place if he was sent to prison for it. But why are you telling me all this? Why are you disturbing the peace and quiet of this place?
Because there were things I wished to find out, and you have told me what I wanted to know.
It's sometimes better not to know things, Monsieur Poirot. Better to leave them as they are.
You want beauty, but for me, it is truth that is important.
Keep the truth for your friends in the police and leave me to my beauty. Get thee behind me, Satan. Goodbye to you, Monsieur Poirot.
You're out of luck, I'm afraid. My brother's gone down to the police station. Something's happened, I believe.
So soon? What has happened? Tell me.
I don't really know. The inspector rang up and asked him to go over. He didn't say what it was about. And there's a letter come for you. Foreign stamps on it. Here.
Thank you. Forgive me. It may be important.
Why don't you sit down? I'll get you a cup of tea.
No, thank you.
You look fagged out. There's mud all over your shoes. Was it the letter you expected?
It is about the au pair girl, Olga Seminov. It seems that she never returned to her hometown, and there have been no letters for her.
Oh, excuse me. 2141? Yes, he's here. It's for you. The guest house.
Ah, thank you. Yes, Mrs. Hackney? Is there? Who is it? I see. Well, perhaps if you could give her a cup of tea and tell her I will return straight away. I will be as quick as I can. It seems that Mrs. Drake has come to see me in a state of some agitation. Forgive me, but I think I must go and find out what is the matter. She is normally such a self-possessed woman.
You've heard what's happened?
I have heard nothing, madame. What is it? What is the matter?
He's dead. Murdered.
He? Who is dead, madame?
I have a terrible fear that it is all my fault. I thought I was acting for the best, and now he's dead. And he was only a child.
Now, calm yourself, madame, and tell me, who is the child that is dead?
Leopold, Joyce Reynolds' brother.
Huh? How did it happen?
They found him by the side of the brook. He must have been on his way home from school. Somebody had drowned him. Held his head down in the water.
The way his sister was killed.
Yes. And I thought I was doing the right thing.
What thing, madame?
In not telling you what I saw from the staircase when I dropped the vase.
And what did you see, Mrs. Drake?
I saw the door of the library open. He was starting to come out. And then he pulled the door to quickly and went back in.
This was Leopold?
And you see, I thought that was why I couldn't tell anyone.
You thought what? That Leopold had killed his sister?
Not then, of course. I didn't know she was dead, but afterwards. He had such a strange look on his face. I see now that he must have gone in there and found her dead.
And yet you said nothing? Even after Joyce's death was discovered?
Don't you see, I couldn't. I thought he's so young, he can't have known what he was doing. I thought the best thing I could do was to say nothing. If only I'd spoken out, he might still be alive.
Only today I was told that Leopold had somehow got hold of a large sum of money. Somebody must have been paying him to keep silent.
But who could it have been?
I shall find out. It cannot be long now.
We've got to leave for London at once. I've just had a call from Monsieur Poirot.
What do you mean, we? What's going on?
You, me and Miranda. Miranda especially. Monsieur Poirot says we've got to get her away from here immediately.
But why on earth should we do that?
She's in serious danger. particularly since what happened yesterday.
Yesterday? You mean Leopold's murder? But what am I to tell her?
You needn't tell her anything. Just say we're going up to London to stay at my flat. We'll take her to a theatre or to the ballet or something of that kind.
Do you seriously believe that she's in danger?
Poirot has thought so for some time, but now he's certain of it.
Have you heard what's going on in Quarry Woods?
No. What's happening?
The police have been digging around there since early this morning. They're looking for something.
Has this got anything to do with it, Ariadne?
I shouldn't be at all surprised.
Miranda, we're going to London.
Going to London? When?
As soon as possible, practically at once.
Ariadne will run us up there in her car. We can stay in her flat. Perhaps we might go to the ballet. Would you like that?
I'd love it.
Then we'll pack a few things and go straight away.
Aren't we going to have lunch first?
For such an ethereal creature, Miranda, you're remarkably preoccupied with food. We can have lunch on the way.
We can stop at the Black Dog. It's just outside Manchester.
I must ring up one of my friends before we go, just to explain what's happening.
All right, but be quick about it. I know your phone calls.
Where did you say we'd be having lunch?
The Black Dog.
May I take your order, ladies?
Could you come back in a minute or two? We're waiting for my daughter.
Of course, madam.
Miranda's certainly taking her time. Where's she got to?
She said she was going to the ladies.
You're sure she knows where the dining room is?
Yes, of course she knows. Anyway, she can always ask. I'll go and hurry her up.
Poirot?
We've lost Miranda.
What do you mean, lost her?
We stopped at the Black Dog for lunch. She went to the loo. She hasn't come back. We can't find her anywhere.
Somebody should have stayed with her. Neither of you ought to have let her out of your sight. I told you there was danger.
Judith is frantic. She thinks we ought to ring the police.
Of course you should. I will ring them as well. Call me as soon as you know where she has gone.
Ariadne, I've just been talking to Nicholas Ransom. He and Desmond saw her getting into a car.
Who was with her?
Somebody with long hair. That was all they could see.
Well, did they see which way she went?
They're not very certain, but they think the car went down the road that leads to Kilterbury Ring.
I've never been here before. It's so beautiful. Like something out of a dream. But it's frightening as well. What are these strange stones?
They're the remains of an old stone circle. Kilterbury Ring.
What were they put here for?
To mark the passage of the seasons. For ritual worship. And for ritual sacrifice.
For sacrifice? Is that why you have brought me here?
You understand about sacrifice, don't you, Miranda?
I think so. It is a kind of punishment.
Not just a punishment. A way of cleansing guilt and of making a gift to the gods. You die that others should live. You die that beauty should come into being.
Is it because I told Joyce about the murder? Is that why I have to die?
If she hadn't repeated what you told her, she'd still be alive.
Is it my fault that she died? Then I suppose I deserve to die as well.
You will die where men have sacrificed to their gods for thousands of years, Miranda. You'll feel no pain. Hold the golden cup while I pour into it the wine of sacrifice. Now, drink deeply and become one with the past and the future. Through your sacrifice, a new beauty will be born.
It smells of peaches. It's such a beautiful colour.
Raise the cup to your lips and drink.
Don't touch it, you silly little idiot!
It's got nothing to do with you.
Miranda!
Go away! I must drink it.
You do no such thing.
Give it to me, Miranda.
The police are out looking for you, Garfield. They found the girl's body in the well in Quarry Wood, and they found your knife.
Come away from him, Miranda. The man's a dangerous lunatic.
Give yourself up, Garfield. They've already arrested your partner in crime.
Then it is I that must be the sacrifice. My child shall live and dwell among the gods.
Michael! Don't!
Accept my sacrifice!
Don't let him drink it! Don't let him drink!
What exactly did you tell Joyce, Miranda?
That I'd seen a murder.
And did you tell anyone else?
No, but I think Leopold might have overheard what we were saying. He was always listening at doors. He liked to know other people's secrets.
But Joyce did not see the murder herself.
Oh no, she was just repeating what I told her.
So, what was the murder that you saw?
I didn't know at first that it was a murder. I thought there'd been an accident.
Where was this?
In the quarry garden. I was up in the branches of a tree. I was looking for squirrels. I was trying to keep very quiet and very still.
And what did you see, Miranda?
A man and a woman carrying this girl up the path. I thought they were taking her to hospital or to the quarry house. Then the woman stopped suddenly and said, "There's someone watching us." And she stared up at my tree. I kept very still, and the man said, "Nonsense." And they went on. And then I saw there was blood on the girl's scarf. I thought she must have tried to kill herself.
Why did you not tell your mother?
I thought perhaps I oughtn't to have been there watching. And then the next day nobody said anything about an accident, so I tried not to think any more about it.
But what made you realize it was a murder?
It was as though everything was happening all over again. This time I was trying to persuade a green woodpecker to come out from behind some bushes. And the two of them came by. They were talking about a Greek island. She said, "We can go there as soon as we like. It's all ours." And he said something about not rushing things, or it might make people suspicious.
And then?
And then the woodpecker flew away. And she said, "There's somebody watching us." And she had just the same look on her face. And somehow, I knew that it had been a dead body they were carrying away to hide somewhere.
And can you say who these people were? Did you recognize them?
Of course I did.
And who were they?
Mrs. Drake and Michael Garfield.
And you still did not tell anyone?
I thought it might have been a sacrifice.
Why did you think that?
Michael had been talking to me about sacrifices.
But weren't you frightened of him? Weren't you afraid to be with him?
Oh, no.
Why not?
I loved him very much, you see. I would have done anything he said.
Thank you, Miranda. And now I think we had better tell all this to Inspector Raglan.
But as I understand it, the police had already arrested Rowena Drake while Garfield was with Miranda at Kilterbury Ring. Was that your doing?
Of course.
But how could you be so certain, Monsieur Poirot?
Because I used my little grey cells. It was really quite simple. If you hold down a vigorous child with its head in a full bucket of water, they will be struggling and splashing, and you are bound to get wet. And that is what happened to Mrs. Drake. So, she had to account for getting so wet, and she had to have a witness. She waited on the landing with an enormous vase of flowers filled with water. She knew she would not have long to wait, and in due course, Miss Whittaker came out of the room where they were playing Snapdragon. It could have been anybody. And Mrs. Drake let go of the vase so that the water cascaded over her dress before falling into the hole below.
And all the time, poor Joyce had never seen the murder committed at all.
Mrs. Drake did not know that, but she always suspected that someone had been there in Quarry Woods when they were hiding Olga Seminov's body.
Rowena Drake and Michael Garfield. They seem an unlikely pair. Was he in love with her, do you think?
She had money, and would have more when Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe died, and Michael Garfield was very interested in money. Money would buy him the means of creating his earthly paradise, his enchanted island.
But I don't see why the Seminole girl had to be murdered in the first place.
And where does the forged codicil come in? Who did it?
Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe had very strict notions of morality. She found out that Rowena Drake was having a love affair with Garfield while her husband was still alive. In a fit of anger, she changed her will and left everything to the au pair girl. After the old lady died, the codicil had to be proved to be a forgery. The real codicil was suppressed. There had to be an obviously forged document to take its place, and Leslie Ferrier was just the man to do it. He was always in need of money. After that, he had to be eliminated. He was knifed late one night on his way home from the Green Swan with the same knife that was used to kill Olga Seminov.
By Michael Garfield?
By Michael Garfield.
But how on earth did he discover that it was Miranda who had seen them in Quarry Woods and not Joyce Reynolds?
She told him.
What?
She was completely under his spell.
Even though she knew he was a murderer?
Perhaps that only added to his fascination. I don't know. I think she fascinated him as well. In his way, I believe he loved her. But he was ready to sacrifice her to save himself, and she was prepared to be sacrificed. There was a very close bond between them. Was there not, Mrs. Butler?
I don't understand you.
I think you understand me very well. One had only to look at them together. He was her father, was he not?
Yes. He was her father.
But she did not know that.
No, she had no idea. I knew him when I was a young girl. I fell wildly in love with him, and then I grew afraid.
Afraid?
Yes. I can't really tell you why. Perhaps it was his gentleness. I always felt that there was a coldness and a ruthlessness lurking behind it. I was afraid of his passion for beauty, of his desire to create a world of his own. He wanted to be a kind of god. I didn't tell him I was going to have his child. I left him. I went away and the baby was born. I invented the story of a pilot husband who was killed in an air crash. I came to Woodley Common more or less by chance. Meeting him here again was pure coincidence.
But he realized that Miranda was his child.
Oh, yes, he knew.
And yet he was prepared to murder her.
Let me show you something. This is a drawing he made of her by the stream in Quarry Woods. He told me he did it because he did not wish to forget her. See what he wrote on it.
Iphigenia.
The daughter of Agamemnon.
And Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter so that the gods would give him a wind to take his ships to Troy. Michael Garfield would have sacrificed his daughter so that he could create his Garden of Eden.
I must confess you've lost me over all this Garden of Eden business.
Rowena Drake was hopelessly infatuated with Michael Garfield, but there was a high price to pay for his love. Nothing more nor less than a Greek island purchased with her inheritance from Mrs. Llewellyn Smythe. Once he realized that it could really be his, nothing, not even Miranda, was allowed to come between him and his ambition.
Did he suddenly realize the full horror of what he was doing, do you think? Was that why he seized the cup from Miranda and drank the poison himself?
It was a fitting death. As he said, a sacrifice was needed. And on that somber note, I shall take my leave of you both. Goodbye, Mrs. Butler, and remember me to your daughter.
She ought to remember you always, for what she owes you.
I think not. Some things are better forgotten. Au revoir, Ariadne. You belong in a different myth.
A myth in a maze.
It has been a most interesting case. Thank you for drawing me into this particular maze.
That's right. Blame it all on me as usual.
Yeah, didn't that leave you high, huh? Left me feeling treetop tall. That was Louis Armstrong's I Can't Give You Anything But Love. And that's all we have time for on the Hot and Mellow Hour tonight. Yes, this is Smiley Smith, your favorite disc jockey. I hope, booting the Hot and Mellow Hour home for this evening. I'll be back again tomorrow night, minus the music, but with a little surprise for you. Tomorrow night, Friday night, as you know, is stunt night here at station WXP, and have I got a stunt for you. Last week, if you remember, I planted my wire recorder in the steam room at a lady's Turkish bath and let you listen in on the playback, remember? Well, tonight, as soon as I leave the studio, do you know where I'm going? Your friend Smiley is going to spend the night in a haunted house on a spook hunt. You heard me, a spook hunt in a haunted house. I'm bringing my little old wire recorder along with me, and if you tune in tomorrow evening at this time, you'll learn what it's like to spend a night in a haunted house. Ain't that something? Yeah, a real haunted house. No kidding. 4 people are known to have committed suicide there. So tune in tomorrow night and share a real thrill with your old pal Smiley, I must be crazy, Smith. Good night.
Here for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe? I got some cigars in the dash there. No.
Well, no reason for you to carry a chip on your shoulder, Mr. Thorpe.
Oh, really? Well, I don't like this fool stunt.
Well, I don't see it as a fool stunt at all. I really don't. I think it's the only way you're going to unload this house. Ordinary selling methods won't work in a case like this. Now, don't forget the reputation saddling this house. 4 suicides since 1939. You know what people call it. The death trap.
Yes. It's a lot of nonsense.
Sure, but try to convince people of that. Anyway, when this disc jockey offered me this chance to kill all the rumors about about the property, I just naturally jumped and took him up at it, especially since it don't cost a cent.
You sure about that? I'm not liable for a penny.
Not a cent. We're doing him a favor letting him use the place, he said. Thanked me for the chance last night when I drove him out here. So one hand washes the other, as the feller says. He got a chance to pull off a stunt, and the wire recording will prove the people the property is A1, and we increase the chance of selling the place.
Well, as long as it doesn't cost me anything.
Not a thing. He's using his own recorder, and I'm paying for the rental of a couple of walkie-talkies he hooked up to it.
Well, what about this Reed? Does he charge anything?
He comes gratis, too. Dr. Reed is a psychic investigator. Belongs to a couple of societies that do nothing but hunt ghosts. He showed me articles he's written about it in their magazine. Well, here's the house. Yeah, looks real nice in the sunshine, don't it? Yeah, man, smell that sea breeze.
You don't have to sell me. Well, let them know we're here.
Yeah, probably asleep up all night and everything.
Why don't they come out? You think they've gone?
Well, I told them last night I'd pick them up around 11. Smith! Smith! Hey, Smiley! Dr. Reed! Yeah, fast asleep, I guess. We better go in and wake him up.
Of course, they may have taken the bus back to town.
No. It's a 2-mile hike to the main highway. Smith! Hey, Smiley. Where are you? Wake up.
You don't suppose, do you?
Oh, no. Smith. Dr. Reed.
What's that clicking noise from in there?
Well, it's his wire recorder. He left it running. These machines cost a lot of money. Doesn't he care if he uses up his batteries?
Well, where is he, and where's this Reed?
Maybe they're upstairs. Smith! Hey, anybody home?
They must have walked to the highway and taken the bus.
Well, he wouldn't have left his machine.
Well, where are they, then? Where are they?
Oh, now, don't get excited, Mr. Thorpe.
Don't tell me not to get excited. If something's happened to them in my house, I'm liable.
Well, you try this side. I'll try that one.
All
right. Smith. Hey, Smiley.
Smith. Oh. McDonald, come here.
Oh, what? What it? Oh, no. Reed. Dr. Reed. No, don't touch him, Mr. Thorpe. You'll get your hands off. Look. Blood.
Is he dead?
I can still feel his pulse. We better get him to hospital fast. Care for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe?
No, thanks.
Oh, why not try to relax? The nurse said Reed would be all right as soon as he's had a blood transfusion.
You told the radio station to be sure and call us as soon as they had any word about Smith?
Yes, I told them. Why don't you sit down?
No, I'm all at 6s and 7s. What do you suppose happened out there last night?
We're going to know in just a second, just as soon as I can get this recorder set up.
You don't suppose Smith and Reed got into a fight, do you?
Yeah, there. Huh? A fight? I don't know.
Well, what's wrong? Won't it work?
Yeah, it works. Take it easy.
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
There.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. All set, Dr. Reed? Mr. McDonald, eh? Okay, here we go. This is Smiley Smith speaking. Smiley Smith, the ghost hunter. I don't know whether to hope this will turn out to be a success for the sake of the program or a failure for my own sake. Anyway, all the preparations have been made now, and it's up to the spooks. I better tell you where we are. Right now, we're standing on the lawn of a house about 12 miles above Malibu Beach. The ocean is 100 feet away, straight down. The house is perched on a cliff, and there's a sheer drop of about 100 feet right into the old Pacific. Maybe you can hear the surf pounding. I'll turn up the volume. Hear it? Now, I'm going to have you meet two gentlemen who are here with me. Incidentally, we're the only people around for miles and miles. First, I'd like you to meet Dr. Clarence Reed of the British and American Psychical Research Guilds. Dr. Reed is a famous investigator of psychic phenomena, and I'm very honored to be associated with him on this ghost hunt. He's smiling in an embarrassed sort of way.
You're much too kind, Mr. Smith.
Dr. Reed has conducted experiments in this field with such great believers in spiritualism as Oliver Lodge and Arthur Conan Doyle. He looks a bit like Santa Claus. He's short and stocky. You don't object, do you, Dr. Reed?
No, indeed.
And he has a magnificent white beard, a truly great beaver. Dr. Reed is so enthusiastic about ghost hunting that he got out of a sick bed this evening to be with us.
Excuse me. My lungs. I was gassed in the First World War.
Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Reed and I are here on the lawn looking at the house. Can't see much. It's around, 11 p.m. now. Seems to be a rambling sort of house, 2 stories high. Since it was built, there have been 4 suicides here. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, into the mic, please.
Oh, yeah. 4 suicides since 1939.
I better tell them who you are so they won't think you're a ghost. Standing with the doc and me is a real estate agent, Mr. Charles McDonald. He handles this property, and he can tell you a lot more about it than I can.
Well, the house was built by a man named Marcus, Toby Marcus, an orange grower. Built the house as a wedding present for his wife. A month after they moved in, she took her own life. On the day of her funeral, he committed suicide the same way. There have been 2 other cases since then, and
Did they all jump into the ocean?
Yeah, all 4 of them, right over there.
Yeah.
The last one was actually seen doing it, about 3 years ago. He was seen running like all get out the edge of the cliff, and he was shouting and laughing and yelling as though there was people at his side running right along with him.
You kidding?
No, it's a fact. He was laughing and yelling and running, and when he got to the edge, right over there, he jumped and never came above water.
As good an argument against cold baths as ever I've heard.
Since then, people just refuse to live in this house. Silly, I call it. Anyway, if you and Dr. Reed find any sign of a spook, I'll advise the owner to pull the house down and rebuild. But if you don't find anything, I'm hoping this will convince folks that here's a real buy. Yeah, okay, Mr. Smith, you and the doctor are on your own. I'll be by in the morning to pick you up around 11.
Goodbye, Mr. McDonald. I hope there's something left for you to pick up in the morning. Well, it's almost pitch black, folks, and I guess Dr. Reed and I ought to begin. I don't believe in ghosts, never have, but what I say is this. If you're dead set on looking for them, this is a dandy place to do it. So long! Mr. McDonald just checked out. And then there were 2. Well,
3.
Oh, my dog, yeah. Folks, I have my dog, Jeff, with me. He's a wire-haired terrier, 3 years of age, and he can talk. Yeah, say hello, Jeff. Come on, Jeff, say hello. Come on. Well, anyway, he's a wire-haired terrier, and he's 3 years old. Shall we go inside now, Dr. Reed?
I was about to suggest it.
Now, how do we hunt ghosts, Doctor? How do we do it, huh?
Well, we don't really hunt them. If there should be any in the house, they will come to us.
How cozy.
And please, not ghosts. Do not refer to them as ghosts. We know them as apparitions.
I'll remember. I've no desire to hurt their feelings. Where ghosts are concerned, I say live and let live. Well, we've opened the front door now. Maybe you heard the hinge squeak a little. Now we're standing here looking in. Can't see much. Smells sort of musty and damp. What's the matter, Jeff? What's the matter, boy? Jeff. Oh, come on now, come on. My dog seems to object to entering this house. He has all 4 feet braced, and he's straining against the leash.
Perhaps he senses something we don't.
Like apparitions, maybe?
Perhaps. It's not unusual. Animals lack the veneer of sophistication we humans possess, and are more sensitive to such emanations.
Yeah, come on, Jeff. Now, stop this nonsense. He probably smells a mouse or a rat or something. Come on, Jeff. We're going in whether you like it or not. Well, there's a short entrance hall, and over there at the end of it is a flight of stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Jeff! And over here at the left is what seems to be a large reception room. We're entering this large room now. There are windows over there, French windows, and through them I can see the ocean. The electricity hasn't been turned on, so all I have to see by is a flashlight, not a very powerful one at that. Dr. Reed is now adjusting his walkie-talkie. It's hooked up to my recorder so that he can cut in while he's hunting and tell us what he's found. Here's a few words from Doc before he sets forth on his investigation through the house.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Mr. Smith has introduced me as a ghost hunter. He spoke, I think, in a spirit of skepticism and levity. I'd like to assure you all that my purposes here are serious. I have spent my entire life seeking reliable proof of the appearances of apparitions.
Have you ever seen any? Ever?
I have seen phenomena which lead me to believe in the possibility of their existence, although I have never seen any. I account myself sensitive to the evidence of their existence. This house, for example, affects me profoundly. It doesn't seem to affect you in the same way.
I'm not too happy about all this, if that's what you mean.
You are not psychic, and therefore not sensitive to these matters as I am. I imagine the question in the minds of those of you listening to us is, shall we find apparitions? I don't know. But I feel they are here, and that they are evil. I sense danger. I shall soon know.
Dr. Reed's leaving the room now to make a tour of the house. First thing I'm going to do is open the windows and let some fresh air in. It feels better already. Cooler anyway. I know that. Ow! What was a bat? A bat just flew into the room. I think it's a bat, not a bird. I didn't actually see it, just its shadow as it fanned my face. There it is again. It touched me as it passed. Jeff, come back here. Jeff, you fool dog, come back here. Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed!
Reed speaking. What is it, Smith?
Jeff has run off. My dog, he jumped through the window and ran off.
Oh, so? I told you he sensed something about this house, didn't I?
Yeah, you want to come and see if you can determine what it was exactly that set him off?
Soon. I am making my way slowly up the stairs toward the second floor now. I'm halfway up. I'll be down with you soon.
Folks, my dog's run away. You probably heard him howling. He jumped through the window and took off. Never did anything like that before. Frightened by the bat, I guess. Personally, alone here in this big room, I can understand how he must have felt. This isn't a cheerful spot by any means. I may not be psychic, but I sure have a feeling this house doesn't want us here.
Read again. Excuse me. I have something of great interest to report. I'm now standing in an alcove on the second floor trying to recover my breath. As I reached the head of the stairs, I felt what I think is a definite psychic manifestation. I felt suddenly as though I had been punched in the solar plexus. That's the only way I can describe it. At the same time, I began to perspire. My head is still swimming slightly, and I have difficulty in swallowing. My pulse rate is around 110 in a minute. The sense of evil is very strong. I feel very, what shall I say, profoundly depressed.
Do you want me up there?
No, I prefer to remain up here alone. The presence of a disbeliever such as you might interfere with my investigation.
Folks, I'd like you to get a picture of what it's like here. It's very quiet, for one thing. I've never been in such a quiet place, and it's pretty dark. No light except my flashlight. Tell you what, you go now and douse all the lights you have on. Go ahead, put out the lights, and that'll give you a clearer feeling of how it is here with me. Go ahead, put out the lights. Hey, did you hear that? The real estate agent told me I'd probably hear rats and mice in the walls. Well, I can certainly hear them now. Even you can hear them, I think. It's as though...
Dr. Reed speaking. I've been working my way toward the front room, the one directly above the one in which Mr. Smith is now. The vibrations have become stronger and more pronounced as I approach it. I think I am on the verge of an important discovery.
Important discovery, did you get that? Now I can hear Dr. Reed moving about in the room above. I don't suppose you can. Have a try anyway, huh? Hear him? I hope he finishes his investigation soon, because, quite frankly, I'd like to get out of here. I can well imagine people becoming unhinged in this place. Right now, I find myself pretty jumpy. Not being very brave, am I? It's being alone in this room down here that does it. This darned old house. It's a very, the atmosphere. It's so very...
I wish only to make this hurried report before continuing with the investigation in this room. I have carefully sounded out all the parts in this room, and the emanations are most strong from what appears to be a closet, before which I am now standing. As soon as I open the door to this closet, I will have, I think, a thing of great interest to communicate. I find no key to the lock, and so I will attempt to remove the hinges with my penknife, and I will tell you what I find when I open it.
I'll tell you what it would cost to get me to open that door. In the basement at Fort... There's that bat again. It seems to like me the way it keeps... Each time it passes, it touches my face or my neck with its wings. They're smelly things, bats. I don't suppose they bathe very often, if at all. I wonder how... Get away, you bat! That bat'll be the death of me. Yeah, it's like a jingle, isn't it? Bat'll be the death of me, the death of me, the death of me. Bat'll be the death of me. It isn't far from London. No, that isn't the way it goes. It's come down to Q in lilac time, in lilac time, in lilac time. Come down to Q in lilac time. It isn't far... I haven't thought of that since I was a kid in grammar school. Gee, I had a lonely childhood when you come right down to it. I mean, that's my affair, isn't it? Yes, it is. It certainly is.
I have succeeded in removing the hinges to the door, and I find inside it is not a closet, but much larger. It is, I think, a dressing room. I have not yet been inside, but I am about to enter.
What was I talking about? Bats. Well, the bat flying back and forth in this room is... Did you hear that? Did you hear it? Dr. Reed must have knocked something over in the dressing room. A chair, a heavy chair by the sound of it. The chair, or whatever it was, must have fallen right over my head. That's the way it sounded. I can see a small stain forming right on the ceiling, right over my head. Something ran across my foot just then. A rat, I think it was. I've always hated rats. Most people do, of course. That stain up there bothers me. It's gotten so big so soon. I think I'll take a chance and bother Reed and ask him what it is. Dr. Reed. Reed, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hello? Well, he didn't answer. I think he's just a little bit deaf. Think so. What do you suppose he's found, huh? I'm afraid this is rather dull for you listeners. I'm not finding it so, of course. There. I heard him cough. Did you hear that cough? Hope he's all right. He got out of a sick bed to come here this evening, you know. He was gassed in the First World War, and this place is beginning to get on my nerves a wee bit. Just a teensy-weensy bit.
Reed, speaking,
Hello? He switched off. That's a bad cough he's got. I feel so lonely. Been alone so much in my life. Not so much now, of course, but when I was younger, I was alone so much of the time, you know, struggling to get ahead, living in a hall bedroom, wondering where my next meal is coming from. I get the blues just remembering it. Seem sad, young people having to spend so much time alone. Sad for old people, too, of course. I'm saying of course a lot. Of course I am. Hey, that stain on the ceiling, it's grown amazingly. It's actually beginning to drip. Form bubbles. They'll start dropping soon. Colored bubbles, they seem to be. Odd-shaped stain, like a body lying on its back with its arms stretched out. It's cheerful. Oh. I'll certainly advise Mr. McDonald to have this place pulled down. I'll go upstairs in a minute or two to see how Dr. Reed's making out. You know, listeners, I really believe I'd go completely crazy if I had to stay here much longer. Wears you down. That's exactly what it does. It wears you down. It's so close and musty in here. I feel sort of trapped. Don't know why I said that. That's what they call this place, you know, the death trap. There, what did I tell you? That stain started to drip drops, drip drops, drip drops, drip drops. Drip. I'll catch the next one with my hand. Reed? Dr. Reed! I'm going upstairs now, listeners. I'm afraid something has happened to Dr. Reed. I'm not kidding now. This is on the level. Which room could it be now? Right? No, right. This is it, I think. Oh, evening, gentlemen. And madam? I'm so glad to see you. I was just aching to see somebody. Anybody. I've been so lonely down there. What have you done with the doctor, huh? I know he's been hurt. See the color of the bubble on my hand? What have you done with him? Make way, please, gentlemen. Make way. Well, this isn't the funniest darn thing. This can't be Dr. Reed lying here. He didn't have a red beard. Now, don't crowd me, gentlemen. Don't crowd me, please. Huh? You want me to go where with you? You want me to do what? Speak up, gentlemen. To the cliffs. Down to the cliffs? You mean right now? Well, all right, if you'll come with me. I don't want to be alone anymore. You will come with me? All of you? All four of you? You too, ma'am? Oh, good. Come on, then. To the cliffs. To the cliffs. To the cliffs. To the...
You know, Poirot, I don't think there's anywhere on the south coast as attractive as St. Lou. No wonder they call it the Queen of Watering Places. It's just like being on the Riviera. Mind you, I always think that Cornwall is every bit as fascinating as the south of France.
Yes, so it said on our menu in the restaurant car yesterday, Hastings.
Oh, did it?
It is hardly a very original observation.
We were sitting on one of the terraces of the majestic hotel. Below us lay the gardens, looking almost tropical with their palm trees. The sea was a deep and lovely blue, and the sun was shining with all the single-hearted fervour an August sun should, but in England so rarely does. Only the speedboats roaring across the bay and the buzzing of the marauding wasps disturbed a scene of perfect peace.
Tell me, Hastings, is there anything of interest in your paper?
Well, nothing much to speak of. Trouble of some sort in China, a swindle in the city, and an outbreak of parrot disease.
How very curious.
Still no news of Captain Seaton.
Well, the man who was flying around the world in that, how is he called?
A seaplane.
No. There is another word.
An amphibian.
That is it.
The Albatross. That's what his plane is called. Too bad if the fellow's gone west. But he could always have come down by one of the more remote Pacific islands.
Let us trust not one inhabited by cannibals.
He must be a pretty plucky chap. That sort of courage makes one feel it's a great thing to be an Englishman.
It consoles for the defeats at Wimbledon.
Oh, I didn't
No,
mean...
me, I am not an amphibian like the machine of the unfortunate Captain Seaton. I prefer to live in one element, the earth. It is good enough for me.
Are you never tempted to renew your detective activities, this passive life?
Suits me admirably. To sit in the sun, what could be more charming? To step from your pedestal at the zenith of your fame, what could be a grander gesture? To hear people say, that is Hercule Poirot. There never was anyone like him. There never will be. I am satisfied. I ask no more. Hercule Poirot has solved his last case.
Aren't you afraid of tempting the gods?
Impossible, mon ami. That anything should shake the will of Hercule Poirot.
Impossible, Poirot.
Ah, you're right, my friend. One should not use such a word. I do not say that if a bullet should strike the wall by my head, I should not investigate the matter. One is human after all.
What was that?
Only a pebble, mon ami. Yes. One is human, one is the sleeping dog, but the sleeping dog can be roused. Let us descend into the garden.
He set off ahead of me down the steps, which led from the terrace to the rose garden, and as he did so, a girl came hurrying up towards us. What about Peril? Are you all right?
It is my ankle.
Let me help you up.
Here, Poirot, take my arm.
1,000 pardons.
Just take it slowly.
Oh, mademoiselle, you are most kind. I regret exceedingly. My foot, he pains me considerably.
Can you stand on it?
It is the turned ankle, that is all. In a few minutes all will be well, but if you could help me over to that chair, Hastings.
Of course.
You and mademoiselle between you, if she will be so very kind.
Just hold on to me.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
I think I'd better go and get a doctor.
No. That is not necessary. The ankle turned, that is all. But in a little minute it will have been forgotten. Mademoiselle, I thank you 1,000 times. Please, sit down, I beg you.
I really think you ought to get it seen to.
Oh, mademoiselle, I assure you it is a bagatelle. In the pleasure of your society, the pain passes already.
I'm very flattered.
It was very fortunate that you happened to be passing, mademoiselle. You are, staying at the hotel?
Oh, no. I'm meeting some friends in the lounge for cocktails. I live at End House.
End House?
Over there. Out on the point.
Rather an eerie-looking place.
Like something out of Edgar Poe. The House of Usher, perhaps.
Anyway, I love it. But the place is going to rack and ruin.
You are the last of an old family, mademoiselle?
Oh, we're nothing very important. But there have been Buckleys there for 200 or 300 years. My brother died 3 years ago, so I'm the last of the family.
Oh, that is sad. You live there alone?
I wouldn't really put it like that.
I'm away a good deal, and when I'm home there's usually a cheery mob coming and going.
That is so modern. I was picturing you in a dark, mysterious mansion haunted by a family curse.
What a picturesque imagination you have. The house isn't haunted. Or if it is, the ghost must be a very kind, protective one. I've had 3 escapes from sudden death in as many days, so I must bear a charmed life.
Escapes from death?
How very interesting.
Oh, they weren't very exciting. Just accidents. These wasps. There must be a nest of them somewhere.
You have been stung, yes?
No, but I hate it when they come right past your face. One of them just missed me only a few minutes ago. Seem to be all over the place today.
The bee in the bonnet, perhaps. And that is a particularly elegant hat you are wearing.
Oh, do you think so?
No, I did not mean you to take it off.
Her dark hair was ruffled and gave her an elfin look. In fact, there was something elfin about her altogether. The small, vivid face, the enormous dark blue eyes, something haunting and arresting. Was it a hint of recklessness? And there were dark shadows under her eyes.
And now I really must be going. They'll be wondering where I've got to.
Nick! Nick!
What did I tell you?
So that's where you've been hiding. Fred is absolutely desperate for a drink.
I was just coming. This is Commander Challenger.
Of the British Navy, I presume. Oh, I have a great regard for the British Navy.
Really?
Come on, George. Let's go and join Freddie and Jim. I hope the ankle will be all right, monsieur. Goodbye.
Yes. I am sure it will. Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Goodbye, Miss Buckley.
So, that is one of mademoiselle's friends, one of her cheery crowd. Oh, but she has left her hat behind. Has the commander a tendresse for her, do you think?
My dear Poirot, how can I possibly tell? Give me that hat, I'll take it to her.
Not yet, no. Some amuse.
Really, Poirot?
I grow old and childish, but I am not so completely imbecile as you think. We will return the hat later to End House, and thus gain another opportunity of meeting the charming Miss Nick.
Poirot, I believe you've fallen in love.
She is a pretty girl, is she not?
Why are you so interested in her?
No, you are under a misapprehension, my friend. I may be interested in the lady, it is true, but I am much more interested in her hat.
In her hat?
You see the reason for my interest?
Perfectly plain, fawn felt, with a wide brim.
No, I did not ask you to describe the hat. Regard more closely, my dear old imbecile. It is not necessary to use the little grey cells. The eyes will do.
Oh, I see what you mean. There's a hole in the brim.
Did you observe the way mademoiselle flinched when that creature flew past? The bee in the bonnet, the hole in the brim.
But a wasp couldn't make a hole like that.
Oh, what acumen. No, Hastings, it could not. But a bullet could.
A bullet?
Mais oui. A bullet like this one.
Where did you get hold of that?
A spent bullet. It was that which fell at our feet when we were talking together on the terrace.
And I thought it was just a pebble. Was that why you went through that pantomime about twisting your ankle?
You see at last. I wish to make the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Nick because I believe that it was at her that the bullet was fired. 1 inch of a difference, and the hole would not have been through the hat, but through the head.
Good Lord!
But he made a grave mistake, that would-be murderer, when he shot at his victim within a dozen yards of Hercule Poirot. And what was it that Mademoiselle herself said?
That she'd had 3 escapes from sudden death in as many days.
Exactly, my friend. And now there has been a 4th. The peril is very close at hand.
Poirot, I've been thinking.
An admirable exercise, mon ami. Continue it.
That shot must have been fired quite close to us. And yet the funny thing is that we didn't hear it. It is rather odd.
No, it is not at all odd. All this morning, speedboats have been making trips round the bay. Ma foi, you could fire a machine gun almost and never notice it when one of those abominations goes pop, pop, popping out to sea. Ah, and here comes Mademoiselle Nick and more of her cheery crowd. Evidently they are going to take lunch here, and therefore, when a suitable opportunity presents itself, I must return the hat.
For the remainder of our meal, my friend was silent and unusually distant, keeping his eye entirely on Miss Buckley and her friends. Challenger was sitting next to her, and there was a tall, fair, rather exquisite young man with a supercilious manner and a tired drawl. The woman sitting beside him was an unusual type. A weary Madonna describes her best. Her face was dead white and emaciated, yet curiously attractive. Her eyes were light grey with very large pupils. At the end of the meal, the two men left to inspect a very ostentatious, gleaming red car which belonged to the languid young man, and the two women went to take coffee in the lounge.
Now is our opportunity to have a little word with Mademoiselle Nick. I will see if I can arrange a meeting at End House where we can be away from the rest of them.
He marched into the lounge with an almost military determination and drew Miss Buckley to one side.
Mademoiselle, may I crave one little word with you?
I was left feeling rather ill at ease, not knowing whether to strike up a conversation with Miss Buckley's companion or not. She was staring at me with a look of curious detachment.
Oh, why don't you sit down until your friend has finished with Nick?
Thank you. Miss Buckley very kindly came to the rescue of my friend when he twisted his ankle this morning.
So Nick told me. There doesn't seem to be much wrong with his ankle now, does there?
Just a momentary sprain.
Well, at least I'm glad to hear that Nick didn't invent the whole thing. She's the most heaven-sent little liar that ever existed, you know.
Is that so?
She's one of my oldest friends, but I always think loyalty's a tiresome virtue, don't you? Nick told us all a marvellous story about something going wrong with the brakes of her car. But Jim Lazarus, he was with us just now, said there was nothing in it at all. And he's by way of being quite expert about cars.
Fortunately, I was spared any further embarrassing disclosures about her friend by the return of Poirot, who gave a quick bow to the listless Madonna and drew me hastily away to the privacy of his sitting room.
It is all arranged, my friend. We are to call on Mademoiselle at End House at 6:30.
How did you manage it?
Well, she was a little unwilling, naturally. I could see the thoughts passing through her mind. Who is he, this little man? Is he the bounder, the moving picture director? If she could have refused, she would. But it is difficult. Asked like that on the spur of the moment, it is easier to consent.
It still seems perfectly incredible to me to take a pot shot at somebody in a hotel garden. Only a madman would do such a thing.
I disagree with you. Given one condition, it would be quite a reasonably safe affair. To begin with, the garden is deserted and there is plenty of cover, trees, palms, flowering shrubs. Anyone could hide and be unobserved while waiting for Mademoiselle to come that way.
But how could he be certain that she would?
Because Mademoiselle Nick is one of those people who is always late, and she would take the shortcut. The way through the hotel garden is the most direct route from End House.
All the same, the risk was enormous. He might have been seen, and you can't make the shooting seem like an accident.
Not like an accident, no.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. A little idea. Leaving it aside for the moment, there is, as I said just now, the essential condition.
And what is that?
Surely you can tell me, Hastings?
I wouldn't like to deprive you of the pleasure of being clever at my expense.
Oh, the sarcasm, the irony. Well, my friend, what leaps to the eye is this. The motive for the attempt to kill Mademoiselle Nick cannot be obvious. If it were, then, as you say, the risk would be too great. People would be bound to say, I wonder where so-and-so was when the shot was fired. No, the identity of our would-be killer cannot be obvious. That is what disturbs me. I want to find out about these so-called accidents that Mademoiselle dismisses so lightly.
From the outside, End House was very large and very dreary-looking, and was clearly in a bad state of repair.
Now, how about a cocktail?
Oh, yes.
I'm told it's one of the few things I do really well.
The inside of the house could not have been a greater contrast. The drawing-room was full of sunshine and the light of the sea. The curtains were of faded brocade, but the covers were new and gay, and the cushions were positively hectic.
I'm simply devoured with curiosity. Am I the long-lost heroine you've been seeking for your next film? Oh, you were so solemn at lunchtime. I feel it can't be anything else. Here, try this.
Thank you.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Excellent.
Well...
To your good health, mademoiselle. To your continued good health.
Is there something the matter?
Yes, mademoiselle. This. You know what it is?
Yes, of course I do. It's a bullet.
It was not a wasp that flew past your face in the garden this morning. It was this bullet.
You mean that some idiot was firing off bullets in the hotel garden?
It would seem so.
But I never heard a gun go off.
I want to know about these other so-called accidents that you mentioned. I want to be sure that that was what they were.
But what else could they be?
Leave me to be the judge of that, mademoiselle.
What if someone is attempting your life?
But who on earth would want to kill me? I'm not the beautiful young heiress. I only wish I were worth killing. But I'm afraid there isn't a hope.
Will you tell me about these accidents, mademoiselle?
Of course, but there's really nothing to it. I'm sorry I even mentioned them. There's a heavy picture that hangs over my bed. It fell down in the night. As luck would have it, I happened to hear a door banging somewhere in the house, and I went down to shut it. Otherwise, it would probably have bashed my head in.
And what about accident number 2?
Oh, that's even more feeble. There's a scrambly cliff path down to the sea, which I use most days when I go to bathe. A boulder got dislodged somehow and came roaring down, just missing me. It gave me the fright of my life.
I'm sure it must have done.
The third thing was quite different. Something went wrong with the brakes of my car. I don't quite know what. The garage man did explain, but I couldn't really follow it. If I'd gone down the hill towards the town, there would have been a devil of a smash. But owing to my always leaving something behind, I turned back and only ran into the laurel hedge.
And you can't say what the actual trouble was?
If you really want to know, you can ask them at Mott's garage. I think what it boiled down to was that something had come loose or been unscrewed.
Where do you keep your car, mademoiselle?
In the shed, round the other side of the house.
So anyone could tamper with the car without being noticed?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Oh, but it's so silly.
No, mademoiselle, it is not silly. I tell you, you are in grave danger. Do you know who I am?
I'm afraid I don't. Should I?
I am Hercule Poirot.
Oh, yes.
You are not at ease. That means, I suppose, that you have not read my books.
Well, no, not all of them, but I know the name, of course.
Mademoiselle, you are a polite little liar. I forgot, you are only a child. You would not have heard. So quickly does fame pass. My friend will tell you.
Monsieur Poirot was a great detective.
Oh, is that all you can find to say? Tell mademoiselle that I am a detective unsurpassed, the greatest that ever lived.
But that's no longer necessary. You've told her yourself.
Ah, yes, but one should not have to sing one's own praises.
There's no point in keeping a dog and having to bark oneself. Who is the dog, by the way?
My name's Hastings.
Oh, 1066 and all that? Oh, but seriously, it's very kind of you and all that. But it's nothing more than a series of silly accidents.
You are as obstinate as the devil.
Well, that's where I get my name from. My grandfather was supposed to have sold his soul to the devil. Everyone round here called him Old Nick. Oh, he was a wicked old man, but great fun. I adored him. I went everywhere with him. And so they called us Old Nick and Young Nick. My real name is Magdala.
What a very unusual name.
Yes, it's a kind of family one. There have been lots of Magdalas in the Buckley family. There's one on the wall over there.
Oh, and very beautiful she is, too.
And the portrait over the mantelpiece, is that your grandfather, mademoiselle?
Yes, that's Old Nick. Quite striking, isn't it? Well, Jimmy Lazarus wanted to buy it. He offered me £50 for it, but I wouldn't sell. I've got a great affection for old Nick. There was a saying round here that everything he touched turned to gold. But he was a gambler and soon ran through it all. When he died, he left hardly anything beside the house and the land.
Listen to me, mademoiselle, and I implore you to be serious. Your life is in great danger. Today somebody shot at you with a Mauser pistol.
A Mauser?
Yes. Why do you ask? Do you know of anyone who has a Mauser pistol?
I've got one myself.
You have?
Yes, it was my father's. He brought it back from the war, and it's been knocking around the house ever since. I saw it only the other day in the drawer of the bureau.
Perhaps you should check that it is still there.
Anything to keep the great detective happy. That's funny. I could have sworn I saw it in here. I must have dreamt it. No, it's not here. I expect it's somewhere around.
You remember, Hastings, that I told you I had a little idea? Well, it was correct. Supposing mademoiselle had been found shot, lying in the hotel garden, and beside her hand, just fallen from it, would have been found her own pistol. There would be suggestions, no doubt, of worry, of sleeplessness.
Oh, that's true enough. Everybody's been telling me I've been looking nervy lately.
They would have brought in a verdict of suicide. Mademoiselle's fingerprints on the pistol and nobody else's.
Oh, terribly amusing.
N'est-ce pas? But you understand, mademoiselle, there must be no more of this. 4 accidents, yes, but the 5th time may be different.
Bring out your rubber-tired hearses.
But we are here, my friend and I, to prevent all that.
Yes, we'll look after you, Miss Buckley.
Oh, how frightfully nice of you.
And so it is time for me to begin to act as the conventional detective and to ask the conventional questions. Who profits by your death, mademoiselle?
I can't imagine. That's why it all seems such nonsense. All I have in the world is this beastly old barn of a house. And it's mortgaged up to the hilt. The roof leaks, and there can't be a diamond mine or anything exciting like that hidden in the cliff.
It is mortgaged, you say?
Yes, I had no alternative. You see, there were 2 lots of death duties on top of one another. First, my grandfather died, just 6 years ago, and then my brother. That just about put the lid on the financial position.
And your father?
He was invalided home from the war, then got pneumonia and died in 1919.
And after you, mademoiselle, who is your nearest relative?
My cousin, Charles Weiss. He's a solicitor in St. Lou. Quite good and worthy, but very dull.
Does he manage your affairs for you?
I suppose you could say that, not that I've really any to manage. He fixed up the mortgage for me and made me let the lodge.
The lodge? And to whom is it let?
To some Australians. Croft, their name is. Too terribly friendly for words. Always bringing me sticks of celery and peas and that sort of thing. Mrs. Croft's a cripple and lies on the sofa all day. But they pay the rent, and that's what matters.
And now for your friends, mademoiselle. The ones with whom you were lunching today, for instance.
Well, Freddie Rice, Frederica, is practically my greatest friend. Oh, she's had a rotten life. Married to the most frightful beast. Drink and drugs and all that. She left him a couple of years ago. Since then, she's just drifted about. Oh, I wish to goodness she'd marry Jimmy Lazarus.
Is that the art dealer in Bond Street?
Yes, Jim's the only son. Rolling in money. He's devoted to Freddie and they go everywhere together.
And where is Mrs. Rice's husband?
Oh, God knows. He's dropped out of everything. It makes it horribly awkward for Freddie. You can't divorce a man when you don't know where he is.
And what about the good Commander Challenger?
I've known George for about 5 years. It seems like all my life. He's a good soul, George.
He wants you to marry him,
He does mention it now and again in the small hours of the morning or after the second glass of port.
But you won't accept him?
What would be the use of George and I marrying one another? We've neither of us got a bean. And he must be 40 if he's a day.
In fact, he has 1 foot in the grave. And you are young and beautiful, mademoiselle, and the sun shines, and there is life and love ahead of you, and I am determined that you shall live to enjoy them. Tell me, have you a friend you can trust?
Well, there's Freddie.
No, other than Mrs. Rice.
Why do you want to know?
Because I want you to have a friend to stay with you. Immediately.
Well, there's Maggie, I suppose. I could get hold of her, I expect.
Who's Maggie?
Maggie Buckley, one of my Yorkshire cousins. I usually have her to stay here sometime or other in the summer. Oh, she's not much fun, though. Her father's a clergyman, and she's one of those painfully pure girls, with the kind of hair that has just become fashionable by accident.
She will do admirably.
I certainly don't know who else I could get hold of at this time of year. But if it isn't the choir boys' outing or the mother's bean feast, she'll come all right. I'll wire her to come on Monday.
Why not tomorrow?
On Sunday trains and all the way from Yorkshire? She'll think I'm dying if I suggest that. No, I'll say Monday.
Very well. Now tell me, mademoiselle, have you ever made a will?
Yes, about 6 months ago before my op.
Qu'est-ce que vous dites? Your op?
My appendix operation.
Uh-huh.
Someone said I ought to make a will, so I did.
And what were the terms of the will?
I left End House to Charles Weiss. I hadn't much else to leave, but what there was I bequeathed to Freddie.
To Mrs. Rice?
Yes. I have a nasty feeling that the liabilities would probably exceed the assets.
So, now we will take our leave. But I must warn you to be careful.
Of what?
Yes, you are right. In which direction to be careful. But do not fear, mademoiselle. In a little while I shall have discovered the truth.
And until then I should beware of bombs and boulders, falling pitchers and arrows dipped in the secret poison of South American Indians.
You make a joke of everything, do you not? But 4 attempts on your life is no laughing matter. Murder is not to be mocked, mademoiselle.
In Part 1 of Agatha Christie's Peril at End House, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat and Captain Hastings by Simon Williams. Nick Buckley, Gemma Saunders, Frederica Rice, Susanna Hamilton, George Challenger, Andrew Wincott. Peril at End House is dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Poirot and I were sitting on the terrace of the Majestic Hotel at St. Lou in Cornwall one fine summer morning when a spent bullet struck the wall close by. The intended victim, whose broad-brimmed hat the bullet had pierced with a neat little hole, was a girl called Nick Buckley, the owner of End House, which stood on a headland close to the hotel. On further investigation, it emerged that 3 other attempts had been made on her life in as...
Where the path leads down the cliff to the sea, that is where the boulder so narrowly missed Mademoiselle Nick. She had a very fortunate escape.
Poirot, there is something I think I should tell you.
Then tell me.
At lunchtime in the hotel, while you were talking to Miss Buckley, I had a little chat with her friend, Mrs. Rice, or at least she did most of the talking.
And what did she talk about?
Nick Buckley. Mrs. Rice said she was the most amazing little liar and that she had invented the whole story of something going wrong with the brakes of her car. She said that her friend Mr. Lazarus told her there was nothing in it at all.
Ah, tiens, c'est intéressant, ça. There is, of course, the type that tries to draw attention to itself by having marvellous escapes from death.
You don't think
that Mademoiselle Buckley is like that? No, I think not. You observe that we had great difficulty in convincing her of the danger in which she stands. But why should Mrs. Rice say that? What was her motive? It is interesting. The little facts that are curious, I like to see them appear. They point the way.
The way where?
You put your finger on the weak spot, my excellent Hastings. Where indeed? To hunt down a murderer after a crime has been committed, c'est tout simple. The murderer has, so to speak, signed his name by committing the crime. But here there is no crime. And what is more, we do not want a crime.
But you must have some idea, some suspicion?
Nothing. On the face of it, no one seems to have any reason for desiring little Nick's death. The property, perhaps? End House passes to her cousin Charles Weiss.
The worthy but dull solicitor in St. Lou.
Exactly, but does Mr. Weiss really want a heavily mortgaged, dilapidated old house? We must speak to him, certainly, but the idea seems fantastic.
And everything else goes to Frederica Rice.
The bosom friend with her strange eyes and the air of a strayed Madonna. What is her concern in the business? She tells you that her friend is a liar. C'est gentil, ça. Why does she tell you that? Is she afraid of something that Nick might say? Did anyone tamper with the brakes of her car? And if so, who? And why should Mrs. Rice's admirer, Mr. Lazarus, the wealthy art dealer who is so knowledgeable about cars, support her accusation? And then there is Commander Challenger.
He's all right, I'm sure of that. A real pucker sob.
Oh, you have an extraordinary effect on me, Hastings. You have so strongly the flare in the wrong direction that I am always tempted to go by it. Well, I shall study the pucker, Commander Challenger. You have awakened my doubts.
My dear Poirot, a man who's knocked about the world as I have...
Never learns. But let us take ourselves off to Mott's garage. Perhaps there we shall learn the truth about the brakes on Mademoiselle Nick's car.
It wasn't difficult to lure the proprietor into a discussion about what had befallen the brakes. He launched off into a highly technical account of what the trouble was, all of which was entirely beyond me and certainly beyond Poirot. However, one thing became inescapably clear. The brakes had certainly been tampered with, and this could have led to a very serious accident.
So that is that. The little Nick was right, and the rich Mr. Lazarus, who knows so much about cars, was wrong. Hastings, my friend, all this is very curious.
So what do we do now?
We visit the post office and send off a telegram.
A telegram?
Yes, a telegram.
Poirot wrote out his telegram without vouchsafing any information as to its contents. Feeling that he wanted me to ask him what they were, I carefully refrained from doing so. There was dancing that evening at the Majestic. Nick Buckley was bursting with vivacity, dressed in floating scarlet chiffon that dragged on the floor. Frederica Rice was in white, and moved with a languorous, weary grace that was as far removed from Nick's animation as could be.
She's very beautiful.
Young Nick?
No, her friend. Is she evil? Is she good? Is she merely unhappy? She is a mystery. But on the other hand, she is perhaps nothing at all. But I tell you, my friend, she is an allumeuse.
What do you mean?
You will feel it sooner or later. Remember my words.
Very mysterious. Why don't you go and have a word with her yourself?
I am anxious to have a word with you, madame, while your friend is dancing.
Oh, really? What about?
I do not know whether she has told you. An attempt was made on her life this morning.
What do you mean?
Mademoiselle Buckley was shot at in the garden of the hotel.
Did Nick tell you this?
No, madame. I happened to see it with my own eyes. Here is the bullet.
But
it was no fantasy of Mademoiselle's, I can vouch for that. And several other very curious accidents have happened in the last few days. Perhaps you've not heard. You only arrived here quite recently, did you not?
Yes. I had been staying with friends at Tavistock.
At Tavistock? I wonder, madame, what were the names of the friends with whom you were staying?
Is there any reason I should tell you that?
Oh, 1,000 pardons, madame. I am most maladroit. But I myself have friends at Tavistock, and I thought that perhaps you might have met them there. Buchanan, that is their name.
Well, I can't remember anyone called that, but don't let's talk about boring people in Tavistock. I want to know about Nick. Who shot at her, and why?
I do not know, as yet, but I shall find out. You may not be aware of the fact, madame, but I am a detective. Hercule Poirot is my name.
Very famous name.
Madame is too kind.
And what do you want me to do, Monsieur Poirot?
To watch over your friend. That is all.
I shall certainly do that.
Thank you, madame. I need not waste your valuable time any longer. Au revoir.
I think you're rather showing your hand, Poirot.
What else can I do? It lacks subtlety, perhaps, but it makes for safety. At any rate, one thing emerges plain to see.
What's that?
The beautiful Frederica Rice was not at Tavistock. Where was she? Oh, see, the handsome Lazarus has returned. She's telling him. He looks over at us. He's clever, that one. Oh, if only I knew.
If only you knew what?
What I shall know on Monday. You have no longer the curiosity, my friend? There was a time.
There are pleasures that it's good for you to do without.
What are you talking about?
The pleasure of refusing to answer questions.
Ah, c'est malin.
Quite so.
But here comes Mademoiselle Nick.
Do you see, Mr. Poirot? I'm not letting myself be scared by it all.
Évidemment, mademoiselle.
Dancing on the edge of death.
It is a new sensation, mademoiselle?
Yes. Rather fun.
I wish she hadn't said that, dancing on the edge of death. I don't like it.
I know, it is too near the truth. Ah, she has courage, that little one. Unfortunately, it is not courage that is needed at this moment.
What is, then?
Caution, my friend. Caution.
The following day was Sunday, a beautiful, calm English Sunday. All I wanted was to sit on the terrace and let the morning gently drift by. But Poirot was most unusually energetic.
Come, my friend, we will try a little experiment. Monsieur Lazarus and Madame Frederica have gone for a ride in the car and taken Mademoiselle Nick with them. The coast is clear.
We went down the steps from the hotel and walked across to the headland and came to an inconspicuous little gate, rather rusty on its hinges.
End house, private.
The French windows onto the veranda were open, and we passed straight into the drawing room and up the stairs to Nick's bedroom.
You see how easy it is, Hastings. No one has observed us. We could do any little affair we had to do in perfect privacy, like cutting through the wire on this picture, so that it would be bound to snap before a few hours had passed.
It looks very heavy, that picture. Nick had a lucky escape. There's someone in the house.
Did I not say how easy it was? I think we should find out who this someone is.
What the hell are you doing in here?
Ah, it is Mr. Croft, is it not?
Yes, that's right, but
Let us go down to the drawing room. We can talk more comfortably there.
So what's all this about, then? How do you know my name?
I will introduce myself. Hercule Poirot, at your service.
The detective chap. Oh, I've heard all about you.
In Australia?
Oh, yes. We followed lots of your cases. But the local paper said you were here.
The local paper?
The St. Lou Herald. Oh, the famous French detective.
Belgian. But it makes no matter. This is my friend Captain Hastings.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, hi.
What were you doing in Nick's room? Were you looking for something?
Oh, it is all very simple. The other night, a picture fell from over Mademoiselle Buckley's bed. She may have told you about it.
She certainly did. She was lucky not to have her skull cracked open.
I promised her that I would bring her a special chain, one that would not snap. And since she told us that she would be out this morning, I take the opportunity to do the necessary measurements.
So, that's all that is. If you're not too busy, Mr. Poirot, could you spare the time to come back to the lodge? Have a cup of tea. Australian fashion, huh? Meet the wife? She'd be tickled pink to meet you.
You are too kind, Monsieur Croft. We shall be delighted. You have all the measurements correctly, Hastings?
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Then follow me. The lodge is only just across the garden.
Have you been in England long, Mr. Croft?
We'd always wanted to visit the old country. We took a trip to the continent. Paris, Rome, Florence, all that sort of stuff. But when we were in Italy, there was this train accident. My wife was pretty badly hurt. Spine injury.
Oh, what a sad misfortune.
And so we came here. Found this place. Just what we were looking for. Not too many cars about. No noisy gramophones. Ah, here we are. Cooey! I brought someone really special for you, Mother.
I read all about that blue train case, Mr. Perot. That poor Mrs. Kettering and the Heart of Fire. But didn't I read somewhere that you'd retired? Given up for good and all?
Ah, madame, you must not believe all you read in the newspapers.
So you still carry on the business?
If I find a case that interests me.
And you sure you're not down here on business now, Mr. Poirot? Calling it a holiday may be all part of the game.
You mustn't ask Mr. Poirot embarrassing questions, Bert, or he won't come again.
Mr. Poirot and his friend were helping Miss Buckley get a new chain for that picture, Mother. The one that fell.
Yes, we were just measuring it up.
That poor little girl might have been killed. She's a live wire and no mistake. Not much liked in the neighbourhood, or so I've heard. Well, that's the way in these stuck-up English places. I don't wonder she doesn't spend much time down here. And that long-nosed cousin of hers has no more chance of persuading her to live down here than a woman does.
Don't gossip, Millie.
Aha. So the wind is in that quarter. Monsieur Charles Weiss is in love with our little friend.
Oh, he's silly about her. But Miss Buckley won't marry a country lawyer. She's a sweet girl. But I'm concerned about her. She's had what I call a haunted look lately. And that worries me. I've got my reasons for being interested in that girl, haven't I, Bert?
No need to go into that, Mother. Now, Mr. Poirot, I wonder if you'd be interested in seeing some snapshots of Australia.
It was half an hour before we finally escaped, but the Crofts were nice people, I thought. Typical Australians.
You did not think that they were perhaps a shade too typical? Calling out cooey and showing us all those photographs on which, as it happens, neither of them appeared? Were they not perhaps playing their parts a little too thoroughly?
What a suspicious old devil you are, Poirot.
You are right, mon ami. I am suspicious of everyone, of everything. But then, Hastings, this is a situation in which we can take nothing and no one at face value.
On Monday morning, we had just finished breakfast when Nick Buckley was shown up to Poirot's room. The circles under her eyes were darker than usual.
I've had a telegram from my cousin Maggie. She's arriving at 5:30 this afternoon. I hope that makes you happy, Mr. Poirot.
I am very relieved to hear it. Some of my fears at least can be laid to rest.
Oh, I wouldn't count on it. Maggie's got no kind of a brain. Good works is about all she's fit for. That and never seeing the point of jokes. Freddie Rice would be 10 times better at spotting hidden assassins. And Jim Lazarus would be better still. He has hidden depth, says Jim.
And what about Commander Challenger?
Oh, George, he'd never see anything till it was under his nose. But he'd let them have it if it came to a showdown.
Well, let us hope that it will not.
Oh, I don't know. It's all great fun, isn't it?
Is it, mademoiselle?
No. No, it isn't. I'm afraid. It's beginning to get to me. I always thought I was quite a brave person.
Oh, but you've shown the most wonderful courage, Miss Buckley.
I spend the whole time wondering whether something else is going to happen, and if it does, how it will happen.
Yes, that is the worst part of it.
This morning, I came here by the road. I simply couldn't bring myself to walk through the garden. I feel as though my nerve had gone all of a sudden, and that all this should be going on top of everything else.
What exactly do you mean by on top of everything else, mademoiselle?
Oh, just what the newspapers call the strain of modern life, I suppose. Too many cocktails, too many cigarettes.
No, you are not being honest with me.
But I've told you every single smallest thing.
About the accidents, yes. But you have not told me everything that is in your heart, in your life.
Can anyone do that?
Perhaps, mademoiselle, it is not your secret.
If you think I know something about somebody else or have my suspicions, you're wrong. It's having no suspicions that's driving me mad. I'm not a fool. I can see that if these accidents aren't accidents, they must have been engineered by somebody very close at hand.
And you have no idea whom that person might be?
Not in the very least. Do you know a queer wish I have always had? I want to produce a play at End House. I've seen all sorts of plays performed there in my mind. And now it's as though a drama really were being staged there. Only I'm not producing it. I'm in it.
I'm probably the person who dies in the first act.
No, mademoiselle, this will not do. This is hysteria.
Oh. Did Freddie tell you I was hysterical? You mustn't always believe what she says. There are times when she isn't quite herself.
Tell me, mademoiselle, have you ever thought of putting End House up for sale?
I've thought about it, but that's as far as I've ever got.
Would you consider selling it if you got a good offer?
No, I don't think I would. Not, I mean, unless it was such a ridiculously good one that it would be foolish to turn it down.
Quite so, I understand.
By the way, there are fireworks tonight, Regatta Week and all that. I'm having a little dinner party at 8 o'clock. You can see the fireworks splendidly from the garden. Will you come?
Oh, we will be enchanted, will we not, Hastings?
Many thanks, Miss Buckley.
Till this evening, then. Nothing like a party for reviving the flagging spirits.
That morning we called on Charles Vyse, or rather at Messrs. Vyse, Trevanion and Bettesworth in the main street of St. Lou. He was tall, pale and impassive, and beginning to go a little bald. Poirot had brought a document with him on which he said he needed Mr. Vyse's guidance. It was all settled in a matter of minutes.
I am very much obliged to you. For a foreigner, you understand, these legal matters can be very difficult.
Oh, I'm only too glad to have been of assistance. May I ask who recommended me to you?
Miss Buckley. Your cousin, is she not? I tried to see you on Saturday morning. When was it, Hastings?
At about 12:30.
But you were out, I think.
That is right. I left early on Saturday.
Mademoiselle, your cousin must find that large house very lonely. She lives there by herself, I understand.
That is so.
Tell me, Mr. Vyse, is there any chance of the property ever being on the market?
None at all, I should say.
You must understand I do not ask idly. I myself am in search of such a property. The climate of St. Lou enchants me. It is true that the house itself is in very bad repair, but I gather there has been very little money to spend on it. You do not think it possible that mademoiselle would consider an offer?
I'm certain that nothing would induce her to sell.
Oh.
My cousin is quite fanatically devoted to the place. It is, you understand, a family home. Selling it would be quite out of the question.
And what impression did this Charles Vyse make on you, my friend?
A very negative one. The kind of man you'd never remember on meeting again.
Did you notice anything that struck you as curious in the course of his conversation with us?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have said that Miss Buckley was fanatically devoted to End House. She's fond of the place, but nothing more than that.
And did you notice anything else?
He wasn't in his office at 12:30 on Saturday morning.
The time that somebody took a shot at Mademoiselle Nick. So, we cannot clear Mr. Vyse of suspicion.
Nick Buckley had done her best to give End House something of a festive air for her dinner party. When we arrived, she was dancing by herself to the gramophone, wrapped in a highly exotic kimono covered with dragons.
Oh, it's only you. What a nuisance.
Oh, mademoiselle, we are desolated. Whom did you hope we might be?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude. I hoped you might be from the dressmakers. I've been waiting for my frock to arrive for hours. The brutes promised me faithfully it would be here by 6:30.
There is to be a dance tonight at the Majestic, is there not?
Yes, we're going there after the fireworks.
Oh, Nick, have they still not brought your dress? It's too bad.
I'm expecting it any minute.
Well, they're certainly taking their time.
This is my cousin Maggie. Maggie, these are the famous sleuths who are protecting me from the mysterious would-be assassin.
Oh.
Take them into the drawing room and let them tell you about it. Now, that really must be the dressmakers.
We were left alone with Maggie Buckley, and I formed a most favourable impression of her. A quiet girl, pretty in the old-fashioned manner. Her face was innocent of makeup, and she wore a simple, rather shabby black evening dress. She had frank blue eyes and a rather nervous smile.
Nick has been telling me the most amazing things. Someone took a pot shot at her with a gun in a hotel garden, and a boulder missed her by inches, and the brakes of her car have been tampered with. Surely she must be exaggerating. Whoever in the world would want to kill Nick?
Nevertheless, I assure you, mademoiselle, that it is the truth.
Well, if you think so, Mr. Poirot. I must say, Nick seems rather fey tonight. I can't tell what's the matter with her.
She's behaving with great courage, determined to carry on as usual.
It's the only way, isn't it? I mean, Whatever one's feelings are, it's no good making a fuss about them. It only makes it uncomfortable for everyone else.
At about 7:30, Frederica Rice and Mr. Lazarus swept in. She was wearing a blue gown that made her look more like a Madonna than ever, although a very fragile one. Nick came dancing in to greet them.
What a simply wonderful shawl, Nick. Red, like old Chinese lacquer. Where on earth did you get it?
It's a family heirloom, Jimmy, brought back by great-great-great-Uncle Timothy from his travels in the East.
It's quite amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, it's warm, that's the main thing. I shall need it while we're watching the fireworks.
That black dress sets it off marvellously. I don't think I've ever seen you in black before. I thought you hated yourself in it. Is there any particular reason?
Oh, I don't know. Is there a reason for anything?
Where's George Challenger got to tonight? I thought you said he'd be here.
He had to go to Plymouth. I expect he'll arrive sometime or other. Maggie, I can't remember whether you've met Mr. Lazarus. Mr. Lazarus?
We went in to dinner. The food was indifferent, the champagne excellent, the conversation rather uneasy.
It doesn't look as if there's much hope for that poor chap who was trying to fly around the world.
Oh, you mean Michael Seaton?
Yes. If he'd succeeded, he'd have been the hero of the day. He's the kind of man England can't afford to lose.
Nick and I met him at the Touquet.
Mm-hmm.
She made quite a conquest. Didn't he take you up flying with him?
Yes, at Scarborough.
Have you done any flying, Captain Hastings?
Oh, there's the telephone. It's bound to be for me. Don't wait. It's getting late, and I've asked people round to see the fireworks.
I glanced at my watch. It was just 9 o'clock. Dessert was brought in, and the port. Poirot and Lazarus talked about art. Frederica Rice gazed abstractedly out of the window, and I did my best to keep a conversation going with Maggie.
Well, I do so agree, but it's always like that, isn't it?
Come on out, all of you. It's nearly time for the fireworks, and the animals are coming in 2 by 2.
We all trooped dutifully out into the garden. I suppose that Nick had invited around a dozen people, none of them very interesting. Charles Vyse was there, and Mr. Croft from the lodge.
It's too bad that Mrs. Croft couldn't come. We ought to have carried her over on a chair or something.
It's bad luck on Mother altogether, but she never complains. She's got the sweetest nature in the world. Oh, good one.
I'm freezing. I'm going to run in and get my coat.
Oh, please, let me, Miss Buckley.
Thanks all the same, but you wouldn't know where to find it.
Oh, Maggie, be a darling and get mine too.
I don't think she heard you. I'll get it. I need my fur wrap. The shawl isn't nearly warm enough. It's the wind.
That is all they can think of to say. In the end, it grows monotonous, do you not find? And the grass, it is damp to the feet. Oh, I shall suffer for this. I shall get a chill.
A chill on a lovely night like this?
A lovely night? You say that because the rain does not pour down in sheets. But I tell you, my friend, if there were a little thermometer, you would see...
I must admit, I wouldn't mind putting a coat on.
You are very sensible.
Shall I bring yours?
Oh, it is the dampness of the feet, I fear. Would it be possible, do you think, to lay your hands on a pair of galoshes?
Not a hope. That kind of thing isn't done, Poirot.
Then I shall go back and sit in the house. Just for the fireworks, should I catch a fluxion de poitrine? Let us go in, my friend. We are all children at heart. Les feux d'artifice, the party, the conjurer.
Huh?
Mais qu'est-ce que vous avez?
There, Poirot. In front of the French window. Someone's lying huddled on the ground.
The scarlet Chinese shawl. Oh, mon Dieu, it has happened. In spite of everything, in spite of all my precautions, it has happened. And this time, the murderer has succeeded.
The peaceful summer holiday that Poirot and I were enjoying at St. Lou on the Cornish coast had been interrupted by an attack on the life of Nick Buckley, the owner of End House, which stood on the headland close to our hotel. Poirot had taken every possible precaution to protect the girl's life and had even insisted that she brought down a trusted friend to stay with her. Nick invited her cousin Maggie, but all Poirot's precaution had proved in vain. for on the lawn outside the house, a girl lay dead.
In spite of everything that has happened, I should have foreseen. Not for an instant should I have left her side.
You mustn't blame yourself, Poirot. If somebody was so determined to kill Miss Buckley...
Sorry I've been so long, Maggie. I couldn't find my other... What is it? What's happened? Maggie. Oh, Maggie.
Yes, Maggie. I thought that it was you, mademoiselle.
Is she dead?
Yes, mademoiselle. She is dead.
Why? Who could have wanted to kill Maggie?
It was not her they meant to kill, mademoiselle. It was you. They were misled by the shawl.
Oh, my God. Why couldn't it have been me? I don't want to live. Now. I'd be glad. Happy to die.
Take Mademoiselle Nick into the house, Hastings, and then telephone the police. Tell them someone has been shot. And then get back to Mademoiselle immediately. She must on no account be left on her own.
I helped the half-fainting girl through the French windows of the drawing room and laid her on the sofa. I was trying to locate the telephone out in the hall when Ellen, the housekeeper, suddenly appeared.
What is it, sir? Has something happened?
Yes, where can I find the telephone?
There's nothing wrong, is there, sir?
There's been an accident. Somebody's been hurt. I must ring the police.
Who's been hurt, sir?
Miss Buckley, Miss Maggie Buckley.
Miss Maggie? Are you sure, sir? Are you sure it's Miss Maggie?
Of course I'm sure. Why?
Oh, nothing, sir. I thought it might be one of the other ladies. I thought it might be Mrs. Rice.
Look, please, tell me where I can find the telephone.
It's just through there, sir, in the little room under the stairs.
Thank you.
If you'd like me to...
No, that's all. Oh, can you tell me where I can find some brandy?
It's on the little table by the dining room window, sir. But wouldn't it be better
No, I'll see to it. Now, leave me. Please?
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
I made my report to the police and rang up the doctor, and then took Nick a glass of brandy. She was trying to sit up.
It's so awful. It's all so awful. Everything.
I know, my dear, I know.
No, you can't know. It's all such a waste. If only it had been me.
You mustn't say
No, you don't know. Poor Maggie. Poor dear old Maggie, who never harmed a soul in her life. We shared all our secrets together. That this should happen to her. I feel as though I'd killed her.
Poirot remained out in the garden conferring with the doctor and the police for what seemed like hours. Eventually he came in with the inspector, who was clearly no stranger to Nick.
Not impeding traffic this time, Inspector.
This is a terrible business, Miss Buckley. Mr. Poirot tells me that you were shot at in the grounds of the Majestic Hotel the other morning.
That's what he told me. I thought it was a wasp, but apparently it wasn't.
And I gather there were some peculiar accidents before that. I'd just like to know how it came about that your cousin happened to be wearing your shawl tonight.
We came into the house to fetch our coats. It was rather cold watching the fireworks in the garden. I threw the shawl onto the sofa here, and Maggie and I went upstairs. I got the coat I'm wearing now and found a wrap for Freddie.
Freddie?
My friend, Mrs. Rice. Then Maggie called out that she couldn't find her coat. She went downstairs to look for it, but she still couldn't find it. I called down to tell her that I'd bring her something of my own, but she said it didn't matter. She'd take my shawl. She must have gone out then.
No, you mustn't distress yourself, Miss Buckley. Just tell me this. Did you hear the shot? Or shots?
No, all I could hear was the fireworks.
That's just it. You'd never notice a shot with all that going on.
Probably the work of some homicidal maniac. Well, I won't need to ask you any more questions tonight, Miss Buckley.
Thank you, Inspector.
Good night, miss. I'm more sorry about this than I can say.
I have been talking to your doctor, and with your approval, of course, mademoiselle, we think it would be best if you were to spend a few days in a private nursing home.
Because of the shock?
I want you to feel safe, mon enfant, and I want to feel that you are safe. You understand?
Yes, I understand, but I don't think that you do.
Hmm?
I'm not afraid anymore. I don't care one way or another. If anyone wants to murder me, they can.
What's happened? There's a policeman at the gate. He said there'd been a murder. Is it Nick?
It's all right, George. Don't be an idiot. I'm quite safe.
God, but somebody's dead. The policeman said so.
Yes, Maggie. Poor old Maggie.
Now come, Miss Buckley. I will take you to the doctor's car. We will ask the housekeeper to pack a few things for you.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Poirot. I don't want to stay here any longer.
What's the matter? Where's he taking her?
To a nursing home. It's all been the most terrible shock for her.
What a simply ghastly tragedy. Poor Maggie.
Come and have a drink, Commander. You're all to pieces.
I don't mind if I do. You see, I thought it was Nick who'd been killed.
I doubt if I shall ever forget the night that followed. Poirot was a prey to such an agony of self-reproach that I was quite alarmed.
Ah, what it is to have too good an opinion of oneself. I am punished. I was too sure of myself.
No.
I had put a cordon round Mademoiselle, and the killer slipped through it under our very eyes. And now the position is changed for the worse. It may mean that not one life, but two will be sacrificed.
You really think, then, that Nick Buckley's life is still in danger?
Oh, my friend, for what other reason did I send her to the nursing home? I take the doctor into my confidence. He will make the arrangements. No one, not even her dearest friend, will be admitted to see Miss Buckley. You and I are the only ones permitted.
You don't think that the inspector may have had a point, that it was the work of a madman?
No. I am more than ever convinced that the murderer is someone in Mademoiselle's own circle.
But surely tonight has ruled out that possibility. We were all together watching the fireworks.
Now, could you swear, Hastings, that no one left our little company there on the edge of the cliff? Is there any one person whom you could swear you had seen all the time?
No, I don't think I could. On different occasions I noticed Frederica Rice, Lazarus, Croft, and Vyse, but all the time, no.
Exactly. And yet where is the motive? Who can conceivably have had a reason for wanting to do away with Nick Buckley? But always we come back to the same problem. What is there to inherit? That telegram I sent the other day.
Oh, yes. You were very mysterious about that.
It was to an art expert in London. I wanted him to come down and inspect the portrait of Miss Buckley's grandfather, for which Monsieur Lazarus had offered her £50. Now, supposing, for instance, that it were worth several thousand. Oh, it is far-fetched, but we must neglect nothing that may bring us nearer the truth.
And what did he say?
He will come down tomorrow to examine it. Oh, but now I need to employ the little grey cells. I advise you, Hastings, to go to bed.
No, not unless you do.
Oh, most faithful of dogs. But you cannot assist me to think. At least I beg you, take the easy chair. You might find yourself taking, how do you say it, 40 blinks.
It was daylight when I awoke. Poirot was sitting where he had been the night before. His attitude was the same, but his eyes were shining with that queer, cat-like light that I knew so well.
Tell me, Hastings, the answer to these 3 questions. Why has Mademoiselle Nick been sleeping badly of late? Why did she buy a black evening dress? Why did she say last night, I have nothing to live for now?
Well, as to the first, she said she'd been worried lately.
Exactly. What has she been worried about?
And as for the black dress, well, every woman wants a change sometimes.
Oh, for a married man you have very little appreciation of feminine psychology. If a woman does not think she looks good in a colour, she refuses to wear it.
And the last, about having nothing to live for, it was a natural thing to say after that dreadful shock.
No, Hastings, it was not a natural thing to say. We have there a sudden psychological change. Now, what was it that caused that change?
I've no idea.
Think, Hastings. Think. Use the little grey cells. She was not like that before dinner. What happened towards the end of the meal?
Yeah, she went out to take a telephone call.
You have got there at last. She went to answer the telephone, and she was absent for a long time, 20 minutes at least. Who spoke to her? Or was there really a telephone call at all? In those 20 minutes, I am convinced we shall find the keystone of the mystery. I know I am right.
I had a bath and a shave and went down to breakfast. There was nothing about the evening's events in the morning papers, only confirmation that Captain Seaton's plane had crashed in the Pacific and there was no longer any hope of survival. I was still looking through the papers when Mrs. Rice came in and asked if I could take her up to see Poirot.
Madame Rice, enchanté. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Are you too, Hastings?
Thanks.
Monsieur Poirot, I suppose there's no doubt that this business last night was all part and parcel of the same thing, that the intended victim was Nick.
I should say there was no doubt at all.
Nick bears a charmed life.
Luck, they say, goes in circles.
I owe you an apology, Monsieur Poirot. Until last night, I really didn't believe that Nick was in any real danger.
Is that so, madame?
I can see that everything now will have to be gone into very carefully. And I imagine that Nick's immediate circle of friends will not be free from suspicion. Ridiculous, of course, but there it is. Am I right?
You are very intelligent, madame.
You asked me some questions about Tavistock the other day. As you will find out sooner or later, I might as well tell you the truth. I did not stay at Tavistock.
No, madame?
I motored down to this part of the world early last week with Mr. Lazarus. We didn't wish to arouse more comment than necessary. We stayed at a little place called Shellicombe.
Oh, yes, about 7 miles from here.
May I be impertinent, madame?
Is there such a thing nowadays?
Perhaps you are right. How long have you and Mr. Lazarus been friends?
I met him 6 months ago.
And you care for him, madame?
He's rich.
Oh, no. That is an ugly thing to say.
Isn't it better for me to say than to have you say it for me?
Oh, well, there is always that, of course. May I repeat, madame, you are very intelligent.
You'll be giving me a diploma soon.
There is nothing more you wish to tell me, madame?
I don't think so. I'm going to take some flowers round to Nick and see how she is.
That is most amiable of you, madame, and thank you for your frankness.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
Goodbye, Madame Rice. She is intelligent, bien sûr, but not so intelligent as Hercule Poirot.
What do you mean?
That it is all very well to push the richness of Monsieur Lazarus down my throat.
Yeah, I must say that rather disgusted me.
No, mon cher. You always have the right reaction in the wrong place. It is not a question of good taste. If Madame Rice has a lover who is rich and gives her everything she wants, then obviously she would not need to murder her devoted friend.
Oh.
Précisément.
Why didn't you stop her going to the nursing home? They'll never let her in.
Oh, why should I show my hand? Is it Hercule Poirot who prevents Madame from seeing her friends? It is those tiresome doctors and nurses.
Look here, Monsieur Poirot, what's going on? I rang up that damned nursing home where Nick is and asked what time I could go round and see her, and they say the doctor won't allow any visitors. I don't believe that Nick really isn't up to seeing anyone. I think you're at the bottom of this, Monsieur Poirot.
Now, listen to me, mon ami. If one guest is admitted, others cannot be kept out. Others whose motives might not be as above suspicion as those of the good Commander Challenger. You comprehend? It must be all or none. And, since we all wish for the safety of Mademoiselle, it must be none.
Point taken. No embargo on flowers, though, is there? Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I'll send some straight away.
And now, while the impetuous Commander and Mrs. Rice and perhaps the rich Mr. Lazarus all encounter each other in the flower shop, you and I will drive quietly to our destination.
And find the answer to your 3 questions.
No, if you wish, but as a matter of fact, I already know the answer.
Huh? When did you find out?
While I was eating my breakfast, Hastings. It stared me in the face.
Tell me.
No. I will leave you to hear it from Mademoiselle.
It's good of you to come.
You must be brave, Mademoiselle. There is always something to live for.
I wish I could believe that.
May I offer you my deepest sympathy?
So you know. There's no point in trying to hide it any longer. Now that I shall no longer see him again.
Courage, Mademoiselle.
I haven't any courage left. I've used up every bit over these last weeks.
Regard the poor Hastings. He has no idea what we are talking about.
Michael Seaton, the man who was trying to fly around the world. I was engaged to him.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Miss Buckley. He died like a hero.
You heard the news last night?
Yes, it was on the wireless. That telephone call was just an excuse. I wanted to hear the news alone.
And how long had you been engaged to him?
Since just after Christmas, but it had to be kept secret.
Why was that?
Because of Michael's uncle, old Sir Matthew Seaton. He was a complete crank. Thought women ruined a man's life. Somebody had jilted him, I think. He was frightfully fond of Michael. He put up the money for the Albatross and the round-the-world flight. If Michael had pulled it off, well, he could have asked his uncle anything. He'd have been world-famous. His uncle would have come round.
So you told no one? Not even Madame Rice?
Sometimes I wanted to, frightfully. Especially when his plane was reported missing. It was awful not being able to talk to anyone.
You do not think that she may have guessed?
I don't think so. Of course, she used to hint at things sometimes, about Michael and I being great friends and all that.
But am I not right in supposing that Michael Seaton's uncle died a week or so ago? I seem to remember reading about it.
Yes, that's right.
And did you not consider telling Mrs. Rice even then?
I suppose I might have told anybody. But Michael's round-the-world flight was on the front page of every newspaper. It would have seemed rather boastful to break the news that I was engaged to him. And Michael would have hated the publicity.
Yes, I agree. You could not have announced it to the world at large. I only meant that you could have mentioned it privately to a friend.
I did sort of hint it to one person. I thought it was only fair. But I don't know how much he took in.
You told this person because he was in love with you?
Perhaps.
You once mentioned that you had made a will. Where is it, mademoiselle?
Oh, it's knocking around.
At End House?
Yes, but I can't say exactly where. I'm frightfully untidy. It's probably in the writing table in the library, or it might be in my bedroom.
You permit me to make a search?
If you want to. Look anywhere you like.
You see, Hastings, I was right. Always I knew there was something lacking, some piece of the puzzle that was not there.
Do you mean that this Michael Seaton business has some bearing on the case?
Oh, ma foi, do you not see? It gives us what we have been looking for, the motive.
I may be very dense, but I can't see it.
Just over a week ago, Sir Matthew Seaton dies. He was a millionaire, one of the richest men in England.
Yes, but...
One step at a time. He has a nephew whom he idolizes, and to whom we may safely assume he has left his vast fortune. Last Tuesday, Michael Seaton was reported missing, and the following day the attacks began on Mademoiselle Nick's life.
But I still don't...
Supposing, Hastings, that Michael Seaton made a will before he started on his flight and left everything to his fiancée.
That's pure speculation.
Perhaps, but it must be so. Because if it is not, there is no meaning in anything that has happened. Oh, it is no dilapidated house that is at stake, but an enormous fortune.
But if nobody knew of the engagement...
Somebody did know. Somebody always knows. If they do not know, they guess. Madame Rice suspected. Mademoiselle Nick admitted so much, and she may have had a way of turning her suspicion into a certainty.
How could she do that?
Well, for one thing, there must have been letters from Michael Seaton to Mademoiselle Nick, and it is all too evident that she leaves things here, there, and everywhere.
And Frederica Rice probably knew about the terms of her friend's will.
Doubtless. So this narrows down our list of suspects. I dismiss Commander Challenger. I dismiss Mr. Lazarus. I dismiss the excessively Australian Mr. and Mrs. Croft. So, only two people remain.
One is obviously Frederica Rice.
Yes. She is indicated very clearly. Apart from End House itself, which was left to Nick's cousin, Mr. Weiss, everything was to go to her. If Mademoiselle Nick had been shot instead of Maggie, Mrs. Rice would be a very rich woman.
I can hardly believe it.
You mean that you can hardly believe that a beautiful woman can be a murderess? Then what about our other suspect, Charles Weiss?
But he only stands to inherit the house.
Yes, my friend, but he may not know that. Did he make Mademoiselle's will for her? No, I think not. He may well believe that his scatterbrained cousin never made a will at all, and that he will inherit as next of kin.
You know, that really seems much more probable.
Yes, that is your romantic mind, Hastings, that well-known figure of fiction, the wicked solicitor. But it is true that Mr. Weiss would be more likely to know about the pistol and more likely to use it.
And to send that boulder crashing down.
Perhaps.
It really is amazing the way Nick has escaped.
Yes, and I can take no credit to myself.
Providence?
Ah, mon ami, you say that in your Sunday morning voice of gratitude without reflecting that what you are really saying is that le bon Dieu has killed Maggie Buckley.
Really, Poirot?
But I will not sit back and say le bon Dieu has arranged everything. I will not interfere, because I am convinced that le bon Dieu created Hercule Poirot for the express purpose of interfering. It is my métier.
The French windows of End House were, as usual, wide open. Poirot rang the bell to summon Ellen, who showed not the least surprise on seeing us.
Search where you like. The police have been all over the garden since early this morning. I don't know whether they found anything.
Were you very surprised last night when you heard that Miss Buckley had been shot?
Yes, sir. Very surprised. I can't imagine anyone being so wicked as to want to harm Miss Maggie.
If it had been anyone else, you would not have been so surprised,
I don't know what you mean, sir.
When I came into the hall last night, you asked if anyone had been hurt. Were you expecting something of the kind?
You wouldn't understand, sir. You see, this isn't a good house.
But you mean that sometimes in an old house there is an atmosphere of evil?
That's it, sir. Bad thoughts. And bad deeds, too. It's like dry rot. You can't get rid of it. I always knew something bad would happen here one day.
In an old house, there are sometimes secret hiding places. Do you know of any here?
Well, sir, there is a kind of sliding panel thing in this very room.
Huh?
I can remember being shown it as a girl. Only... No, I can't recall where it is.
Big enough for a person to hide in?
Oh, no, sir, no. It's just a little cupboard place. About a foot square. No more than that.
Well, thank you, Ellen. We shall not need to detain you any longer. We will begin our search in the library.
What was all that about?
The secret chamber. I thought it might have appealed to you, Hastings, and I wish to rid myself of the possibility of the unknown intruder. Factor X, let us call it. But it is of no consequence. Let us see if the will is among the papers in Mademoiselle's desk.
It took us some time to go through them. Everything was in complete confusion. Bills, receipts, invitations, all jumbled up together.
But no sign of a will. The only item of interest is perhaps this letter.
Darling, party was too marvellous. Feel rather a worm today. You were wise not to touch that stuff. It's too hard to give up. I'm writing to the boyfriend to hurry up the supply. What hell life is. Yours, Freddie. This must be from Mrs. Rice.
Dated last February. She takes drugs, of course. I knew that as soon as I looked at her.
Really?
You can see it in her eyes. And then there are her extraordinary variations of mood.
Well, that must have been what Nick meant when she said Mrs. Rice was not always herself.
Undoubtedly. Well, we have drawn a blank here. Let us try Mademoiselle's room.
Well, surely, Poirot, those are underclothes. I mean, we can hardly...
Decidedly, my poor Hastings, you belong to the Victorian era. Young ladies are not ashamed of their underclothes nowadays.
I don't see any need to search through those things.
Écoutez, mon ami. Clearly she does not lock up her treasures. If she were to hide anything from sight, it would be underneath the stockings and the petticoats. Here are, and here, if I do not mistake, are the love letters of Michael Seaton.
No, Poirot, you really can't do that. It isn't playing the game.
I am not playing a game, my friend. I am hunting down a murderer. Now come, you might as well read them with me. Console yourself with the thought that the faithful Ellen probably knows them by heart.
New Year's Day. Darling, the New Year is in and I'm making good resolutions. It seems too wonderful that you should actually...
February 8th. Dearest love, how I wish I could see you more often, but honestly it might upset the whole apple cart. Uncle Matthew has got such a bee in his bonnet about
April
early
18th.
marriages.
Darling, the whole thing is fixed up. If I pull this off, I shall be able to take a firm line with Uncle Matthew, and if he doesn't like it, what do
Dearest,
I care?
I'm off tomorrow. Somebody said I ought to make a will, so I have, on a half sheet of paper, and sent it to old Whitfield. I remembered that your name was really Magdala, which was clever of me, so that's it. I've simply written, I leave everything to Magdala. So, Hastings, it is as I told you. We now know that the fact that Michael Seton made a will in favor of Mademoiselle Nick is actually recorded in writing, and with the letters so casually hidden, anyone could read them.
Ellen?
Almost certainly. Or Frederica Rice. Or even Mr. Weiss.
Or Ellen could be in league with one of them, Lazarus, perhaps.
It is possible, my friend. With the fortune of one of the richest men in England at stake, who might not find the temptation impossible to resist. But which of them fired the shots that killed that poor girl, Hastings? Which of them?
Audio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Our peaceful holiday in Cornwall had been shattered by the murder of Maggie Buckley during a fireworks party at End House. It soon became clear that it was not she who was the intended victim, but her cousin Nick, who, through the death of her fiancé, had inherited the vast fortune of Sir Matthew Seton. For her own safety, Poirot had installed her in a nursing home, and none but ourselves was allowed to see her.
I hardly expected to see you so soon.
Yes, mademoiselle, I am like the Jacques in the case, always popping up again. This will of yours. Hastings and I, we have searched all over End House, but we find it not. Now think. Try to remember when you saw it last.
The trouble is that I never have particular places for things. I probably shoved it away in some drawer or other.
You did not put it in the secret panel by any chance?
The secret what?
Your housekeeper, Ellen, says there's a secret panel in the drawing room.
Oh, I've never heard of such a thing. I suppose Grandfather must have known about it, but if he did, he never told me. Are you sure Ellen isn't making it all up?
No, mademoiselle, I am not at all sure. But we are wandering from the subject. Your will, the last will and testament of Magdala Buckley.
I put that in, last will and testament, and said pay all debts and testamentary expenses. I remembered that out of a book I'd read.
You did not use a will form, then?
Well, there wasn't time for that. I was just going in for my appendix op. Mr. Croft said will forms could be very misleading.
Mr. Croft, the fellow who lives in your lodge?
Yes, it was he who asked me if I'd made one. I'd never have thought of it myself.
Very helpful, the excellent Mr. Croft.
He got Ellen in to witness it. Oh, of course. Oh, what an idiot I've been, letting you hunt round End House. Charles has got it. My cousin, Charles Weiss.
Ah, so that is the explanation.
Mr. Croft said a lawyer was the proper person to have charge of it, so we sent it to Charles. I should have remembered. He sent me those carnations.
They're very pretty.
And the roses are from George, and the lilies are from Freddie. Oh, and look here. Grapes, don't they look scrumptious?
Oh, you have not eaten any of them?
No, not yet.
You must eat nothing that comes from outside. Nothing, you comprehend?
You really think they might try again?
No, do not think of it. You are safe here. But remember, eat nothing that does not come from the nursing home. And now, mademoiselle, if you would be so good as to write a note to Charles Weiss authorizing him to show us your will. We have just time to catch him while he is still in his office.
I beg your pardon, but I really am at a loss to understand.
Has Mademoiselle Buckley not made her instructions clear?
But, my dear sir, no will has been entrusted to my keeping.
Come on.
Well, as far as I know, my cousin never made a will. She certainly never consulted me.
But she wrote it herself, you understand?
On a sheet of notepaper. She posted it to you.
Well, in that case, all I can say is that I never received it.
Oh, then there is nothing more to be said. There must be some mistake.
Certainly there must. I never received anything of the kind.
Is he lying, do you think?
Impossible to tell. One thing is clear. He will not budge from the position he has taken up.
So, what do we do now?
We go to see the Crofts, to see if they remember what happened. It seems to have been very much their doing.
Of course I remember. It was when she went in for her appendix operation.
It probably wasn't appendicitis at all. These doctors, they're always cutting you up if they can. It wasn't the kind you have to operate on. She'd had indigestion and one thing and another, and they'd x-rayed her and they said out it had better come.
Well, I asked her if she'd made a will. Well, more as a joke than anything else.
She wrote it out there and then.
And what was done with it?
I posted it off to Weiss myself in the box by the gate.
Mr. Weiss says he never received it.
You mean it got lost in the post? But that's impossible, surely.
Anyway, you are certain that you posted it?
Certain, sure. I'll take my oath on it any day.
So which of them is telling the truth? Croft or Weiss?
I don't see what Croft would gain by lying. The will's got nothing to do with him. And his statement tallies exactly with what Nick said.
You are right. But all the same, I am glad that Monsieur Croft was doing the cooking when we arrived. He left an excellent impression of a greasy thumb and first finger on a corner of the newspaper that covered the kitchen table. I managed to tear it off unseen by him. We will send it to the good Inspector Japp at Scotland Yard. I cannot help feeling that our genial Monsieur Croft is too good to be genuine.
That afternoon, the police sent round to us a very curious piece of evidence which they had turned up while searching the garden of End House. A torn scrap of paper.
Must have money at once. If not, you know what will happen.
Do they say whether there were any fingerprints on it?
There were none. Of course, it may have nothing to do with the case. Does the writing look at all familiar to you?
That reminds me of something. That note from Mrs. Rice that we found in Nick's desk.
Yes, there are resemblances. Yet I do not think it is the handwriting of Mrs. Rice. Come in.
Oh, Commander Challenger.
Just looked in to find out if you were any further forward.
Parbleu, at this moment I am feeling that I am considerably farther back. I seem to progress en reculant.
1 step forward and 2 steps back, eh? I've been hearing all about you, Monsieur Poirot. You'll get to the bottom of it, all right.
That I swear to you. I am the dog that stays on the scent and does not leave it.
Got any ideas?
I have suspicions of 2 people.
I suppose I mustn't ask who they are.
I should not tell you. I might probably be in error. But tell me, Commander, you would like, I think, to marry Mademoiselle Nick.
I've always wanted to marry her.
But Mademoiselle was engaged to another man, and he has died the death of a hero.
So it's true. Nick was engaged to Michael Seaton. I heard a rumour this morning.
You never suspected it before?
I knew she was engaged to someone. She told me so 2 days ago. But she didn't give me a clue as to who it was.
Entre nous, Michael Seaton has left her, I fancy, a very pretty fortune. She weeps for her lover now. But the heart consoles itself.
So that's where you've got to, George. They told me I might find you here.
Good afternoon, madame.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Rice.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry to intrude. I merely wanted to ask George whether he'd got my watch back.
I called for it this morning. Here you are.
It was a watch of rather unusual shape, round like a globe, set on a strap of plain black moire. I remember that I'd seen a similar one on Nick Buckley's wrist.
I hope it'll keep better time now.
It's rather a bore. Something's always going wrong with it. Am I interrupting a conference?
No, indeed, madame. We were only talking gossip. How quickly the news has spread that Mademoiselle Nick was engaged to that brave airman who perished.
So Nick was engaged to Michael Seaton?
Does it surprise you, madame?
A little. I don't know why. He was certainly very taken with her last autumn. They went about a lot together. And then after Christmas, they both seemed to cool off rather. As far as I know, they hardly met.
They kept their secret well.
On account of old Sir Matthew, I suppose. He really was a little off his head.
You had no suspicion, madame? And yet she was such an intimate friend.
Nick can be a close little devil when she likes. But I understand now why she's been so nervy lately. And I ought to have guessed from something she said the other day.
Your little friend is very attractive, madame.
Jim Lazarus certainly seemed to think so at one time.
Oh, everyone falls in love with Nick at some time or other. Oh, my God.
What? You are not well, madame?
No, I'm all right.
What?
George, darling, don't look so worried. Let's talk about something exciting. I want to know if Monsieur Poirot is on the track.
It is early to say, madame.
Yes, I suppose that's... I'm sorry, I've got ahead. I'll go and lie down. Perhaps tomorrow they'll let me see Nick.
You never know what that woman's up to. Nick may be fond of her, but I don't believe she's fond of Nick. But there, you can't tell with women. It's darling, darling, darling all the time, when, damn you, would probably be closer to the truth.
Challenger was in an expansive mood and insisted on accompanying us down to the flower shop in St. Lou, where Poirot was endlessly indecisive about what he should send to Nick. Eventually, he settled for orange carnations in a gold basket tied with a large blue bow, accompanied by a card on which he wrote with an ornate flourish,
"With the compliment of Hercule Poirot."
On the following day, the inquest on the death of Maggie Buckley took place in the old courthouse. Her father, who had come down from the north of England, formally identified the body, and I gave evidence of finding it. Proceedings were adjourned for a week, and Poirot decided we should set off for London.
All is peaceful here. Mademoiselle is safe in her nursing home, and the watchdogs, therefore, can take leave of absence.
Our first port of call was Messrs. Whitfield, Pargeter and Whitfield, solicitors both for Michael Seaton and his uncle Sir Matthew. They confirmed that Seaton had in fact left a will, a scrap of paper but perfectly legal, bequeathing everything to Magdala Buckley.
Making her, as the worthy Mr. Whitfield so bluntly put it, a target for any ambitious fortune hunter. So, that is settled, mon ami. It was as I thought. Now let us join the good Inspector Japp for dinner at the Cheshire Cheese.
I thought you'd given it all up and were growing vegetable marrows in the country, Poirot.
Oh, I tried, Japp, I tried. But even when you grow the vegetable marrows, you cannot get away from murder.
Well, you mustn't be depressed, old cock. Even if you don't see your way clear, well, you can't go about at your time of life and expect to have the success you used to. We all of us get stale as the years go by. Got to give the young'uns a chance, you know.
And yet the old dog is the one who knows his tricks. He is cunning. He does not leave the scent.
I thought we were talking about human beings, not dogs.
Why, is there so much difference?
It depends upon your point of view, or the dog's. You really are a caution, Poirot. You always were. You look just the same. Hair a bit thinner on top, but the face fungus fuller than ever.
Come on, what is that?
Chap is congratulating you on your moustaches.
Oh, they are luxuriant, yes?
Well, anyway, I've attended to that bit of business you asked me to look into. The fingerprints on the scrap of newspaper you sent me.
Yes?
Nothing doing.
Oh.
Whoever your Mr. Croft may be, he hasn't passed through our hands.
Is he known in Australia?
It doesn't look like it. I wired Melbourne, but they've got nothing on anybody of that name or description.
It was worth a try, at least. And what about the elegant Mr. Lazarus, the art expert who knows so much about cars?
The firm's got a good reputation. Quite straight and honourable in their dealings. They're in a bad way financially, though.
Why is that?
A slump in the art market, or so they tell me.
Did you ever get a report on that painting, Poirot?
Oh, yes. It is worthless. £20 at most.
Now, how about a bit of stilt and a glass of port?
It's on its way.
Sorry I couldn't come up with anything, Poirot. Barking up the wrong tree, I expect.
Perhaps. Poirot is a good dog, but sometimes he follows the wrong scent. And sometimes, when there is no scent to follow, he noses around, seeking always something that is not very nice.
It's not a nice profession, ours. And yours is worse than mine. Not official, you see. And therefore a lot more worming yourself into places in underhand ways.
I do not disguise myself, Chap. Never have I disguised myself.
You couldn't. You're unique. Once seen, never forgotten.
Ah, vous croyez?
Only my fun, don't mind me. But here's the Stilton and the port.
It turned out to be a very merry evening talking over the good old days. But I could see that Poirot was worried about the case. I had the feeling that for once he was going to fail. We caught the train back to St. Louis the following morning. There was a message waiting for Poirot asking him to telephone the nursing home. Urgently.
Come on. Say it again, I beg. When? Oh, yes, I will come at once.
What is it?
Why did I go away, Hastings? Why did I go away?
Tell me what's happened.
Nick is dangerously ill.
Oh.
Cocaine poisoning. They have got at her after all.
It's been touch and go, but she's going to be all right. The trouble was not knowing how much she'd taken of the damn stuff.
She will live.
Oh, yes, she'll live.
But how did it happen? Who has been allowed in?
Nobody has been allowed in.
But then...
It was a box of chocolates.
But I told her to eat nothing. Nothing that came from outside.
I don't know about that. It's hard work keeping a girl from a box of chocolates. She only ate one, thank goodness.
How was it done?
Quite clumsily. The chocolate cut in half, the cocaine mixed with the filling, and the chocolate stuck together again. An amateur, homemade job.
May I see mademoiselle?
If you come back in an hour, I think she'll be well enough.
Escape number 5, Monsieur Poirot.
Oh, mademoiselle.
Your old nursing home hasn't proved so safe after all.
If only you had obeyed orders, mademoiselle.
But I have.
You were supposed to touch nothing that came from outside.
No more I did.
But these chocolates...
I thought they would be safe. After all, you sent them.
Huh? I never did anything of the kind.
Oh, but you did. Your card was on the box.
What?
It's in the drawer of my bedside table. See for yourself.
Here it is. With the compliments of Hercule Poirot.
You see?
I did not write this.
It looks very like your handwriting, Poirot.
It was so like the card that came with the orange carnations. I never doubted that the chocolates had come from you.
Why should you doubt? Oh, but he has genius, this man. Genius. With the compliment of Hercule Poirot. So simple. I have been tricked, outwitted as though I were a little schoolboy. But it shall not happen again, I promise you. Come, Hastings.
What was so strange was that Poirot had no difficulty in tracing where the box of chocolates had come from. It had been delivered by Mr. Lazarus. He told us the chocolates were a gift from Mrs. Rice, and that she had asked him to take them to the nursing home.
What's all this about Nick being taken ill?
Oh, it is a most mysterious affair, madame. Tell me, did you send her a box of chocolates yesterday?
Yes, she asked me to get them for her.
She asked you to get them?
Yes.
But she was not allowed to see anyone. How did you get in?
I didn't. She telephoned. She asked me to send her a £2 box of Fuller's chocolates.
How did her voice sound? Weak?
No, on the contrary, it was quite strong. But different somehow. I didn't realise it was she who was speaking at first.
Until she told you who it was?
Yes.
Now, are you sure, madame, that it was your friend?
Well, it must have been. Who else could it be?
That is an interesting question, madame. Now, could you swear that it was your friend's voice?
No, I couldn't. She certainly sounded different. I thought it was the phone or perhaps her being ill.
Would you have recognised the voice if she hadn't told you who it was?
No, I don't think I would. But who could it have been, Monsieur Poirot?
That is what I intend to find out, madame.
What exactly has happened to Nick?
She is ill. Dangerously ill. Those chocolates were poisoned.
The chocolates I sent her? But that's impossible.
Not impossible, madame, since she is at death's door.
Oh, my God. I don't understand. The other, yes, but not that. But they couldn't be poisoned. You're making some dreadful mistake, Monsieur Poirot. It can't have been the chocolates.
I understand nothing, but nothing. I am in the dark. I am a little child. Who stands to gain by mademoiselle's death? Madame Rice. Who buys the chocolates and admits it? Madame Rice. And Madame Rice takes cocaine. There is no mistaking it. And there was cocaine in those chocolates. What does she know, Madame Rice? She knows something, but I cannot make her speak. Oh, I tell you, Hastings, this is all very dark, very black.
Always darkest before dawn.
Oh, spare me the proverbs, Hastings. Now, if you would be the good friend, the good, helpful friend...
Yes?
Go out, I beg of you, and buy me some playing cards.
I suspected it was simply an excuse to get rid of me. However, I misjudged him. That night, when I came into his sitting room at about 10 o'clock, I found him carefully building a house of cards. It was an old trick of his to calm his nerves.
One needs the precision. One card on another, so, in exactly the right place. And that supports the weight of the next card, and on top of that, I place another... But I have it, Hastings! I have it! Mademoiselle Nick is dead.
What? What's happened?
No, not really dead, but it can be arranged. Yes, for 24 hours it can be managed, with the help of the doctors and nurses and the police, bien entendu.
But what's the point of it?
4 times the murderer has tried and failed. The 5th time he has succeeded. We tell everyone that Mademoiselle Nick is dead, and we wait to see what happens.
The events of the next day are completely hazy in my memory. I was unfortunate enough to wake with a fever. I have been liable to these bouts since I contracted malaria some years ago. I spent most of the time dozing in an armchair with a rug over my knees, so that much of the day takes on in my memory the semblance of a nightmare, with Poirot coming and going as a kind of fantastic clown.
Comment ça va, mon ami?
Oh.
I come this moment from ordering wreaths, immense, stupendous, and large quantities of lilies. Everyone orders something, each more exotic than the last. My little plan, it will make the fortune of the flower shops.
I dozed off for an hour or so, and when I opened my eyes, Poirot was back again. Clearly he was having the time of his life.
I shall not dress for dinner tonight. I am too much the broken old man. I shall eat hardly anything. The food untasted will remain on my plate. But in my room I will consume some brioche and some chocolate eclairs, which I had the foresight to buy at a confectioner's. And you?
Some more quinine, I think.
Ah, my poor Hastings.
When I next awoke, he was sitting at a table writing.
I am compiling a list of questions concerning each person. They may have no bearing on the crime, but they are things that remain unexplained. Would you like to hear?
Yes, I would. I feel rather better, I think.
Very well, I will read them to you. A. Ellen. Is she speaking the truth about the secret panel? If there is such a thing, why does she not remember where it is? Has she read Michael Seaton's letters? B. Mr. and Mrs. Croft. Where do they really come from? Is there some possible connection with the Buckley family? C. Mrs. Rice. Does she know that she is Mademoiselle's residuary legatee?
Very likely, I should have thought.
Who is the boyfriend mentioned in her note who supplies her with cocaine? Why did she suddenly turn faint that time in this room? Is she lying about the telephone conversation? What did she mean when she said, I can understand the other, but not this?
Yes, I'd been wondering what she meant by that.
D. Monsieur Lazarus. Why did he offer £50 for a picture that is practically worthless?
Perhaps he wanted to do Nick a good turn.
Oh, but he is a dealer. He does not buy to sell at a loss. E. Monsieur Weiss. Why did he say what he did about his cousin's fanatical devotion to End House? Did he in fact receive the will? But why lie about it? F. Commander Challenger. I have no question against his name. Is that in itself suspicious? Which leaves us with X, the unknown. Is it possible that there is some mysterious person we have failed to take into account?
So, what do we do now?
We wait until the morning, my friend. Tomorrow, if I am not mistaken, certain things will arise.
The following day I awoke feeling weak, but with the fever abated, and with the morning's post came a letter from the parents of Maggie Buckley, whom we had met briefly at the inquest, enclosing a note she had written to them on the day of her arrival at End House, the day of her death.
If you would be so good as to read it to me, Hastings.
It's lovely weather here. Nick seems very well, if a little restless, but I cannot see why she should have telegraphed for me the way she did. Tuesday would have done just as well. No more now. We are going to have tea with some neighbours, Australians who've rented the lodge. Nick says they are kind, but rather awful. We'll write tomorrow.
The voice of the dead. And it tells us nothing.
Poirot positively rushed to the phone. Although his own contributions to the conversation were entirely non-committal, when he returned, his eyes were sparkling with excitement.
That was Monsieur Charles Weiss, Mademoiselle Nick's will, signed on the 25th of February, arrived at his office this morning.
Oh, do you think he's speaking the truth?
Well, you mean, has he had the will all along? It's certainly very curious. But I told you that if Mademoiselle was supposed to be dead, we should have the developments, and here they are.
Extraordinary. I suppose this is the will naming Frederica Rice the residuary legatee.
Monsieur Weiss said nothing about the contents, but there is very little reason to doubt that this is the same will.
So, we are back to our principal suspect.
Frederica Rice.
Or Freddie, as her friends insist on calling her.
Now, why disfigure such a pretty name? Freddie, ce n'est pas joli.
Well, there aren't many abbreviations of Frederica. It's not a name like Margaret, where you can have half a dozen.
What was it I was trying to think about when the phone rang? Yes, something about the letter written by that poor murdered girl that struck me as curious. Let me look at it again.
He read it over to himself several times, while I watched the boats racing across the bay.
Oh, but I have been blind. Blind.
But what on earth's the matter?
So simple, and I could not see it. Oh, how could I be such a miserable imbecile?
Well, what is it? What couldn't you see?
Wait, do not speak. But yes, it all fits in. All the things that have puzzled me, they all have their place.
You mean you know everything?
Nearly everything. All that matters. I shall send a telegram asking 2 questions, but the answers I already know. They are here, in the little grey cells.
But what happens when you receive the answers?
Do you remember that Mademoiselle Nick said she wanted to stage a play at End House? Tonight we shall stage such a play, but it will be a play directed by Hercule Poirot, and there will be a ghost in it, for Mademoiselle Nick will have a part to play.
What's it all about?
No, I will say no more. Tonight my little comedy will reveal the truth. It will be a play such as no one has ever seen. All our suspects shall be assembled at End House, and the murderer will be revealed.
And directed by Enid Williams.
Maggie Buckley had been shot dead at a fireworks party at End House, but it was obvious to everyone that it was not she who was the intended victim, but her cousin Nick, since there had already been 3 attempts on her life. For her safety, Poirot had installed Nick in a nursing home, but even there the murderer had made another attempt. To lure the killer out into the open, Poirot had taken the astonishing step of announcing to the world that Nick was dead. Now he was so confident he was about to solve the mystery that he summoned all those involved to end. Everyone on the list of Poirot's suspects was seated round the table in the dining room, except for Ellen the housekeeper, who sat by the door. Frederica Rice wore a black dress, and Mr. Lazarus sat beside her, with George Challenger and Mr. Croft on the other side. Mrs. Croft was next to me in an invalid chair.
This is a surprise, isn't it? Makes a change for me, I must say. I think I shall try and get out more. Mr. Vyse made a particular point of my coming.
Mr. Vyse? This is a rather unconventional gathering tonight, but then the circumstances are most unusual. In an ordinary situation, the will of the deceased is read after the funeral, but in deference to Monsieur Poirot's special wish, I am proposing to read it now. That is why you've all been asked to come here. The will has come into my possession in a rather strange manner. Although dated last February, it only reached me by post this morning. However, it is undoubtedly in the handwriting of my late cousin, and though a most informal document, it is properly attested. The will is quite short. This is the last will and testament of Magdala Buckley. I direct that all my funeral expenses should be paid, and I appoint my cousin, Charles Vyse, as my executor. I leave everything of which I die possessed to Mildred Croft, in grateful recognition of the services rendered by her to my father, Philip Buckley, which services nothing can ever repay. Signed, Magdala Buckley.
It's quite true. Philip Buckley was out all alone in Australia, and if it hadn't been for me... Well, I'm not going to go into that. A secret it has been, and a secret it had better remain. Nick knew all about it. Her father told her. We came down here because I'd always been curious about this end house Philip talked so much about, and that dear girl couldn't do enough for us. She wanted us to come and live with her, but we wouldn't do that, so she insisted that we should have the lodge, and not a penny's rent would she take.
Had you any knowledge of this, Monsieur Weiss?
None. I knew Philip Buckley had been in Australia, but I had never heard rumours of an attachment of any kind there.
And you won't get a word out of me about it. The secret goes to the grave with me.
Well, Mother, this is a surprise. Nick never told me what she was up to.
Dear sweet girl. I only wish she could look down and see us now. Or perhaps she does. Who knows?
Perhaps she does. And since we are all seated here around this table, why do we not hold a séance?
A séance? Wouldn't that be rather...
It will be most interesting. My friend Hastings has the most remarkable mediumistic powers. I feel that the conditions are propitious. Do you not agree, Hastings?
Oh, yes, very, very propitious.
If you would be so good as to turn off the lights, Ellen.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you would all put your hands on the table so that each hand touches that of his neighbour. Yes. Yes, he is already in a trance. Now concentrate, all of you. Concentrate on Mademoiselle Nick.
Oh, she is already on the threshold. She is here.
She's come back from the grave.
And now we will switch on the lights.
Nick, you're real.
Yes, Freddie, I'm real. Thank you so much for all you did for my father, Mrs. Croft. But I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of that will just yet.
Oh, my God, take me away, Bert. Take me away quickly. It was all a joke, my dear. That was what it was. Just a joke.
Curious sort of joke.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Millie Merton.
Inspector Jack.
And up your old tricks again, I see.
No, it was just a joke.
Well, that's all it was, really.
Cleverest forger we've ever run across, Millie Merton. A real artist.
You mean the will was a forgery?
Of course it was a forgery, Charles. I left the house to you, and everything else to Freddie.
To me? There's someone at the window.
Quick, he's out there.
Leave him to me.
Are you badly hurt, Freddie?
No, the bullet grazed my shoulder, that was all. It isn't even bleeding.
Give me a hand, will you, Hastings? The poor devil shot himself.
Here, come on, ease him into the chair. There.
Freddie, I didn't really mean it. I didn't. Freddie.
Is he?
Yes, madame, I fear he is dead.
He was my husband.
The unknown factor X.
Yes, I always felt that there was an X.
I'll get you a brandy, Freddie.
It's on that table behind you, Jimmy.
Yes, I could do with one. I might as well tell you everything, Monsieur Poirot. He was a hopeless drug addict. It was he who taught me how to take cocaine. I could never escape from him. He used to turn up and demand money. It was really blackmail, I suppose. If I didn't give him the money, he threatened to shoot himself. Then he took to threatening to shoot me.
Here you are, Freddie.
Thank you, Jimmy. I suppose it was he who shot Maggie Buckley. He probably thought it was me. I ought to have told you, Monsieur Poirot, but I couldn't be sure. And then, a few days later, when I saw...
You saw the scrap of his blackmailing letter on my table.
And I knew that it was only a matter of time.
My dear.
I'm all right now, Jimmy. What had we better do?
Don't look at me, madam. I'm merely obliging an old friend. That's all I'm doing.
Mr. Poirot, can't we just hush it all up?
You wish that, mademoiselle?
Well, I'm the person most concerned. There will be no more attacks on me now.
No, that is true. There will be no more attacks on you.
And nothing can ever bring poor Maggie back to life again. Well, if you make all this known to the outside world, you'll only bring an awful lot of publicity and suffering on Freddie. and she hasn't deserved it.
So you want to hush it up, mademoiselle. And what about you, Hastings?
I agree.
Mr. Lazarus?
Yes, hush it up.
Commander Challenger?
Best thing to do.
Let's forget everything that's passed in this room tonight.
I don't think anyone was asking you, Mr. Merton, nor Millie here.
Ellen?
I won't say a word, sir. At least that's so this Monday.
And you, Mr. Weiss?
You just can't hush up a thing like this.
Charles, think of poor Freddie.
I'm sorry, my dear, but the facts have to be communicated to the proper quarter.
5-1. And the good chap is neutral.
I'm on holiday.
So, only Monsieur Weiss declares himself on the side of law and order. You're a man of character.
The position is clear. There is only one course possible.
And I, too, range myself on the side of the minority. I, too, am for the truth.
But Mr. Poirot...
Mademoiselle, you dragged me into this case. You cannot silence me now. Sit down, all of you. And I will tell you the truth. I have here a list of persons I believed connected with the crime. I numbered them with the letters of the alphabet, A to F, and then I added the letter X for a person unknown. I did not know who X was until tonight, but I suspected that there was such a person, and I was right. But a day ago, I suddenly realized that I must add another letter to my list. Let us call it Y.
Another person unknown?
Not exactly. It stands for a person who should have been included in the original list, but who was overlooked. Reassure yourself, Madame Rice. It was not your husband who shot Maggie Buckley. It was the person designated as Y.
Then who is why?
Chief Inspector.
Acting on information received, I took up a position in the house earlier this evening, having been secretly introduced into the place by Mr. Poirot. On his advice, I concealed myself behind the curtains in the drawing room. When everyone was assembled in the dining room to hear Mr. Weiss read out the will, a young lady entered the drawing room and switched on the light. She made her way to the fireplace and opened a small recess in the panelling.
The secret hiding place.
She took from the recess a pistol. With this in her hand, she left the room and made her way to the hall where the visitors had left their coats on arrival. She carefully wiped the pistol with her handkerchief and placed it in the pocket of her grey coat, the property of Mrs. Rice.
It's a lie. Every word of it.
Voila. It is Mademoiselle Nick who is the person Y. And it was Mademoiselle Nick who shot Maggie Buckley.
You've gone mad. Why on earth would I want to kill Maggie?
In order to inherit the fortune left to her by Michael Seaton. For her name, too, was Magdala Buckley, and it was to her that he was engaged, not you.
But that's nonsense. You can't possibly prove it.
You telephoned to the police, Chief Inspector Sharp?
Yes, that should be them arriving now. They've got the warrant.
You've all gone stark staring mad.
If you would kindly come with me, Miss Buckley.
Doesn't look as if you're giving me much option. Freddie, give me your wristwatch. As a souvenir, will you?
My wristwatch? Yes, here you are.
Thanks. And now, since you're so convinced that I am a murderess, Mr. Poirot, and since the Chief Inspector has a police van waiting outside, I suppose we must go through with this ridiculous comedy.
A comedy that you yourself devised, mademoiselle. But you should not have given the star part to Hercule Poirot. That, mademoiselle, was your grave mistake. And now, the comedy. It is finished.
The Crofts, too, were taken away, escorted by Jap. The rest of us, Frederica, Lazarus, Challenger, Weiss, and myself, moved into the drawing-room. Poirot looked round at us with a gratified smile and that air of mock humility that I knew so well.
Eh bien, mes amis, I was fooled. Completely and absolutely. I confess it. The little Nick, she had me where she wanted me, as your idiom so well expresses it. Ah, Madame Rice, when you told Hastings that your friend was a clever little liar, how right you were. Her stories were invented, very cleverly,
to arouse the interest of Hercule Poirot.
But why?
To give the impression that Mademoiselle Nick's life was in danger. At the start of this whole affair, we have this young girl, Nick Buckley, beautiful, unscrupulous, and fanatically devoted to End House.
As I told you at our first meeting.
And I, very foolishly, I admit, did not believe you. But End House was mortgaged. It was falling to pieces, and she had no money to do anything about it. And then she meets the young aviator, Michael Seaton, and he is immediately attracted to her.
He certainly was.
She knows that in all probability he is his uncle's heir, and that Sir Matthew Seaton is worth millions. But Michael Seaton is not really in love with her. He thinks her good fun, that is all. They meet at Scarborough. He takes her up in his flying machine, and then the catastrophe occurs.
One day she brought Maggie along with
and
her.
He falls in love with her at first sight. Nick is dumbfounded. But to young Seaton, Maggie was different, the only girl in the world for him. They became secretly engaged, and only one person was permitted to know.
And that was Nick.
She gets to know that Michael Seaton proposes to leave everything to Maggie Buckley. She pays little attention to it at the time.
And then she heard of Sir Matthew's death.
And immediately after that, Michael Seaton's plane goes missing.
Straight away, an outrageous plan comes into our young lady's mind. Seaton only knows her as Nick. He does not know that she, too, is named Magdala. His will is very short and informal. He leaves everything to Magdala. And in the eyes of the world, Michael Seaton is Nick's friend. If she were to claim to be engaged to him, no one would be surprised. But if her plan is to succeed, Maggie must be eliminated. Time is short. She arranges for Maggie to come and stay in a few days' time. But then a major new factor comes into play. She reads in the local paper that I am staying at the Majestic Hotel.
You mean she really knew who you were?
Of course she knew, Hastings.
Oh.
Everyone has heard of Hercule Poirot. I believe in the peril that menaces her, and I play into her hands by asking her to send for a friend. She seizes her chance. She does not reveal that Maggie has already been invited. She asked her to come a day earlier than has been arranged.
So that she would be at End House for the fireworks party.
Where nobody would notice the sound of a gun going off.
Exactly. And how easy the crime is to arrange. On the night of the party, Nick is wearing black. Fool that I was, I concluded that she was in mourning, but it was because she had to be dressed exactly like Maggie. When everyone is outside watching the fireworks, Maggie begins to feel cold.
Yes, it did get awfully chilly.
The two women go back into the house. But Maggie cannot find her coat because Nick has hidden it, and it is easy to persuade her to wear the crimson shawl. As Maggie leaves the house, Nick steals out after her and shoots her, and then goes back inside to hide the pistol in the secret panel, and waits until she hears the sound of voices outside.
I'm sorry I've been so long, Maggie. I couldn't find my... What is it? What's happened? Maggie. Oh, Maggie.
How well she played her part. Magnificently. Oh, yes, she staged a fine drama there. Ellen said that this was an evil house, and I fear that she is right. It was this house which drove Mademoiselle Nick to take her cousin's life.
But the poisoned chocolates, were they the ones I sent her?
It was all part of the comedy. If Nick's life was attempted again after Maggie's death, everyone would be more convinced than ever that the shooting was a mistake.
So once we were out of the way, she simply rang you up, Mrs. Rice, and asked you to send her a box of chocolates.
And when it arrived, she fills certain chocolates with cocaine.
You mean to say that she actually had cocaine with her?
Madame Rice?
Oh, yes, she had cocaine.
She eats just one of the chocolates. She knows very well how much cocaine to take and just what symptoms to exaggerate.
But what about the card from you?
Ah, Sapristi, she has a nerve. It was my card, the one I sent with the basket of carnations. So simple, and I fell for it.
Why did she put the pistol in my coat?
Oh, madame, had it never entered your head that Nick no longer liked you? Did you never feel that she might, in fact, hate you?
It's hard to say. We lived such an insincere life. She was fond of me, once.
Monsieur Lazarus, tell me frankly, was there anything between Mademoiselle Nick and you?
Nothing very serious. I was certainly attracted to her at one time, and then, I don't know why, I went off her.
Yes, that was her tragedy. She attracted people at first, and then, as you say, Mr. Lazarus, they went off her. And you fell in love with her closest friend. She began to hate Madame Rice, Madame who had your love and, as she believed, your wealth.
But in that case, why did she leave everything to me?
Ah, but that was last winter, when she was still fond of you, and when she had practically nothing to leave. But she remembered that will. She did not know that the Crofts had suppressed it, and she knew that with the death of Michael Seaton it would appear to the world that you had a strong motive for doing away with her. That was why she made it seem that you had poisoned the chocolates. Tonight the will would have been read, naming, as she believed, you as the inheritor of the Seaton millions, and then the pistol would have been found in your coat. The pistol with which Maggie had been shot.
She must have hated me.
Yes, madame. You had what she had not, the ability to win love and to keep it.
I may be very stupid, but I simply can't make head nor tail of this will business. How did the Crofts, or whatever their name really is, come into it?
Ah, that is a different operation entirely. The Crofts persuade madame to make a will and leave it with them to post, but they do not send it. They make another in its place. Then, if anything happens to Nick, the appendix operation goes wrong perhaps, they will produce the document that Millie Merton has so cleverly forged, in which everything is left to her. They had no idea that End House was so heavily mortgaged. They calculated on inheriting a valuable property.
But Nick sailed through the appendix operation without any trouble.
And so they wait. Then came the supposed attacks on Mademoiselle's life. Their hopes begin to rise again. When I announced that Nick was dead, they posted the forged will off to Mr. Weiss. By then they knew all about the Seaton inheritance, and they thought that their plan had succeeded beyond their wildest dreams.
What I really want to know, Monsieur Poirot, is how did you first come to suspect Nick?
Oh, I am ashamed that it took me so long. It was when Maggie Buckley's parents sent me the letter that she had written to them on the day of her death. It contained one phrase that puzzled me.
You mean about why Nick had telegrammed her to come on Monday when she was arriving on Tuesday anyway?
Bravo, Hastings, that is exactly it. So Mademoiselle had lied to me. Or at least she had suppressed the truth. And if she could lie about that, some of the other things that she had told me might not be true also. But still it did not make sense. Why should she want Maggie Buckley killed? And then I suddenly recalled some trivial remarks that you were making a few minutes before, my friend, about abbreviations for Margaret. And it suddenly occurred to me to wonder, what was Maggie Buckley's real name?
You wondered whether it might have been Magdala.
It was an old family name. Mademoiselle had told me that. Now, what if Maggie were the Magdala Buckley to whom Michael Seaton had left everything? In my mind, I ran over the letters of his that Hastings and I had read. There was a mention of Scarborough.
Maggie was with Nick at Scarborough. That's where she met Seaton.
And it explains something that had worried me. Why were there so few letters? And why only those? And then it occurred to me. Nowhere in them was there any mention of a name.
But that's true. They all began darling or dearest love.
And there was something else, something I ought to have seen at once. Nowhere in any of those letters was there any mention of the appendix operation that Nick Buckley had undergone 6 months ago. No concern, no wishes for recovery. That should have told me that the letters were written to a different person altogether.
But what made you so convinced that Nick had hidden the pistol behind the secret panel?
Because Nick had so positively denied all knowledge of the panel's existence. She said that Ellen must be making it up. But why should Ellen do a thing like that? Again, I realized that Nick had been lying, which is why I persuaded my good friend Japp to hide behind the curtain and observe Nick take the pistol from its hiding place and put it in your pocket, madame.
All the same, I don't regret giving her my watch.
No, madame, and nor do I.
You know about that, too.
It's going to be a very unpleasant business. I must see about some form of defence for her, I suppose.
There will be no need of that, I think. That is where you concealed the stuff, is it not, Commander?
Huh?
In those wristwatches?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Do not try to deceive me with your bluff, hearty, good sailor manner. It may deceive Hastings, but it does not deceive me.
Hmm?
You make a good thing out of the traffic in drugs, do you not? You are the useful boyfriend mentioned by Madame Rice in her letter to Nick. I advise you, if you do not want the facts put into the hands of the police, to leave at once.
Yes, you're right. I'd quite forgotten. I have an appointment to keep in Plymouth.
Did I not tell you, Hastings? Your instincts are always wrong.
You mean the cocaine was in the wristwatches?
Yes. That was why Mademoiselle had it with her so conveniently in the nursing home. And having put all her supply in the chocolates, she asked Madame Rice for her watch, which was full. But tonight she needed it for a different purpose. It will be a full dose this time.
Full dose?
It is the best way. Better than the hangman's rope. But we must not say so before Mr. Weiss, who is all for law and order. The contents of the watch, it is the merest guess on my part.
Your guesses are always right, Monsieur Poirot.
I've heard nothing. I shall go before I make myself a fellow conspirator. Good night, Monsieur Poirot. All I can say is that it has been a most remarkable experience.
Good night, Monsieur Weiss.
Good night, Mr. Weiss.
And so, Madame Rice, Monsieur Lazarus, you intend to get married?
As soon as we can.
Oh.
And I shan't need my wristwatch anymore.
I hope you will have great happiness, madame. You have suffered much, but despite everything, you still have the quality of mercy in your heart.
We must be going. It's late.
We have spent a strange night in an evil house. But of all my questions, there is one that is still unanswered. The picture of old Nick, Nick's grandfather, over the fireplace. She told me that you once offered £50 for it. It would give me great pleasure to know why you did that.
As you know, Monsieur Poirot, I am a dealer. That picture is worth not a penny more than £20. I knew that if I offered Nick 50, she would immediately suspect it was worth more and get it valued elsewhere. Then she would find that I had offered her more than it was worth. The next time I tried to buy a picture from her, she would not bother to get that one valued.
And so?
She did not know that the picture on the far wall is by Gainsborough.
As you say, monsieur, you are a dealer. Well, it is time for all of us to take our leave. I trust I shall never have to enter this house again, even though it has witnessed another of my little triumphs. And I shall think carefully before I announce again that I have solved my last case.
No more tempting the gods, Poirot?
Precisely, my friend. This is not the time to go back to the vegetable marrows. Who knows when the next bullet will come rolling towards my feet? To reconstruct the crime. That is the aim of the detective. To reconstruct a crime, you must place one fact upon another, just as you place one card upon another in building a house of cards. If the facts do not fit, if the cards will not balance, you must start your house again, or else it will fall.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
The strange story which I came to regard as a three-act tragedy began at Crow's Nest, a large bungalow perched high up on a cliff above Loomuth, where the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright was giving a weekend party. Two of his guests had already arrived and were sitting on the terrace overlooking the sea.
Just look at him, stumping his way up the fisherman's path. Old grey flannel trousers, white sweater, peaked cap. The very model of a retired naval man.
He's even got the rolling nautical gait. It's perfect, quite perfect.
I would never have believed that he'd have stayed down here for so long. In exile, so to speak.
Well, no more would I, but he's always been a better actor in private life than on the stage. Well, I've known him since he was a boy. We went up to Oxford together. He's never stopped acting. Not for a moment.
Second nature, I suppose, Sir Bartholomew?
Yes, Charles doesn't go out of a room. He makes an exit, and he usually gives himself a good line to make it on. All the same, he likes a change of part.
Yes, but to bury himself down here for 2 years.
To lead a simple life, close to the sea. That's what he said he wanted. Oh, that was like you, Satterthwaite. I didn't think he'd stick it for a week. After all, Charles is only human. He needs his audience. 2 or 3 retired captains, a bunch of old women, and a parson. That's not much of a house to play to. Yes, but it seems we were wrong. Obviously, the attraction of a simple life still holds.
You don't think that perhaps there is something else that holds him down here?
Somebody else, more like it. Oh, but here he comes. The last thing we want is for him to think we've been talking about him.
You two landlubbers shouldn't be wasting a glorious morning like this sitting on your backsides. You should have been out on the sea with me. Mirabelle really surpassed herself.
I was watching you from my bedroom window when you set out, and I heartily thanked heaven that I was on dry land.
Well, you ought to have come, Tolly. Don't you spend half your life in Harley Street telling your patients how much fitter they'd feel if they were out on the ocean wave?
The great merit of being a doctor is that you're not obliged to follow your own advice. Did you go out by yourself?
No, I had a hand. Egg, to be exact.
Egg?
Hermione Lytton Gore, usually known for some obscure reason as Egg. She knows quite a bit about sailing, I fancy.
She succeeds in making me feel a complete beginner. But I'm coming on.
Thanks to Egg.
Yes. Thanks to her.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Miss Murray.
Good morning, Miss Murray.
This is the menu for dinner. Are there any alterations you would wish to make?
Let's have a look at it. Melon cantaloupe, porch, fresh mackerel, grouse, souffle surprise, coupe d'Anne. Yeah, I think that will do excellently, Miss Murray. Everyone is coming by the 4 o'clock train.
I have already given Holgate his orders. By the way, Sir Charles, if you will excuse me, it would be better if I dined with you tonight.
We would all be delighted, Miss Murray, but...
Otherwise, Sir Charles, it would make 13 at table. And so many people are superstitious.
Well, thank you, Miss Murray. How very far-sighted. It would never have occurred to me.
Thank you, Sir Charles.
That is a very remarkable woman. I'm always afraid she'll come and brush my teeth for me.
She's certainly a model of efficiency.
Who's coming down this afternoon?
Well, Angie, for one.
Well, Angela Sutcliffe. But surely she's in Much Ado.
I finished last week.
I thought she was running a risk, taking on Beatrice at her age.
Nonsense. Ellen Terry was 59 when she played it at a Jubilee.
And are the Dacres coming?
Well, I trust so. If she can tear herself away from a fashion house, and if he can give up the horses for once in a while. And then there's Anthony Astor.
The woman who wrote One Way Traffic.
Uh-huh.
I saw it twice. It was a great hit.
And what is his or her real name?
Oh, I can never remember. Mills, something like that.
Wills, I think.
I've only met her once. The only reason she's coming is that Angela was curious about her.
And the locals?
Well, there are the Babingtons. He's the parson. Quite a good fellow. Not too personified. And his wife's a really nice woman. Lectures me on gardening. And then there's Lady Mary and Egg, of course. And a young fellow called Manders. He's a journalist or something like that.
But with ourselves, that only makes 12. Either you or Miss Milray must have counted wrong.
It couldn't be Miss Milray. That woman's never wrong. And you're right. I have missed one guest. Hercule Poirot.
Oh.
Slipped my mind completely. And he wouldn't care for that. He's a very high opinion of himself. Do you know him, Satterthwaite?
Yes, I am acquainted with him.
Ah.
Rather a remarkable character.
I've heard about him, of course. I hope we don't have a murder this weekend.
Because we've got Poirot in the house? Isn't that rather putting the cart before the horse, eh?
No, it's my way of being a theory of mine.
And what exactly is that theory?
That events come to people, not people to events.
How do you mean?
Well, why do some people have exciting lives and other people dull ones?
Well,
Well, because of their surroundings? No, not at all, not at all. One man may travel to the ends of the earth and nothing will happen to him. There'll be a massacre a week before he arrives, an earthquake the day after he leaves, and the boat that he missed will be shipwrecked. And another man may live at Balham and travel to the city every day, and the most extraordinary things will happen to him. He'll be mixed up with blackmailing gangs and beautiful girls and motor bandits. There are people with a tendency to shipwrecks. Even if they take out a boat to an ornamental lake, something will happen to him. In the same way, characters like your Hercule Poirot don't have to go out of their way to look for crime. It comes to them.
Oh, in that case, perhaps it's just as well that Miss Milray is joining us for dinner, and that we're not going to sit down at a table for 13.
Well, you can have your murder, Tolly, if you're so keen on it. I make only one stipulation. That I shan't be the corpse.
I had no idea why I had been invited to the weekend party at Crow's Nest. I hardly knew Sir Charles. I had seen him in the theatre, of course, but he was scarcely a close acquaintance. But I accepted the invitation out of curiosity, and because, I must confess, I was feeling a little bored. But I felt ill at ease with the company. They all appeared to know one another so well.
Yes.
And I settled down in a quiet corner with the only person I could claim as an acquaintance, Mr. Satterthwaite, an amateur detective of some talent and a shrewd observer of things and people.
It really is quite impossible to tell what Mrs. Dacres actually looks like. The greenish bronze hair, that perfect tan, and surely her lips can't possibly really be that shape.
My dear, it wasn't possible. I mean, things either are possible or they are not. This wasn't. It was simply penetrating.
Penetrating, that is the word of the moment. Everything is penetrating. And the man who looks like the rather scruffy fox, that is the lady's husband, I take it.
Captain Dacres, yes.
Oh, no, I went to Cap Ferrat. Everyone said I should go there.
And who is the lady with the receding chin, dressed in excessively limp green chiffon?
But I didn't enjoy it at all. Not what you might call a friendly place.
That is Miss Wills, the playwright Anthony Astor.
But of course, it's terribly useful to me in my work to see all the goings-on, you know.
Alas, she is not at all like her plays. Anthony Astor gives the impression of being a man of the world.
Whereas she looks as though she'd be more at home in a boarding house in Boscombe.
Mary, at last!
Oh, dear. I do hope we're not late.
No.
That is Lady Mary Lytton Gore. Such a very charming person, but rather fallen upon hard times.
You're looking very dapper tonight, Charles.
Oh.
And that is her daughter, Hermione, known as Egg.
Egg? How very curious. And who is that exceedingly sleek young man to whom she's talking?
Sailing? I gave that up ages ago.
Oliver Manders. A rather aggressive young man, I believe.
It's also damn childish, all that messing about in boats. I would have thought you would have grown out of it by now.
Good evening, Sir Charles. What a great pleasure.
Oh, Lord, here's Babington. Keep talking to me, I can't stand him. Country parsons ought to be put down.
Cocktails at last. I'm simply dying for a drink.
Cocktail, madam.
Well, I think I just might.
Thank you. Do you care for a cocktail, sir?
Thank you.
And you, sir?
Thank you. I do not care for the cocktail, but I can hardly demand a syrup.
Here you are, Egg.
Thank you, Charles. You can have one, Mums. Just one.
Thank you, dear.
I'll get you a sherry, Tolly. I know you can't bear cocktails.
How very considerate, Charles.
Do you care for a cocktail, Mr. Babington?
Oh, thank you. I think my wife would allow me to have one. I trust the effects will have worn off by the time I have to deliver my sermon tomorrow. A little stronger than I expected.
Mr. Babington, are you all right?
Help me get him over to the sofa.
I suppose the poor old chap's never had a cocktail before.
No, it cannot be that. Some kind of seizure, perhaps.
Well, what's happened? What's the matter with Babington?
I'm sorry to have to tell you. He's dead.
For a while, all was confusion. But Miss Milray showed her customary efficiency on the telephone.
Dr. McDougall, I think you'd better come up to Crow's Nest immediately. One of Sir Charles's guests appears to have been taken seriously ill.
Lady Mary had led the weeping Mrs. Babington out of the room and had finally gone home with her to the vicarage.
I think that under the circumstances, Sir Charles, it might be better if we were to serve a simplified form of dinner.
Of course, Miss Milray. Whatever you think best.
Oliver Manders drove Egg back home to her mother's house, and by mutual consent the rest of the house party retired to their rooms when dinner was over.
Charles doesn't like it. Poor old Babington's death, I mean.
It was very distressing. Very distressing indeed.
I have an idea. He thinks it was rather more than that. He wants us to join him for a conference in the ship room.
Ever see anyone die quite like that before, Tolly?
No, I can't say I have. But I haven't really seen as many deaths as you might suppose. A nerve specialist doesn't kill off great quantities of his patients. He keeps them alive and makes his money out of them.
What does Dr. McDougall think?
Well, he said it was some kind of seizure. The Babington was elderly and his health none too good, but he didn't see the man die. It doesn't satisfy me.
Probably didn't satisfy him, but a doctor has to say something. After all, Babington was elderly and not in the best of health.
Was it a typical fit, or seizure, or whatever you call it?
Well, if you'd ever studied medicine, you'd know there is hardly such a thing as a typical case.
What precisely are you suggesting, Charles?
Now, Charles doesn't know himself. His mind's turning to the dramatic possibilities.
Damn it all, Tolly, this man dropped dead in my house.
Yeah, so what are you suggesting? Some untraceable poison in the cocktails?
No, hardly that. After all, I mixed them.
Well, perhaps you had a sudden fit of homicidal mania. I suppose the symptoms are delayed in our case and we'll all be dead in the morning.
Why do you have to make a joke of it all, Tolly?
I'm not really joking. I just don't want you, quite thoughtlessly, to do harm.
Harm?
Don't you see the danger these vague suspicions of yours might cause? A suggestion of foul play, totally unfounded, might cause serious trouble and pain to Mrs. Babington. Rumours flying about all over the place that no one can stop.
I must admit I hadn't thought of it like that, Tolly. But it wasn't just my dramatic instinct taking over. I really do have a hunch that something is wrong.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Nothing has been touched in here since Mr. Babington's death. The cocktail glasses are exactly where they were. This one here is Mr. Babington's. I saw him put it down on the table just before he collapsed. I suggest that Sir Bartholomew should get the contents analysed. That can be done quietly and without causing any talk.
Oh, very well. Will that satisfy you, Charles?
Well, of course. But you know, Tolly, you are partly responsible for my flight of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Because of what you said this morning about Hercule Poirot. That he was a kind of stormy petrel, and where he went, sudden death followed. No sooner does he arrive than somebody drops dead on the carpet. Are you surprised if my thoughts fly immediately off to murder?
I wonder whether we could...
Yes, I had thought of that. Could we ask him what he thinks of it all?
You mean, is it etiquette?
Well, I do know that you can't ask a professional singer to sing. Can one ask a professional detective to detect?
Come in.
I hope I am not intruding, Sir Charles.
Not at all. Do come in. Take a seat. We were just talking about you. May I offer you a drink?
Oh, thank you, but no, I do not touch the whiskey.
Very well. I'm not going to beat about the bush. We've been talking about what happened this evening. Do you think there's anything wrong about it?
Wrong? Oh, what exactly do you mean by that?
Our friends got it into his head that Mr. Babington was murdered.
And you do not think so?
We'd like to know what you think.
And she was, of course, taken ill very suddenly?
We have the glass from which Mr. Babington drank, and there's still some liquid remaining in it. Should we at least get it analysed?
Well, that at any rate can do no harm. As a judge of human nature, it seems to me unlikely in the extreme that anyone would wish to do away with that charming old clergyman. However, the cocktail glass will tell us one way or another.
And the result of the analysis will be what?
You are asking me to guess the result of the analysis?
Yes.
Oh, then I can only predict they will find nothing but the remains of an excellent dry martini. To poison a man with a cocktail, one of many handed round on a tray, would be very difficult. How could one be certain he would take the right glass?
True.
And that, since you ask me, gentlemen, is my opinion. It seems to me most unlikely that anyone could be murdered under those circumstances. But let us await the results of the analysis.
So what did you make of the inquest, Mr. Satterthwaite?
I suppose it was rather what I anticipated.
But did you really go along with what Dr. McDougall said?
Well,
Didn't you think that behind all that frightful technical stuff he was just hedging? What he said was there was nothing to show that death hadn't arisen from natural causes. He didn't say that it was the result of natural causes.
Aren't you rather splitting hairs, my dear? After all, nothing was found in Mr. Babington's glass but a gin and vermouth.
But the only thing wrong with Mr. Babington was that he had a touch of rheumatoid arthritis. That doesn't make you fall down in a fit. He was the sort of creaking gait that would have lived to be 90.
But, my dear, who on earth would want to murder him?
That's what Oliver keeps on saying.
Oliver Manders. Isn't he rather a particular friend of yours?
He used to be. Now we scrap all the time. He's gone into his uncle's office in the city and he's getting, well, a bit oily, if you know what I mean. He's obsessed with getting rich. I think everybody is rather disgusting about money, don't you, Mr. Satterthwaite?
My dear, so many people are disgusting about so many things.
Poor Mr. Babington. He really was rather a pet. He prepared me for confirmation and all that. It's all bunkum, of course, but he really was very sweet about it. That's why I feel I can't go along with all that natural causes stuff. What if someone jammed him with a hypodermic?
Containing the untraceable poison of a lost tribe of Amazonian Indians?
You may laugh, but someday perhaps you'll find we're right.
We?
Sir Charles and I. Why hasn't he ever married?
Sir Charles? Well, I have no idea.
That girl who died of consumption. Or some actress or other. Her name began with M. Wasn't he supposed to be in love with her?
Well, I hardly think...
I suppose he's had lots of affairs.
Yes, probably.
I like men to have affairs. It shows they're not queer or anything. You know, Sir Charles is really much cleverer than you think. He dramatises himself a bit, but behind all that he's got brains. He's far better at sailing a boat than you'd ever believe to hear him talk. I know you think the only reason he's so interested in Mr. Babington's death is because he wants to play the part of the great detective. All I can say is, I think he'd do it rather well.
Possibly.
But your view is that death of a clergyman isn't a thriller, merely a social catastrophe. What did Monsieur Poirot think? He ought to know.
Well, he didn't seem to think there was anything at all suspicious about Babington's death.
Oh. Well, he's getting old. He's just a back number. Come home and have tea with Mother. She likes you, she said so.
Well, I really should be getting back to Sir Charles.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll ring him up and explain. And you can have a good chat with Mother.
I like Sir Charles very much. Success hasn't spoiled him. In many ways, he's a child still, and such charm. I feel it as well as Egg. I suppose you've noticed she's suffering badly from hero worship.
Well, I could hardly
But
help...
she's seen so little of the world. We're so badly off. One of my cousins presented her and took her to a few things in town, but most of the time she's been stuck down here. Sir Charles coming to Loomuth has done a lot for her. There are so few young people here, especially men. I've always been afraid that Egg might marry someone simply because he was the only person around.
Are you by any chance thinking of Oliver Manders?
How very perceptive of you, Mr. Satterthwaite. He and Egg were always together at one time. I know I'm old-fashioned, but I really do not care for some of his advanced ideas.
Youth must have its fling.
It would be quite a suitable match, of course. Amanda's uncle has recently taken him into the firm, and he's a very rich man. Still, I suppose it's very silly of me, but...
All the same, Lady Mary, you wouldn't like Egg to marry a man twice her age.
It might be safer, you know. At that age, a man's follies and sins is definitely behind him.
I'm sorry I've been such ages, but I've been talking to Sir Charles. He's all alone up there. You didn't tell me the house party had flitted.
Oh, yes. Most of them went back yesterday. All but Sir Bartholomew Strange. He had intended to stay on until tomorrow, but he had an urgent telegram from London this morning. One of his patients has taken a turn for the worse.
It's rather a nuisance they're all going off like that. I wanted to take a closer look at them all. One of them might have given me a clue.
A clue to what, darling?
I've arranged to go up there after dinner and take Oliver with me. We can talk the whole mystery through. If we all put our heads together, you never know what we might come up with.
But the discussion, it seems, was not a great success. Oliver Manders was lazily sceptical.
Can't you talk Egg out of this nonsense, Sir Charles?
Huh?
It's this appallingly healthy country life she leads that makes her so energetic.
What on earth do you mean by that?
You're becoming so detestably hearty. And you really are being quite remarkably childish over this murder business. It's rubbish. Utter rubbish.
Do you really believe that, Manders?
Well, no question of it. That dear bleating old clergyman. He wasn't worth murdering. It's fantastic to think of anything but natural causes.
Care for a nightcap, Satterthwaite?
No, I don't think so, thanks.
Don't mind if I have one, I trust.
No.
Thank God they've gone. I couldn't bear to be in the same room any longer. I'm leaving here tomorrow, for good.
What on earth are you talking about?
It's the only thing to do. I shall put this place on the market. What it has meant to me, no one will ever know.
But why?
Did you see them as they went down the path in the moonlight? Egg turned her face to that Manders fellow and he kissed her. They're made for each other, those two. Cut your losses. It's the only way. I shall clear out.
Where to?
What does it matter? In the heat of the desert or the heart of the crowd, I've always been a solitary soul. I should probably go to Monte Carlo. But don't cut your visit here short, my dear fellow. Stay on another day or two, and I'll tell Miss Milray to arrange for a car to take you over to your friends at Tavistock. But as for me, I shall leave first thing in the morning. I mustn't look back. That would be fatal. Never look back.
Sir Charles was as good as his word. He departed the following morning by the first train, leaving the capable Miss Milray to telephone estate agents and to dispatch cables abroad. He told no one. He was playing a role he had acted many times in the theatre, that of the strong, silent man who renounces the girl he loves for her own good.
But where's he gone?
Abroad, to the south of France, I think.
Which of those damn bitches is it?
What did you say?
One of those two women who were up there the other night must have seen the way Charles and I were looking at one another and decided to get him away from me. Was it the one with the green hair and all those wonderful clothes? Or the grey-haired one he called Angie? The one with lots of essay.
Essay?
Sex appeal.
Ah.
Which of them was it?
My dear, you're quite mistaken. He isn't in the least interested in either of them.
Then why has he gone away without telling me?
Well, I rather think he thought it best.
Do you mean it's because of me?
Well, something of the sort, perhaps.
Oh, I suppose I did show my hand a bit too plainly. Men do so hate being chased, don't they?
I rather think it was more to do with Oliver Manders.
You mean that Charles saw me do my kissing act last night?
Well, as a matter of fact, he did.
But that was only because I thought he needed a bit of encouraging. I thought perhaps if he saw me and Oliver, well, it might wake him up a bit.
But wasn't that a little unfair on Oliver?
Not in the least. He thinks it's an honour for any girl to be kissed by him. I expect I've made him feel more conceited than ever, but one can't think of everything. I simply wanted to ginger Charles up a bit. He's been so standoffish lately.
Well, I'm afraid it did not have quite the effect you intended. Sir Charles got the impression that you were passionately in love with Oliver Manders. He went away to spare himself further pain.
Is that really true? Oh, the idiot. The sainted idiot. But if that is really why he went away, he'll come back. And if he doesn't...
If he doesn't?
I'll get him back somehow. You see if I don't.
And so, as Sir Charles sped southwards across France on the Train Bleu, the first act of our tragedy came to an end. But fool that I was, I did not see it as a tragedy at all. Merely the sudden death from natural causes of a lovable old clergyman. Events were to prove me disastrously wrong.
In Part 1 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Sir Bartholomew Strange, Clive Medicine, Lady Mary Lytton-Gore, Pauline Jameson, Egg Lytton-Gore, Beth Chalmers, Cynthia Dacres, Paula Jacobs, Muriel Wills, Elizabeth Proud, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop, Miss Milray, Helen Longworth, the Reverend Babington, Peter Marinka. Three-act tragedy is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
It happened at a house party given by the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright at Crow's Nest, his home in Devon, where I was a guest. A charming old clergyman, the Reverend Babington, had suddenly dropped dead while drinking a cocktail. I myself saw nothing suspicious, and upon examination it was found that the glass had contained only gin and vermouth. But Sir Charles was not satisfied. He was convinced that murder had been committed.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
The second act of our tragedy began peacefully enough. I had taken myself for a few days to the French Riviera and was sitting in the public gardens at Monte Carlo, doing nothing in particular, watching a bored little child tugging at his mother's sleeve.
Mummy, isn't there anything to do? Darling, isn't it enough to have come abroad and be in the beautiful sunshine? No, it isn't. There's nothing to do.
Monsieur Poirot, what a very pleasant surprise to find you in Monte Carlo.
Mr. Satterthwaite, oh, I am delighted to see you. Please, sit down, I beg you.
Oh, thank you. You know, everyone seems to be here. Not half an hour ago, I ran across Sir Charles Cartwright.
Sir Charles? What a curious coincidence. It was at his house in Devon that we last met, was it not?
He's given it up now.
Huh? Given it up? How very surprising.
I don't know whether it's all that surprising. Sir Charles is not really the kind of man who likes to live permanently away from the world.
Yes, that is very true, but I am surprised for another reason. It seemed to me that Sir Charles had a different motive for staying at Lumouth. A very charming motive, am I not right? The little demoiselle who calls herself so amusingly the Egg.
Hermione Lytton Gore. So you noticed that, did you?
It leaped to the eye. And I have the heart very susceptible to lovers. You too, I think. And La Jeunesse, it is always touching.
She is the reason why Sir Charles left Lumouth. He was running away.
But from Mademoiselle Egg? But it was obvious that he adored her. Why should he run?
I'm afraid you don't quite understand our Anglo-Saxon complexes.
Of course, it is a very good tactic. Run from a woman and immediately she follows. Doubtless a man of much experience like Sir Charles knows that.
I don't think it was actually quite like that. But what are you doing here, Monsieur Poirot? Taking a holiday?
Oh, my time is all holidays now. I have achieved all that I wish to do. And now I retire. Je m'amuse.
Mummy, play with me. I'm bored.
You see, Mr. Satterthwaite, when I was a boy, I was poor. We were a large family and I had to get on in the world. I entered the police force. I worked hard. I began to make a name for myself. I acquired an international reputation. At last, I was due to retire. Then came the war. I was injured. I came a sad and weary refugee to England. A kind lady gave me hospitality. She died. Not naturally, no, she was killed. And so I set my wits to work. I employed the little Gracels. I discovered the murderer.
You're speaking of the mysterious affair at Styles Court.
I am flattered that you remember the case, Mr. Satterthwaite. It was that experience that made me realize I was not yet finished. My powers were in fact stronger than ever. Then began my second career, that of a private inquiry agent in your country. I have solved many fascinating and baffling problems. The psychology of human nature, it is wonderful. I began to grow rich. Someday, I said to myself, I will have all the money I need. I will realize all my dreams.
Mommy, why won't you play with me?
My friend, beware of the day when your dreams come true. That child over there, doubtless he too has dreamed of coming abroad, of how different everything would be. You understand?
I understand you are not amusing yourself.
Exactly.
Have you seen this, Monsieur Poirot, in the morning paper? This paragraph here.
It is with great regret that we announce the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange. This is the rather distinguished gentleman who was at Sir Charles's house party, the one he called Tolly.
Yes, but read on, Monsieur Poirot.
Sir Bartholomew was entertaining a party of friends at Melfort Abbey, his house in Yorkshire. He appeared to be in perfect health and spirits, and his demise occurred quite suddenly at the end of dinner. He was chatting with his friends and drinking a glass of port when he had a sudden seizure and died almost instantaneously. It is very similar to the way in which that old clergyman died. A quite remarkable coincidence.
I think it's more than that, Monsieur Poirot. And Sir Charles is certain that there is a connection between the two deaths. He has gone to the offices of the Wagon-Lee Company to book tickets for him and myself on the night train to London.
Oh, what zeal he has, Sir Charles, so determined to play the role of the amateur detective. Or is there another reason?
Well, as it happens, he had just received a letter from Miss Lytton Gore. I was with him when it was delivered.
It's an appeal for help. She's begging me to return.
Is this the first letter you've had from her?
No, I had one just after I got here, just giving me the local news and all that. I didn't answer it, of course. Didn't dare to. The girl had no idea why I had gone away, and I didn't want to make a fool of myself.
And are you going to reply to this one?
Damn it, man, this is different. She was there at Melfort Abbey when it happened, when poor Tolly suddenly keeled over. Here, read it for yourself. The poor kid's obviously in a bit of a state.
You'll have seen by now, I expect, that Sir Bartholomew Strange is dead. Well, He died just the same way as Mr. Babington. It can't be coincidence. I'm worried to death. Couldn't you come home and do something? You see, I'm very concerned about someone. He had absolutely nothing to do with it, but things might look a bit odd. I can't explain it in a letter, but won't you come back? After all, it's your own friend who's been killed, and if you don't take a hand in it, perhaps no one will ever find out the truth. And I'm sure you could. I know it in my bones.
Who do you think she means by someone?
Manders, I suppose.
Was he there, then?
Well, he must have been. I can't imagine why. Tolly never met him except on that one occasion at my house. Why he should ask him to stay, I cannot imagine.
Oh, we can easily settle that. There must have been some mention of the party in the society columns of one of the papers before all this happened.
Well, there's a stack of them over there.
Oh. Did Sir Bartholomew often give these house parties?
3 or 4 times a year. This one would have been for the St. Leger.
Did he spend much of his time in Yorkshire?
He had a big sanatorium, nursing home, whatever you like to call it. He bought Melford Abbey, restored it, and built a sanatorium in the grounds.
I found it. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
Nearly all the people at the house party were the same ones that were at yours.
Who?
Lady Lytton Gore and Egg, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, Angela Sutcliffe, Muriel Wills.
But no mention of Mr. Manders.
No. But you must admit the guest list stretches coincidence a bit far.
Yes, it is curious. And you are going back with Sir Charles?
Well, this sort of thing is rather in my line, Monsieur Poirot.
Ah, yes. Your experiences with the mysterious Mr. Quinn.
And I do happen to know the Chief Constable in that part of the world quite well.
Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, why did you not mention the matter of Sir Bartholomew's death as soon as you sat down here?
Oh, it didn't seem quite the moment at first. And then I had no wish to disturb your fascinating reminiscences. You yourself are not tempted to come back and take an interest in the case?
Oh, I think not. I am too old to rush backwards and forwards. And the Mediterranean, it is such a beautiful blue.
Then I will leave you to enjoy it. But should you wish to call on me in London, here is my card to remind you of my address.
I remained where I was for a quarter of an hour or so. But it seemed that the Mediterranean was no longer as blue as it had been.
I've done that, Mummy. What shall I do next?
It was a good question. I thought that perhaps it was time for me to take a walk to the Wagon-Lit offices. But I was going to take my time. I had no wish to interfere in the investigation of the admirable Sir Charles and the meticulous Mr. Satterthwaite.
Delighted to meet you, Sir Charles. My wife is a very keen playgoer. She's one of your greatest fans, as the Americans say.
Well, I'm very honoured, Colonel.
I gather that Sir Bartholomew Strange was by way of being a friend of yours.
A very old friend.
He was very popular round here, of course. Last man in the world you'd expect to be murdered, but murder is what it looks like.
Sir Charles and I have only just come back from abroad. We've only seen snippets here and there in the papers.
Well, let me tell you exactly how the matter stands. There's little doubt that the butler's the man we're after, a chap by the name of Ellis. He was a new man. Strange had only had him a fortnight. And the moment after the murder, he disappears, vanishes into thin air. Looks a bit fishy, huh?
You've no notion where he went?
Negligence on our part, you think? Well, I admit it damn well looks like it. The fella answered all our questions quite satisfactorily. Gave the name of the London agency, which obtained him the place. All very civil-spoken, no signs of panic. Next thing, he'd gone, and the house was still under observation.
Quite extraordinary.
Apart from anything else, it was a damn fool thing to do. I mean, why do a bolt and draw attention to himself if he wasn't suspected?
No, lost his nerve, got the wind up.
Have you verified the account he gave of himself?
Naturally. London agency confirms his story. He had a reference from Sir Horace Bird recommending him warmly. Trouble is, Sir Horace is in South Africa at the moment.
So the reference could have been forged, huh?
Exactly. We've wired to Horace, but it may be some time before we get a reply. Apparently he's on safari.
When exactly did the butler disappear?
Sometime during the night after the murder. He went to his room after we talked to him, and the following morning he was missing. His bed hadn't been slept in. One of the ladies staying at the Abbey, Miss Sutcliffe, the actress, well, you know her, I expect, Sir Charles?
Oh, very well indeed, yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, she suggested that the man had left the house by way of a secret passage. Sounds a bit Edgar Wallace, but it seems there really was such a thing. Strange was rather proud of it.
I understand that Sir Bartholomew died of nicotine poisoning.
That's right. Most unusual stuff to use. Though I understand that if a man's a heavy smoker, such as Strange was, it would tend to complicate matters. I mean, he might have died of nicotine poisoning in a natural way. Only, of course, this business was too sudden for that.
How was it administered?
We don't know that yet. According to the medical evidence, it could only have been swallowed a few minutes previous to death.
I understand they were drinking port.
Mm-hmm. And you'd expect the stuff to be in the port, but it wasn't. That glass contained nothing but port.
You see, Satterthwaite, it's the same. Exactly the same as before.
Now, you're talking about the old clergyman who dropped dead at your house, Sir Charles.
How the devil did you get to hear of that?
Well, from a very charming young lady, Miss Lytton Gore. She's gone back to Devon now. She was adamant there was some kind of link between the two cases, but I don't believe there's anything in it. It doesn't explain the flight of the butler, and you can depend on it, he is our man. Very likely he'll turn out to be a regular criminal. Unfortunately, we haven't got any fingerprints. We had an expert go over his bedroom and the butler's pantry, but had no luck.
But if it was the butler, what motive could he have had?
That, of course, is one of our difficulties. Strange might have caught him stealing or something of the sort.
Was anything actually missing from the house? Silver, jewellery, anything like that?
No, nothing. At least not as far as we know.
Who actually was staying in the house?
We'll get Superintendent Crossfield in. He's the chap to give you all the details. Very reliable and most methodical.
It's a very odd case indeed. I've never come across nicotine poisoning before.
I thought it was the kind of disease you got from smoking too much.
To tell the truth, sir, so did I. But the doctor says it's an odourless liquid, pure alkaloid, and that a few drops of it are enough to kill a man almost instantly.
Pretty potent stuff.
And yet it's in pretty common use. They use nicotine solution for spraying roses.
Roses? Now, why should that ring a bell?
Anything fresh to report, Crossfield?
Oh, nothing definite, sir. We've had sightings of Ellis all over England. Durham, Ipswich, Balham. Mind you, the moment a man's description is circulated, people see him everywhere.
What exactly is the man's description?
John Ellis. Medium height, stoops slightly, grey hair, small side whiskers, dark eyes, husky voice, tooth missing in upper jaw, noticeable when he smiles.
Very nondescript, bar the side whiskers and the tooth, and the first will be off by now, and he'll be taking care not to smile.
Can you tell us who exactly was in Strange's party on the night of the crime, Crossfield?
Lord and Lady Eden, Sir Jocelyn and Lady Campbell, Miss Angela Sutcliffe, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, Lady Mary and Miss Hermione Lytton Gore, Miss Muriel Wills, Mr. Oliver Manders.
The reports didn't mention Miss Wills, but I suppose they wouldn't. And young Manders was there after all.
He wasn't one of the invited guests, I gather. No. The young gentleman ran his motorbike into the wall not far from the Abbey gates. Sir Bartholomew, who was, I understand, slightly acquainted with him, asked him to stay the night.
Rather a careless thing for the boy to do.
I fancy the young gentleman must have had one over the 8. I can't imagine how he could have managed to hit the wall the way he did if he was sober.
Well, thank you very much, Superintendent. Yeah, any objection to our going over to have a look round the Abbey, Colonel?
Oh, of course not, Sir Charles. Though I doubt whether you'll find out anything I haven't already told you.
Poor old Tolly certainly made a good job of patching up the old Abbey. Magnificent, don't you think?
Well, it must have cost him a pretty penny. So, what do you think? Was it the butler?
Of course it wasn't the butler. He's a red herring. He couldn't have had anything to do with old Babington's death.
You're still convinced the two deaths are connected?
They must be. Why were all the people who were at my place present at the second murder? It was a plan. Tolly's plan.
You mean he invited them all up here deliberately?
I'm certain of it. But we better be getting along to the house. You didn't know Tolly as well as I did. He kept his own counsel and was a very, very patient man.
But he thought the whole idea that Babington had been murdered was ridiculous.
Well, he may have said so, but I reckon he had suspicions of his own. He didn't talk about them, that wasn't his way. But quietly, in his own mind, he was building up a case. He knew that one of my guests was responsible for the crime, and he gathered them all up here for some kind of test.
But what about the people who weren't at your party? The Edens and the Campbells.
Camouflage, Satterthwaite, to make the whole thing less obvious.
Well, what do you think his plan was?
Well, how can we know? I'm not a magician. But there was a plan, and it went wrong. Because the murderer was 1 degree cleverer than Tolly reckoned, and he struck first.
He?
Or she. Poison is as much a woman's weapon as it is a man's, more so.
But there were certain people who weren't invited.
Well, I was in France, so were you. And he could hardly have invited poor old Babington's widow.
And I suppose young Manders is out of it, too. He only arrived by accident.
If that's what it was. And I can't really believe that the Lytton Gores had anything to do with Babington's death.
What about Angela Sutcliffe?
Angela? She's been a friend of Tolly's for years.
So that leaves us with the Dacres.
Well, I suppose they're more possible than anyone else. But for the life of me, I can't see why Freddie Dacres, who spends his life on the racecourse, or Cynthia, who makes a packet designing fabulously expensive clothes for women with more money than sense, should have any desire to remove a dear, insignificant old clergyman.
We've forgotten someone else.
Huh?
That writer woman who calls herself Anthony Astor.
Miss Muriel Wills of Tooting. What is there about her that continually makes one forget her? She's the most damnably nondescript woman I've ever met.
I fancy she might embody that line of Robert Burns. A chield's among ye, taking notes. I imagine Miss Wills spends much of her time taking notes. There are sharp eyes behind those unflattering glasses of hers. I think you'll find that anything worth noticing in this affair has already been noticed by Miss Wills.
Really? Well, while we're here, we'd better have a word with the housekeeper. What did Crossfield say her name was?
Lecky. Mrs. Lecky.
Oh, that I should ever have lived to see such a thing. Such a proud day it was for all of us when the doctor was made Sir Bartholomew. And the questions the policeman asked about all the maids in the house. Good girls they are, every one of them. And no police superintendent shall make me say otherwise. And as to having anything to do with murder...
This man Ellis, did you find anything unusual about him?
Well, I did and I didn't. See, for one thing, he was standoffish. He kept himself to himself. Spent a lot of time in his own room, and he was... Well, there was something.
You did not suspect that he was not really a butler?
Oh, no, sir, he'd been in service all right. The things he knew. And about the best people in society, too. But he wasn't like any butler I've ever worked with before. He arranged the work differently.
And what did Sir Bartholomew think of him?
Oh, he was pleased enough. He even had a bit of a joke with him.
What did he say?
Well, Mr. Ellis come up with a telephone message, and Sir Bartholomew asked him if he'd got the name right. And Mr. Ellis said, quite sure. Oh, speaking respectful, of course.
Go on, Mrs. Lecky.
Well, Sir Bartholomew laughed and said, you're a good fellow, Ellis. A first-class butler. Don't you agree, Mrs. Lecky? And I was so surprised, sir, at the master speaking like that, well, I didn't know what to think.
What was the telephone message? Can you remember?
It was from the sanatorium, about a patient who had just arrived there and who'd stood the journey well.
Do you remember the name?
Yeah, it was a queer name, sir. A Mrs. de Rushbridger. Well, something like that.
Ah, yes, not an easy name to get right on the telephone.
And what about the guests? Did you notice anything unusual about their behaviour?
Oh, well, sir, that Miss Wills, she wasn't quite the class of the others. Well, she did things a real lady wouldn't have done. Poked and pried about. That's not a nice thing to do, not after somebody's dead. And poor Miss Sutcliffe, she quite broke down. Very warm-hearted lady.
And Mrs. Dacres?
I don't think anything would upset her much. She was just anxious to get away. Said her business would suffer.
What about her husband?
Steadied his nose with brandy. Or unsteadied them, some would say.
And do you have any views on who might have poisoned your master, Mrs. Lecky?
Well, I suppose it must have been Mr. Ellis, seeing the way he just vanished overnight. But I don't see how he could have done it. They're saying it was something in the port. But all the gentlemen had port, and some of the ladies. And in any case, they couldn't find anything in the glass.
Thank you, Mrs. Lecky. You've been very helpful. Now, would you mind if we took a look at Mr. Ellis's room?
Oh, no, sir, I've no objection. Of course, the police have been all over it, but they couldn't find a thing.
So what do you think, Satterthwaite?
Well, the only thing...
Yeah? Go on, man.
It struck me as a little odd the way Sir Bartholomew joked with his butler. It seemed somehow so uncharacteristic.
It was uncharacteristic. I knew Tolly well, better than you did, and I can tell you he wasn't a facetious sort of man. But where does it get us? What is curious is that it occurred immediately after that telephone message.
About the patient who had arrived at the sanatorium?
Yes. And I think it's a fair deduction to assume it was that telephone message which was the cause of Tolly's sudden hilarity. I can't imagine what it could have been, but I'm certain there must be some significance in that message. Something tells me that this Mrs. de Rushbridger may have something to do with the mystery.
Well, I can't say I think it's very likely. But this must be Ellis's room. We'll find something here that the police passed over.
Of course, they were looking for evidence of Ellis's guilt. We're looking for evidence of his innocence, a very different matter.
There doesn't seem to be much in the way of evidence of any kind. Boots neatly polished, a couple of extremely well-cut suits.
Somebody's cast-off, perhaps, given to him in his various situations.
There is one thing that is rather puzzling. No sign at all of his butler's kit. So he must have been wearing it when he did his vanishing act. Any man in his senses would have changed into an ordinary suit.
Yes, it is rather odd. Almost as if he hadn't gone at all. No letters, no papers. A cutting about a cure for corns. A bottle of ink, no pen. And it doesn't look as if the blotter's going to tell us much.
No, it doesn't look as if he's used it at all.
That's rather odd, don't you think?
Well, how do you mean?
Well, chap usually writes letters.
Well, not if he's a criminal. Well, there's a splash of ink by the fireplace. Could be quite recent.
Let me see.
It looks as if he dropped his fountain pen. But why should he drop it by the gas fire?
Perhaps he threw it across the room. Fountain pens can be damned irritating.
What if...
Ed?
What if he was burning papers? Something like that.
Well, you don't burn papers on a gas fire. But he might have been writing something at the table and suddenly heard somebody coming.
The police, perhaps?
Yes.
And he rushes over and shoves the papers under the gas fire and drops the fountain pen while he's doing it.
Sounds a bit far-fetched.
Well, why don't we see if there's anything behind the fire?
Right, I'll give it a try. Yes, there is something there, I think. Something white. But I can't get at it. We want something like a woman's hatpin.
Well, we're not likely to find one in here. Oh, there's a paper knife on the table. Here, see if we can get it with that.
Thanks. Yep. It's coming. Got it. Looks as though you were right, Satterthwaite. Sheets of crumpled writing paper. Here.
Oh, they seem to be drafts of the same letter. Listen to this. This is to say that the writer of this letter does not wish to cause unpleasantness about what he saw tonight. Now, he gave that up and tried again. John Ellis, butler, has certain facts concerning Sir Bartholomew's death in his possession. He has not yet given these facts to the police. And yet again. I know how Sir Bartholomew died. I haven't said anything to the police. If you will meet me... And it breaks off there. Presumably that was when he heard somebody coming.
Well, it doesn't get us very far. If the fellow had only headed his effusions Sir or Madam, it would have helped a bit.
At least one thing is clear. Ellis may have been a scoundrel, but he didn't murder Sir Bartholomew.
Was that why he slipped out in his butler's clothes? To meet the murderer?
I imagine he was paid to disappear.
I'm beginning to have a nasty suspicion that poor Ellis may well have disappeared for good. The man he went out to meet had already killed, twice.
And will probably have no compunction about doing so again.
So we may now be faced with a third murder. Come on, Satterthwaite. Let's get out of this room. It's beginning to give me the shivers.
In Part 2 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Eglitton Gore, Beth Chalmers, Colonel Johnson, John Baddeley, Superintendent Crossfield, Martin Hyder, Mrs. Lecky, Kathleen Helm, the little boy, Tom Glenister. Three-act tragedy is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
At a house party given by the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright, an old clergyman had died while drinking a cocktail. 2 months later, at a dinner at which several of the same guests were present, Sir Charles's old friend Sir Bartholomew Strange had died while drinking a glass of port. Was there some link between these two deaths? Sir Charles was convinced that there was, and he set about becoming in real life the famous detective he had played so often on the stage.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
Sir Charles and his friend Mr. Satterthwaite had returned from their investigations at Melford Abbey, the home of Sir Bartholomew Strange. Sir Charles knew that he could no longer avoid meeting the young woman with whom he had fallen in love and had fled to France to escape. Hermione Lytton Gore, known, very curiously, to her friends as Egg.
She can't very well come round here to my flat. Her mother mightn't like it. And I prefer to meet her at a restaurant. With you, of course, Satterthwaite.
Oh, I'd be delighted. And then, if we wanted to discuss our investigations more privately, we could adjourn to my house.
I knew you'd find out what really happened. That butler...
Ellis?
Obviously, he was killed because he knew too much.
But if that's the case, where is the body?
What about the secret passage? Miss Sutcliffe told me about it. The killer gave Ellis blackmail money and showed him how he could get out of the house without anyone seeing him, and then followed him down there and killed him.
There is one rather curious thing we couldn't get to the bottom of. According to the housekeeper, the night before the murder, Ellis took a telephone call about a Mrs. de Rushbridger. Tolly made rather a joke about it, asking Ellis if he'd got the name right. I thought at first it might be some sort of code.
But it wasn't. There really is a patient at the Melford Abbey Sanatorium called Mrs. de Rushbridger, suffering from loss of memory.
That may well be significant, of course. But they wouldn't let us see her. And then there's young Oliver Manders.
What about him?
In the letter you wrote to me in France, you suggested he might be in trouble with the police. But in fact, they didn't seem in the least concerned about him.
It was silly of me. I thought that Oliver arriving at the Abbey the way he did might have been a trumped-up excuse.
And was it?
It was a bit fishy. His motorbike went into a wall on a perfectly straight stretch of road. And what was he doing up there, anyway?
He might have had his reasons. Quite natural ones.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, if our young friend is in no danger, where do I come in?
Oh, no, you're not going away again. You're going to stay here. We're going to find out the truth, you and I, together.
And Satterthwaite?
Of course, and Mr. Satterthwaite.
Oh,
Right. First, we need to clarify the situation. Do we believe that the same person killed Babington and Bartholomew Strange?
Yes.
Do we believe that Tolly was murdered to prevent him revealing his suspicions about the first murder?
Yes.
I suppose so.
Then our priority must be to investigate the first murder and not the second.
Yes.
And that presents us with an extraordinary difficulty. Babington was a gentle old man, without, one would say, an enemy in the world. Yet he was killed. And there must be some motive for the killing. Can we think of a possible motive?
Gain, perhaps?
Had he any money or expectation of money?
I should think it's most unlikely.
Perhaps we might approach Mrs. Babington on that point.
What about revenge? Did Mr. Babington do any injury to someone? Perhaps he might have married the girl somebody else was in love with.
Well, the murderer certainly took his time. The Babingtons have been married over 40 years.
How about fear?
Now, that seems to me a far more likely reason. Babington knew something about somebody, or recognised somebody. Our only hope of getting at that would be to work backwards from the people who were there.
So who was at your house who was also at Sir Bartholomew's?
The Dacres, they were at both. And that woman who looks like a wilted cabbage.
Miss Wills. And Miss Sutcliffe.
You can leave Angie out of this. I've known her for years.
We can't leave people out just because we know them. Besides, I don't know anything about Angela Sutcliffe. She's just as likely to have done it as anyone else. More likely. All actresses have pasts.
In that case, we mustn't leave out Oliver Manders.
How could it be Oliver? He'd met Mr. Babington ever so many times before.
He was at both places. And his arrival at Tolly's was distinctly suspicious.
Very well. In that case, we'd better include Mother and myself.
Well, I hardly think that's
We'll do it properly or not at all.
Satterthwaite, would you mind if I refresh my drink?
No, not at all.
Can I get anything for either of you?
No, thanks.
Thank you, no.
Stupid of me to have lost my temper, but why should that woman be excluded? Why is he so keen she should be? Or am I just being disgustingly jealous?
Jealousy never pays. If you feel it, don't show it. By the way, did you really think Manders might be suspected?
No. I just put that in the letter because I didn't want Charles to think I was chasing after him. But I don't want him to really think I have a pash for Oliver, because I haven't. Oh, why must life be so difficult?
Now, here's what we'll do. Satterthwaite and I will go back to Loomuth, to Crow's Nest. There haven't been any takers, so the place is still mine. Now, what about you, Egg? Would your mother mind if you both left London a little earlier than you planned and went back home?
I don't think I'd have much difficulty in persuading her.
Excellent. So, the first thing we'll do is to go and see Mrs. Babington.
She's had to move out of the rectory. She's living in a little fisherman's cottage by the harbour. She must be very lonely, poor soul.
It's very kind of you to come and see me, Hermione.
Well,
your mother, Lady Mary, was here only the other day.
As it happens, my old friend Mr. Satterthwaite has gone to visit her this afternoon.
I think I ought to tell you, Mrs. Babington, that this isn't just a social call. Sir Charles and I have something rather serious to say.
You mean you have come about the exhumation order?
Oh.
I had a letter from the Home Office yesterday.
Well, perhaps that makes what we have to say a little easier. Though I do realise it must be very distressing for you.
Perhaps I don't mind as much as you think. My dear husband is elsewhere, and no one can trouble his rest. But the idea that Stephen may not have died a natural death, that is truly shocking. It seems impossible.
I have to admit the suspicion did cross my mind the night it happened.
You thought that someone could have killed him?
But I put the idea aside. And then, when I was in the south of France, I read in the paper of the death of my old friend, Sir Bartholomew Strange, in very similar circumstances.
I was staying at Melford Abbey at the same time, Mrs. Babington. It was exactly the same. He was drinking a glass of port, and his face changed. He died within a few minutes.
But who could possibly want to harm either of them? My husband hadn't an enemy in the world.
I suppose Mr. Babington didn't leave much money?
Next to nothing. He gave away so much. I used to scold him for it.
And he didn't have any expectations from anyone?
Oh, no. Stephen didn't have many relations. He has a sister married to a clergyman up in Northumberland, but they're very poor.
Let us come back to the question of enemies. Could Mr. Babington have antagonised someone when he was a young man? When he got engaged to you, for instance. There wasn't some disappointed suitor in the offing?
Stephen was my father's curate.
He was the first young man I saw when I came home from my boarding school. I fell in love with him, and he with me. Ours was a very simple love story, Sir Charles.
And do you know whether your husband had met any of the guests at Sir Charles's party before?
Well, there was you and your mother, and Oliver Manders.
Yes, but any of the others?
We had seen Angela Sutcliffe in a play in London. We were both rather excited. We were actually going to meet her.
And had you met Captain and Mrs. Dacres?
Was that the rather foxy-looking man and the woman with such wonderful clothes?
Yes.
No, we didn't know them. Nor that woman who wrote plays. She seemed rather out of it.
And Mr. Babington didn't say anything to you about the people you were going to meet?
Not beforehand, no. And when we got there, well, there wasn't much time.
You must forgive us badgering you like this. But you see, we feel there must be something. If only we could get at it.
But do you really think that one of those people...
Well, there can't be any other explanation. I think Sir Bartholomew saw something, or guessed something, and he died in the same way. And seven of the people who were there when your husband died were present at Sir Bartholomew's party. One of them must be guilty.
And we're not going to rest until we find out which of them it is.
Egg is so headstrong. She flings herself into a thing heart and soul. You know, Mr. Satterthwaite, I don't like the way she's mixing herself up in this distressing business. I only accepted that cursed invitation to Milford Abbey because I thought she needed cheering up. She looked so down in the mouth.
I gather that Oliver Manders made a somewhat unexpected arrival there. Tell me something about him, Lady Mary. The young fellow interests me.
Well, he's clever, of course. But things have been very difficult for him.
In what way?
Well, you see, his father wasn't married to his mother.
Really?
Everyone knows about it down here, otherwise I wouldn't have mentioned it. His mother had an affair with a married man. His wife refused to divorce him, and the poor girl died shortly after Oliver was born. He was brought up by his uncle in London, but he always came down here in the holidays to stay with his grandmother.
And how did you get on with Mr. Babington?
Well, I'm afraid they didn't hit it off very well. The Babingtons were sorry for Oliver, and he used to go round to the vicarage to play with their boys, but he rather looked down his nose at them and boasted about how much pocket money he got.
And more recently?
As a matter of fact, he was quite rude to Mr. Babington here in this house. It was about 2 years ago.
What happened?
Oliver made a rather ill-bred attack on Christianity. Mr. Babington was very courteous and patient with him. That only seemed to make matters worse.
You just look down your nose at me because I'm a bastard. Well, I'm proud of what my mother did. At least she had the courage of her convictions. I don't care what a bunch of self-righteous parsons think. I hate everything the church stands for. Smugness and hypocrisy. Its ecclesiasticism and superstition have got the world into the mess it is. I'd like to get rid of the whole canting tribe and all the churches with it.
And Mr. Babington simply smiled and said, "My dear boy, even if you swept away all the churches ever built, you would still have to reckon with God."
You don't like Manders, do you, Lady Mary?
I'm sorry for him.
But you wouldn't like him to marry Egg?
Oh, no.
Why exactly?
Because he isn't kind. And because there's something in him somewhere that I don't understand. Something cold.
What did Sir Bartholomew Strange think of him?
He found him rather an interesting case. Said he reminded him of someone he was treating in his sanatorium. He also said that Oliver was riding for a fall.
Did Sir Bartholomew ever say anything about Babington's death?
No, nothing.
Did you get the impression that something was troubling him?
On the contrary, he seemed in very good spirits, amused by some private joke of his. He told me at dinner that night he was going to spring a surprise on us all. But sadly, he never lived to do so.
The time had come for the curtain to go up on the third act of our tragedy. Time also for Hercule Poirot to return to the stage. I called on Mr. Satterthwaite in London, but was told he was away in Loomuth, and so I caught the first train and presented myself at Crow's Nest, where I found Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite and Miss Lytton Gore seated together at the scene of the crime.
My dear fellow, what a pleasant surprise. Come on through, join us by the fire.
Dragging yourself all the way down here on such a stormy night.
But why are you here, Monsieur Poirot? I mean, have you come for any particular reason?
I have come to admit an error. Sir Charles.
Yes.
It was in this very room that you declared you were not satisfied that Mr. Babington had died a natural death. And I thought it was simply your instinct for drama. It seemed to me incredible that such a harmless old gentleman should have been murdered. Even now, I cannot guess at any motive. But since there has been another death under similar circumstances, which I cannot attribute to coincidence, there must be a link between the two. And so, I have come to apologize. I was wrong, and I request you to admit me to your counsels.
Oh, well, this is extraordinarily handsome of you, Monsieur Poirot, giving up your time like this.
It's certainly very good of you.
No, my friend, it is not good of me. It is curiosity. And I must admit, the hurt to my pride. But of course, if I am not welcome, if you feel that I am intruding...
No, of course not, Monsieur Poirot.
Indeed, no.
And mademoiselle?
I'm sure we'd love to have you, Monsieur Poirot.
Good. We are colleagues. And now, if you please, put me au courant of the situation.
We would be very pleased to do so, and we would welcome your expertise. But so far, we've made very little positive progress at all, except for one significant discovery. But let me take you through the course of our investigations.
Mais c'est magnifique. The discovery of the letters written by the butler puts an entirely new aspect on the case. I congratulate you both, gentlemen.
So now you know everything we know. How does it all strike you?
Can you remember, mademoiselle, what type of port glass Sir Bartholomew had on his table?
No, I didn't really notice them at all.
I can tell you. They were like these glasses of mine. These are sherry glasses, of course. His were the proper port shape. He got a set of table glasses at a sale, and as there were more than he needed, he gave some of them to me. Rather good, aren't they?
Yes, they are fine specimens. I rather thought something of the kind had been used.
Why?
The death of Sir Bartholomew Strange could be explained easily enough, but the death of the Reverend Stephen Babington is more difficult. If only it had been the other way about.
What on earth do you mean by that?
Oh, consider, mademoiselle, Sir Bartholomew is a celebrated doctor. A doctor knows secrets, important secrets. A doctor may have suspicions about the sudden death of one of his patients. Oh, yes, we can find plenty of motives for the death of a doctor.
But why the other way about?
If Sir Bartholomew had died first, it is possible that Stephen Babington might have seen something, might have suspected something.
Unfortunately, the deaths didn't happen in that order.
Alas, one must take a case as it is. Just one little idea I would like to suggest. I suppose it is not possible that Stephen Babington's death was an accident, that the poison was intended for Sir Bartholomew and the glass was picked up by the wrong man?
It's an ingenious idea, Monsieur Poirot, but you see, nobody who knew Tolle would have tried poisoning him with a cocktail.
Why not?
Because he had a particular aversion to them.
Ah, it's business. It goes all wrong. It does not make sense.
Besides, I don't see how any one glass could have been mistaken for another. Temple carried them round on a tray, and everyone helped themselves to any glass they fancied.
True. One cannot force a cocktail as one forces a card.
It's instinctive to take the one next to you.
Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, did Mr. Babington put his cocktail down, or did he retain it in his hand?
He put it down on the table.
And did anyone come near the glass after he had done so?
No. I was nearest to him, and I assure you I didn't tamper with it in any way, even if I could have done so unobserved.
No, my friend, I am not making an accusation, but I want to be sure of my facts. According to the analysis, there was nothing out of the way in that cocktail. But Mr. Babington ate and drank nothing else. You see where that leads us?
Nowhere, damn it.
No, I would not say that. It suggests a very monstrous idea, which I hope and trust cannot be true.
What are you going on about?
No, Mrs. Babington was not at Melfort Abbey, therefore Mrs. Babington is cleared of suspicion.
But no one has ever dreamed of suspecting her.
No. But if the poor gentleman was not poisoned by a cocktail, then he must have been poisoned a few minutes before entering the house. Perhaps by a tablet to prevent indigestion. And who then could have tampered with that?
But they were devoted to each other. Oh, you don't understand a bit.
Now, let me tell you something, mademoiselle. In the course of my experience, I have known 5 cases of wives murdered by devoted husbands, and 25 of husbands murdered by devoted wives. Les femmes, they obviously keep up appearances better.
I think you're perfectly horrid. The Babingtons were not like that. It's monstrous.
Murder is monstrous, mademoiselle. But I, who see only the facts, agree that Mrs. Babington did not do this thing. The killer could only have been one of the people who were present on both occasions, one of the 7 on your list.
So, how do you advise us to act?
You have doubtless agreed on a plan?
Well, the only way forward seems to be a process of elimination. My idea was to take each name on that list and consider them guilty until they're proved innocent. If we suspect there is a connection between that person and Stephen Babington, we use all our ingenuity to find out what that connection may be. If we find no connection, we move on to the next name on the list.
It is good psychology, that. And what are your methods?
We've not yet had time to discuss that, but perhaps you yourself?
No. Do not ask me to do anything of an active nature. It is my lifelong conviction that problems are best solved by thought, by the application of the little grey cells. Let me hold what is called, I believe, a watching brief. You will perhaps from time to time wish to turn to me for counsel's opinion. Does that make sense to you, mademoiselle?
Excellent sense. I'm sure your experience will be very useful to us. But I must be off. Mother will have a fit.
Oh, you'll get soaked to the skin. I'll drive you back.
That would be very kind. Good night, Mr. Satterthwaite.
Good night.
Good night,
Poirot.
mademoiselle.
Good night.
Good night.
So, you see, Mr. Satterthwaite, the fish is risen. You have achieved what you wished on that morning in Monte Carlo. You knew that, like the little child who was playing close by us, I was bored. I had nothing to do. And now I must admit that I find this strange mystery most intriguing. But I must take care. It is of the greatest importance that I do not play the part of what you call the spoilsport.
You mean that Sir Charles must have the star part?
But naturally. He is used to it. And moreover, it is expected of him by somebody else, is it not? It does not please mademoiselle that I begin to concern myself in this matter.
You are what we call quick on the uptake, Monsieur Poirot.
But it leaps to the eye. And speaking of mademoiselle, tell me, if the question does not appear too frivolous, why is she, with such a beautiful name as Hermione, always called Egg?
I asked Lady Mary that. She told me when the girl was a tiny child, she was, as she put it, a regular roly-poly, always trying to stand up and always rolling over like an egg. And the nickname somehow stuck.
Well, we must work together, my friend, to the greater glory of her hero, Sir Charles Cartwright. And when the case is solved...
If it is solved.
When... I do not permit myself to fail.
You have never failed?
Since you ask. Eh bien, once, long ago, in Belgium. We will not talk about it.
Of course. You were saying that when this case is solved...
Sir Charles will have solved it. I shall merely have been a little cog in the wheel. I desire no honour, no renown. I have all the renown I need. Now tell me, who figures on this list of names Sir Charles mentioned?
I drew it up myself. Here.
Mrs. Dacres, Captain Dacres, Miss Wills, Miss Sutcliffe, Lady Mary Littengore, Hermione Littengore, Oliver Manders. Suggestive, is it not?
What is suggestive about it?
The order in which the names occur.
I simply wrote them down as they came to me.
Exactly. And the list is headed by Mrs. Dacres. I deduce from that she is considered the most likely person to have committed the crime.
The least unlikely would express it better.
I think perhaps she is the person you would all prefer to have committed the crime.
Unconsciously, that may be true.
And the last name on your list, Oliver Manders. He intrigues you, does he not? You may hope that Cynthia Dacres committed the crime, but you think that Oliver Manders did. That is why you kept him till the last. And I, too, am interested in that young man. I was watching him carefully on the night of Stephen Babington's death, and I saw...
What did you see?
I saw that there were two people at least who were playing a part. One was Sir Charles. Well, that is quite natural. A great actor does not cease to act because he is not on the stage.
And the other?
Manders was playing the part of a bored and blasé young man, but in reality he was keenly alive and not a little excited. And I think that you noticed him too, and you put him at the bottom of the list because you wanted to keep him for yourself.
Dear me. Am I really that sort of man?
Oh, yes. And when you come to talk to Mr. Manders, there is one question I would like you to ask him.
What is that?
Ask him why he faked that motorcycle accident outside Melfort Abbey. Tell him the police are suspicious.
But they didn't seem in the least interested.
It does not matter. You see, Mr. Satterthwaite, I am beginning to understand the mind of the murderer. He is cunning. He reveals to us only what he wishes us to see. If we could find out the reason for Manders' unexpected arrival at the Abbey on the night of Sir Bartholomew's death, it might help us to lift part of the curtain that is concealing what lies behind our intriguing little tragedy.
In Part 3 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Lady Mary Littengore, Pauline Jameson, Egg Littengore, Beth Chalmers, Mrs. Babington, Patricia Scott, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop. Three-act tragedy is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
There had been 2 deaths. A charming old clergyman, the Reverend Babington, had dropped dead after drinking a cocktail, and a few weeks later Sir Bartholomew Strange had suffered a similar fate while drinking a glass of port. What was so interesting was that the same 7 people had been present on each occasion.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
We had returned to Crow's Nest, Sir Charles Cartwright's house in Devon, to pursue the investigation more closely. But I was content to remain in the background and leave it to him to play one of his favourite roles, that of the master detective.
Let's take another look at that list, Satterthwaite.
Oh, yes. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Now, Lady Mary and Egg don't count, of course. There's no question of them being involved. So, that leaves us with Cynthia and Captain Dacres, Miss Wills, Angie Sutcliffe, and Oliver Manders. Why don't we divide them up,
It would certainly seem to be the most effective way to deal with the problem.
Let's start with Cynthia Dacres.
Well, don't look at me. The world of fashion is definitely not my cup of tea.
Well, Egg seems rather keen to take her on. She has an idea that anyone so perfectly turned out won't get impartial treatment from mere males.
What we need to establish, of course, is whether there is any possible link between the people on this list and poor old Babington.
Yes. It's occurred to me that we ought to find out if any of them spent any time in Gilling. That's where the old boy was vicar before he came to Loomuth.
Well, hardly sounds the kind of place for Captain Dacres. Too far from Newmarket.
I rather thought I might tackle him myself. I know some of his racing cronies. I dare say I could pick up something that way.
And which of you is to talk to Miss Sutcliffe?
Well, Sir Charles knows her pretty well.
That's precisely why I'd rather someone else took her on. For one thing, I should be accused of not putting my back into the job.
And because she is an old friend, you feel the natural delicacy.
Yeah.
It is perfectly understandable. Why not leave her to the good Mr. Satterthwaite?
Right. Now, what about Oliver Manders? I know he only turned up on the night of Tolly's death as the result of some sort of accident, but we ought to take a look at him, and he certainly knew Babington.
Mr. Satterthwaite will look after Mr. Manders also. But you have missed out a name.
Huh?
Miss Muriel Wills, who writes plays under the name of, what does she call herself?
Anthony Astor.
Well, if Satterthwaite's going to deal with Angie and Manders, I better take a look at her. So, if we're all agreed, I'll go and tell Egg what we've decided. And then we better set off back to London.
Miss Lytton-Gore, I personally found it impossible to refer to such an attractive and lively young lady as Egg, had decided that the best way to approach Mrs. Dacres would be to pretend that she had come into an unexpected inheritance.
You see, I've never been able to afford any really good clothes before, and I remembered how simply marvellous you looked at that dinner party at Crow's Nest, and I thought, that's the person to advise me on what to wear.
My dear, how utterly charming of you. I simply adore dressing a young gal. And you've got so much personality. You mustn't have anything at all ordinary. Your clothes must be simple and penetrating and just faintly visible, if you understand me. Do you want several things?
I thought about 4 evening frocks and a couple of day things and a sports suit or 2.
Let's start with the evening gowns. Marcel, could we have Amour en Rose?
I suppose you haven't been to Crow's Nest since then?
Oh, my dear, I simply couldn't. It was so upsetting. And anyway, I always think Cornwall too terribly arty. I simply cannot abide artists. Their bodies are always such an odd shape.
It was rather a shattering business, wasn't it? And poor Mr. Babington was such a pet.
Quite a period piece in his way.
You'd met him somewhere before, hadn't you?
That dear old dugout.
Oh, I thought I remembered him saying so. At a place called Gilling?
Marcel, could we have Petite Scandale now? And after that, the Blue Patou.
Wasn't it extraordinary, Sir Bartholomew keeling over like that?
My dear, it was too penetrating for words. It's done me a world of good. All sorts of dreadful women come and order frocks from me, on the off chance I might have murdered him. I rather played up to that. Now, just take a look at this positively provocative frill. Doesn't it make the whole thing quite adorable?
Fortunately, at that moment, a wealthy and quite monumental American lady arrived, and Mrs. Dacres rushed off to welcome her. Miss Litongore made an unobtrusive exit and paced quietly about Bruton Street, waiting until 1 o'clock, when she put the second part of her plan into operation.
Excuse me, but may I speak to you a minute?
Yes, madam, of course.
You're one of the mannequins at Ambrosine's, aren't you? I noticed you this morning. I hope you won't be frightfully offended, but I'm writing an article about working in the fashion business. And I wonder whether you'd like to have lunch with me at the Berkeley or somewhere and tell me all about it.
Oh, yes, of course, madam. Oh, but I mustn't be too long. We're only allowed an hour for lunch.
Well, I think that just about covers everything I wanted to ask you. You really have been very helpful. I must admit, I'm rather new to this kind of work. I'm frightfully badly off at the moment, and I'm counting on these journalism jobs to keep the wolf from the door.
But from the way you were behaving in the showroom, I thought you...
Oh, no, that was just play acting. I haven't got a bean. I expect Mrs. Dacres would be simply furious if she knew.
Oh, I should say she would.
I got the impression she could be a bit of a tartar.
Well, none of us like her, and that's a fact. She's clever, but she's hard as nails.
I suppose she makes lots of money.
Well, it's not for me to tell tales.
Oh, of course not.
But if you ask me, the firm's not far off Queer Street. It's my belief that Mrs. Dacres has been borrowing heavily just to keep going, in the hopes that the business will brighten up, and that she's got in really deep. Oh. Honestly, she looks terrible sometimes, though she's still got an eye for the young men.
Really?
There's been a lot of talk amongst the girls of a fella, very rich, but a bit soft, if you know what I mean. Apparently, Madam has been running him for all he was worth. He might have been able to put things right, but his specialist, or whatever he was, ordered him on a sea voyage. Said he couldn't answer for the consequences if he didn't. They said the specialist was that same chap that got murdered in Yorkshire. Madam was there when it happened, and the girls were having such a laugh, saying she'd done him in because he sent her young man away. Of course, it was just fun.
Oh, naturally. I quite understand. But Mrs. Dacres really is my idea of a murderess. So hard and remorseless.
Oh, and she's got such a wicked temper. When she lets go, there's not one of us dares go near her. And they say her husband's scared stiff of her, no wonder.
Tell me, have you ever heard her speak of anyone called Babington? Or a place in Kent? Gilling?
Oh, no, I don't remember anything like that. Oh, but just look at the time, I must be off. Oh, yeah, thanks for the lunch. Oh, and I shall look out for your article.
Although it had been agreed that Sir Charles should talk to Mrs. Dacres' husband, Miss Littongore's curiosity was by now thoroughly aroused, and she went off to the Dacres' flat in St. John's Wood, where she had the good fortune to encounter the gallant captain getting out of a taxi.
Oh, Miss Littengore! What an unexpected pleasure.
Oh.
I just got back from Newbury. Cynthia won't be home for ages. Why don't we go round to the 72 Club and have a life now?
How easy the investigation is when one is young and pretty. One does not even have to give an explanation of why one is there.
Something rather amusing about a doctor being poisoned, isn't there? Wrong way about. A doctor's a chap who poisons other people.
It's odd, isn't it, that whenever we meet, it's at a death.
It's damn disturbing. Makes you feel a bit gruey. Fellas popping off all over the place. Makes you wonder if it mightn't be your turn next.
You knew Mr. Babington before, didn't you? At Gilling?
Never heard of the place. Never clapped eyes on the Padre before. Funny thing, him popping off just the same way that Strange did.
Perhaps he was murdered too.
No. Nobody murders parsons. Doctors are different.
Yes, I suppose they are.
Yes, interfering devils. Get a fellow shut up, put him in hell, shut him up and keep the stuff from him.
You mean that Sir Bartholomew Strange...
Ah, Sir Bartholomew, humbug. I'd like to know what goes on in that sanatorium of his. They put you in there, you can't get out. And they say you've gone in there of your own free will just because they've grabbed you when you've got the horror of that. I'm all to pieces, all to pieces. Jules?
Yes, Colonel?
Will you have another one, my dear?
Not for me.
Well, yeah, another pink gin, Jules. You better make it a double.
Yes, Colonel.
Yeah. Lost my nerve for a moment there. Just as well Cynthia wasn't here. I don't want to give the impression I was the one bumped Strange off. But someone must have done it, though. And it must have been one of us at that party. Which of us? That's the question.
Perhaps you know which.
Well, why should I know? I'll tell you one thing. I wasn't going to take that damned cure of his, no matter how Cynthia went on at me. They were both up to something. But they couldn't fool me.
Tell me, do you know anything about a Mrs. de Rushbridger, who's a patient at the sanatorium?
Rushbridger? Rushbridger. Well, I have an idea that Strange said something about her, but... what was it? Trouble is the old memory. It's beginning to go. I can't get a grip on things. Yeah, I've got enemies. You know, all over the place.
Enemies?
Oh, spying on me. All the time. There's probably someone in here now. And what was that woman? What was that woman doing in my room at Strange's place?
What woman?
That rabbit-faced woman who writes plays.
Muriel Wills.
You are, Colonel?
Huh? Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Yes, it was the morning after Strange died. I'd just come up from breakfast. I saw her come out of my room and go through the baize door at the end of the landing. Why did she want to go messing about in my room? Or do you think it's true what Cynthia says?
What did she say?
Well, she said that I was seeing things. Mind you, I won't deny that I do see things now and again when I get the old, you know. But I mean, seeing a woman is different. And I did see her. It's nasty. Sort of eyes she's got. Go through you.
I must be going. Thank you so much for the drink, Captain Dacres.
No, don't thank me, my dear. I'm delighted. Absolutely delighted.
And while Miss Lytton Gore was stealing out through the smoke-laden 72 Club, the good Mr. Satterthwaite was taking tea with Angela Sutcliffe.
Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, am I to regard you as a friend or as a sleuth? Have you come here for the sake of my beautiful eyes, as the French say so charmingly? Or are you here just to pump me about the murder?
Can you doubt that the first alternative is the right one?
I can and do. The only thing I can't make up my mind about is whether it is an insult or a compliment to be considered a potential murderess. On the whole, I think it's a compliment. Tell me one thing. Is there anything in what that girl said?
What girl? And what did she say?
Oh, don't be so tiresome. The Lytton Gore girl, the one who's so infatuated with Charles. She thinks that nice old clergyman was murdered, too.
What do you think?
Well, it certainly happened in just the same way, and she's an intelligent girl. Is Charles serious?
I expect your views on that subject are likely to be more valuable than mine.
How appallingly discreet you are. I know Charles pretty well. He seems to me to display all the signs of wanting to settle down. How dull men are when they start to do that.
I've often wondered why Sir Charles has never married.
My dear, he never showed any signs of wanting to. He and I were... well, it was very pleasant while it lasted, and we're still the best of friends. I suppose that's why the Lytton Gore child gives me such ferocious looks. I'm not at all sure I'm not just a little jealous of her. Why didn't Charles come and catechize me himself? Too much nice feeling, I suppose. Or does he think me guilty? Do you think I'm a murderess, Mr. Satterthwaite?
There would seem to me to be a certain lack of motive.
Well, I also happen to like Bartholomew Strange. And because we were friends, I'd rather like to help track down who killed him.
I suppose you didn't see or hear anything that might have a bearing on the case?
Nothing I haven't already told the police, and that didn't amount to much.
What about the butler?
I hardly noticed him.
Any peculiar behaviour on the part of any of the guests?
No, apart from that boy. What was his name?
Oliver Manders.
He turned up very unexpectedly and seemed terribly nervous.
Did Sir Bartholomew seem surprised?
He said he thought it was a very odd business. A new method of gate crashing, he called it. Only he said, "It's my wall he has crashed, not my gate."
I gather he told you something about a secret passage.
Yes. He promised to show it to me. But he never had the chance.
He didn't happen to mention a patient of his, a Mrs. de Rushbridger?
No, never heard of her.
Do you know a place called Gilling in Kent?
I don't think so. Why?
I understood you knew Mr. Babington when he was there.
Who's he?
The old clergyman who died at Crow's Nest.
Oh, that was his name. Who told you I knew him?
Someone who ought to know.
Did they think I had an affair with him or something? Clergymen do get up to some very naughty things, like that man in the barrel, but there's nothing doing with your Mr. Babington. I'd never seen him before in my life.
Sir Charles had taken it upon himself to interview Muriel Wills, or Anthony Astor, as the admirers of her moderately entertaining place called her. She lived, somewhat incongruously, with her budgerigars in Tooting, in a house cluttered with porcelain dogs, occasional tables, and Chinese brasses. From Birmingham.
Fancy you tracking me down here, Sir Charles. My mother will be so excited. She just adores the theatre, especially anything romantic. She loved that play where you were a prince at a university. She goes to matinees, you know, and eats chocolates.
Well, I'm very flattered. It is so encouraging to be remembered.
Miss Sutcliffe was here only the other day, and Mother's talked of nothing else since.
Angela was here?
Yes, she's putting on a play of mine. Little Dog Laughed.
Oh, of course. I was reading about it in the stage. Rather an intriguing title.
I'm so glad you think so. It's a lot of froth and nonsense. It all revolves round Miss Sutcliffe, of course. Everyone dances to her fiddling. That's the idea.
Fascinating. I wonder if you can guess what has brought me here.
Well, I don't suppose it was just to see little me.
It was really Satterthwaite who put the idea into my head.
Oh.
He fancies himself as being a good judge of character.
He's very clever about people. Seems to be rather his hobby.
And he's strongly of the opinion that if there were anything worth noticing on the night of Sir Bartholomew's death, you would have noticed it.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
I was very interested, I must admit. You see, I've never seen a murder at close hand before, so I tried to notice everything I could.
And what exactly did you notice?
Oh, nothing that you'd call interesting, Sir Charles, just little odds and ends. Though there was one thing, something I ought to have told the police about, but I forgot.
What was that?
The butler. He had a kind of strawberry mark on his left wrist. I noticed it when he was handing me vegetables.
Where exactly was the mark? What size was it?
If you'll just stretch out your own wrist. Thank you. It was just here, about the size of a sixpence, and rather the shape of Australia.
A very precise observation.
You think I ought to write to the police and tell them?
Certainly. It might be of the greatest value in tracing the man. Positive marks of identification are not always that easy to come by. And some people are so indeterminate that there's nothing about them to take hold of. Old Babington, for instance. He had a curiously undefined personality.
His hands were very characteristic.
Huh?
What I would call scholar's hands. A little crippled with arthritis, but very refined fingers and beautiful nails.
What an observer you are. But, of course, you knew him before.
No, not me. That was the first time I met him.
But I'm sure he said he'd known you at Gilling.
No. You must have been mixing me up with somebody else, or he was.
Ah. Did it ever occur to you he might have been murdered too?
I know that you and Miss Lytton Gore think so.
And what do you think?
doesn't seem likely.
So, there's nothing else you can tell me about any of the guests?
No.
Nothing about Mrs. Dacres, or Captain Dacres, or Oliver Manders?
Nothing.
Well, poor Satterthwaite will be most disappointed.
I am so sorry.
Well, don't forget to tell the police about that thingamabob.
The mark on the butler's right wrist.
Yeah.
No, I won't forget.
Well, goodbye then.
Goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. Did you say right wrist? You said left just now.
Did I? How silly of me. Would you mind handing me that brass plate as though it was a vegetable dish? Left side.
Oh. Cabbage, madame?
Thank you, Sir Charles. I'm quite sure now. It was the left wrist, as I said the first time. Stupid of me.
Well, left and right can be terribly puzzling sometimes.
Yes. Memory works in a curious way. Sometimes you see things you never saw in the first place.
The following day, Mr. Satterthwaite took a taxi into the city and made his way to the offices of Spear and Ross, where he found Oliver Manders, who seemed curiously ill at ease.
Did you see the news in the papers this morning?
What news?
Of a post-mortem on Babington.
I heard they were digging the old boy up. What was the verdict?
Poisoned. By nicotine.
Well, at least Egg will be satisfied. She always insisted it was murder.
You don't seem surprised.
Well, frankly, I'm not that much interested. A very dreary business, murder.
You may not be interested, my boy, but I understand the police are beginning to take quite an interest in you.
What exactly do you mean by that?
That rather inartistic accident you contrived outside Melford Abbey. They don't think much of it.
Don't they?
But perhaps you have a perfectly satisfactory explanation.
I've got an explanation. How satisfactory it is, I don't know.
Will you let me be the judge of that?
The whole thing was Sir Bartholomew's idea.
What?
I got a letter from him suggesting that I should fake an accident outside the house and claim his hospitality.
How perfectly extraordinary.
He said he couldn't put his reasons in writing, but he would explain them at the first opportunity.
And did he?
No, he didn't. I got there shortly before dinner. I didn't have the chance to see him alone, and by the end of dinner, he was dead.
You have his letter?
It seems to have disappeared. I can't find it anywhere.
Hardly very helpful. Did you say anything to the police?
No. It all seemed too fantastical.
And yet you obeyed Sir Bartholomew's summons?
Yes, I was curious. It all seemed refreshingly out of the way.
Is there anything else?
What do you mean, anything else?
I mean, is there anything that might tell against you?
I suppose you'll hear about it sooner or later. That damned woman isn't likely to hold her tongue.
What damned woman?
That playwright woman. It was the morning after the murder. She asked for my card, and as I took one out of my pocketbook, something fell to the floor. She picked it up and handed it to me.
What was it?
A cutting from a medical journal about nicotine poisoning. I'd never seen it before in my life.
How very awkward.
I suppose she told the police?
Not as far as I know. I fancy she's a woman who likes to keep things to herself. Quite a dangerous woman in her way.
She knows something. I'll swear she knows something.
What do you think of Oliver's story, Monsieur Poirot?
It strikes me as most peculiar and highly uncharacteristic of the late Sir Bartholomew.
You mean he's lying?
There are so many kinds of lies.
But it does chime in with what Lady Mary said, about Tolly cooking up some kind of surprise.
Oh, I think he was probably pulling Mummy's leg. Still, we're not getting anywhere. Failure all along the line. What do we do now, Monsieur Poirot?
We think.
What's the good of that?
With the exercise of the little grey cells...
Oh, I'm sick of hearing you going on about your little grey cells. Can't you do anything?
Very well, mademoiselle. It shall be as you wish. I will give a party. The sherry party. That is fashionable, is it not?
A sherry party?
And to it I will ask Mrs. Cynthia Dacres, and Captain Dacres, Miss Sutcliffe, Miss Wills, Mr. Manders, and your charming mother, mademoiselle. And to do it in style, I will reserve an apartment at the Ritz.
Wonderful. And something will happen at the party, won't it? Just like in detective stories. All the people will be there, and you will announce who did it.
Well, I don't
I don't know if it's
Quite the spider's parlour, Monsieur Poirot. And all your poor little flies have walked in.
All gathered together again, eh? Third time lucky, perhaps.
Oh, no, Captain. This is a friendly little party. Do not let us talk of murder. These things, they spoil the palate. Let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
Not as soon as all that, I hope.
Oh, my lord, I have mentioned death. Forgive me, Mrs. Dacres. And allow me to congratulate you on a very charming gown. Your health, madame.
Your health, Lady Mary.
Here's to you, Egg.
Cheerio.
Cheers.
It is an excellent drink, the sherry. I prefer it to the cocktail, and 1,000 times to the whiskey. By drinking the whiskey, you ruin the palate. To appreciate the delicate wines of France.
Charles! What's the matter? Oh, God. Not another one. Has Sir Charles been poisoned too? It's quite unbelievable.
The poor devil's dead.
My friends, do not...
You fool! Pretending to be God and know all about everything, and you let this happen. Another murder, Monsieur Poirot, and under your very nose. If you'd let the whole thing alone, this would never have happened. It's you who's murdered Charles. You! You!
In Part 4 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Eglitton Gore, Beth Chalmers, Muriel Wills, Elizabeth Proud, Cynthia Dacres, Paula Jacobs, Captain Dacres, Nigel Anthony, Angela Sutcliffe, Gemma Churchill, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop, Doris the Model, Angela Sims. Three-act tragedy is dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
At a party given by Sir Charles Cartwright, an old clergyman dropped dead while drinking a cocktail. A few weeks later, Sir Charles's old friend, Sir Bartholomew Strange, suffered the same fate while drinking a glass of port. And then, at a little sherry party I was giving for those who had been present on both occasions, Sir Charles suddenly choked and fell to the ground.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
Another murder! And under your very nose, Monsieur Poirot. If you'd let the whole thing alone, this wouldn't have happened. It's you who murdered Charles.
It is true, mademoiselle, I confess. I murdered Sir Charles. But I am a very special kind of murderer. I can kill, and I can restore the dead to life. A magnificent performance, Sir Charles. Perhaps you would now like to take your curtain call.
You beast!
Mesdames, Messieurs, I demand pardon of you all. This little farce was necessary to prove to you all, and incidentally to prove to myself, a fact which my reason already told me was true. What? In one of the glasses on this tray, I placed a teaspoonful of water. That water represented pure nicotine. These glasses are of the same kind as those used by Sir Bartholomew Strange. Owing to the heavily cut glass, a small quantity of colourless liquid is quite undetectable. Imagine then the port glass of Sir Bartholomew. After it was put out on the dining table, somebody introduced into it a sufficient quantity of pure nicotine. That could have been done by anyone, the butler, the parlour-maid, or one of the guests who might have slipped into the dining room on their way downstairs. Dessert arrives, and the port glass is filled. Sir Bartholomew drinks and dies.
So simple when you come to think of it.
Now, suppose that tonight was not a farce, but a tragedy. Sir Charles is dead. What will be the first step taken by the police?
Why, to find the glass, of course. It's here, where Charles let it fall.
And you are of the opinion that if the glass had contained nicotine, traces of it would be found by the police?
Yes, I suppose so.
You would have supposed wrong. No nicotine would have been found, for that is not the glass from which Sir Charles drank. The real glass I have been hiding behind the tail of my coat. Voila.
What?
'Tis like the conjuring trick. The attention cannot be in two places at once. The conjurer waits for the psychological moment.
When Charles did his spectacular collapse.
Everyone crowds round the body, and no one at all looks at Hercule Poirot. And it is then that I make the exchange of the glasses.
And that's what happened at Crow's Nest and at Melford Abbey.
And why nobody found any trace of nicotine in the cocktail glass or the port glass?
So who changed them?
That still has to be revealed.
You don't know?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Well, I think that's quite enough excitement for one evening, Monsieur Poirot. It's time I was off.
Yes, I agree.
One little moment, I beg you. Tonight we have played the comedy, but that comedy may so easily have become a tragedy. Under certain conditions, the murderer may strike a third time. Now, if any one of you knows anything that may bear in any way on these crimes, I implore that person to speak out now. To keep any knowledge to oneself may be dangerous. No one? Be it so, then. I have given you warning. I can do no more.
That was a damn clever bit of work, Poirot.
But was that the only reason why you planned it? To see if you could switch the glasses?
No, mademoiselle, I had one other aim.
What was that?
I wanted to watch the expression on one person's face when Sir Charles fell dead.
Which person?
That is my secret.
Well, won't you tell us what you saw?
No, this is not the time, mademoiselle.
Does that mean you know who the murderer is?
You may put it that way if you wish.
A telegram from Monsieur Poirot.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What does it say?
See for yourselves.
Please come and see me at once. Can give you valuable information about Sir Bartholomew Strange's death. Margaret de Rushbridger.
So, we were right after all. She has got something to do with the case.
What do you think the mystery is?
I can't imagine. But it's bound to throw some light on the Babington affair. If Tolly got those people together at Melford Abbey, then the surprise he was going to spring on them had something to do with Mrs. de Rushbridger. I think we can assume that, don't you, Monsieur Poirot?
This telegram certainly complicates the affair, but we must act quickly, very quickly.
Well, we could, I suppose, take the first train up tomorrow morning. But is it really necessary for all of us to go?
Sir Charles and I had arranged to drive down to Gilling to talk to Mrs. Milray.
She's the mother of my secretary and was living there when Babington was vicar. But we can always postpone that.
But I don't think we ought to postpone anything. Surely Monsieur Poirot and Mr. Satterthwaite could go to Yorkshire.
An excellent arrangement. Sir Charles is obviously the right person to talk to Mrs. Milray, and who knows, you may learn from her far more important facts than we shall discover at Melford Abbey.
I simply cannot understand how you could have possibly had a telegram from Mrs. de Rushbridger. There must be some madman about. There's been such confusion everywhere, what with the police and everything.
The police?
Yeah, perhaps it would be best, matron, if we were to see Mrs. de Rushbridger straight away.
Then you don't know?
Know what?
Mrs. de Rushbridger's dead.
Dead? Oh, mon Dieu, I should have seen. How did she die?
It was all very strange. A box of chocolates came for her, liqueur chocolates, by post. She ate one. It must have tasted horrible. But she was taken by surprise, I suppose, and she swallowed it. One doesn't like spitting a thing out.
No, I understand. And if a liquid runs suddenly down your throat, it is difficult.
So she swallowed it, and called out, and the nurse came running, but we couldn't do anything. She died in about 2 minutes. Then the doctor sent for the police, and they came and examined the chocolates. All the top layer had been tampered with.
And the poison involved?
They think it was nicotine.
Of course. Oh, what an audacious stroke. If it is possible, madame, I would like to see the dead woman's body.
Of course. If you could just wait here a moment.
Her death was not peaceful. The agony of it still shows on her face.
Poor soul. Someone knew she was going to speak and killed her.
Yes, that is so.
She was murdered to prevent her telling us what she knew.
Or what she did not know. But let us return to London. There have been too many deaths. The murderer is much more dangerous than I had thought.
So who sent that telegram? Did you find out?
According to the police, it was handed in at Melfort Post Office by a small boy. He said it had been given to him that morning by a man dressed in shabby clothes who said a strange lady at the house in the park had thrown it down to him from her window, wrapped round 2 half-crowns.
How excessively melodramatic. What do you make of it, Poirot?
It proves what I have always said. There is nothing to be gained by rushing up and down England. What did you find out from your visit to Gilling?
Nothing at all, I'm afraid.
Precisely. The truth can only be seen from within.
What do you want to do, then?
I want to think. I only ask of you 24 hours in which to think.
Will thinking tell you what it was that poor woman could have said if she had lived?
I believe so.
It hardly seems possible. But if you can see through the mystery, it's more than I can. I'm beaten, and I confess it. I've decided to give up playing the great detective. Oh, there's just one thing. I'm rather worried about Miss Wills.
What about her?
She's gone.
Gone where?
Well, nobody knows. After I got your telegram about Mrs. de Rushbridger, I started to think things over. I felt convinced that Miss Wills was hiding something, and I thought I'd have a shot at getting it out of her. I drove out to Tooting, but she wasn't there. Her people had received a telegram from her saying she'd gone away for a day or two, and not to worry.
And were they worried?
Yes, they were. You see, she hadn't taken any luggage with her.
I warned her. I warned everyone. Do you remember I said to them, speak now?
Do you think that she, too?
I have my own ideas. For the moment, I prefer not to discuss them.
Then we'll leave you to it.
For 24 hours. I must have the absolute concentration.
What on earth are you doing? Building card houses?
It is not that I have become childish in my dotage. It is an old habit of mine and most stimulating to the mind. This morning, first thing, I go out and buy a pack of cards. Unfortunately, I make an error. They are not real cards.
Oh, they've sold you Happy Families.
What is that, the Happy Family?
It's a game. Children play it in the nursery.
They serve just as well.
Master Bun the baker's son. I always loved him. And here's Mrs. Mugg, the milkman's wife. I suppose that's me.
Oh, why is that funny card you, mademoiselle?
Because of the name. Charles and I are going to be married. And his name's not really Cartwright at all, it's Mugg. So I'm going to be Lady Mugg.
And is that why he no longer wants to play the great detective?
Perhaps it is. But aren't you going to wish me happiness?
Oh, I do wish you happiness, mademoiselle. The happiness that endures. The happiness that is built on a rock.
I'll tell Charles you called him a rock. But what do you hope to find from your Happy Family house?
It is the question I ask myself without ceasing. Why was Mr. Babington killed? When I can answer that, the case will be solved.
Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
No.
Charles and I are going to the dress rehearsal of Little Dog Laughed. It's the first night tomorrow.
Oh, mon Dieu.
What is it? Has something happened?
Yes, indeed, something has happened. But do not be alarmed. You go off to your dress rehearsal. But tomorrow evening, before the first night, I would like you and Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite to come here. By then, perhaps my little idea will have worked itself out. I hope you enjoy the play.
Goodbye then, Monsieur Poirot. I wish I knew what you were up to.
But yes, everything explains itself. A motive such as I have never come across. The Happy Families, I need them no longer.
So, Monsieur Poirot, did your card trick come off?
Have you found our murderer?
Well, come on, man, don't keep us on tenterhooks.
Ah, no, Sir Charles. The tenterhooks are part of my method. You must allow me to reconstruct the crime in my own way.
As you please, Monsieur Poirot.
I will begin with the murder of Stephen Babington last August. On that evening, Sir Charles advanced the theory that the unfortunate clergyman had been murdered. I did not agree.
Because you could not believe that anyone would want to kill a man like Babington.
Or that it was possible to kill one particular person by putting poison in one glass on a tray of cocktails.
But I must admit that Sir Charles was right and I was wrong. I was wrong because I was looking at the crime from an entirely false angle. It was only 24 hours ago that I perceived the proper angle of vision.
When you were building your house of cards?
One should always start an investigation with the simplest and most obvious questions. Granted that Stephen Babington had died as a result of drinking a cocktail, who had the best opportunity of poisoning his glass?
Well, I did, I suppose. And the parlourmaid, of course.
But neither Sir Charles nor the parlourmaid could have directed that particular glass to Babington's hand. It looked as if chance, and chance alone, had led him to pick it up.
And what about the glass that poisoned Sir Bartholomew?
Well, I think we can safely say that we have eliminated the main suspect, the butler, Ellis.
But there is also the possibility that any one of the guests could have slipped into the dining room and put nicotine into the glass.
That's why we drew up the list of the people who'd been at Crow's Nest and at Melford Abbey.
And the first 4 names on your list, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, Miss Sutcliffe and the observant Miss Wills, I discarded immediately.
Why?
It was impossible that any one of them could have known that they were going to meet Stephen Babington at dinner. The use of nicotine as a poison indicated a carefully thought-out plan, not one that could be put into action on the spur of the moment.
But what about young Manders? He would have known that Babington would be at Crow's Nest, and he was at Melford Abbey as well.
Yes, Oliver Manders was by far the most likely suspect. And since that is still the case, I asked him to join us here. He has been patiently awaiting his cue. Will you come in, Mr. Manders?
Good evening. I rather gather congratulations are in order, Sir Charles.
They are indeed. Thank you, Manders.
Thank you, Oliver.
As I was saying, Mr. Manders drew attention to himself that evening at Crow's Nest. He was tense and on edge, and he had actually quarrelled with or had displayed marked animosity towards Mr. Babington.
Yes, I felt sorry about that after the old boy died, but I've got rather a short fuse where clergymen are concerned.
And then there were the curious circumstances of his arrival at Melford Abbey on the night Sir Bartholomew was murdered.
Yes, but I explained all that to Mr. Satterthwaite. It was the old boy himself who suggested I fake the accident.
But you no longer have his letter?
No, I must have lost it somewhere.
None of this is very convincing, Mr. Manders.
Convincing or not, it's the truth.
Yes, Mr. Manders, I believe it is. You were the most obvious suspect, but then I began to realize that that was what I was supposed to think. I had been led to believe that the murderer would be someone who had been present both at Crow's Nest and at Melford Abbey, and everything pointed to you. But a really clever criminal would have realized that anyone who had been at both places would be bound to be under suspicion, and therefore would have arranged not to be apparently there.
You mean that there was someone present at Melford Abbey who had been at Crow's Nest, but was not recognised? That could hardly apply to Miss Milray or to Mrs. Babington. And Sir Charles and I were in the south of France, and even if we had somehow sneaked back into the country, the company at Melford Abbey would have known us instantly.
You, perhaps, Mr. Satterthwaite, but Sir Charles is a different matter. He is an actor, accustomed to playing many parts, which led me to reconsider that very mysterious person, Ellis the butler. A man who appears from nowhere a fortnight before the crime and vanishes afterwards with complete success. Why was Ellis so successful? Because Ellis did not really exist.
But you're not seriously suggesting that Ellis was Charles? That's ridiculous. The servants would have recognised him.
And what about Tolly?
I don't mind you indulging your little fancies, Poirot, but you can't tell me I could have fooled my oldest friend.
Oh, no, he knew perfectly well who you were. It had been arranged between you. Sir Bartholomew gave it away when he said, "You're a first-class butler, aren't you, Ellis?"
I must admit it did seem to be an extraordinary thing to say.
But perfectly understandable if Sir Bartholomew was in on the joke, a joke that was intended to deceive the whole house party. Hence Sir Bartholomew's cheerful humour and his remark to Miss Sutcliffe about the surprise he was going to spring on everyone. And after the murder had been accomplished, Ellis left by the secret passage, resumed his own identity, and 2 days later was strolling through the gardens at Monte Carlo, ready to be shocked and surprised by the news of his old friend's death.
I really cannot believe a word of this. What about the blackmailing letters we discovered in Ellis's room?
They were written by Sir Charles, who then contrived to have you discover them. And just consider the opportunities available to a butler. In valeting the gentlemen, he could fold and press their clothes, and in the process remove certain letters.
You mean he took the letter that Sir Bartholomew had written to me?
And planted the press cutting which fell so conveniently at Miss Wills's feet.
I was beginning to wonder whether she might have planted it herself.
Let us now turn to the part played by Miss Wills. She is a curious personality, apparently completely nondescript, but of extraordinary intelligence and perception. She was the only person who occasioned Sir Charles any uneasiness. That is why he was so concerned to tackle her himself. He was fairly reassured by the interview and distinctly gratified that she had noticed the birthmark he had gone to such pains over. But then came the catastrophe. I do not think that until then it had occurred to her that Ellis was Sir Charles, but she had noticed the hands that held the dishes at dinner, and it did suddenly occur to her that Sir Charles was Ellis. And so she asked him to pretend to hand her a dish of vegetables. But it was not whether the birthmark was on the left or the right wrist that interested her. She wanted a pretext to study his hands.
You're making this up. How can you possibly know what happened?
Because I've been talking with her, mademoiselle. That is why I advised her to leave her home immediately, so as not to share the same fate as Mrs. de Rushbridger.
But how does she fit into all this? I don't understand.
Sir Charles was worried. He did not like the expression of satisfied malice he had seen on Miss Wills's face. Attention must be focused elsewhere. On the day of my sherry party, Sir Charles rose very early, went to Yorkshire, and, disguised in shabby clothes, gave a telegram to a boy to send off, and he did one thing more. He dispatched a box of poisoned chocolates to a woman he had never seen and of whom he knew nothing. It was a splendid coup de théâtre. Mrs. de Rushbridger had something of importance to tell us. Mrs. de Rushbridger was killed before she could speak, but I, Hercule Poirot, was not deceived.
So that was what you meant when you said she had been killed before she could tell us what she did not know.
Mm-hmm.
She had nothing to do with the case at all. She was simply a red herring.
Precisely, mon ami. But in his seeming triumph, Sir Charles made a stupid, childish error. The telegram was addressed to me, Hercule Poirot, at the Ritz Hotel. But Mrs. de Rushbridger knew nothing at all of my connection with the crime.
Childish, as you say.
So, I had reached the stage where I knew the identity of the murderer, and I saw, for the first time, that the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange was his overall objective. But what reason could Sir Charles have to kill off his old friend? Could I work out a motive?
Monsieur Poirot, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Huh? I know that it is part of your performance to focus everyone's attention on the wrong man, so that they will be all the more astounded when the real criminal is revealed. You have had your fun. You have spun out this absurd story. Now, don't you think it's time you told us who the real murderer is?
Alas, I cannot oblige you, Sir Charles. The real murderer has already been revealed.
So what was my motive for taking the life of a man I had known ever since my school days?
Your motive is sitting there, Sir Charles. Miss Hermione Lytton-Gore.
What do you mean by that?
It was clear from the first time I saw you together that Sir Charles loved you with that terrible, absorbing passion that comes to a man in middle age and which is usually inspired by an innocent young girl. You loved her, Sir Charles. She, it was evident, had the hero worship for you. You had only to speak for her to fall into your arms, but you did not speak. Why?
You know damned well why. I thought she was in love with Manders.
You did not believe that for a second. You are a man of the world. You knew perfectly well Miss Lytton-Gore's feelings for you. Why then did you not marry her? It could only have been because there was some obstacle. And the obstacle was the fact that you already had a wife.
That's absurd.
You married when you were very young, before you became known as an actor.
But if that's the case, what happened to her? Where is she now?
There are two tragedies for which the law gives no relief. The woman you married might be serving a life sentence in some prison, or she might be confined to a lunatic asylum. In neither case could you obtain a divorce.
I don't believe any of this.
If nobody knew, you might marry Miss Lytton-Gore without telling her the truth. But supposing one person was aware of it, a man you had known since boyhood,
Sir Bartholomew Strange.
an honourable, upright physician. Oh, he might pity you deeply, he might sympathise with a liaison with an irregular life, but he would not stand by silent and see you enter into a bigamous marriage with an unsuspecting young girl.
What about Babington? Did he know about it too?
I thought so at first, but I found nothing to support my theory. Then a chance remark from Miss Lytton-Gore about going to a dress rehearsal opened my eyes. The poison in the glass picked up by Mr. Babington was intended for any of those present in the room, with three exceptions. Yourself, Miss Lytton-Gore, to whom you were careful to hand an innocent glass, and Sir Bartholomew, who did not drink cocktails.
But that's nonsense. What's the point of it?
A very singular point. The murder of Stephen Babington was nothing more nor less than a dress rehearsal.
You really have the most extraordinary imagination, Monsieur Poirot. It goes without saying there isn't a syllable of truth in this absurd fandangle. Where's your evidence, eh?
My evidence, Sir Charles, is in the Hiverton County Asylum. Gladys Mary Mugg, the wife of Charles Mugg, your lawful wedded wife.
Is this true? Is this really true, Monsieur Poirot?
It is true, mademoiselle.
God damn you, Poirot. God damn you!
He'll escape.
No. He will only choose his exit. The slow one before the eyes of the world, or the quick one off stage.
Oliver, take me home, please.
Yeah, of course. Well, you're trembling. Will you be all right?
I'll be all right. Stay with me, Oliver.
Be very good to her.
I will. You know that. Good night, Monsieur Poirot. Thank you.
My dear Poirot, you have been wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
It is nothing. A tragedy in 3 acts. And now the curtain has fallen.
My goodness, I've only just realised. That poison cocktail. Anyone could have drunk it. It might have been me.
There is an even more terrible possibility that you have not considered.
And what is that?
It might have been me.
It can't happen to you. You read about stuff like that in the papers. Girls murdered and mutilated, drunks left dying in the gutter for the handful of change they had in their pockets, lonesome old men tortured because some hoodlum gets the idea they're misers with a pot of gold hidden under the floorboards of the shack. Sure, you know it's real, but it can't happen to you. Oh, you get your fair share of trouble. I've been a professional man here in Los Angeles for 30 years. I've met up with bums and grifters and petty sharpers. They're around in any business. But the viciousness, the real deep-down dirt, that's for somebody else. You do your work and go home to your family. And for a real bang-up evening to break the monotony, you take your wife out to a movie. That's what I did that Saturday night. We'd driven all the way in from the San Fernando Valley to Beverly Hills for a picture Ellie especially wanted to see.
Wasn't that a good movie, Joe?
Uh-huh.
Just the kind I like. Songs and dancing and girls in pretty clothes. Oh, I get so tired of cops and robbers.
What's wrong with cops and robbers?
Oh, you know what I mean. Murder movies. Honestly, all the policemen stupid and all the crooks sneering out of the corners of their mouths.
Yeah, the stuff those Hollywood boys dream up. You'd think the streets were knee-deep in blood and you couldn't hear yourself think for machine guns.
Yeah.
Well, here we are, honey.
You get in first.
Okay. All right, Ellie?
Well, now, just a second. All right, Joe. Don't forget the gas.
I got plenty to take us out to the valley. I'll fill up at Bill's.
Dee-da-da-dee. You remember how that song goes, Joe?
What song?
In the picture. You know, Two on the Moon. The one the boy sang to the girl.
Oh, that one. Let's see. Heck, I don't know.
Oh, well. We'll be hearing it again on the radio.
How about turning it on?
The radio?
Yeah.
Sure.
Set her around 1100. We ought to get some news in a few minutes. I'd like to hear whether they caught that fellow.
That awful mass murderer?
Uh-huh. They spotted him in L.A. this afternoon, but he got away.
I know. You told us at supper. It makes you shiver.
Don't worry. He won't get away with it. We left the lights of Beverly Hills behind and turned into Coldwater Canyon. It's as quick a way as any to get us across the Hollywood Hills to the valley. It's dark in the canyon, quiet, with mighty little traffic at night. I cut my lights up full and we swept up the side of the ridge. News program came on, but I didn't pay much attention. The fellow was talking about brush fires. They'd already put out one near my place, though they were still patrolling it. We were over the ridge and sliding down to the valley before the program got to the part I wanted to hear.
There it is.
Pick it up higher, Ellie.
And now the latest news on the New Hampshire murderer. 2 weeks ago, Louis Matrick wiped out an entire family in Greenlee, New Hampshire. Today, he was spotted 3,000 miles from the scene of his crime. At 5:30 this afternoon, a patrolman saw and definitely identified Matrick in downtown Los Angeles.
He is here.
However, by darting through heavy traffic at the risk of his life, the killer was again able to make his escape. According to neighbors of the slaughtered family, Matrick first appeared in Greenlee about a year ago. From fingerprints in the Noland home, Louis Matrick has been identified as Lloyd Matthews, ex-convict. He is wanted for questioning in the robbery and murder of a New York storekeeper a year ago.
Oh, my.
A crime that netted the killer less than $20.
Can you imagine?
Matrick, or Matthews, is 32 years old, height 5 feet 9 inches, weight 155 pounds. He has blue eyes, light brown hair, nose slanted to the left. When seen this afternoon, he was wearing a blue suit and a gray pork pie hat. He...
Awful. Awful.
Not pretty, no.
And he's somewhere around L.A. this minute. Joe,
Hmm?
you think it's right us leaving Annie and Bud all alone while
Now, Ellen. Annie's grown up, and Bud's a smart youngster, if I do say so myself. You can't wrap kids in cotton wool.
I know. Oh, I'm silly, I guess. Neighbors close all around. All they'd have to do is yell. But what would make a young man do a dreadful thing like that?
Could be a lot of things. Maybe he's got a screw loose. Maybe he went nuts over a girl. Maybe he gets a kick out of killing like
You
some
know
of...
all the answers, don't you?
Oh, Joe!
Hey, what the...
Keep going. Go on, keep going. I got a gun here and I'll use it. Tell him, you.
Ellie?
Against the back of my neck. I can feel it. Cold.
Well, are you gonna move?
Okay. Okay, brother. You're the boss.
You said it. I'm boss, and remember it. Otherwise, I'll blow a hole through your wife's head. I've had experience in these things.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Fibber McGee and Molly in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, I've got to run. My wife Mary just called up and said someone stole our Autolite resistor spark plugs right out of the engine of our car.
Gosh, Hap, I didn't know they were that precious. Skip along.
So long.
Oh, that Mary. What a girl. She's wonderful. I said to Hap the other day, she's got everything an Autolite resistor spark plug's got. Hap comes right back and says to me, has she got a 10,000 ohm resistor? Does she save me gas and money, Harlow? And then right away he says, tell me this. Does Mary improve radio and television reception? Well, by Cornelius, I couldn't stand it any longer. What's Mary got to do with that, I cried. Nothing, shouts the triumphant Hap. Right, I shout back, but by Cornelius, those sleek, slim, trim, smart, swift starting Autolite resistor spark plugs have. Why, when it comes to plugs, even mine, there's no plug as good as a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. And those wonderful wonders are made by the Autolite Company, the marvelous makers of spark plugs, batteries, complete ignition systems, and over 400 automotive, aviation, and marine parts.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Fibber McGee and Molly in Backseat Driver, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I drove that car like we were skirting the rim of the Grand Canyon with nothing between us on the bottom but a mile of country air. This was it, the thing that happens to other people, to the ones that end up on slabs in the morgue. But not to me, not to Ellie. The first car we'd seen since we left traffic swooped down behind us. It passed, but not before the headlights caught our passenger clean in my rearview mirror. He was hunched forward, sitting on the edge of the back seat so he could keep the gun rammed into the nape of Ellie's neck. He had light brown hair, pale eyes, and a nose that slanted. His mouth twitched, jittery. As the car went by, his eyes caught mine in the mirror and flickered.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Sure. Lose your hat?
Bright boy. Like I said, you know all the answers. No, I didn't lose it. I stuffed it down a drain.
You're still wearing the blue suit, though.
I figured it changed pretty quick now. Think yours will fit me?
You can have the suit and the car. Just let it...
Ellen.
Joe, it's Matrick.
The missus is bright, too.
He crawled in here while we were in the movie. Joe, you should have had the car door fixed. You know better.
Honey, I meant to. I was going to tend to that tomorrow.
Shut up! Let's see if you can both be bright enough to keep your trap shut. Turn left on Ventura. Take the slow lane. And don't try playing no tricks. I've been in this burg before.
Okay by me.
That's real white of you. Straight out to open country, Mac. Then I'll take the missus up on that offer of the suit and car.
What happens to us?
Why, you just walk home. What else? Play it safe, and you ain't got a thing to worry about.
That was a laugh, that was. Nothing to worry about. That'd kill you. Once we got out into open country, we'd have a chance of walking away from the car. All a murderer can hope for is time. He doesn't leave witnesses around to get the law on his tail 1 second sooner than necessary. All I could do was stall and pray and make what feeble gestures I could at Lady Luck. The thing that came into my mind was so risky it brought my hair up on end. But there was a chance, provided that trigger finger didn't start jerking. In the bright lights of the boulevard, I didn't think he'd notice, but a traffic officer would. I turned into Ventura and took the far lane, obedient as a whipped pup. Must have made 2 or 3 miles before I heard what I was hoping for.
What's that?
Huh? Oh, the siren? Why, an ambulance, I guess. We hear a lot of
That
them
ain't no
here.
ambulance. It's a motorcycle cop.
Joe, it's young Mike Kennedy. He patrols this stretch.
What are you up to? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing. The kid's a friend of
Think
ours.
you can get me easy, huh? Well, I warned you. I ain't going alone. You asked for it.
Listen, will you? The kid lives near us, practically grew up under our feet. All he wants is to pass the time of day or maybe send a message to our Annie.
Yeah?
Yeah. You start popping now and we'll all be dead. Keep your shirt on and I'll get rid of him.
Okay. But it better be good.
I pulled to the curb and Mike came up alongside. He sat balancing the bike between his knees, and the grin on his face was a mile wide. It had worked. At least we were still alive, and Mike wasn't 2 feet away. But where did we go from here? I had to think, but my brain was wet wool. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth.
Well, what do you know if it isn't Uncle Joe?
Something funny, kid?
After all the times you've read us the riot act about observing the letter of the law. Oh, brother, wait till I tell Annie.
Mike Kennedy, what's the matter with you? I didn't notice anything wrong.
Hi, Aunt Ellie. Nothing much the matter. Just Uncle Joe here proceeding sedately out the boulevard with his headlights up full.
Headlights? By golly, that's right. I must have forgotten it, didn't I?
You oughtn't to forget those things, Joe. Someday a big, bad cop might come along and haul you off to the state. Hey, is that Annie back there?
No, it isn't.
It's our new neighbor, Mike, Mr. Anderson.
That right? Glad to meet you, sir.
Hello?
I didn't know there were any vacancies out our way.
Well, there weren't until recently. Mr. Anderson has taken over the Charles place.
The Charles place? Are you kidding?
No. Looks like things got too much for old man Charles at last. He's clearing out for good.
Kind of sudden, wasn't it?
I guess so.
Well, that's too bad. For old man Charles, I mean. Mighty nice for Mr. Anderson, though. Good places are hard to find these days. All right, Uncle Joe. I'll let you off this time. Give my love to Annie.
Mike!
Watch it.
Yes, sir?
Nothing. Just come see us soon, boy. Always glad to have you.
Thanks. I'll be around my next night off. I got a date with Annie. So long.
That was that. Mike turned his bike and headed back down the boulevard. The chance had come and gone. But it felt to me like half my mind went off with the boy yelling at him. Must have been half a minute before I could pull myself together and ease back into traffic. Nobody said anything. I didn't dare to, and neither did Ellie. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her holding herself stiff as a ramrod, scared even to turn her head. When two people have lived together as long as we have, each one knows what the other one is thinking. I went back to driving and praying. That and cutting my eyes up to the mirror, just in case there might be a white motorcycle eye following us. There wasn't, of course. Back in the back, I knew he was watching, too. Those flickering eyes darting like lightning between us and the rear window. He was too busy checking to talk. Not that that helped much. Rage and fear were pouring out of him so thick you could have grabbed a hunk of the atmosphere in your hand. It was queer to drive along like that on the crowded highway. Traffic streaming both ways. Lights from drugstores and cocktail joints and eating houses blazing to the sky. And to know if I lifted a finger for help, I'd sign our death warrants. It had to be luck, all luck. And there was still a chance I'd get it. The way I figured it, we'd started out with just about enough gas to get us back to Bill's station. When we hit that, the meter ought to show empty. Gas gauge was hidden from me by the rim of the steering wheel, but I was pretty sure I was right. I waited until I saw the red and green lights above Bill's pumps a block and a half away. Then very slow and easy, I slumped over for a peek at the gauge. I leaned just too far.
Shut up.
Sure.
What now? What were you looking at?
I was just easing the crick out of my neck.
Yes, you was. You was looking at the dash. You... Oh, so that's it. Fresh out of gas.
Look, I just remembered.
Don't give me that. You knew it all along. From now on, you keep your hands on the wheel, Mac, but leave me do the driving. Turn into that filling station. Get high-test gas and fill her up.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Bill.
Evening,
Hello,
Ellie.
Bill.
Oh, evening, sir. Up to the top?
Yeah, Ethel.
Ethel it is. Here you've been to the pictures, huh?
Uh-huh.
You people know everybody in the whole valley.
We've lived here 30 years. from back when this was just farmland. Of course, we know lots of people.
I don't like it. Get the gas and get out.
Say, I was up to Miranda's for supper.
That right?
Oh, boy, her chili gets better every time. Don't see how it can, but it does. She's saving some for you. Said you'd be around after the show.
Oh, my, I saw Miranda this afternoon and told her we'd be by for sure, Joe.
That'll be $3.50 on the nose.
$3 and $50. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, same to you.
What was all that about?
Nothing much.
Come on, I got to ask you everything twice.
Miranda runs a drive-in up the road a ways. On show nights, we usually drop in for a carton of chili to take home.
I just hope she won't call home when we don't show up and get Annie all worried.
Wait a minute. Drive-in, you said?
Yeah.
And Miss Miranda could start checking on you?
I didn't mean it like that. It's
She
just...
could call your Annie, and between the two of them, they'd have the cops on the lookout for you before midnight.
You're crazy.
Like a fox. I ain't kept ahead of the buttons all this time by taking chances. We'll just pick up that chili, Mac.
You want to go to Miranda's?
Why not? Leave Annie get a beauty sleep. I can cover a lot of ground before tomorrow morning. I ain't eaten so good lately, I could use the food, too. And with you and the missus to front for me, what's to worry about?
He was right about that. I went back to driving and praying. Miranda's place is one of those goldfish bowls, mostly glass with light pouring out across the space marked for outside service. She saw us pulling up, grabbed a quart carton off the back shelf, and hustled to the door.
Here you are, Ellie. I was just saying to Betsy, better fix up that chili, Betsy. It's about time Ellie and Joe was showing up, figuring the distance from Beverly Hills.
Thank you, Miranda.
Who's that in the back seat? I don't seem to recollect your face, young man, though anybody'll tell you I never forget a face.
Well, this is Mr. Anderson, Miranda. He just came out here from the east.
Oh, is that a fact? Say, Joe, you planning to go straight up Ventura home?
Sure, why?
Oh, don't you do it. Go the back way, even if it does take longer. Of course, the brush fire between here and your place is out, but there are still 50, 60 men patrolling it.
What's that?
Oh, but that ain't nothing to what's going on further out the valley. That new fire's clean out of control, licking up hundreds of acres. Well, they've been sending truckloads of firefighters past here all evening, and the road's blocked for miles,
The road's
they
blocked.
tell me. For miles, they tell me. And all them poor ranchers losing their homes. Being from the east, you wouldn't understand. But brush fires is awful things once they get out.
Thanks. Start moving. We take the back way to your house.
To our house? What say? Oh, you staying with Ellie and Joe?
Yeah, until the roads, until I can get into my own place. What are we waiting for?
Night, Miranda.
Well, goodbye. Be sure you come see me, Mr. Anderson. I'll be looking for you.
So there it was. We weren't going to the country. We weren't going to be left to rot at the foot of a cliff or buried deep in brush. No, we were going home. Home to the kids. Taking a murderer with us. I still couldn't see Ellie, but I could feel her tensing up, tight as a pulled drawstring.
Mr. Matrick, you didn't mean what you said, did you, about coming home with us?
You know a better place I can hide out till the road's open?
But it wouldn't be safe. We've got neighbors close all around. If somebody sees you...
Nobody'll see me. Nobody better.
Joe, couldn't we get around the fire?
Yeah, that'd be better. We could try. There are other roads through the valley. Listen, Matrick, we'll nose around and find a way through somehow.
Cut it out. You heard the old biddy. Hundreds of acres burning. Firefighters, cops. Get off the highway. We're going home.
No, I won't have it. Joe, you stop the car right here.
Shut up.
You heard me, Joe. I won't have him in my house, not with Annie and Bud.
I said shut up!
For Lord's sake, Ellie.
It doesn't matter about us, but the kids, I won't let him...
One
touch
word
them.
out of you!
Joe, stop!
Ellen, hush.
Oh, Joe.
Don't say another thing. I'm sorry, honey, but Matrick's the boss. We gotta do like he says.
That's telling her. Sure. Do like I say, and everything will be rosy. You got no call to worry about the kids. I like kids. As long as nobody gives me the brush off. We'll wake them up soon as we get home. And you and Miss Annie can fix up a chili supper for us. We'll have us a picnic. And then, as soon as the fire's out, we'll all take a trip to the country. Another picnic, huh?
You keep going. As long as you're breathing, you keep going. Even when it looks like there's no way out, you hang on by your toenails. We poked up and down those Black Valley streets that twist and turn and sometimes wind up in dead ends. Ellie stopped crying after a while. She slumped down with her head rolling on the seat back, limp as a rag doll with the stuffing leaked out. It took a long time, but it had to come to an end. I saw the bulk of the house looming up. There was light sneaking around the edges of the blinds up in Annie's room. She wasn't asleep after all. She'd be sitting up in bed, maybe plastering red stuff on her fingers and dreaming about the date with Mike. Bud's room was dark. He'd be wrapped in covers like in a cocoon and dreaming whatever boys dream. I couldn't remember. I pulled up to the concrete walk I'd poured with my own hands before there was any Annie or Bud. I cut the lights. In a second or two, my eyes got used to the dark. I could make out the high hedge Ellie planted around the place and the roof rising up beyond it.
Out, missus. Face the house. Now you, Mac. Slide out the same side. Stand beside her. Walk to the door. Slow and no funny business. I'm right behind you.
Look out, Joe!
Lie down, Ellie!
I'll kill you!
I'll kill you!
Hold him, boys.
It's okay, Mike. Got him.
You all right, Uncle Joe? Aunt Ellie?
Ellie! Ellie, honey, you all right?
All right, indeed. Smacked flat on my face on a concrete walk and you falling on me.
Nothing wrong with her.
That's my girl.
Oh, well, don't just stand there. Help me up.
Here you are.
Oh, I've got to get in the house before the kids come busting out here. I won't have them mixed up in this.
Well, how's he doing, boys?
Got him through the gun hand on the right shoulder. See?
A lucky shot, copper. If you weren't lucky, you'd all be cold meat now.
Maybe. Matrick, isn't it, Uncle Joe?
That's him. Miranda described him to you, eh?
The old girl didn't miss a trick. She even knew you were taking the back way home. You left a clear trail, Uncle Joe. Slick work.
I had to get him out of the car before the fireworks started. Ellie didn't stand a chance. She helped, though. Ellie catches on quick.
I'll bet.
A mean guy like Matrick. Make him think you don't want to do something, and he'll break his neck doing it. I let on I was trying to run out of gas. That got us to Bill's. Then we both made out there was no sense going to Miranda's, so we got bullied into going to Miranda's. It was 1,000 to 1 she'd run off at the mouth about the brush fires and scare him into hiding out. After that, all Ellie had to do was turn on the hysterics. He was dead set on coming here.
Bright boy, like I said.
Bright enough. You did all right, too, Mike. I was watching the rearview mirror all the time you were tailing us, but you never showed.
You knew I was there, though. When one officer starts double-talking another officer, he wants to know why.
Officer, double talk. You never said a thing to him except that I'd bought some place out here.
Yeah, the Charles place.
Poor old man Charles. In a tough spot and moving out for good.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Matrick, didn't anybody ever tell you it wasn't smart to take up with strangers? Maybe I'd better introduce myself. The name's Charles. Joe Charles. Detective, homicide. Tonight I was off duty and was just taking my wife to a movie.
It's a lovely day today, so whatever you got to do, you got a lovely day to do it in. likes.
Benedict. Wonderful. And you got to
I'd be so happy to be doing it with.
Hello, Simon Evans here.
Simon, it's James.
Hello, James. What can I do for you?
Have you heard about the warden?
No. What's the old sod done
Well,
now?
he's died. That's what he's done.
God.
Yeah, he's died while he's having his breakfast.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a heart attack.
Bit young for that, wasn't he?
Well, that's the trouble with the ticker. It never knows the time. Well, the show's about to begin now. No mistake, Simon. Poor old Fitzsimmons, he never smoked or drank for fear of dying, and then he goes and does it while eating.
I hope this table's all right for you.
It's fine.
It's my favourite eating place, actually. Well, one of them. Large meals, low price. Good food, though, very good.
I certainly hope so.
I wouldn't have brought you otherwise.
And are you worried about prices?
No. My editor pays working expenses, of course, but why waste? I don't see the point in wasting money.
I feel the same about time. I hope this isn't going to take too long.
Oh, it's been very good of you to give me your time, Mr. Montague. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can I get you something to drink while you study the menu?
Mr. Montague?
Some red wine, I think.
Fine. We'll have a bottle of brewy.
Certainly, sir. I shan't be a moment.
Well, now, shall I start with the questions?
I hope there's only going to be a few.
Oh, certainly.
It is what you said on the telephone.
And I'll be true to my word. And as I say, I'm grateful for your time.
Well, in the way that you think a good meal for a little money is a bargain, I feel the same about a good meal for a few questions.
Right, then. Tell me first about All Saints College.
Well, it's rather unusual in that there are no students and few educational responsibilities to take into account. It's created by Henry III as a graduate-only foundation. Some of its fellows are resident, but many are dispensed all over the world. I suppose you could call it a sort of medieval think tank. The wine.
Your wine, gentlemen. Would you like me to pour a little?
No, that's fine, thank you. We'll help ourselves.
I was just told by another waiter, sir, that you are Mr. Lang. I'd like to say how much I enjoy your articles each week.
Oh, good heavens, fame. And what is it exactly that you like?
Well, I suppose we all like to know what's going on behind the scenes, don't we? Are you ready to order yet? I'd certainly recommend the stuffed aubergines.
Another 5 minutes, I think.
I'll come back later then, excuse me.
Right. I'll pour, shall I? Well, here's to us, and a good article. One that pleases the waiter, anyway.
Cheers.
Now then, Mr. Montague, the college.
Well, as I was saying, it's regarded as something of a
medieval think tank, I believe you said.
Yes, that's right. But indeed, its critics will say that it's gone further and further back into history. However, its fellows are some of the leading figures in the country, and indeed internationally. For example, there's Willie Henshaw, Privy Councillor, Queen's Counsel, Knight Bachelor, Chairman of the 2 Royal Commissions, author of a major report to the Governor and Court of the Bank of England, and an international corporate lawyer.
Mr. Montague.
And then there's Lord Siegenthaler, a recently retired cabinet minister.
Mr. Montague.
And Matthew Moore, regarded as the finest Middle Eastern archaeologist of his generation. Those are just some of the names. But as you can see, the college is rather a unique place.
Mr. Montague, excuse me, but I know the history of the college.
Then why did you ask me here? I thought that's what you wanted to talk about.
Tell me about the warden.
Well, that too is a position which is rather unique, despite the college being described by many as archaic. Nevertheless, to be its warden elevates that person to the status of an unofficial chairman of the establishment.
That's not what I want to know, Mr. Montague.
Oh? What is it you do want to know?
I want to know about his death.
I beg your pardon?
Look, I know he died of a heart attack. Everybody does. What everybody doesn't know is what kind of cat has been put amongst the pigeons by that death? That's what I want to know.
Look, wait a moment.
I mean, there's going to be one hell of a struggle for the position of new warden, isn't there? I'd like to know about it. I'd like you to tell me.
Mr. Lang, on the telephone you said to me that you wished to talk about the history of the college.
Isn't that what we're doing?
You know perfectly well that I cannot discuss any forthcoming election for the post of warden.
Who are the favourites?
I will talk about the history of the college and nothing else.
Who are the favourites?
You must excuse me. I'm leaving. I came under a misunderstanding.
Are the names you mentioned candidates for the post? Could be quite a fight.
Look, I have nothing further to say, and what is more, I hope that you have forgotten what I've said so far.
Willie Henshaw, Lord Siegenthaler, Matthew Moore. Sorry, but I'm a reporter, you see. Names stick like glue.
A scandalmonger is what you are. I see now why the waiter said he enjoyed your articles. What was it he said? We all like to know what's going on behind the scenes.
And we do. And it's my job to find out.
And it's my job to see that All Saints College maintains a certain dignity and does not sell itself for aubergines.
Mr. Montague, we don't really have a problem here.
I certainly don't. Goodbye.
If you just told me the facts of the matter, it may help prevent some of the what you call scandal-mongering.
Go to hell, Mr. Lang. I'm sorry. Go to hell.
Are you one of the candidates?
I'm telling you nothing more.
You told me nothing I didn't already know as it is. And what about the names you didn't tell me? What about Tom Ducatis, who's off to the Library of Congress any day now? Max von Ehrenberg, who's off to the archives in Venice? And there's Susan Shines, one of the few women fellows elected. What about Simon Evans? You didn't mention him either.
What about them?
I just want to know how they feel about the election. Who they're supporting and why not. Who's the favourite for the job, Mr. Montague? I mean, what's the big secret? For God's sake, I'm not asking you to tell me who really shot Kennedy.
Shall I tell you something, Mr. Lang? You're not a reporter at all. You're a little nosy bastard sniffing around for trouble.
And shall I tell you something, Mr. Montague? I think it's you who's favourite for the job, am I right?
And what if I am?
Oh, nothing. It's not me who's making a big fuss about this.
Thanks for the wine. Goodbye.
Hardly touch the stuff. Bloody waste of money.
Is your friend leaving, sir?
So it would seem,
Are you staying to eat, sir?
What else is there to do at 1:15 on dark afternoon? Yes, I'm staying to eat.
Then may I take your order, sir?
Tell me, my friend, the reason you like my articles? Is it because you enjoy poking your inquiring little nose into other people's mess-ups?
Well, I wouldn't put it quite like that, sir.
No, don't suppose you would.
Your order, sir?
Well, for a start, you can stuff your aubergines.
Pretty sound on those.
Gentlemen, I know we're not all here, more's the pity, but as senior fellow, I think I have to say that while, of course, we are all excessively burdened by our responsibilities to a grateful world, the time has come to put on our collective caps. I hope you all have your thinking caps with you somewhere and haven't altogether lost them on the road to prestige.
I don't think this is a funny matter, Lord Medway.
Did I say it was? Quite the contrary. In fact, the choosing of a new warden is a task to which we must apply ourselves with a seriousness we reserve normally to the choosing of people we invite to dinner.
Then let's get on with it.
Exactly. Tell me, gentlemen, what do you think of the candidates so far, and their chances?
Well, speaking for myself, it looks as though it's going to be a real battle of bastards. Or perhaps I should say it's going to be a bastard of a battle.
Yes, perhaps you should, yeah.
I would have thought, though, that Montague would be the obvious choice.
Yes, he'll certainly take the first ballot, there's no doubt of that. How do you feel about Simon Evans?
Well, he's a very popular chap, of course, but sometimes that works against a candidate, and he has the look of someone not really expecting to win.
As opposed to Matthew Moore, who has the look of someone who can't possibly be defeated.
Arrogant bugger.
Good track record, though. Granted, there's quite a few candidates, and they've all got records of which to be excessively proud, but there's certainly something about Moore and the way he wears those endless medals of archaeological merit around his neck that makes him very much a front-runner. And what's more, he desperately wants to be warden.
Yes, to tell you the truth, his eagerness is already rather sickening. However, I still think James Montague is the one who will come out tops.
Hello, James Montague here. Oh, hello. Well, yes, of course. Come round straight away. No, not at all. I'll see you. One moment. Simon. Come on in, then.
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
No, I was going to phone you anyway.
It's about the election.
Yes, I thought it might be.
Is it true?
Well, if you mean, am I not taking part? Yes, it's perfectly true.
You're really not standing?
No, more than that, I'm not even going to express a preference as to who has the post. I'm simply going to sit back and watch the fun. Anyway, what are you worrying about, my dear boy? Leaves the field more open for you.
I don't think I'm in with much of a chance, James.
Oh, nonsense. Don't underestimate yourself. You stand a very good chance.
But there's a lot of tough opposition.
Well, of course, you'd expect that for such a post.
I'm still surprised that you've backed out. You were the favoured candidate, you know, and rightly so.
Maybe, but I don't have the guts for combat anymore.
I don't think I do either.
Yes, and who do you think does?
Well, Matthew Moore, certainly.
Oh, yes, dear old Matthew. A man so riddled with ambition it seeps from him like sweat.
I think he wants to be warden more than anything in the world.
Except perhaps ruler of that world.
It's going to take a damn good candidate to beat him, that's for sure.
And are you that candidate?
Well, like I said, I'm very doubtful. And after all, there are quite a few others throwing in their caps.
You know, I've a feeling, though, that quite a few of those caps are going to be without Holmes, by which I mean there's going to be another meeting of the Fellows in the main library tonight, and I expect a few heads to start rolling. In fact, despite your rather low and totally unjustified opinion of yourself, I shouldn't be at all surprised if when we get down to the third or fourth ballot, the contest isn't simply between Matthew Moore and yourself. Anyway, it's all up to the great and goodly Fellows, isn't it? And I can't tell you how pleased I am to be simply a happy and unbruised spectator to the contest. Well, thank you for calling, Simon, telling me that you believe I've been missed. I appreciate it very much. I've got a feeling you care for the college more than most.
Thank you. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll let you get back to Mr. Mozart.
And now we come to Willie Henshaw. I don't have to remind anyone here of his distinguished career, truly outstanding, and he will, of course, be receiving the backing of all the lawyers who make up the college's non-resident fellows. There's no doubt he has strong support. Let's really get to know him, though, shall we? I suggest a series of informal lunches be set up for him with us as his hosts. The way to a man's mind is often through his mouth.
I don't think Siegenthal's going to make it through the next ballot, do you?
Not sure, Leo, old dear. He certainly has support, and he has been at the college 40 years.
Yes, but when you think about it, every damn thing he's set his hand to has ended up in the dustbin. And that, I feel, is where his candidature's going.
Montague here.
And Martin Lang here. Remember me, Mr. Montague, your nosy reporter friend?
What do you want, Mr. Lang? I'm very busy.
I hear there's quite a little war going on. Like to tell me about it? Now you're no longer in the run yourself.
No, I would not.
I hear old Willie Henshaw has suddenly been dropped like a hot potato. Why was that?
Goodbye, Mr. Lang.
Come on. You owe me.
Owe you? For what?
Well, a glass of wine. Half a glass anyway. Look. I'm only a poor reporter, Mr. Montague, trying to make an honest living.
And did your honesty prevent you from claiming for a meal for two, I wonder?
No, of course not.
Then I think I owe you nothing, Mr. Lang. Goodbye.
Hello? Hello?
Matthew here, Simon.
Oh. This is something of a surprise.
I've been rather impressed by your performance. Impressed and worried. You're a little too close for comfort. It looks as though it stands a very good chance of ending up with you and me fighting it out vote for vote.
Yes, it looks like it. Why are you phoning, Matthew?
I just want you to know that I want the post of warden very badly. I want you to know that.
Yes.
I want you to burn it into your mind, Simon, dear boy. Burn it very deeply into your mind. Very, very deeply.
Look, what the hell is this?
I want you to be completely clear that if something should go wrong for me, things could get very nasty indeed.
What do you mean?
I mean, very nasty. That's what I mean.
Well, I must say, James, this election has turned into a right old pickle.
It certainly has.
I mean, here we have Simon Evans only 2 votes short of the 2/3 majority needed, and Matthew Moore, damn sure he's not going to release a single one of his supporters to break the deadlock.
Cheers. As you
Cheers.
say, a right old pickle.
We'll have to put heavier pressure on Moore.
And we'll be wasting our time, and you know it.
In that case, it will simply force a reference to the college visitor, won't it?
Oh, no, we mustn't have that.
We won't have a choice.
Look, I'm not having the fate of this college put in the hands of an ignorant bishop.
Then what do you suggest?
I suggest I change my mind about not expressing a preference and start throwing a bit of weight around.
And whom are you going to support?
Hello?
Simon?
Yes, speaking.
I've just been informed of the results. Congratulations.
What?
I said congratulations.
You mean?
I mean, you've won. Of course. It's almost unanimous in the end.
Oh, God.
I suppose I'll have to get used to calling you warden now, won't I?
I want you to be completely clear that if something should go wrong for me, things could get very nasty. Very nasty indeed.
Oh, come on, now you'll have to get used to being called Warden.
It's not that. In fact, I got used to being called Warden after the first 6 seconds.
What is it, then?
I'm worried about Matthew Moore.
Oh, in what way?
Well, it's been a week now since the election, and in that time we've not exchanged so much as a grunt across high table.
Oh,
I think he really hates me for taking the wardenship away from him.
I don't think you need worry.
Well, I wish I shared your optimism, James.
Look, let's just sit here for a minute. You know, naturally, Matthew was bitterly disappointed in not becoming warden. I mean, it's hardly been a secret how much he coveted the post. Nevertheless, I've known him since he was an undergraduate, which I confess is rather longer than either of us cares to remember, and I'm sure he'll behave himself.
Well, as tomorrow is the final day of the academic year, he'll have a chance to show his true colours at my party, won't he?
He'll be fine.
I hope you're right. Obviously, I'm uneasy on a personal level, but also, this being my first warden party, I don't want Moore to turn up simply to exacerbate the tensions, the residual tensions left over from the election. And this college means a great deal to me, as you know, and the tradition of the party tomorrow also means a great deal to me. And I don't want the anger and disappointment of one man turning the occasion into a slanging match.
No, it won't happen, I'm sure. Although, I do have to admit, of course, that where Matthew Moore is concerned, one can never be really sure.
You're beginning to sound less optimistic, James.
No, not at all. Not at all. Come on, let's continue our walk, shall we? Hello, Willie. It's James here, James Montague. Yes, I'm fine, thanks. Listen, are you going to Warden's party tomorrow? Oh, good. Well, it's the last chance I'll get to see you before October, and I'd like to have a chat with you about a book I'm working on at the moment. Yes. Oh, that's excellent, Willie. By the way, have you seen Matthew Moore lately? Yes. How do you think he is? Yeah, well, he's going to be there tomorrow, and, between you and me, I'm rather worried.
Ah, James, good to see you.
Yes, and you. Not a bad turnout, eh?
Not bad at all. But you know, we'd have had one more if the Campuchians hadn't opened the border yesterday. Young Weems shot off like a bat out of hell. Should be in Angkor by now. Oh, and of course, Kid Brown's in class, huh?
Oh, so he is, pity. Translating?
Indeed, mantras.
Don't tell the chapel clerks.
Indeed not. Well, must circulate. See you later.
Yeah. Well, it's Leo Dart, and how are you coping with life?
To tell you the truth, I'm still recovering from that bloody awful election.
Yeah, and you thought it was going to be me, I hear.
It would have been if you'd entered. You should have done.
Well, I prefer life as much on the sidelines as possible.
Well, you certainly entered into the fray at the end, didn't you?
I simply did my best to see that a choice was finally made.
Yes, think you've been crossed off Moore's Christmas card list, though. But then, haven't we all? Just look at him. Have you ever seen such a depressed-looking person in your life? God, he looks as though he's just won Norway in a raffle. I suppose it must be killing him that we finally decided that a grandson of a coal miner and son of a grammar school scholarship pilot killed in a bombing raid over Aachen fell more clearly into the traditional image of All Saints. Well, it's over now, thank God. Let's hope he doesn't machine gun us all.
Amen to that. Oh, by the way, where's Jack Ainsley? Is he coming?
No, he isn't. In fact, he's many, many miles away. At this very moment, he's probably being buggered by little boys in Morocco.
I don't think I heard that.
Oh, God, look. Moore's walking to the trestles. He's going to speak.
Well, here we go.
I wonder if I may have your attention for a moment or two.
You bet you can.
As most of you know, I leave for Babylon later today.
Lucky old you.
What are the ladies here going to do without you?
Oh, I'm sure they'll survive.
My God, he's smiling.
The fact is, I've got to get out there because...
You can't stand any of us.
Not at all. It's because someone has to make sure that the French aren't wrecking the site as they rebuild it, and in this case, that someone is yours truly.
You've always been our hero, Matthew.
Ah, so what happened to the crosses by my name, then?
I cannot believe this.
Now, apart from my going to Babylon, you also know that a week ago I lost one of the harder-fought elections in this college's recent history. What I want to do before I go away, before many of us go away, is to settle something. I think it is about time that we, I drank a toast to the new warden and welcomed him properly to his high and arduous office. Doctors, I ask you to join me in raising your glasses to the Warden of All Saints.
The Warden of All Saints. This morning I would have bet $1,000,000 this wouldn't happen.
Warden? Warden, would you just come beside me for a moment? That's it. Now, you see that I have a small black figurine here with me, one, in fact, that I treasure greatly. I acquired it on my, well, should I say, our last dig in Syria. Warden, I would very much like for you to accept this as a gift from me to you, a gift which I hope with all my heart expresses to you the fact that I do not hold, and will never hold, a single grudge. Warden, this is for you.
Matthew, this is really most kind of you.
I'm afraid I don't have an export license to go with it, though.
I'm not surprised, Matthew. I always thought you archaeologist chaps were nothing but tomb robbers.
I mean, the reason I came to see you is because although we're among the few fellows left in full residence, I seem to be seeing remarkably little of you.
Yes, I'm sorry, James. It's just that although I don't have a term time schedule to keep to at the moment, I nevertheless do seem to be in demand socially quite a bit.
No, I'm not blaming you. Far from it. I mean, after all, I'm up to my ears in preparing that book of mine on Champollion's work. I just thought it time I popped in for a quick hello. Is everything all right?
Oh, indeed. Thousands of letters, of course.
Hmm?
I tell you, most of my invitations seem to come from rather fetching ladies who are high up in the social scene.
Oh.
I'll just put these in my post tray. So, everything's certainly all right. It's amazing how attractive to the opposite sex I suddenly am since becoming warden.
Yes, I bet.
Sorry you didn't apply for the post now?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, if there's one thing I prefer to sex, it's good food and wine.
Well, that's two things.
Yeah, well, yes, so there you are. Believe me, the attention of ladies comes a pretty poor third on the list of things I enjoy.
Shame on you, James.
Listen, why don't we have lunch together sometime next week? We could go to that restaurant mine in Amberley Street. Do you like seafood?
I love it.
Yeah, well, they do mussels in mustard and brandy sauce there, and I tell you, Warden, old friend, it defeats all competition.
Wednesday, then. We go on Wednesday.
Good. Well, I'll let you get on with your letters. I'll get back to the book I'm reading. You know, there's nothing like treating oneself to a few hours with a first-class book.
So sex, in fact, comes fourth.
Oh, yes, so it does. And I've a feeling if I really put my mind to it, I'd think a lot of other things, too. Right, well, take care of yourself. I look forward to our meal together next week.
And so do I. Thanks for coming round, James. Very nice of you.
No, not at all. You take it easy with those ladies now.
I do my best.
Be seeing you then.
Dear sir, I regret that in the circumstances... Go away. Go away. Go away!
What on earth's wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing. It was nothing.
But I heard you crying, go away. You sounded...
It was nothing, really. A wasp. It was wasp, that's all.
Wasp?
Yes, I can't bear them. I was trying to swat it. That's all it was. Anyway, I managed to get it, thank heavens. Sorry I worried you. It's just this terrible phobia of mine.
Are you sure you're all right?
Absolutely.
Must say, you look as though you've just seen a ghost. You're white as a sheet.
I know, silly, isn't it? Anyway, as I say, I'm fine now.
Well, if you say so. All right, I'll get back to my book.
That's it. See you Thursday, then.
Wednesday?
Yes, of course. Wednesday.
Look, if I were you, I'd make yourself a cup of very sweet tea, sit back and relax for a while, get some colour back in your cheeks.
I'll do that. Wednesday, yes. Wednesday. I'll remember, don't worry.
For God's sake, what's wrong?
There's no solidity. There's no...
What?
Please go, James. Please leave me now, please.
Look, what is all this nonsense?
James, I'm asking you to leave me, please.
Oh, very well, if that's what you want. If that's what you really want.
There are things to be done, you see. Things to be dealt with, you understand.
No, I can't say I do understand.
I'll see you Wednesday in the restaurant.
All right. Goodbye, Warden.
Oh, God, help me.
Lord Medway? Lord Medway, tell me, have you seen the warden of late?
I talked to him briefly a few days ago, but that's all. Seems to be keeping himself pretty much to himself. The odd social event will get him out of his office for a while, but that's it. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm a bit worried about him. He doesn't seem too good to me at the moment.
I'm glad you say that. In a way. So I've noticed it myself, but I thought perhaps I was just imagining things. What do you think's wrong?
Well, I don't know, but he certainly seems to be under some awful stress of some kind.
I hope it's not that he can't cope with the job. It'd be terrible if we've chosen the wrong man. Talking of which, did you hear that Matthew has had to postpone his visit to Babylon yet again?
Yes, I have heard.
Seems to be taking it very well. Although the thought of those French wrecking the site must be burning him up a bit.
Has he said anything about the warden's behaviour?
Yes. I spoke to him about it, in fact. He said he thought we were overreacting and that all Simon wanted was a little more time to get used to the job. Early days yet, he said. Give the poor chap until All Saints at least. He's sure everything will be all right by then. Matthew's being very supportive of the warden, isn't he?
Yes, he certainly is.
Well, let's hope he's right and we're wrong and that there's nothing to worry about.
I've tried phoning him several times. Each time I get no reply. Nor me. I haven't even seen him.
Go away. Go away.
I've tried phoning him several times. Never seems to leave his number. I've tried phoning him several times. I've tried phoning him several times. A price to pay. Always a price to pay.
Go away.
Always a price to pay.
Oh, God. The walls. The walls are melting. Help me. Please, help me. Someone help me. Someone.
Are you sure I can't get you a drink, sir?
Oh, why not? I can't just sit here watching people enjoy themselves. The thought of those mussels waiting to be eaten is driving me crazy. If my friend doesn't show up soon, I'll eat alone, and to hell with it.
What would you like to drink, sir?
James, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
My God. What's happened to you?
I couldn't help it, James. Something just...
No, I don't mean your lateness. I mean you... Waiter, bring us a bottle of the same wine, would you?
Yes, sir.
Warden, I don't know what to say.
What do you mean?
Well, you know perfectly well your appearance. I'm sorry, you must be very ill. Simon, to hell with calling you warden. I'm speaking to you now as a friend. A friend who really cares for you. I have to say that you look terrible.
But don't worry.
What do you mean? What do you mean, don't worry? Your face is gaunt, your lines have appeared, and you've got about as much grey hair as Auburn. I can't believe the way you look.
I've not been sleeping well.
Not sleeping well? My God, Simon, you'd have to go without sleep for a year to look the way you do.
I'm all right. Just leave me alone.
I'm sorry, Simon, I'm not going to leave you alone. I'm not this time. I should have pursued the matter last week when I heard you calling out in your office. But I let the matter ride. But not now. Not now.
What is it you want from me?
The truth. That's what I want.
Well, the truth about what?
Only you know that.
Yes. Only I know that.
So?
Here we are, gentlemen. Your wine. Do you want to order now?
No, we damn well don't.
Very well, sir.
Look, I'm sorry, forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken like that.
It's perfectly all right, sir. I do understand.
All right, thank you.
I'll come back later.
Now listen, the truth. What's getting to you?
Oh, James.
Now, come, out with it. Out with it, Simon.
Well, it is to do with sleep. Or should I say, dreams.
What kind of dreams?
Terrible dreams. Oh, God, such terrible dreams.
What happens?
Nothing that makes much sense, really. Everything just has an awful sort of insubstantiality. Nothing is solid. In the dreams, nothing is solid, nothing.
In what way?
I'll be in a chair or in bed, and suddenly the whole room will go soft. Soft, as though the furniture were flesh, suppurating flesh. And the walls are made of hair. It's as though everything that shouldn't be is alive, but dying.
Look, Have you seen a doctor?
Yes. Sleeping pills. They don't help. They don't stop the dreams.
What brought all these dreams on?
I'm not sure. But I think I know.
What?
I think they're coming for me.
Who?
I'm not mad, you know.
No, I know that.
But I think they're coming for me. And when they do, when they come for me, James, all hell's going to be let loose. Oh, James. Such a short while ago I was so happy. I'd become warden, and I was so happy. Now I can't trust a thing I see. My nights are all nightmare, and I feel as though my very veins are filled with worms.
Now listen to me. I'm going to refer to you as warden again because what I have to say has a very real bearing on your career. Somehow, either with the help of doctors or psychiatrists or your own willpower, you have got to pull yourself together. You have got to pull yourself together, warden. I mean, you know the college is too clever to be forgiving. Now, I know what's happening to you is causing you great distress. God, I can see that all too clearly, and I want to help. And if at any time, day or night, you need that help, I want you to pick up the phone and call me. Will you do that?
Yes.
Good. Right. Let's see if we can get you to eat something.
Well, thank you again, James, for listening to my tale of woe.
I did ask you to tell me.
You don't think I'm mad, do you?
Oh, of course not. Certainly no more than anyone else in this place, anyway.
Not very reassuring.
Would you like some tea or something?
I think not. I'd best go up to my rooms. I've got quite a bit of paperwork to do. Again, thanks for everything. I'll never forget your kindness.
And don't forget either what I said in the restaurant.
I won't. You have my word.
Any time, day or night, if you need my help, just pick up that phone and call me.
I will.
Any time. Just call. James Montague.
They've come back, James. They've come back. Worse than before. Worse.
I'm on my way.
They're behind the living things. What? The ones that shouldn't be alive.
What?
Do you understand? Behind the living things that shouldn't be alive are other living things. Things I can't see. I can only hear them. Can you hear them, James?
Warden, I hear nothing.
They're crawling in my ears. Something's coming. Something on its way.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, but I just don't understand.
You do think I'm mad. I knew you did. I knew it.
Look, Warden.
To hell with what you think.
Simon.
I know what's happening to me. They're coming for me. And they think I can't hear them. But I do. I do. Dear God, I do. Help me, James. Please, please, help me.
I can't help you, Simon. I wish I could.
You said you would.
Look, seeing you like this, I realize that I was right when I said you needed a psychiatrist. Somebody
No.
Simon,
help me. You help me.
Look, I can't.
You can. Listen. You can.
How?
I know what brings them. It's that.
What?
That. Over there on the mantel shelf. That black figurine that Matthew gave me. It's that brings them. It's crazy, isn't it? But it's that brings them.
You're not serious, are you?
Never more so.
The figurine brings them?
Yes. There's something about that writing at the base of it. I want you to find out what it means.
Why did you ask Matthew?
I have.
And?
He says the writing is unknown. I don't know if that's true, but I do know it brings them. Find out for me, James, and tell me what it says.
James, at last, I want a word with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lord Medway, but I'm in rather a hurry. I've had a call from the warden. He wants to see me at once.
Well, I'm glad he wants to see someone. He's been locked away in those lodgings of his for the past week.
Yes,
But this is hopeless behaviour by someone who is supposed to be warden.
But
I don't mind telling you that everyone now wishes we had appointed Matthew to the post.
Look, I'm really sorry, but I don't have time to stop and talk now.
And for that matter, where have you been locking yourself away for the past 2 weeks?
Foreign travels is all I can say.
Where to?
That's all I can say, I'm afraid. Look, I must go.
James, this isn't good enough. We can't have a warden behaving like a lunatic. There's got to be some explaining.
Well, don't worry, there will be.
James!
And soon.
Mad as hatters, both of them.
Last week, marks began to appear on the fabric. My furniture was suddenly smashed by unknown hands. This week, scratches, too. Terrible
Scratches on the doors as though made by animal teeth and claws. And the glass, too, the windows. You can see for yourself.
Yes, I can see.
And what do you think, my friend? You think I made these marks? You think I made them?
You asked me to come because you said you had a note from Matthew.
Yes. Yes, here it is. Listen, what he's written. Whatever this matter is between us, it has to be resolved. We must meet in the new quadrangle at midnight. We must finish a matter between us that I think you already understand. You have to be there. You have to. Midnight, then.
Then you'll have to go, won't you?
I can't. They're coming. Whatever they are, they're coming. I should have guessed it would be All Saints' Night. Well, I'm certainly not going.
I'm sorry, Simon, but this is something that cannot be avoided.
You found out, haven't you? You found out what the writing on the figurine says. Haven't you?
I know what it means.
I can't go.
Well, if you don't, you will lose the post of warden.
I just want an end of all this.
Then be at the new quadrangle before midnight.
Is it really the only way?
Oh, yes. Don't worry. I'll be with you.
This is strange. I don't like it at all, James, not at all. I think it was a mistake coming here.
You had to come.
It was a mistake, believe me.
There was no escaping it.
Honest to God, James, there's something not right here.
Look, there's nothing we can do. Your being here is not really a matter of choice. You know that.
But where is Moore, then?
He'll be here at midnight, just as he said.
What time is it now?
It's nearly time.
There! Look! Over there in those shadows. That's him, isn't it?
I think so. He'll step from the darkness in a few seconds.
What in God's name is that sound?
I don't know. But I know it has little to do with God.
It's coming from over there, across the quadrangle. Oh, my God. What's happening here?
Easy now. Easy. The moment's almost come.
It's past the middle gate. I can't stand this. I can't. I don't care what you say. I can't.
You've got to.
Sweet heavens. It's something like a man. Something like a man. Lord, the smell of it.
He's here. Matthew's here. Look. Stepping from those shadows.
God help us both.
And at the first stroke of midnight I am here, as I said. Although I didn't mean you to come, James. Still, no matter. What is to be, will be.
What in Christ's name is this thing approaching us?
In Christ's name, I suppose it would be the power of evil. In my name, it is my Lord and Master. A master I have served for years. And now comes a time to repay that service. You took what was mine, Simon, and you have to pay for that. You have to pay, and the time is now. There always comes a time to pay. Sandath, Sataneus, Bladach, Bachem, holdeth Nacharet.
Come, Lord.
Holdeth Nacharet.
Come to thy servant.
There's nothing you can do, James. Nothing on this earth.
Come to thy servant.
You're both about to enter hell.
Come to thy servant, Lord. Come for thy servant.
No, my Lord. Wait, my Lord.
Thy servant calls thee. He calls thee.
No!
Thy servant calls thee, Lord. Take thy servant, Lord, for he calls thee.
My master. My master. James.
It's all right. It's all over now.
But what happened?
You fainted and I brought you back up here.
I mean, before I fainted.
Look, take it easy now.
We saw it, didn't we?
Yes.
I mean, we really did see it moving towards us.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't trust myself, can't trust my thoughts.
Then I'll tell you what I saw.
No. I don't think I
want
want
to
to know.
Like you, Simon, I saw this creature, something like a man, but a greater stature and black, coming towards us, its movements liquid. I am right, aren't I, Simon? I can see it now as it came, forming and reforming itself. I can smell the stench of rot, of decay. I can hear that sound. I'm right, aren't I?
Oh, God help me.
He did.
What do you mean?
Matthew had summoned from the bowels of the earth, or wherever it is that evil resides, the power that we call the devil. He'd summoned him, or to be more correct, begged him to appear and take you away. Well, as we saw only too well, he appeared all right and he came towards you.
Extending that arm, that hideous arm.
Yes, an arm that seemed made of thousands and thousands of flies.
So why was I spared?
You were spared because Matthew started calling out in an ancient tongue, a language as chilling as the grave itself. It was what I needed. I knew the enunciation now, not just the translation.
You were calling out the inscription written on the figurine, weren't you?
Yes.
And that's when I fainted.
And it's also when that creature from hell became confused. As I called out to it, "Come, Lord, take thy servant," it turned towards its true servant, Matthew. It saw the look of pure reverence in his eyes. It embraced him, enfolded him so completely. It was impossible to tell the two apart. And then it seemed to soften and spread out like mist across the quadrangle. In seconds, it was gone, leaving behind only the corpses of endless flies. It was certainly lucky I'd learned the inscription on that figurine. My journey abroad was not for nothing, I'm pleased to say.
Oh, thank God you were there, James.
Indeed.
And now?
Now you must think no more about it.
Oh, impossible.
Oh, you must try. You have a college to salvage and a missing person to report.
But what do I say?
Well, I think you simply say that Matthew seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth.
Is that enough?
Well, it's enough for now, I think. It'll certainly give everyone something to talk about. Eh?
So the inscription simply said, "Come, Lord, take thy servant."
Yes. You know, I don't suppose the Prince of Darkness is ever to be trusted. But it may be that sometimes he keeps exactly to his word.
Hell and damnation! Oh dear, did I shock you?
Oh, no, not in the least.
I'm so sorry about my language. Most unladylike and all that. But I've lost my sister.
Really? That's most unfortunate.
He disapproves. He disapproves of my unladylike language, of me, of my sister, which is most unfair because you haven't even seen her.
Well, now look here.
Say no more. Nobody loves me. I am crushed. I knew you couldn't be such a mutt as you looked. Not that I'm against a little dignified disapproval, and I like a man who can still be shocked in this day and age. You see, my sister and I are in the theatre.
You're an actress?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. We've got a sort of song and dance act with a bit of comic patter thrown in. It's quite a good idea, and it does get them every time. Somehow they don't expect people to be able to dance and speak.
She was enchanting. A curious mixture of child and woman. Though perfectly worldly wise, there was yet something oddly ingenuous in her single-minded determination.
We're going to make money, I'm sure of it. If only she hadn't missed the bloody train. Oh, dear. Go again.
It was a day in early June. I had been transacting some business in Paris and was returning by the morning train to London.
So what do you do?
I'm a sort of private secretary to an MP.
That sounds so important. I'm distinctly impressed.
Oh, there's really awfully little to do. Usually a couple of hours a day sees me through. It's pretty dull, too. I don't know what I should do if I hadn't something to fall back on.
Your etchings?
No. I share rooms with a very interesting man. He's Belgian. He's set up as a private detective in London, now that he's retired from the police. Sometimes he lets me help him out.
I just adore crime. I go to all the mysteries at the movies, and when there's a murder on, I simply devour the papers.
The miles flew by. We were so absorbed in one another that we were in Calais before we realized it.
Goodbye, and I'll mind my language in future.
Oh, but surely you'll let me look after you on the boat.
Oh, I may not be on it. I've got to find out where that sister of mine has got to.
We're going to meet again, surely. Aren't you even going to tell me your name?
Cinderella.
Hastings, you are the eternal romantic. You see a girl on the train, you talk to her for a couple of hours, and you do not even know her name. Mon ami, you restore my faith in the absurdity of the human race. And now tell me, what is in the Morning Post?
2 bills, a letter from the Boy Scouts.
No doubt they wish me to deliver a lecture.
And this, postmarked Merlinville-sur-Mer.
Oh, let me see.
Well, that's somewhere between Calais and Boulogne, isn't it?
Listen to this. Dear Monsieur Poirot, I am in need of the services of a private detective. On account of a secret I possess, I go in daily fear of my life. I am convinced that the danger is imminent, and therefore beg that you lose no time in crossing to France. I will send a car to meet you at Calais, if you will wire me when you are arriving. I shall probably need your services for a considerable period of time, as it may be necessary for you to go to Santiago. Oh. P.T. Renault. And there is a postscript. For God's sake, come.
You'll go, of course.
Of course. There's no time to lose. The Continental Express leaves Victoria at 11. You will accompany me?
Oh, but Poirot, I've only just...
Oh, come. After all, who will ever notice your absence?
Who is this chap, anyway?
A well-known South American millionaire. Come, let us pack.
At Calais there was no car to meet us, but Poirot did not seem unduly put out and promptly hired one. A little way outside Merlinville, a girl with the figure of a young goddess showed us the rough, narrow road that led to the Renault house, the Villa Geneviève.
What did I tell you, Hastings? The eternal romantic.
But didn't you think she was beautiful?
Oh, mon ami, 2 people rarely see the same thing. You, for instance, saw a goddess, while I...
What did you see?
I saw only a girl with anxious eyes.
Something's wrong. There are police everywhere. What's happening?
You can't go any further, monsieur.
But we have to see Monsieur Renault. This is his villa, isn't it?
Yes, monsieur, it is his villa. But I'm afraid that Monsieur Renault was found dead this morning.
Do you mean he was murdered?
I cannot answer any questions, monsieur.
Very well. Will you have the goodness to see that this is taken to the commissary at once? What is his name?
Inspector Bex.
My dear Monsieur Poirot, your arrival is most opportune. You have information to give which may assist us?
Possibly you know it already. Were you aware that I had been sent for by the dead man?
What?
It seems he knew an attempt was to be made on his life.
He sent for you? Well, that upsets our theories considerably. Let me take you to the examining magistrate. He's in the salon.
Most extraordinary. But what is this secret he mentions? What a pity he wasn't more explicit. We're much indebted to you, Monsieur Poirot. I hope you will do us the honour of assisting us in our investigation.
I did not arrive in time to prevent my client's death, but I feel myself bound in honour to discover the assassin.
I am sure that Madame Renault will wish to retain your services, and I am sure Monsieur Giraud of the Sûreté, whom we expect at any moment, will be grateful for your assistance. And Monsieur Bex, perhaps you will be so good as to give Monsieur Poirot an outline of the case.
The first sign that something was wrong was early this morning, when Françoise, an old servant, found that the front door was open. She thought that her master had gone out for a stroll. A little while later, Leonie, the young maid, went to call her mistress and found her gagged and bound, and almost at the same moment news was brought that Monsieur Renault's body had been discovered. He'd been stabbed in the back.
Where was the body found?
Well, that is one of the most extraordinary features of the case. The body was lying face downwards in an open grave, just a few yards outside the villa grounds.
And how long had he been dead?
According to Dr. Durand, he died sometime between midnight and 3 a.m.
And Madame Moreno's evidence narrows the time to after 2 a.m. Death must have been instantaneous and naturally could not have been self-inflicted.
What did she tell you?
We've not been able to question her. She's still under sedation.
What have you gathered from the other people who live in the house?
Well, the chauffeur is on holiday and Monsieur Renault's son Jacques is away.
Which leaves us with the 2 women servants. I was about to interview them when you arrived. I hope you will do me the honour of being present at my interrogation.
Françoise Arichet.
You have been in service at the Villa Geneviève for a long time?
I was here for 11 years with the old countess, and when the villa was sold, I agreed to stay on with it.
Now, I understand that when you came down this morning, you found the front door was open. Was that right?
Yes, that's right. I remember that I heard him lock up last night after she left, and...
Just a moment. After who had left?
The lady who came to see him.
And who was she?
Well, how should I know?
Well, I'm sure you know very well who she was, and you're obliged to tell the police. Who was she?
I never thought I'd be mixed up with the police. Very well, I'll tell you. It was Madame Dobray. She often comes round in the evenings.
Madame Dobray from the Villa Marguerite?
That's the place, just down the road.
So you're saying that Monsieur Renault and Madame Dobray were...
Well, I'm not saying anything. She's not so young any longer, but I've seen the way men look at her when she goes down the street. And just lately, she's had more money to spend. Everyone's noticed.
And can you tell us what time Monsieur Renault let her out?
About 25 minutes past 10.
Do you know what time he went to bed?
I heard him come up about 10 minutes after we did. The stairs creak so that you can hear anyone going up and down.
Thank you, Françoise. That will be all.
Leonie Hollande.
Now, mademoiselle, I understand that it was you who admitted Madame Dobray last night.
Not last night, monsieur. The night before.
But Françoise has just told us that Madame Dobray was here last night.
No, monsieur. A lady did come to see Monsieur Renault last night, but it was not Madame Dobray. This lady was much younger. And there is one other thing.
And what is that?
I think she was English. At least she was speaking to Monsieur Renault in English, and he was speaking English as well. When he opened the door to let her out, he said... Yes, but for God's sake, go now.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Is that all?
For the present. But this is most interesting. Show Monsieur Poirot the letter.
The letter?
The letter we found in Renault's overcoat. It was written in English and was obviously from a woman.
Thank you, Monsieur Bex. Perhaps you would care to read it to us, Hastings?
My dearest, why have you not written for so long? You do love me still, don't you? I can't live without you. Sometimes I fancy another woman is coming between us. If that is so, take care. I'd as soon kill you as lose you to another woman. I mean it. How can I convince you how much I love you? Your own adoring Bella.
And what do you make of it, monsieur?
It would seem to offer a very simple explanation for the murder. But crime passionnel does not really answer to the facts of the case. It does not account for the masked men or for Renault's letter to you. Though there is one other thing.
And what is that?
The dead man's will. Take a look.
Mm-hmm. Everything left unconditionally to his beloved wife Eloise. Simply drawn up, but perfectly legal.
Perhaps you have not noticed...
The date? Yes, I noticed it. A fortnight ago. Possibly it marks his first intimation of danger.
But don't you think it's a little hard on his son? It leaves him entirely dependent on his mother, and if she were to marry again...
Oh, man is a vain animal. Doubtless Monsieur Renault was certain that his wife would never marry again. Or perhaps he thought it would be wiser to leave all the money in his wife's hands. The sons of rich men are notoriously wild.
It may be as you say. And now, I am sure you would like to visit the scene of the crime. Monsieur Bex will show you where the body was found.
This way, gentlemen.
Just a moment, if you please. That room there, is that Monsieur Renault's study?
You would like to see it?
Thank you. Monsieur Renault was evidently a man of taste and order. Everything in its place, except for the hearthrug. It is crooked.
What have you found?
A scrap of paper. In France, as in England, the domestics omit to sweep under mats. Do you see what it is?
A fragment of a cheque. It appears to be made out to someone named Duveen.
And if I am not mistaken, the handwriting is that of Monsieur Renault.
I really cannot imagine how I came to overlook this. Renault's chequebook was on his desk. I remember noting that, but the last counterfoil is blank.
The murdered man's body lay in a shed at the back of the house. Monsieur Renault looked to be about 50 years of age. His skin was deeply bronzed. On his face was an expression of absolute amazement and terror.
Have you any idea with what weapon the crime was committed?
It was left in the wound. Here it is.
Yeah, it looks like a paper knife. It is remarkably sharp. A nice little tool for murder. No fingerprints?
None.
Monsieur?
Yes? What is it?
Madame is much recovered and ready to receive the examining magistrate.
Tell Monsieur Ote and say that we will come at once.
Very good, monsieur.
Monsieur Renault wore only underclothes under his overcoat?
Yes. Monsieur Ote thinks that is rather a curious point.
And his overcoat is unusually long.
Take care. The stairs are rather worn.
And noisy, too. They creak fit to wake the dead.
Servants' quarters are along there.
Come in.
Pray be seated, gentlemen.
I hope that it will not distress you too much to tell us what happened last night.
Not in the least. I know that you must act swiftly if you're to catch my husband's murderers.
It might tire you less if I were to ask you questions. Now, what is the first thing you remember?
I felt a hand being pressed over my mouth. The light was turned on. There were 2 men in the room.
Can you describe them?
I could see very little of their faces. They were masked. One was very tall and had a long black beard. The other was shorter and stout, and his beard was red. He was the one who was holding me. He forced a gag into my mouth and then bound up my hands and feet.
And what about your husband?
They forced him into the room next door. I could hear them talking in Spanish. They said something about a secret. They wanted to know where it was hidden. And then they hurried my husband out of the room. He was only half-dressed. The tall man said, "One sound and you're a dead man." I must have fainted after that.
And do you have any idea for what they were searching?
None whatever.
Tell me, madame, had your husband shown any sign of anxiety before the attack?
He seemed distracted, and he wouldn't tell me what was wrong.
Were you aware that he had called in the services of a detective?
A detective?
Yes. This gentleman, Monsieur Hercule Poirot.
Madame?
I had no idea of this.
I see. What time was the crime committed?
I remember hearing the clock on the mantelpiece strike 2.
There's a watch on the floor. It looks as if one of the men trod on it.
It's mine. It must have fallen off the dressing table.
But it says 7 o'clock.
Let me see. The glass is broken, but it is still going.
But it's only 5 o'clock now.
It is of no importance. Are you aware that your husband had a visitor last night?
No. Who was it?
A lady.
Indeed.
Forgive me, madame, but do you recognize this?
Yes. That's my little paper knife. But was that...
Yes, madame. Your husband was killed with this weapon.
They took it from my dressing table. It was a present from my son. It was made from a streamline airplane wire. He was in the Air Force during the war.
Which brings us to another matter. Where is your son now?
He's on his way to Buenos Aires. My husband telegraphed him last night to tell him to go there straight away.
And do you know why?
I have no idea. He was going overland from there to Santiago.
Santiago. Everything seems to bring us back to Santiago.
Pardon, madame, but may I examine your wrists?
If you wish, monsieur.
They must cause you great pain.
There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. The magistrate led Madame Renaud down the stairs and out to the shed to identify the body.
Are you ready, madame?
Yes, monsieur. Oh, my God. Poor, my beloved.
Oh, madame. Hastings, I am an imbecile. If ever there was love and grief in a woman's voice, I heard it then. I must start again.
Beck set off for the scene of the crime, but Poirot stopped by the flower beds on either side of the steps leading up to the front door.
The murderer could easily have climbed up to the bedroom by that tree on the left.
But they could not have done so without leaving footsteps in the flower bed.
You are right. And there is not the least sign. But in the other flower bed, there are plenty of footprints.
I think you'll find they are those of the gardener.
So you think they are of no importance?
Not the least.
Bex led us along a path bordered by a shrubbery on either side. Suddenly we emerged onto a wide stretch of open downs with a distant view of the sea. It was a golf course.
The links will not be open until next month. It was the men who were working on them who discovered the body this morning. In that pit over there.
But there's someone there now.
My men have had strict orders to allow no one to interfere.
I am not exactly no one, Monsieur Bex, and I have every right.
My dear Monsieur Giraud. Gentlemen, this is Monsieur Giraud of the Sûreté.
The famous detective from Paris was already familiar to me by name. There was a distinct arrogance in his manner which showed he was fully alive to his own importance.
Poirot, I know you by name. You cut quite a figure in the old days, didn't you?
Crimes do not change much over the years.
The police should have been prevented from trampling all over the place. But the vital evidence is still there.
The external signs, that is what you seek?
Of course. You see that spade? It was used to dig the grave. And those gloves at your feet? Reynaud's spade and Reynaud's gloves. The man was stabbed with his own dagger. His own gloves held his own spade with which his grave was dug.
And this piece of lead piping, did this belong to the murdered man?
It may have been lying around for weeks. Anyway, it doesn't interest me.
It interests me. But no matter. Monsieur Bex, what is the meaning of this white line that extends all the way around the grave? Is it the work of your men?
No, Monsieur Poirot. It is part of the work on the golf course. It is the outline of a bunker.
But what a curious place to bury a body. Huh? When the men began to dig up the ground, all would be discovered.
Exactly. Which proves that the murderers were strangers to the place.
Unless, of course, they wanted the body to be discovered. Which is clearly absurd, is it not?
I must admit I was beginning to worry that Poirot was losing his grip. He continued to mutter on to himself about the lead piping and the broken wristwatch. He proved that the footprints in the flower bed were made by the gardener's boots, and he did not seem in the least impressed by Monsieur Ote's discovery that Madame de Broglie had paid 200,000 francs into her bank account in the last 6 weeks.
It is getting late, but I think we should pay her a visit. It is possible that he may have told her the secret he did not confide to his wife.
We walked through the cool of the evening to the Villa Marguerite.
She's lived here for many years. Very quiet, very unobtrusive.
And then I realized that the villa was the home of the beautiful girl with the figure of a goddess.
Monsieur, what do you want?
She was more beautiful than I had remembered, but deathly white and very ill at ease. She led us through to her mother's room.
But what possible help can I be to you?
We have reason to believe, madame, that you were an intimate friend of Monsieur Renaud.
What are you saying?
That you frequently visited his villa in the evening, is that so?
I deny your right to ask me such a question.
Madame, we are investigating a murder.
I had nothing to do with the murder.
We do not say that for a moment. But you knew the dead man well. Did he ever talk about any danger that threatened him?
Never.
Nor of any enemies he may have made in South America.
He said nothing. I really cannot see why you should come to me. Cannot his wife tell you what you want to know?
Sometimes, madame, a man tells his mistress what he does not always tell his wife.
Have the goodness to leave my house, monsieur.
We left the Villa Marguerite like a shamefaced pack of schoolboys. Ote and Bex went back to the scene of the crime. Poirot and I set off towards the Hôtel des Bains in Merlinville, where we had booked rooms.
The French police system is marvelous. The information they possess about everyone's life.
Monsieur!
Monsieur.
I beg your pardon. I should not do this, I know. You must not tell my mother.
Of course not, mademoiselle.
Is it true that you are the detective Monsieur Renaud called in before he died?
Yes, it is quite true. But how did you learn it?
Françoise told our maid.
Well, mademoiselle, what is it you want to know?
Is anyone suspected of the crime?
Why do you want to know?
Monsieur Renaud was always very kind to me. It is natural that I should be interested.
I see. Well, mademoiselle, suspicion at present is hovering around 2 persons.
2?
Their names are unknown, but they are presumed to be Chileans from Santiago. And now you see what comes of being young and beautiful. I have betrayed professional secrets for you. Come, Hastings, we must be getting back to our hotel.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Goodbye, monsieur, and thank you.
Nowhere to hang my clothes, no one to polish my shoes. You are not listening to me, Hastings.
What was that?
I have seen that look on your face before. Do not set your heart on Mademoiselle Daubreuil. She is not for you.
She has the face of an angel.
Some of the greatest criminals I have known had the faces of angels. A malformation of the little grey cells may coincide quite easily with the face of a Madonna.
You can't suspect that poor innocent girl.
If only I could remember where I had seen that face.
Mademoiselle Marthe?
No, her mother's. It was a long time ago when I was still with the police in Belgium. I have never actually seen her before, but I have seen her picture, and I rather fancy... Well, I may be mistaken, but I fancy it was a murder case.
We were up at the villa early next morning. Poirot started to draw out the young maid, Léonie, on the subject of a quarrel she had overheard between Monsieur Renaud and his son.
I was dusting the salon and I saw him pass, and his face was white with 2 burning spots of red.
I had a mind to take another look at the scene of the crime. I fought my way through the shrubbery and found myself on the links, some 100 yards away from where the murder had been committed. A young lady was standing with her back to me, gazing out towards the sea. She turned and looked at me.
What are you doing here?
Cinderella!
When I last saw you the day before yesterday, you were going home to England like a good little boy.
When I last saw you, you were trotting home with your sister like a good little girl. How is your sister?
How kind of you to ask. She's quite well, thank you.
She is here with you?
She remained in town.
I don't believe you've got a sister. What are you doing here, anyway?
Resting, I suppose you've heard of the term. And what are you doing here?
You remember that I told you I had a great friend who was a detective?
I remember.
And perhaps you've heard of this murder at the Villa Marguerite.
You don't mean to say you're on that?
As a matter of fact, I am.
Oh, then you must take me to see everything.
How do you mean?
The place where it happened, and the murder weapon, and any fingerprints or interesting things like that. I've never had a chance of being right in on a murder like this. Oh, please.
I didn't need much persuasion. I told her most of what I knew. I showed her where the body had been discovered. I even got the key of the little shed and showed her the body itself.
Oh, it's horrible. To think that a few hours ago he was still alive. Do they know how he was killed?
He was killed with a dagger. It's in this glass jar here.
Oh, there's blood on it! My God!
Let's get you out of here. It's been too much for you.
No. I'll be all right. Get me some water quickly.
I rushed off to the house. Fortunately, none of the servants was about, and I was able to secure a glass of water unobserved and add a few drops of brandy from my pocket flask.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's better. Why did you let me go in there?
Because you insisted. It was your idea.
I suppose it was. Well, I'd better be off.
But you can't go just like that. You're not well.
Nonsense, I'm quite all right now.
Won't you let me come with you?
There is nothing wrong with me, I assure you. You've been very kind. I hope you won't get into trouble for showing me things.
Don't give it a second thought, but you haven't told me your address.
Oh, I'm staying at the Hotel de Phare. It's a little place, but quite good. Come and look me up tomorrow.
It wasn't until I got back to the villa that I realized I still didn't know her name. I found Poirot in the drawing room, doing his best to preserve his patience with the appalling Giraud. Monsieur Ote preserved an aloof silence.
What do you see there?
A cigarette end and a match.
And what does that tell you?
It tells me nothing.
Obviously, you haven't made a study of these things. Oh. It is no ordinary match. It comes from South America. Luckily, it was unlit. Otherwise, I might not have recognized it. Evidently, one of the assassins threw away his cigarette and lit another, spilling one match out of the box as he did so.
And the other match?
Which match?
The one he did light his cigarette with? You have found that also?
It is of no importance. The cigarette end is enough. It is a South American cigarette with licorice pectoral paper.
But it is only 4 years since Monsieur Renaud returned from South America. Might not the cigarette and match belong to him?
No. I have already searched among the effects of Monsieur Renaud. His cigarettes were quite different.
Tell me, Monsieur Giraud, does nothing strike you as familiar about this case? Is there nothing it reminds you of?
I can't say offhand. I don't think so.
Nevertheless, a crime almost precisely similar has been committed before.
When and where?
That, unfortunately, I can't for the moment remember, but I shall do so. I hoped you might be able to assist me.
There have been many affairs of masked men.
Man is an unoriginal animal. If he commits a crime, any other crime he commits will resemble it closely. The English murderer who disposed of his wives by drowning them in their baths is a case in point.
Where is all this getting us?
When you have two crimes, precisely similar in design and execution, you find the same brain behind them both. I am looking for that brain, Monsieur Giraud, and I shall find it.
I'm sorry, monsieur, but he insisted... Forgive me for disturbing you.
Who the devil are you? What do you mean by bursting into the room?
I suspect he has every right to do so. You are Jacques Renaud, isn't that so?
That is correct.
So you did not sail on the Anzora?
The ship was delayed for 24 hours by engine trouble. I happened to buy an evening paper and saw the report of my father's death.
Sit down, Monsieur Renaud. It must have been a terrible shock for you to learn the news as you did. I hope you will not feel that we are too insensitive if we
I'm at your disposal. Ask me any questions you please.
I understand that the journey was undertaken at your father's request.
That is so. Here's the telegram he sent.
Proceed immediately Cherbourg, Anzora, sailing tonight Buenos Aires. Ultimate destination Santiago. Further instructions await you at Buenos Aires. You have been a good deal in South America, I think.
I was there as a child, but I was educated in England, and when the war came, I served in the Royal Flying Corps.
If you will permit, I would like to put a question to Monsieur Renaud.
By all means, if you wish.
Were you on good terms with your father?
Certainly I was.
So there is no truth in the assertion that you had a violent quarrel with him on the eve of your departure for Paris?
We did have an argument.
And did you say something like, "When you are dead, I can do as I please"? I must request an answer.
I dare say I said that. I was very angry.
And what was the subject of your quarrel?
I decline to answer that.
Monsieur Renaud, it is not permitted to trifle with the law.
I will inform you if you like, monsieur.
You know Poirot?
Certainly I do. The subject of the quarrel was Mademoiselle Marthe d'Aubray.
How the devil do you know that?
Is that so, monsieur?
Yes, it is. I love Mademoiselle d'Aubray, and I wish to marry her. When I informed my father of the fact, he flew at once into a violent rage. Well, naturally, I couldn't stand having the girl I love insulted, and I, too, lost my temper and said what I said.
You were aware, then, of the terms of your father's will?
I knew he'd left half his fortune to me, and the other half to my mother, to come to me after her death.
Do you recall an unusual present you gave to your mother? A paper knife?
The one I made from aeroplane wire.
It was the weapon which killed your father.
May I see it?
Your mother has already identified it, but of course you shall see it. If I might trouble you, Monsieur Beck?
Certainly. I will fetch it immediately.
In the meantime, let me put another question to you. Are you acquainted with the name of Duveen?
Duveen?
Bella Duveen.
It means nothing to me.
Perhaps you would care to read this letter. We found it in your father's overcoat. Can you give us any clue as to the identity of the writer?
I've no idea whatsoever. Does my mother?
As yet, no.
Monsieur le Juge.
Yes, what is it?
The dagger has gone.
What do you mean?
But I saw it this morning.
You saw it, Captain Hastings?
There was nothing for it but to make a clean breast of it. Under the circumstances, they were quite remarkably forbearing. Giraud even congratulated me on providing him with a vital clue. But it was Poirot's opinion that I dreaded. He seemed remarkably unconcerned and was more interested in measuring the length of Jack Renaud's overcoat.
Most satisfying.
What were you hoping to learn by measuring it?
To see how long it was. Now tell me, my friend, what are your thoughts about the case?
To tell you the truth, I'm very worried about Madame Renaud. There's something about her that doesn't quite ring true.
You are right. From the beginning, I have been sure that she was keeping something back. At first, I suspected her, if not of inspiring, at least of conniving at the crime.
Why?
By the new will, she is the only person to benefit from her husband's death. You may have noticed that I took an early opportunity of examining her wrists. I wished to see whether there was any possibility she had bound herself.
And had she?
The cords had been drawn so tight as to cut into the flesh. There was no possibility she could have done it. But still there was something familiar about the story of the masked men and the secret. And there was the little matter of the wristwatch.
What about it?
Now, it is time to employ the little grey cells, my friend. When did the crime take place?
Madame Renaud said she heard the clock strike 2 while the men were in the room.
And she was lying. The crime took place at least 2 hours earlier. For some reason, it was imperative that it should appear to have taken place later than it actually did. You have heard of a smashed watch recording the exact hour of the crime?
Yes, but the watch...
The glass was broken, but the mechanism of the watch kept going, which drew my attention to 2 important points. First, that Madame Renaud was lying. Second, that there must be some vital reason for the postponement of the crime. And that reason may have been that the last train left Merlinville at 17 minutes past 12.
So that if the crime appeared to have taken place 2 hours later, anyone leaving by that train would have an unimpeachable alibi.
Exactly.
Well, so we must inquire at the station. They can't have failed to notice 2 foreigners who left by that train.
Oh, my friend. Surely you do not believe all that rigmarole about the masked men?
But Renaud's letter, the secret, and Santiago...
I'll take my word for it, Santiago is a red herring. The danger that threatened him was near at hand, in France.
Well, then, what really happened?
Only one person could tell us that. Madame Renaud. As I said, I suspected her at first, but...
What made you change your mind?
Her spontaneous grief at the sight of her husband's body. I could swear that was genuine.
And she actually fainted.
Oh, it was no fake. Tell me, Hastings, what is the explanation of the open door?
I suppose it was simply an oversight.
There is something about it which for the moment I cannot fathom. But one thing I am fairly certain of, they left by the window.
But there were no footprints in the flower bed underneath.
No, and there ought to have been. In the other bed, there were plentiful impressions of the gardener's big hobnail boots. In the other, none. Someone had smoothed over the surface with a rake. But I must be going. The train to Paris leaves at 2:25.
Why are you going to Paris?
To look for the murderer of Monsieur Renaud. I shan't be away long. Stay here and cultivate the society of Jacques Renaud.
Which reminds me, how did you know about him and Marthe de Broglie?
Oh, my friend, I know human nature. Throw together a boy like young Renaud and a beautiful girl like Mademoiselle Marthe, and the result is almost inevitable. And remember, she has anxious eyes.
What do you mean by that?
I fancy, my friend, that we shall see before long. But I must be on my way.
I'll come and see you off.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I forbid it.
There was nothing I could say to that, so I let him go. I strolled down to the beach in the hope that Cinderella might be disporting herself in some wonderful costume, but there was no sign of her. So I decided to try the Hotel du Phare.
I'm sorry, but there's no such lady staying here.
But the lady told me herself.
She must have made a mistake. There's been another gentleman here inquiring for her. He described her in just the same way.
What was he like?
He was a small, plump gentleman, very neat, with a stiff moustache.
So that was why he refused to let me accompany him to the station. I felt angry and betrayed. Why did he have to meddle in everything? I went to bed that night in a distinctly bad humour. The following morning was heavy and overcast, and an unwelcome surprise awaited me at the Villa Geneviève.
It is terrible. There is a curse upon the house. They should send for Monsieur le Curé to bring some holy water. Never will I sleep another night under this roof.
But what has happened?
Have you not heard? There's been another murder.
Who has been killed?
How should I know? He is a stranger. They found him up there in the shed, not 100 yards from where they found poor Monsieur Renaud. And that is not all. He was stabbed with the same dagger.
I am expecting the doctor at any moment, although we hardly need him.
When was it done? Last night?
I don't lay down the law on medical evidence, but the man's been dead well over 12 hours. When did you say you last saw that dagger?
About 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
Then it was probably not long after that. The body was dragged in here after the killing by 2 people. They've been careful to obliterate their tracks, but I can see well enough the unmistakable prints of a woman's shoe.
She is here, monsieur.
Show her in. Madame Renaud, this is the man. Do you know him?
No. I have never seen him in my life.
You do not recognize him as one of your assailants?
No. I do not think so.
Thank you, madame. That is all.
The doctor is here.
Good morning, Monsieur Giraud.
At last. We will leave you to get on with your work. Come, Mr. Hastings. There's something I want to show you. Just take a look at this.
A woman's hair.
It was wrapped round the handle of the dagger. A long black hair. Does it suggest anything to you?
Well, I scarcely...
It suggests to me Madame de Broglie. But there will be time enough to go into that. I shall confront her and her daughter with the body. But there is something else. Did you look at the victim's hands?
No, I can't say that I did.
The nails were broken and dirty, and the skin was hard. They were not the hands of a gentleman, but he was dressed as one, and none of his clothing is marked.
Monsieur Giraud.
Well, Doctor, was I right? The man was killed shortly after 10 yesterday.
Monsieur Giraud, that man has been dead for at least 48 hours, and probably longer.
The whole thing was utterly fantastic. And then a telegram arrived from Poirot. His train would arrive at Merlinville at 12:28. And needless to say, it was late. It occurred to me that I might pass the time by asking a few questions as to who had left by train on the night of the murder.
No, monsieur, there were no foreigners. Very few people took the train. I would certainly have noticed.
Did young Monsieur Renaud leave by that train?
Oh, no, monsieur. What possible reason could he have for arriving and departing within half an hour?
You mean that he arrived at Merlinville that evening?
By the last train, 11:40.
Ah, mon cher ami, how good of you to come and meet me.
Oh, I thought that was what you expected.
Now, I have succeeded beyond all expectations.
Congratulations. Have you heard the latest here?
No, how could I possibly hear anything?
We must go up to the villa at once. There has been another murder.
Another murder? Ah, then all my ideas are wrong. I have failed. It demolishes my theory. It ruins everything. Oh, no, it is impossible. I cannot be wrong. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless the victim is a man of middle age, his body was found in the locked shed near the scene of the crime and had been dead at least 48 hours.
Oh, you're pulling my leg. You've heard all about it already.
Would I do such a thing? No, I assure you that I have heard nothing whatsoever.
Then how on earth can you know that?
I was right then. Ha! The little grey cells, they told me. Come, let us cut across the golf links. I want to take a look at the body.
Why are you so interested in a bundle of rags?
What do you make of them?
Old clothes of the gardeners.
If you say so. Dr. Durand.
What is it?
There is foam on the lips. You observed it?
I didn't notice it, I must admit.
But you observe it now?
Oh, certainly.
It is a very strange wound. It has not bled. Now, what do you think, Doctor? And the dagger is slightly discolored, that is all.
I agree it is most abnormal.
It is not abnormal at all. It is perfectly simple. The man was stabbed after he was dead. You noticed, of course, Monsieur Giraud.
Certainly I notice.
But how was he killed, Poirot?
He was not killed. He died. He died, if I am not much mistaken, of an epileptic fit.
Poirot was the hero of the hour. But he was terribly concerned that his moustaches had grown limp in the heat of the railway journey, and we returned to the hotel.
And just look at my tie. It is a disgrace. Could you pass me the pomade?
Here you are. Why did you go to Paris?
To find this newspaper cutting. You recognize the photograph?
Madame d'Aubray.
No. Not quite correct, my friend. She did not call herself by that name in those days. That is the notorious Madame Beroldy.
Madame Beroldy?
Do you remember the name?
Wasn't she the one who was accused of murdering her husband?
Just so.
She was found in her bedroom, bound hand and foot, with her husband dead beside her, and there was some story about masked Russians, but... Yes, that's just like...
No. Do not agitate me. The moustaches are at a critical point.
And there were two other men in the case, a lawyer called Georges Conneau, who was supposed to have been her lover, and a rich American called...
Hiram P. Trapp.
And she was supposed to have got Conneau to murder her husband so that she would be free to marry the millionaire. And when Conneau found that he had been used by her, he wrote to the prosecutor making a public confession. He was never found, and she, somehow or other, was acquitted.
She swore that she had nothing to do with the planning of the crime. That Conneau had killed her husband out of love for her, and that the first she knew of it was when she saw Conneau standing over her with the blood-stained knife in his hand.
But didn't they prove she could easily have got out of her bonds?
They did, but she was a very beautiful woman, and her address to the jury was a masterpiece. She had a small child, I remember, a little girl.
Whatever became of her?
She left to begin a new life in Paris, and nothing more was heard of her.
I see everything now.
What exactly do you see?
Well, that it was Madame d'Aubray who murdered Renaud.
Why?
What?
Why should she murder Renaud?
Well, because...
You see, we can find no shadow of a motive. She does not benefit by his death. Considered as a mistress or as a blackmailer, she stands to lose. You can't have murder without a motive. And there is something that you are forgetting.
And what's that?
It was not Madame d'Aubray who told us this tale of being tied up by masked men. It was Madame Renaud. And so, we draw nearer to the truth, which is, as always, Very curious and interesting.
What else have you found out?
I have discovered what Monsieur Renaud sent for me to discover.
And you know the murderer?
I know one murderer.
What do you mean?
That we have here not one crime, but two. The first I have solved. The second, I must confess I am not sure.
But I thought you said the man in the shed died a natural death.
Still you do not understand. One may have a crime without a murderer, but for two crimes it is essential to have two bodies. Enter. Monsieur Jacques, please come in. You got my little note?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry to oblige you to come out here, but you will perhaps understand the atmosphere of the villa is not very congenial to me. Monsieur Giraud and I do not see eye to eye.
I can't bear the sight of him. He's an arrogant idiot.
Then may I ask a little favour of you?
Well, certainly.
Would you be so kind as to go to the railway station and take a train to the next station along the line, Abalac? Ask at the cloakroom where the two foreigners left a case there on the night of the murder. Will you do that?
Certainly I will.
There is a train in a quarter of an hour, and I must ask you not to return to the villa, as I have no wish for Giraud to get an inkling of your errand.
I'll go straight to the station.
Yeah, just a moment. There is one other thing. Why did you not tell Monsieur Auteuil that you were in Merlinby on the night of the murder?
Because I was not in Merlinby. I was in Cherbourg.
But the staff at the railway station say you arrived by the 11:40 train.
Do they? Are you accusing me of murdering my father?
I should like an explanation.
I came to see my fiancée, Mademoiselle Debray. I was about to go away for a long time. I did not want the whole world to know about us.
And did you see her?
Yes.
And afterwards?
I found I'd missed the last train. I walked to Beauvais and got a car to take me to Cherbourg.
A long walk at that hour of night. Oh, thank you, Monsieur Jacques. And now, if you would be so kind as to carry out my little errand.
Of course. Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
What was all that about? Why are you sending him off to Abalac?
Oh, come, Hastings. Surely it is obvious.
Oh, you want to get him out of the way?
Ah, your penetration is amazing. Now, let us go up to the Villa Geneviève.
But we did not go straight there. Instead, Poirot decided that we should hang about outside the Villa Marguerite, hoping that Mademoiselle Marthe might come into the garden. And, eventually, she appeared.
Mademoiselle, a little word with you.
What is it, Monsieur Poirot?
You remember asking me if anyone were suspected of the crime?
Yes, monsieur. You said they were looking for two Chileans.
If you were to ask me that question again now, I should give you a different answer.
Who then?
Jacques Renaud.
But that's impossible.
You know, of course, that he was here on the night of the murder.
Yes, he told me.
It was unwise of him to have tried to conceal the fact.
Yes, but we cannot waste our time on regrets. He is innocent, and we must save him.
Mademoiselle, is there something that you are keeping back that you could tell us?
Yes, there is something, but I hardly know whether you will believe it.
At any rate, tell us.
On the morning of the day Monsieur Renaud was killed, I was walking here in the garden when I heard a sound of men's voices quarrelling in the garden of the Villa Geneviève. I pushed aside the bushes and looked through. One of the men was Monsieur Renaud, and the other man was a tramp, a dreadful creature in filthy rags. He was asking for money. At that moment, Maman called from the house, and I had to go. When the second corpse was found, Monsieur Giraud insisted I looked at it. I am almost sure that the tramp and that dead man are the same.
But why did you not say so at the time?
The body was dressed in gentleman's clothes. It was only afterwards
Marthe,
that I...
where are you?
Forgive me, I must go.
Well, let us go back to the Villa Hastings.
Is she just trying to divert suspicion from her lover?
It is a curious tale. but I believe it to be the truth. And she inadvertently gave us the truth on another point. She did not say that Jacques Renaud had been with her on the night of the crime. She simply said, "He told me." If he did not see her, then who did he see?
The Villa Geneviève seemed deserted. Poirot led me swiftly to Jacques Renaud's room and very methodically started to search through the cupboards and the desk.
What is it? A car's just driven up. It's Giraud with Jacques Renaud and two gendarmes.
Oh, that stupid animal could not wait. I shall not be able to replace the things in this drawer with the proper method. But, I have found what I wanted. Come.
What is happening? Where are you taking my son?
He is under arrest for the murder of his father.
What? It's not true. It can't be true.
Before anyone could get to her, she fell heavily down the stairs. Poirot was instantly at her side.
She has cut her head badly, and I fancy there is slight concussion here.
But she must make a statement.
Then you will have to wait. She will probably be unconscious for at least a week.
A doctor was sent for, and we left Madame Renaud in the capable hands of Françoise. Giraud went off with his captive. Poirot decided he wanted sea air.
We will sit on this little mound and review the case.
Do you believe Jack is guilty?
There is just a chance of it. But Giraud, of course, has got it wrong. The gravest charge against Jacques Renaud is known only to me.
What is that?
Now, if you would use your little grey cells and see the whole case as clearly as I do, you too would perceive it. Think, my friend. Arrange your ideas. Be methodical.
There is one thing.
Well?
There's someone we've forgotten.
And who's that?
Georges Connor.
Excellent. Carry on.
Well, he disappeared 20 years ago, but we've no reason to suppose he's dead.
Proceed.
Therefore, we will assume that he's alive.
Perhaps.
Or that he was alive until recently.
Better.
Let us presume that he's fallen on evil times, he's become a tramp, and quite by chance he comes to Melunville, and there he finds the woman he never ceased to love.
Always the romantic.
No, let me go on. He finds that she has a new lover, Monsieur Renaud. He lies in wait for him as he comes to meet his mistress and stabs him in the back. There's a terrible scene with Madame de Broglie, and he suddenly falls down in an epileptic fit. Jacques Renaud suddenly appears...
No. This is a tale for the cinema. It bears no sort of resemblance to everyday life.
Well, I admit I haven't got into all the details,
On the contrary, you have ignored every one of them. Now, let us start from the basic fact of Georges Renaud. It is possible that he contrived Madame Beroldi's story about being tied up by Russians all those years ago. It is equally possible that he contrived the tying up of Madame Renaud. He is the most likely person to be behind the affair. Now, let us go through the case chronologically. You have a notebook and pencil?
Yeah.
Good. 23rd of May. Monsieur Renaud quarrels with his son over the latter's wish to marry Marthe d'Aubray. Son leaves for Paris. 24th of May. Monsieur Renaud alters his will, leaving entire control of his fortune in his wife's hands. 7th of June. Quarrel with tramp in garden. Letter written to Hercule Poirot imploring assistance. Telegram sent to Jacques Renaud telling him to proceed to Buenos Aires. Chauffeur sent on holiday. Visit of a lady that evening. But who was she?
The woman called Bella Duveen, his mistress.
And how do we know that?
By the letter found in his overcoat.
But what makes you think that letter was written to him?
Well, it was in the overcoat. Are you suggesting it was planted?
I am suggesting it was not his overcoat. You remember that on examining the dead man's overcoat I suggested that it was overlong? I also measured the overcoat of Jacques Renaud. It was short. So, when he flung out of the house for Paris after the row with his father, he took the wrong overcoat.
So, the letter was written to Jacques Renaud.
Exactly. So, now we know why Bella Duveen came to the villa that night, though whether she hoped to see Jacques also, we do not know. She told Monsieur Renaud she had a claim on Jacques and showed him letters Jacques had written to her. The older man tried to buy her off by writing a check, which she tore up. In the end, he got rid of her, and you remember the words overheard by the maid Leonie?
Yes, but for God's sake, go now.
He was desperately anxious to get her out of the way. Time was slipping by, and for some reason, time was precious.
Why should it be?
That is what we must ask ourselves. Time was important. Do not forget the incident of the wristwatch.
You always keep coming back to that. I don't see where all this is leading us. Why can't you simply tell me who killed Monsieur Renaud?
That is just what I am not sure of.
That's typical. You ridicule all my ideas, but when it comes down to it...
Patience, my friend. Remember, it is 2 crimes we are investigating, for which, as I have pointed out, we have the necessary 2 bodies. Now, let me ask a question. Whom do we believe to have planned the crime?
You've just told me. Georges Conneau.
And we know the crime to be a fake. And that Madame Renaud is lying to protect someone. Perhaps her son, perhaps the man she loves. But if Conneau planned the crime and she did it for the man she loved, then she loves Georges Conneau.
If you look at it like that...
Who, then, is Georges Conneau?
The tramp.
Have we any evidence to show that she loved the tramp?
No.
Now, ask yourself, whom Madame Renaud did love? Whom did she love so dearly that when she saw his dead body she fell down in a faint?
Her husband.
Her husband. Or Georges Conneau. Whichever you like to call him.
Oh, but that's impossible.
How impossible?
Because it would mean that Renaud planned his own murder.
Well, mon ami, that is exactly what he did do.
But how could any man in his right mind...
There is one detail that perhaps escapes you. He did not intend to die. It is almost simple, really. Georges Conneau flies from Justice to Canada. There, under an assumed name, he marries and goes to South America, where he acquires a large fortune. 20 years elapse, and he deems it safe to return to Europe. And ill fortune, or obscure justice, if you wish, takes him to Merlinville, and to the one person in the whole of France who is capable of recognizing him, Madame d'Aubray. And she bleeds him heavily. Then the inevitable happens. Jacques Renaud falls in love with Marthe d'Aubray and determines to marry her. The life that Conneau has rebuilt as Renaud is about to collapse like a house of cards. There is only one way of escape. Death. He must appear to die, in reality escaping to a foreign country where he will start again under yet another assumed name, and where Madame Renaud would eventually join him.
But where were they going to get the body from?
Oh, who knows? Chance played into their hands. A violent and abusive tramp finds his way into the garden. There is a struggle, and the tramp falls down in a fit and dies.
But he didn't look in the least like Georges Conneau.
Exactly. So the identification must rest solely on Madame Renaud's evidence. The chauffeur and Jacques Renaud are both got out of the way, and having heard of me, as a rather obscure elderly detective, he wrote his appeal for help, knowing that when I arrived, the production of the letter would have a profound effect.
So, they dressed the body in a suit of Renaud's clothes, and Renaud, or Conneau, or whatever you call him, was going to shuffle off on the last train dressed in the tramp's clothes. So he binds and gags Madame Renaud, and then slips out in his overcoat to bury the body on the golf course where it will easily be found.
Excellent. Just so.
Well, then what happened?
Then the justice that he had so long eluded overtakes him. An unknown hand stabs him in the back. Now, Hastings, you understand what I mean when I talk of 2 crimes.
What about the piece of lead piping?
Ha! Bravo! You remember it. To disfigure the victim's face so that it would be unrecognizable.
And the dagger? There must have been 2 daggers then.
Yes. They stabbed the tramp with 1 dagger to give credence to Madame Renaud's tale. The second killed Conneau himself. Jacques must have had 2 daggers made.
So, what now?
Now we must start all over again. What time is the afternoon boat from Calais?
About 5, I believe.
That will do very well. We shall just have time.
Why are we going back to England?
To find a possible witness.
Who?
Miss Bella Duveen. I think I shall be able to find her, particularly with the help of this photograph.
He had found it in Jack Renault's desk. "With love from Bella" was scrawled across the corner, but it wasn't that made my blood run cold. The likeness was not first-rate, but for all that, it was unmistakable to me. It was the face of Cinderella. The Dulcibella Kids. That was the name she and her sister were known by. And Poirot tracked them down to a nasty little theatre in Coventry. There she was. There they both were. One flaxen-haired, one dark, matching as to size, with short, fluffy skirts and big bows in their hair. They danced and did quite tricky acrobatic feats.
Charming, don't you agree?
I don't think I can sit through the rest of the bill. I need a breath of fresh air. I'll see you back at the hotel.
Ah, go by all means, mon ami. I shall stay to the end.
It was only a few steps from the theatre to our hotel. I took a large whisky and soda up to the sitting room and sat staring into the dwindling fire. Suddenly, I was aware of someone standing behind me.
I saw you in front. When you got up to go, I slipped on a cloak and came after you. What are you doing here? Was the man with you the detective?
Yes.
Is he looking for me?
Don't cry. Please don't cry. You're safe with me. I'll take care of you. Look, I know everything.
Oh, no, but you don't.
I think I do. Why did you take the dagger?
I was afraid there might be fingerprints on it. Are you going to give me up to the police?
Of course I'm not.
Why not?
Because I love you.
You can't. Not if you know. What do you know, then?
I know that you came to see Renault that night. He offered you a cheque and you tore it up, and then you left the house.
Go on. What then?
I don't know whether you knew Jack Renault would be coming that night, but you waited. Just before 12, you saw a figure on the golf links, and you recognized the overcoat as Jack's.
Go on.
You had threatened to kill him in your letter, and now you knew about Mutt. You plunged the dagger into him. I don't believe for a moment that you meant to kill him.
You're right. I can see it all as you tell it. And you say you love me? Knowing what you do, how can you love me?
I don't know. I think love is like that, a thing one cannot help. I don't ask for anything in return. Love him still if you want to, but let me help you. That's all I ask.
You think that I love Jack? Not as I love you. Never as I love you.
Oh, Cinderella.
What a pretty picture.
Poirot!
Help me!
Quick, I'll hold him.
Up, Hastings. Is this not a little high-handed?
Get out of here, Cinderella, as fast as you can.
Oh, mon ami, you do this sort of thing very well. The strong man holds me in his iron grasp, and I am helpless as a child. But all this is uncomfortable and slightly ridiculous. Let us sit down and be calm.
You won't go after her.
Am I, Giraud? Let me go. Without doubt, I shall be able to find her when the time comes.
I suppose I haven't got the right anymore to ask what happens next.
On the contrary. We are going back to France without delay.
We?
Of course. You know very well you can't afford to let Papa Poirot out of your sight.
We crossed the channel by the morning boat and went straight back to the Hotel des Bains. A letter had been left for Poirot at the reception desk.
Dear Monsieur Poirot, if you get this, I beg of you to come to my aid. I have no one to turn to, and at all costs, Jack must be saved. I implore you on my knees to help us. Marthe d'Aubray.
You'll go?
At once.
I was in despair. I had no idea what to do. They won't even let me visit Jacques in prison. I'm going mad. Is it true what they say, that he doesn't deny the crime?
I fear so, mademoiselle.
But it's impossible. He couldn't have done it. I don't believe it.
Neither do I believe it, mademoiselle.
But then why doesn't he speak? I don't understand.
Perhaps because he is screening someone.
Screening someone? Do you mean his mother? I suspected her from the very beginning. Who inherits all that vast fortune? She does. It is easy to wear widow's weeds and play the hypocrite.
Mademoiselle, if we are to work together, we must have things clear. First, I will ask you a question.
Yes, monsieur?
Are you aware of your mother's real name? There. No. Calm yourself, petite. I see that you do know. Now, a second question. Did you know who Monsieur Renaud really was?
Monsieur Renaud?
Ah, I see you do not know that. Then I shall explain a few of the facts to you, but I must be brief. We have to go to Saint-Omer to be present when Jacques is brought before the court.
Please save him, monsieur. I love him so. Save him. Save him.
Renaud, do you deny that you were in Merlinville on the night of the crime?
I have told you that I was in Cherbourg.
He was a changed man. His cheeks had fallen in, and there were deep black circles round his eyes. He made no attempt to defend himself. It was obvious to me that his only concern was to conceal anything that might incriminate Bella.
I have no alternative but to commit you for trial.
Monsieur Otet, I swear that I did not kill my father.
Monsieur le juge! Monsieur le juge!
How dare you disturb the sitting of the court?
There is a lady here who says...
Who says what? This is highly irregular. Get out!
But a slender figure, dressed all in black, her face hidden by a long veil, had made her way into the courtroom.
You are the juge d'instruction, Monsieur Otet.
She raised her veil, and I was seized with fear. But though as like her as two peas, this was not Cinderella. It was the face I had seen in the photograph Poirot had found in Jacques Renaud's room.
My name is Bella Duveen. I wish to give myself up for the murder of Monsieur Renaud.
There is a letter for you, mon ami. I suspect it is from your little acrobat.
My friend, you will know all by the time you get this. Nothing that I can say will move Bella. She has gone to give herself up. You will know now that
I deceived you, and that where you gave me trust, I repaid you with lies. But once I knew that you thought I was Bella, and that you intended to save me, I knew I had to use you to help me save her. So I went on lying. But as soon as Bella read in the paper that Jack had been arrested, it was all up. I'm very tired. I can't write any more.
Dulcie Duveen. And you mean to say you knew all along?
Yes, my friend.
Why didn't you tell me?
To begin with, I could hardly believe it conceivable that you could make such a mistake. The sisters are very alike, but by no means incapable of distinguishment.
Why didn't you tell me that night in the hotel in Coventry?
You were rather high-handed in your methods. You did not give me a chance. And I was a little hurt at your want of faith in me.
But where am I to find her? There's no address on the letter. There's a French stamp, that's all.
No. Do not excite yourself. Leave it to Papa Poirot. I will find her for you as soon as I have a few minutes. Ah, Monsieur Jacques. My heartiest congratulations.
I had to come and see you. What's going to happen to Bella? I went through all that to protect her, and now it's all no use.
If I were you, I should not distress myself unduly. The French courts are very lenient to youth and beauty and the crime passionnel.
I've treated her shamefully. I should have told her the truth after I met Marthe, but I was too much of a coward.
Could you tell us exactly what did happen on that terrible evening?
Well, as I told you, I came from Cherbourg to see Marthe. The train was late, and I decided to take a shortcut across the links. Then I heard a strange cry. It wasn't loud, a sort of choke and gasp. I came round the corner of a bush. In the moonlight, I saw a figure lying face downwards with a dagger sticking in his back. Then I looked up and saw her. She was looking at me as though she saw a ghost. All expression seemed frozen out of her face by horror. Then she turned and ran.
And afterwards?
I thought I'd better get away as fast as I could. I went back to Cherbourg.
Thank you. There is something you should know. Your mother has regained consciousness. I am about to go to the Villa Geneviève. Will you come with us?
I will come, but I would like to ask a favour of you.
Whatever you wish.
How would it be if you went on first to break the news to Mother that I'm free?
While you break it in person to Mademoiselle Marthe. Of course, by all means. But let us be off.
When we got to the villa, Poirot insisted on going up to see Madame Renaud alone, while I paced about the salon. It was some time before he reappeared, looking unusually grave.
I would hardly have credited it, but women are very unpredictable.
What has happened?
I fear we are in for serious trouble. Madame Renaud...
Here are Jack and Marthe.
We came as quickly as we could.
It is better you should not go up. Your mother is very upset.
But I must
see
her.
No, Monsieur Jacques.
But Jacques and I...
In any case, do not take Mademoiselle with you. And if you do insist on going up...
I thank you for your good offices, Monsieur Poirot. But I will make my own wishes clear.
Mother.
I am no mother of yours. You are no son of mine. From this day and hour, I renounce you.
But Mother, what have I done?
Your father's blood is on your head. You thwarted and defied him over this girl, and by your heartless treatment of another girl you brought about his death. Tomorrow I intend to take such steps as shall make it certain you shall never touch a penny of his money. Make your way in the world as best you can, with the help of a girl who is the daughter of your father's bitterest enemy.
Slowly and painfully she went back up the stairs. Jack Renaud swayed and nearly fell.
The events of the last few days have proved too much for him. Now, where can we take him?
To the Villa Marguerite. We will look after him, Maman and I.
A doctor was sent for, who prescribed perfect rest and quiet, and advised someone to sit up with Jack, but I knew that Marthe would do that anyway. Poirot and I went back to the Hôtel des Bains.
Has an English lady, a Miss Robinson, arrived?
Yes, monsieur. She's in the little salon.
Good. Come along, Hastings.
But who on earth is Miss Robinson?
Oh, go on, mon ami. Do you think I wish to trumpet abroad in Meranville the name of Duvine?
Cinderella.
Thank you, Monsieur Poirot.
Now, mes enfants, for the moment we have no time for sentiment. There is work ahead of us. Mademoiselle, were you able to do what I asked you?
Here it is.
But that's the dagger that... I thought you said you threw it in the sea.
Très bien. I am very pleased with you. Now, go now and rest yourself, mademoiselle. Hastings and I have work to do. You shall see him tomorrow.
Oh, no. Wherever you're going, I'm coming too.
No, but mademoiselle...
I'm coming too, and that is that.
Ah, very well, but it will not be amusing. In all probability, nothing will happen.
It was quite dark now, and there was a cool breeze. Poirot set off in the direction of the Villa Geneviève, but when we were passing the Villa Marguerite...
I should like to assure myself that all is well with Jacques Renaud. Come in with me, Hastings. It would be best if Mademoiselle perhaps remained outside. Madame de Broglie might say something which would wound her.
Do you see the shadow on the blind up there? Mm-hmm. That's Marthe de Broglie, surely.
Then that is where we shall find Jacques Renaud.
He is still very feverish, but he is sleeping. That is the great thing. Maman made him a tisane.
Is the doctor coming back?
Not unless we send for him.
We will come again in the morning.
Permit me to show you out, monsieur.
I hope we have not troubled you, madame.
Not at all, monsieur. This is a trying time for us all.
At least Monsieur Jacques is in safe hands now.
She will sit by his side all night with her embroidery. She wants nothing more than to be with him.
If you should need us at any time, do not hesitate to telephone us. We shall be at the Hôtel des Bains. Good night, madame.
That didn't take you very long.
I simply needed to see that all was well. You see the shadow? She's still at her post.
Where now?
To the Villa Geneviève.
The villa was in total darkness. Poirot took up a position behind some bushes in the drive where we had a good view of the house. We were almost immediately underneath the window of Madame Renaud's bedroom. The window was open.
I do not expect anything to happen for at least an hour.
So what are we supposed to do?
Watch Madame Renaud's room. It may be as long as 2 hours. Oh my God! My God, where is she? That didn't come from her room.
A light's come on the other side of the house. There are 2 people fighting.
Me tonnerre! Françoise must have changed her room. Now, quickly, up the tree and through the window.
But take care, Dulcie.
Take care, nothing. This is child's play to me.
Oh, mon Dieu, the door of the room is locked and bolted. It will take too long to burst it open. Where is Françoise?
Let me try.
No, it is useless. Françoise! Françoise!
You're wasting your energy. I'm the only one who can do anything.
Huh? Where are you going?
I'm going to climb round to the window by the outside.
Be careful, you'll be killed.
No. You forget she is a professional acrobat. Let us pray she is in time.
Monsieur Poirot, what's going on?
Why didn't you tell me she changed her room? Where is your mistress?
In the room, down the passage. This way. But you can't get in. The door's locked and bolted on the inside.
It's all over.
She's safe?
I got here just in time.
God, you came. I was nearly strangled.
Where is it?
Over there?
Dead?
I think so. That marble fender's got a very sharp edge, and it was a very heavy fall. I'm sorry.
Sorry. But for you, I would have been killed.
But who is it?
The murderer of Monsieur Renaud and the would-be murderer of Madame Renaud.
The figure was wrapped in a fold of some dark material. I knelt down and lifted it up and looked into the dead, beautiful face of Marthe Dobreuil.
No, my friend, it was not a dream.
I simply don't understand. Surely it was Bella Duveen who killed Renaud.
She said she did, but that was simply to save the man she loved from the guillotine.
But didn't Jacques Renaud say that he...
He said they both arrived at the scene at the same moment. Each took the other to be the perpetrator of the crime, but neither of them was the murderer. It was a cold-blooded, premeditated crime which could only have been committed by someone who knew what the Renauds themselves intended to do. And then I remembered what Marthe Dobreuil had told us about seeing the quarrel with the tramp. What if she had seen the tramp's death and not been called away by her mother, as she said? And what if she had heard the conversation between the Renauds which followed?
What possible motive could she have had for killing Renaud?
Money. Renaud was a millionaire several times over, and at his death, half of that vast fortune would pass to his son. Or that is what Jacques believed, and what Marthe counted on. But Renaud stood inexorably in the way of her marriage with Jacques. She knew that he was planning to contrive his own death. She had only to step in at the right moment and turn the farce into grim reality.
But what about the daggers? What about the one that Dulcie stole?
Jacques had 3 daggers made. One he gave to his mother, the second to Bella, and the third to Marthe Dobreuil. That was why I asked your little friend to search among her sister's effects. Bella's dagger was safe at home. It was Marthe's dagger that killed Renaud, and Madame Renaud's dagger that was stuck into the body of the tramp.
And then Marthe realized that she had to kill Madame Renaud to prevent her cutting Jacques out of her will.
That was a little contrivance of my own. I persuaded Madame Renaud to play that little scene in front of the young couple so that Marthe would be forced out into the open.
What absolutely bewilders me is how she managed to get to the Villa Geneviève before we did.
Oh, that is quite simple. She slipped out of the Villa Marguerite by the back way while we were talking to her mother in the hall.
But the shadow on the blind. We saw it from the road.
Ah, my friend, what an imbecile I was. It was the shadow of her mother. One is old, one is young, but the profils are exactly alike. But for your little acrobat with her wrists of steel, we would certainly have been too late, and Marthe Dobreuil would have escaped through the window.
When did you first begin to suspect her? When she told us she had overheard the quarrel in the garden?
My friend, do you remember when we drove into Merlinville that first day? You asked me if I had noticed a young goddess standing at the gate, and I replied that I had seen only a girl with anxious eyes. That is how I have thought of Marthe Dobreuil from the beginning. The girl with the anxious eyes. Why was she anxious? Not on Jacques Renaud's behalf, for she did not know then that he had been in Merlinville the previous evening.
By the way, how is Jacques Renaud?
Not much better. But he still knows nothing. He's still at the Villa Marguerite. But Madame Dobreuil has disappeared. The police are looking for her.
Was she in with her daughter, do you think?
We shall never know. Madame is a lady who can keep her secrets. And I doubt very much if the police will ever find her.
What is your friend Giraud going to say of all this?
He knows already. He has a crisis of the nerves. He has been obliged to return to Paris.
A few days later, Jacques Renaud came to see us, with a resolute expression on his face.
Monsieur Poirot, I've come to say goodbye. I'm sailing for South America almost immediately. I mean to start a new life out there.
You go alone, Monsieur Jacques?
My mother goes with me. I shall try.
No one else?
What do you mean?
A girl who loves you very dearly, who has been willing to lay down her life for you?
Bella, how could I ask her? After all that's happened, could I go to her?
Women have an infinite capacity for understanding.
Yes, but I've been such a damned fool.
You have a new and wonderful life before you. Ask her to share it with you. You may not realize it, but your love for each other has been tested in the fire and not found wanting. You have both been willing to lay down your lives for each other.
And what, you may ask, became of Captain Arthur Hastings and his little acrobat?
I never knew your name was Arthur.
It's a closely guarded secret. But what am I to call you? It can't be Bella, since it isn't your name, and Dulcie seems so unfamiliar.
Then you'll have to go on calling me Cinderella.
And you all know how the best fairy tales come to an
end. In Agatha Christie's Murder on the Links, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Arthur Hastings by Jeremy Clyde, and Dulcie Devine by Madeline Smith. Madame Renaud, Joan Matheson, Jack Renaud, Stephen Tompkinson, Madame Dobreuil, Petra Davis, Marthe Dobreuil, Francesca Buller, Judge Otte, David King, Inspector Bex, Geoffrey Whitehead, Inspector Giraud, Vincent Brimble, Sergeant of Police, Ken Cumberledge. The elderly servant Françoise was Barbara Atkinson, the young servant Leonie, Joanna Mackey, the hotel receptionist Danny Schiller, the doctor Brian Miller. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Murder on the Links was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
We present Peter Sallis as Hercule Poirot in Hercule Poirot's Christmas by Agatha Christie. Dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell. The year is 1938.
very much, madam, and a happy Christmas to you. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Porter, sir? Can I help you?
Yes, you certainly can.
Which train, sir?
I want the Adelsfield train.
Oh, we'd better be pretty smart then. Number 7, sir. Train's pretty crowded. Not a seat anywhere, sir. I'll have to put you in the corridor, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's all right.
At least there's a pretty girl for you to look at in that compartment. Oh, thank you, sir. Merry Christmas.
First lunch. Take your seats for first lunch. You taking lunch, sir?
No.
First lunch, please. Take your seats for first lunch.
Do you mind if I sit in here while they're all in the dining car?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you're not taking lunch?
No, I'm not hungry.
Oh, the train is pretty crowded.
Oh, yes. The people go away from London, I suppose, to go to their families for Christmas.
London's rather a terrible place, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I do not like it at all. You are not English?
I'm British, but I come from South Africa.
Oh, I see.
Have you just come from abroad?
I come from Spain, but my mother was English.
This must be a terrible time for Spain. The news of the war seems to get worse every day.
It is very terrible, yes.
Is that why you came to this country?
Yes. I am going to stay with my relations. With my English relations.
I see.
Tickets, please. Thank you, madam. Sir. It's the third-class ticket, sir.
Oh, I only came in here to sit down while they were taking lunch.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but you can't stay here. This is a first-class compartment.
Are the children from the village?
Yes, the second time today, sir. The footman would see to them.
Good. Mustn't let the seasonal spirit get out of hand. But I do want this to be a real family Christmas, Tressilian.
Indeed.
I can't look forward to many more at my age. I want to see all my children around me. And I fancy that may mean a few unpleasant surprises for some of them. Has Mr. David said when they are arriving?
I believe not, sir. No.
Must be years since he last set foot in this place. Always got on my nerves with his art and his music and his dreamy, moonstruck ways. But he was his mother's darling. I couldn't stand him any more than I could stand her.
I just can't bear the thought of going back there. That great, gloomy, unforgiving house. I hated every moment I spent there. When I think of all that Mother suffered...
Yes, dear.
She was so patient, Hilda, lying in pain but enduring everything. And when I think of my father bringing all that misery into her life, humiliating her, boasting of his love affairs, unfaithful to her time and time again and never even troubling to conceal it, he broke her heart, he killed her. I decided then I couldn't go on living under his roof.
I'm sure you did right, David.
I can't think how Alfred stands it, how he has stood it all these years. But Father could always twist him round his little finger.
But you escaped.
I escaped. And now he wants us to go back there for a family Christmas. What's he up to?
But does he have to be up to anything? Your father's growing old, David. He's a lonely old man who's beginning to feel sentimental about his family.
At any rate, David didn't go and marry a girl 20 years younger than himself like that fool George. When's Mr. George coming, Tressilian?
We have not yet heard, sir.
Old before his time. Nothing but a pompous windbag. I'd have thought there were enough like him in Parliament. The honourable member for Westeringham, God save us.
Well, I think it is my duty to go, Magdalen.
Oh, darling, don't be a hypocrite. It'll be perfectly ghastly.
Moreover, it will enable us to put the servants on board wages. Christmas is always expensive and we need the money.
Oh, George, don't fuss. So you're always worrying about money.
Someone has to worry. Oh, turn that darn thing off, won't you?
Oh, it's absurd to pinch and scrape in all these little ways. Why don't you get more money out of your father?
Well, he does give me a very handsome allowance.
George, you're not a child. You're middle-aged. He ought to settle some money on you outright.
No, but that's not his way of doing things.
But he's a millionaire twice over. What's going to happen when he dies?
Well, I should imagine that the bulk of it will go to Alfred and myself.
And your brother David?
No, well, Father always said he would cut him out of his will. And of course there's Harry.
Harry? Who on earth's Harry?
My brother.
I never knew you had another brother.
We never mentioned him. He was a thoroughly bad lot. Now, what is it, Beckler? What are you laughing at?
Oh, I was only thinking how funny it was that you, of all people, should have a disreputable brother. You're so respectable.
I should hope so.
Your father isn't respectable, is he, George?
Really, Beckler?
Well, sometimes the things he says make me feel quite uncomfortable.
Mind you, if I were a few years younger, I'd certainly take a lively interest in that young woman. Where are Alfred and Lydia?
They are on the terrace, sir.
A pretty cold day to be out on the terrace, I'd have thought.
Mrs. Lee is attending to her gardens, sir.
Her gardens?
Yes, she has constructed miniature gardens in the old stone sink, sir. There's an Italian garden, I think, and a rather pretty little Japanese one, you know, with bridges made out of plasticine.
Good God! I thought she was supposed to be a woman of breeding. Well, I've got a little surprise for that precious pair. Send Horbury to me.
And this is a new one, isn't it? What's it supposed to be?
It's the Dead Sea, Alfred. Do you like it?
It's rather arid, isn't it?
Well, it's dead, after all. It's my contribution to our sentimental family Christmas. God knows why your father is insisting on dragging all these people down here. It'll only cause trouble. Why do you have to give in to him all the time?
He expects to have his own way.
Naturally, since he always has had it.
The father expects to come first. He's very good to us, remember?
You mean financially?
Well, he never grudges us money. You can spend what you like on clothes and on this house, and the bills are paid without a murmur.
Yes, and in return he expects us to be his slaves. We have no lives of our own, no independence.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Lydia. The old man is very fond of you.
I'm not at all fond of him, and he knows perfectly well I don't like him.
Lydia.
What is it, Horbury?
It's Mr. Lee, madam. He asked me to tell you that there will be 2 more guests arriving for Christmas, and would you have rooms prepared for them?
2 more guests?
Yes, madam. Another gentleman and a young lady.
A young lady?
That's what Mr. Lee said, sir.
Tell him we'll be up to see him directly.
Very well, madam.
How I dislike that man. He creeps about the house like a cat. One never hears him coming or going.
To tell the truth, I don't like him much either. But it's not so easy to get a good male nurse. And Father likes him, that's the main thing.
Do you know what I think, Alfred?
What?
I think your father's been bored lately, and I think he's planning a little diversion for himself.
Now guess who's coming for Christmas? I'll bet you a fiver you won't get the answer.
Horbury said you expected a young lady.
And that intrigued you? Yes, I dare say it did. Pilar will be arriving any minute now. I gave orders for the car to meet her.
Pilar?
Pilar Estravados, the child Jennifer had by that frightful Spanish artist. Now that Jennifer's dead, I want to see my only grandchild. She's my flesh and blood, and she's coming to live in my house. Oh, it's going to be a grand Christmas. All my children round me. Well, there's your clue to the other visitor, Alfred. All my children. Guess, boy. Harry, of course. Your brother, Harry.
But I thought he was dead.
Not he, alive and kicking.
You're having him back here?
Ah, the prodigal son. Yes, you're right. We must kill the fatted calf, Alfred. We must give him a great welcome.
But he treated us all disgracefully. If he hadn't got us all into such a mess, I'd have been able to go into the army.
Christmas is the season of forgiveness, Alfred.
I never dreamt that he'd come within these walls again.
Well, I rather fancy he'll be in them for some time. He's coming home to stay.
What?
But we must let bygones be bygones, mustn't we, Lydia?
I see you've thought a good deal about Christmas this year.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Blessed if it isn't Tressilian! How are you after all these years?
Why, Mr. Harry.
That's as though I've given you quite a shock. Oh, it's cold out here. I'm expected, aren't I?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Yes, come in, Mr. Harry.
Just the same ugly old mansion. Still standing there, that's the main thing. How's my father, Tressilian?
Well, he's something of an invalid, you know, sir. He keeps to his room and can't get about much. But he's wonderfully well, considering.
The old sinner. And how's my dear brother Alfred?
Oh, he is very well, sir. Yes.
Looking forward to seeing me, eh?
I expect so, sir.
I don't. I bet it's given him a nasty jolt, my turning up.
Well, if you will just come into the drawing room, sir, I will see if I can find Mrs. Alfred.
That's fine by me. All the old exhibits in their place, I see. Don't believe anything has changed since I went away 20 years ago. Good Lord! Are you my father's 7th and most beautiful wife?
I am Pilar Estravados. And you must be my Uncle Harry, my mother's brother.
Oh, so that's who you are! Jenny's daughter.
Why did you ask me if I was your father's seventh wife? Has he really had 6 wives?
No, he's only had one official one, though quite a lot else on the side. Well, Pilar, really gives me quite a turn to see something like you blooming in this mausoleum.
How do you do, Harry? I'm Lydia, Alfred's wife.
Ah, how do you do, Lydia?
How does it look after all these years?
Oh, pretty much the same. And the rest of the family, are they well?
Didn't you know? They're all coming here for Christmas.
Regular family reunion. What's come over the old man? He must have changed.
Perhaps.
Why, if it isn't Alfred?
Hello, Harry.
Funny to be here again.
I expect so, yes. A good many years since you, got out.
Yes, Alfred. I'm glad I've come home.
Yes, I suppose you could say I've been a very wicked man.
All men are wicked. The nuns say so. And that is why one has to pray for them.
And they say you repent when you get old. That's bunkum. I don't repent. And I tell you, I've done most things. I've cheated and stolen and lied and women. Oh, always women. Someone told me the other day of an Arab chief who had a bodyguard of 40 of his sons, all roughly of the same age. I don't know about 40, but I bet I could produce a very fair bodyguard if I went about looking for the brats. Now, what do you think of that, Pilar? Are you shocked?
Why should I be shocked? Men always desire women. My father, too. That is why wives are so often unhappy, and why they go to church and pray.
I've had a good life, a very good life. But it's a long time since I've seen anything so young and beautiful. I want to show you something. Help me up. Something I bet you've never seen in your life before. I'll just get them out of the safe. Now, do you know what they are? Diamonds, child, diamonds.
But they are little pebbles, that is all.
They're uncut diamonds. That's how they are when they're found.
Why do you not have them cut and made beautiful?
Because I prefer them like this. They take me back to the old days in South Africa. Old Eb Far. Well, who can that be? It's too early for George, surely.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Is this where Mr. Simeon Lee lives?
Yes, sir, yes.
I'd like to see him, if I may.
Ah, well, Mr. Lee is an invalid, you see, sir. He doesn't see many people now.
Still, I'd be grateful if you could tell him I'm here. Could you give him this letter?
So, you're Eb Farr's boy. Just a minute ago, I was thinking about him, remembering the old days.
He told me you were partners out in Kimberley, and if I ever came over here, I was to look you up.
Quite right, Mr. Farr. Good to see you. Now, this is my granddaughter, Pilar Estrevadas.
How do you do?
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Estrevadas.
Now, sit down. Tell me all about yourself. Are you in England for long?
Oh, I shan't hurry myself now I've got here.
Quite right. You must spend Christmas with us. Unless you've got other plans.
Well, no, I haven't, but I don't like to...
Oh, nonsense. You're one of the family, my boy. Think of yourself as that.
I've been looking for you everywhere, David. What are you doing all by yourself in here?
This was her piano.
It's frightfully cold in this room.
That's her chair. The chair she always sat in. Just the same.
Do come out of here, David. It's so cold.
It's still perfectly tuned.
What is that? I seem to know it.
I haven't played it for years. It's one of Mendelssohn's songs without words. She used to play it.
Oh, play some Mozart, do.
No. This was a particular favourite of hers.
Listen, Horbury, I want the whole family to come up here after lunch, everybody.
Yes, sir.
And when you bring them along, make plenty of noise. I want to know when they're coming. And leave this door open.
I don't understand all the fusses about Mary. What is this, Horbury? Family council?
Mr. Lee was very emphatic. You should all be here.
Hello. Ah, is that Charlton Hodgkin and Bruce? Come in, all of you, and sit yourselves down. Shan't be a minute.
Thank you, Father.
Now, is that you, Charlton? Simeon Lee speaking. Yes. No, I wanted you to make a new will for me. Oh, yes, some time since I made the other. Circumstances have altered. No hurry. I don't plan to die just yet. Well, you're all looking very glum. What's the matter?
You sent for us.
Oh, nothing portentous about it. No, I'm just rather tired today, that's all. None of you need come up after dinner. I'll go to bed. I want to be fresh for Christmas Day. Good old institution, Christmas. Promotes solidarity of family feeling. What do you think, Magdalene, my dear?
Oh, yes.
Now, let me see. Before George, you lived with a retired naval officer. Your father, I think you said. Don't suppose you made much of Christmas then. It needs a big family for that.
Well, yes, perhaps it does.
Well, I don't want to talk about anything unpleasant at this time of year, but you know, George, I'm afraid I'll have to cut down your allowance a bit. My establishment's going to cost me a bit more in future.
Oh, hey, look here, Father, you can't do that.
Oh, but I can, George.
Well, my expenses are very heavy already. As it is, I don't know how I make both ends meet.
Well, let your wife do a bit. I'm sure she can work out some way to supplement your income, and she could save by making her own clothes. My wife, I remember, was clever with her needle. About all she was clever with. A good woman, but deadly dull.
Don't you dare say a word against my mother!
Now you sit down, boy! You'll knock something over.
My mother was a saint.
Your mother had the brains of a louse, and it seems to me she's transmitted her brains to her children. You're not worth a penny piece, any of you. I'm sick of you all. Call yourselves sons of mine, you're not men. You're a set of namby-pamby weaklings. Pilar's worth any two of you put together. I'll swear to heaven, I've got a better son somewhere in the world than any of you, even if you were born the right side of the blanket.
Hold on, Father, that's a bit thick.
The same goes for you, Harry. What have you ever done? Whine to me for money from all over the world? I tell you, I'm sick of the sight of you all. Go on, get out, all of you!
George, we are not coming here again. It's absolutely terrible the way you let
Just
me
very old.
speak, George. Can't you do something?
Oh, well, and what is keeping you, Hilda? Why haven't you gone and out with the rest of them?
When your letter came, I believed what you said. That you wanted your family around you for Christmas. I persuaded David to come.
Well, what of it?
You wanted your family around you so that you could abuse them and set them all by the ears. God help you if that's your idea of fun.
I always did have a specialized sense of humor. What's the matter?
I'm afraid.
Afraid of me?
Not of you. I'm afraid for you.
Superintendent Sugden. Oh, now what can we do for you, sir?
Oh, I've come to see Mr. Lee about a contribution to the police orphanage. He is expecting me.
Ah, well, then I'll take you up there, sir.
Who was that at the door?
It's the police. Oh, mind what you're doing. All these years I've had the washing of those cups and never one broken, and now what do? You come along touching things you've no business to touch, and look what happened.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tressilian, I don't know how it happened. What did the police want?
Collecting for the police orphanage.
Oh, nothing but begging this time of the year. Well, bye now, Mr. Tressilian. I'm off to the pictures.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, enjoy yourself.
Oh, anything be better than looking after that gloomy lot. Right Merry Christmas they're going to have.
All well, Superintendent?
Mr. Lee was generous and cautious as ever. Good night, Mr. Tressilian.
Good night, sir. Is everything in order, Willie?
They've all gone in, Mr. Tressilian.
Ah, right. Well, we'll serve dinner.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Tressilian. It's more like a funeral than Christmas Eve. None of them speaking a word all through dinner. Everyone on edge. What's up with them all?
I'll thank you not to criticize your betters, Willie. And I don't want to see you dropping fruit out of the bowl again.
No, Mr. Tressilian.
Yes, well, now I'd better collect the coffee cups.
Oh, that'll be Mr. David. It's not a very jolly tune for Christmas, is it?
That's the Dead March, Willie. That's what that is. Good God. What's the master doing?
I've never heard anything
Oh,
like
my
it.
God. What's happening up there?
Here, come on, let me try it. No, is it locked?
Door's locked. Let me try.
Come on, here.
Father! Father, open the door, let us in!
You've got to break the door down. It's the only way.
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Again.
Oh, my God.
The mills of God grind slowly.
Would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him.
Thank the Lord you've come, Superintendent. I was just ringing for the police.
Why wouldn't anyone open the door? What's going on here?
It's old Mr. Lee, Superintendent. He's been done in.
Nothing must be touched. Now remember that. Touch nothing till the police arrive. That's most important.
Excuse me, sir. If I could just come through. Superintendent, thank God you've got here so quickly. What's happened? And my father has been killed, murdered.
Magdalen, pull yourself together.
Will everybody kindly leave the room except Mr. Alfred and Mr. George Lee?
That's right, Superintendent.
Excuse me, miss. Nothing must be touched or disturbed.
Of course not. She understands that.
I was speaking to the lady, sir. You picked up something from the floor as I came in, didn't you, miss?
I did.
Yes, I saw you. So please give it to me. It's in your hand now.
Here.
Thank you.
Soda?
Oh, a little. Thank you.
Oh, it's good to see you here, Poirot. Particularly when we've nothing to do with ourselves in front of a blazing log fire. Nothing like a wood fire, I always say.
Yes.
At any rate, we shall be safe from crime during your stay.
Oh, come, Colonel, even my reputation.
No, Poirot. Christmas time, the season of peace, good cheer, and goodwill.
Oh, the British, they are so sentimental.
Well, what if we are? What if we do like the old days, the old traditional festivities? What's the harm?
Oh, there is no harm. But let us for a moment examine the facts. At Christmas, families who have been separated through the year assemble once more together. People who do not feel amiable are putting great pressure on themselves to appear amiable. If you dam the stream of natural behavior, mon ami, sooner or later the dam bursts and a cataclysm occurs.
I never know when you're serious and when you're pulling my leg, Poirot.
I am not serious. Not in the least am I serious. But all the same, it is true what I say. Artificial conditions bring about their natural reaction.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Johnson here. Yes, Sugden, what is it? Simeon Lee? Good Lord. Yes, I'll be over straight away. Well, that's made me eat my words. A case of murder on Christmas Eve. I must get over there as fast as I can.
You wish that I should accompany you?
Well, it seems a shame to ask you, but well, you know how it is. Sugden's a good man, painstaking, thoroughly sound, but well, he's not an imaginative chap. I'd like the benefit of your advice.
Yes, of course.
It's murder, right enough. No doubt of that. Mr. Lee's throat was cut. But there's something very odd about the whole matter.
What do you mean?
Well, I'd like you to hear my story first, sir. This afternoon at about 5 o'clock, I was rung up by Mr. Lee at Adelsfield Police Station. He seemed a bit odd over the phone. He asked me to come over and see him at 8 o'clock this evening, made a special point of the time. Moreover, he instructed me to say to the butler that I was collecting for the police orphanage.
He wanted some plausible pretext to get you into the house.
Well, that's right, sir. Mr. Lee was seated by the fireplace in his room. He asked me to sit down near him. He then said, rather hesitatingly, that he wanted to give me particulars of a robbery. He said he had reason to believe that uncut diamonds to the value of several £1,000s had been stolen from his safe.
Diamonds, eh?
Then he said, it's difficult to explain in detail, but so far as I can see, only two persons can actually have the stones. One of them might have done it as a joke. If the other person took them, then they have positively been stolen. I asked him what he wanted me to do. He said, I want you to return here in about an hour. At that time, I shall be able to tell you definitely whether I've been robbed or not. Well, I was a little mystified, but I agreed and went away.
That's very curious. What do you think, Poirot?
Well, may I ask, Superintendent, what conclusions you yourself drew?
Well, various ideas occurred to me, but on the whole, I figured it out this way. He reckoned that one of those people was a servant, and the other was a member of the family.
Très bien, yes, that explains his attitude very well.
That was why he wanted me to return later. In the interval, he meant to have an interview with the person in question.
Any idea who this member of the family might be?
Oh, no, sir. So, I returned to the house at 9:15 precisely. Just as I was about to ring the front doorbell, I heard a scream from within the house, and then a confused sound of general commotion. It was several minutes before the door was answered. I found Mr. Lee's room in a state of wild confusion. Mr. Lee was lying in front of the fire in a great pool of blood.
Anyone in the room?
Most of the family were there, sir. Just standing around.
Were the windows open or closed?
One was closed and locked. The other was open a few inches at the bottom, but it was fixed in that position by a burglar screw. It's stuck fast and hasn't been open for years, I say. Also, the wall outside is quite smooth, no ivy or creepers. I don't see how anyone could have left that way.
How many doors in the room?
Just one. The door was locked on the inside. Nobody there, except the old man who'd been killed no more than a few minutes previously.
And there's no possibility of suicide?
No, sir. Where's the weapon if it was?
But you say the door was locked from the inside.
Here's the key, sir. No fingerprints. Just take a close look at it.
Oh, by Jove, yes, I see what you mean. Those faint scratches on the end of the barrel. Do you see it, Poirot?
Yes, I see. But that means, does it not, that the key was turned from outside the door? Turned by means of a special implement that went through the keyhole and gripped the barrel.
Yes, but that isn't so easy to manage. It suggests a professional to me.
Well, following that up, it looks as though there were a professional thief among the servants. That would explain the diamonds being taken, and the murder would follow on logically from that.
Well, is there anything wrong with the theory?
Well, it's difficult. The servants are all local people who've been here for at least 4 years. The butler's been here for close on 40. The only person new to the house is Horbury, Mr. Lee's valet attendant, and he was out of the house. Still is.
Which leaves us with the family.
Well, I asked them all to stay in the drawing room until I was ready to take the statements.
I see. Well, we'd better go upstairs and take a look at the body.
Extraordinary.
What is it, Poirot?
Such a frail, shrunken old man, and yet all this. A chair and table overturned, broken glass, broken china. How did it all happen? And such a lot of blood.
Funny. That's what Mrs. Alfred said.
What did she say?
Something about who would have thought the old gentleman would have had so much blood in him.
The words of Lady Macbeth. That is interesting.
It has been a particular shock to my husband, to all of us, but particularly to him.
Terrible. Quite terrible. Won't you sit down, both of you? Thank you. Let me introduce Monsieur Hercule Poirot.
Madame.
How do you do, Monsieur Poirot?
Good evening. And Superintendent Sugden here will be taking notes.
Right, sir.
I'm afraid this will be painful for you, Mr. Lee, but I would like an account of what happened.
Of course.
When, for instance, did you last see your father?
At about 5:45. I sat with him for a short time. He had expressed his intention of going to bed early.
Now, go on, please.
We had our dinner at 8 o'clock. Dinner was over, and my wife and the other ladies had gone into the drawing room. We were sitting there at the table. Suddenly, there was the most astounding noise overhead, chairs overturning, breaking glass and china. And then, my God, I can hear it still, a horrible, long, drawn-out scream, the scream of a man in mortal agony.
Who was with you when you heard that cry?
My brother was there. My brother Harry.
Where were the other gentlemen?
It seems so long ago. What did happen? Oh, of course, George had gone to telephone. Then we began to talk of family matters, and Stephen Farr said something about seeing we wanted to discuss things and took himself off.
And your brother, David?
David, I don't quite know when he slipped away.
Now, there's another point. I understand your father had valuable diamonds in his possession.
Yes, that is so. They were rough diamonds, uncut stones.
Where did he keep them?
In the safe in his room.
Did you know, Mr. Lee, that these stones had been stolen?
What?
Is that why he was killed? For the sake of the stones?
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Who attended to the room?
Horbury, his valet. The second housemaid goes in to do the grate and lay the fire every morning. Otherwise, he did everything.
So Horbury would be the person with the best opportunity?
Yes.
And where were you when the crime took place?
In the drawing room.
You heard the noise of the struggle?
I think I heard something heavy fall. Of course, my father-in-law's room is over the dining room, not the drawing room, so I wouldn't hear much.
But you heard the cry?
Yes, I heard that. It was quite horrible. Like a soul in hell.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. It will be better, perhaps, if we interview the other members of the house party first. The ladies may want to get to bed.
Come, Alfred. Shall I send them in to you, Colonel Johnson?
Oh, yes, thank you. One by one, if you don't mind.
Well, it was just after dinner. I was, I think, in this room. Yes, I just finished telephoning. I put through a call to my agent in Westringham, my constituency, some urgent party business.
And it was just after that you heard the scream?
Yes, very unpleasant. It died away in a kind of choke or gurgle. Terrible business. It must have been the work of a lunatic.
Were you aware that your father kept a quantity of valuable, uncut diamonds in his bedroom?
Yes, a most unwise procedure. I often told him so. He might have been murdered for them. I mean, that is to say...
Are you aware that the stones have disappeared?
Then he was murdered for them?
He was aware of their loss and reported it to the police some hours before his death.
But then I don't understand.
We, too, do not understand.
The old man was delighted I'd come home. Pretty boring for him cooped up here with Alfred. My father had been a bit of a rip in his time. He was looking forward to my company.
When did you last see your father this evening?
After tea. He just had a row with Alfred about your humble servant. The old man was no end bucked with himself. He liked stirring up trouble. That's why he talked about altering his will.
So your father mentioned his will?
Yes, in front of the whole lot of us, watching us like a cat to see how we reacted.
What changes did he contemplate making?
Well, he didn't tell us that. I imagined, or I should say I hoped, that the change would be to the advantage of your humble servant. Pilar, too. He'd taken a fancy to her. Well, he's dead now. No wills will be altered in Pilar's favour, nor mine either, worse luck.
Where were you at the time of your father's death?
In the dining room with Brother Alfred. Not a very harmonious after-dinner session. We were in the middle of a pretty sharp argument when we heard the noise overhead. And then poor old father screamed. It's like killing a pig.
Killing a pig?
Yes. We started upstairs, but the door was locked. Had to break it down. How the devil it came to be locked, I can't imagine.
When we got up to his room, he was speaking to his lawyers about his will. And then he told Alfred he was looking very glum. Alfred was very upset because of Harry coming home to live. And then Mr. Lee said something about his late wife. She had the brains of a louse, he said. And David sprang up and looked as though he'd like to murder him. Oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it at all.
No, quite so, quite so. A figure of speech, that's all.
Yes.
Now, where were you at the time of the crime?
I think I was in the drawing room.
Aren't you sure?
Of course. How stupid of me. I'd gone to telephone.
In here?
Yes, it's the only telephone, except the one upstairs in my father-in-law's room.
Was anyone else in here with you?
Oh, no. I was quite alone.
I see. And then?
And then there was that awful scream. Oh, it was like a nightmare. I shall always remember it.
Well, I think that's all for the present.
Thank you.
Well, we're getting at some of it now. George Lee was telephoning when he heard the scream. His wife was telephoning when she heard it. Now, which of them is lying? What do you think, Sugden?
I don't want to speak offensively of the lady, but I should say that she'd be first class at getting money out of a gentleman, but I don't think she'd cut a gentleman's throat.
But one never knows, Morvier.
What do you think, Poirot?
I would say that the character of the late Simeon Lee begins to emerge for us. It is there, I think, that the whole importance of the case lies, in the character of the dead man.
I don't quite understand you, Mr. Poirot.
I am telling you that because Simeon Lee was a certain kind of man. He set in motion certain forces which, in the end, brought about his death. So, Mr. David, did your father mention his late wife at all?
Yes, he did. He insulted her.
Your mother has been dead for some years.
She died when I was a boy.
She was not, perhaps, very happy in her life here?
Who could be happy with a man like my father? My mother was a saint.
Your father was perhaps distressed by her death?
I don't know. I left home. Before this visit, I had not seen my father for 20 years.
And where were you at the time of the murder?
I could see that Alfred and Harry were going to quarrel, so I slipped away to the music room and played the piano.
Which is next to the drawing room?
Yes. I played there for some time, and then I heard the noise from upstairs and my father screaming like a soul in hell. God, it was awful.
Were you alone in the music room?
No. My wife Hilda was there.
He wanted to stir up strife. Why else would he have brought us all together? And why did he arrange for us to hear him saying he was going to make a new will?
Are you sure he did that deliberately?
Oh, I'm certain of it.
So that, really, he may not have meant to alter his will at all?
No, I think that part of it was quite genuine. He probably did wish to make a new will, but he enjoyed underlining the fact.
Now, Mrs. Lee, I'd be grateful if you would tell us what you were doing when the crime occurred.
I was with my husband in the music room.
And then?
We heard tables and chairs overturned upstairs, and then that awful scream.
Like a soul in hell?
It was worse than that.
What do you mean, madame?
It was like someone who had no soul. It was inhuman, like a beast.
So you have judged him, madame?
Had your mother spoken to you of your grandfather much, Miss Estravades?
She said he was an old devil.
And what did you think of him?
Of course, he was very, very old. He had to sit in a chair, and his face was all dried up. But I liked him all the same. I think that when he was a young man, he must have been handsome. Very handsome, like you.
Oh.
Like Superintendent Sugden. Well. Did your grandfather ever tell you that he had diamonds in the safe in his room?
Yes, he showed them to me. But they were not like diamonds. They were just like pebbles.
Miss Estravades, did you know that those diamonds had been stolen?
Stolen?
Now, I understand that all the family came up to your grandfather's room in the afternoon and that some angry words passed.
Yes. It was great fun. Grandfather made them so angry.
You remember what was said?
I am not sure. Grandfather said they were all no good. He said I was better than any of them.
Where were you when the crime occurred?
I went up to my room to do my face. I was going to dance again with Stephen, and far away I heard a scream, and everyone was running, and I went too.
Did you go into the room?
Oh, yes. Grandfather was lying in a great pool of blood.
Did anyone say anything?
David said such a funny thing. He said, "The mills of God." What does that mean?
Oh, it's an English proverb, my dear. Well, I don't think there's anything more, Miss Estravades.
Nothing more? Then I shall go to bed. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night, miss.
Good night. The mills of God grind slowly, but they grind exceeding small. And David Lee said that. Who's left, Superintendent?
Stephen Farr. The only one who's not family.
After the ladies had left the dining room, I stayed and had a glass of port. I realized that the Lees had family business they wanted to discuss, so excused myself and left them.
And what did you do then?
Well, there's a room with a gramophone, sort of a little ballroom. I played some dance records.
It was possible, perhaps, that someone might join you there?
One always hopes.
And did Senorita Estravades join you there?
I am afraid not. I was still there when I heard the rumpus, and ran hell for leather to see what was the matter. I helped Harry break the door down.
And is that all you have to tell us?
Absolutely all, I'm afraid.
You've no knowledge of anyone Simeon Lee had done a bad turn to, out in Africa?
He had enemies, of course. Must have had, but I don't know of any specific case.
Except, perhaps, yourself, Mr. Farr.
You think I came to revenge some injury against my father? Well, there's nothing doing there. Simeon and Ebenezer had nothing against each other whatsoever.
No, we're not accusing you of anything, Mr. Farr.
I didn't much care for the tone of Mr. Poirot's voice.
Well, that is unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. That'll be all for the present. You will, of course, not leave the house.
Well, there's nowhere much to go. And tomorrow's Christmas Day.
There goes X, the unknown quantity. His story seems straightforward enough, but that gramophone alibi isn't too good.
My dear friend, Compare the physique of Stephen Farr with that of Simeon Lee. Simeon Lee couldn't possibly have put up a fight against him. Can you imagine that frail old man and that magnificent specimen of humanity struggled for some minutes, overturning furniture and breaking china?
You mean that it was a weak man who killed Simeon Lee?
Or a woman?
Ah.
Well, there's nothing much more that I can do here. You've got things well in hand, Sugden. Oh, we ought to see that old butler fellow just to confirm that everyone was where they said they were at the time of the murder.
Such a violent thing to happen, sir. In this house, where everything has always gone on so quietly, you know.
It was a well-ordered house, but not a happy one.
Well, I wouldn't like to say that, sir.
In the days when the family was at home, it was happy then.
It wasn't perhaps what one would call very harmonious, sir.
And Mr. Harry, what was he like?
Oh, always rather a wild young gentleman, sir, but good-hearted, you know. Gave me quite a turn, it did, when the bell rang, and then again, so impatiently. And I opened the door, and there was a strange man. And then Mr. Harry's voice said, "Hello, Tressilian. Still here, eh? Just the same as ever?"
It must have been a strange feeling.
It seems sometimes, sir, as though the past isn't the past, you know. There's the feeling that comes over you, as though you'd done it all before.
Yes.
You see, it just seems to me as though the bell rings and I go to answer it, and there's Mr. Harry. Even if it should be Mr. Farr or some other person. I'm just saying to myself, you see, that I've done this before.
Oh, that is interesting, very interesting.
We just want to get the various times checked correctly. Now, when the noise started, I understand that only Mr. Alfred Lee and Mr. Harry Lee were in the dining room. Is that so?
I really couldn't tell you, sir. All the gentlemen were there when I served coffee to them, but that would be about a quarter of an hour earlier.
Mr. George Lee was telephoning. Now, can you confirm that?
I think somebody did telephone, sir. The bell rings in my pantry, and when anybody takes the receiver off to call a number, there's a faint noise on the bell. I do remember hearing that.
You don't know where anyone else was?
Mr. David, I think, was playing the pianoforte in the music room, sir.
You heard him?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. It was like a sign, sir, so I felt afterward. It was the Dead March he was playing. Even at the time, I remember it gave me the creeps.
It is curious, yes.
Now, about this fellow Horbury, the valet. Are you definitely prepared to swear that he was out of the house by 8 o'clock?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. It was just after Mr. Sugden here arrived. I remember particularly because he broke a coffee cup.
Horbury broke a coffee cup?
Yes, sir, one of the old Worcester ones. He'd no business to have been handling it at all. He was holding it up, admiring it, and I happened to mention that Mr. Sugden had called, and he dropped it.
Did you say Mr. Sugden, or did you mention the police?
Well, no, I come to think of it, sir, I mentioned that the police superintendent had called.
Did Horbury ask any questions about the superintendent's visit?
Yes, sir, yes. He told me he'd come collecting for the police orphanage.
And did Horbury seem relieved when you said that?
Do you know, sir, now you mention it, he certainly did.
And then he left?
Yes, sir, yes. He passed through the kitchen where the cook and the kitchen maid saw him and through the back door.
Is there any means by which Horbury could return to the house without anyone seeing him?
Oh, I don't see how he could have done it, sir, no. All the doors are locked and bolted on the inside.
How does he get in when he comes?
Oh, he has a key to the back door, sir.
Well, he could have returned that way, then.
Not without passing through the kitchen, sir. And the kitchen, you see, would be occupied till well after 9:30.
Well, that seems conclusive. Thank you, Tressilian.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, has Horbury returned yet, do you know?
He came in just as you called me, sir.
Good. And we'll have him in.
I left the house just before 8, sir. I went to the Electric, sir. It's within easy walking distance. Love in Old Seville was the picture, sir.
Anyone who saw you there?
The young lady in the box office, sir. She knows me. And, as a matter of fact, I was with a young lady, sir. I met her there by appointment. Doris Buckle, sir. She works in the combined dairies.
Well, you can give all those particulars to Mr. Sugden later. What I want to know is this. At what time did you last see Mr. Lee this evening?
It was about 7:30, sir. I went in to take away his supper tray and to put out the sherry and 2 glasses on the bureau.
Why did you do that?
Mr. Lee's orders.
Was that usual?
Sometimes. It was the rule that none of the family came in to see Mr. Lee in the evening unless he invited them.
And had he invited anyone this evening?
Don't know, sir. He hadn't sent any message by me, but he might have asked one of them personally.
Now, there's something more we want to know, Horbury.
Sir.
What can you tell us about the diamonds Mr. Lee kept in his safe?
Diamonds, sir? I never saw any diamonds.
Mr. Lee kept a quantity of uncut stones there. You must have seen him handling them.
Oh, those funny little pebbles, sir. Yes, I did see him with them once or twice, but I didn't know they were diamonds. He was showing them to the foreign young lady yesterday.
Well, those stones have been stolen.
Well, I hope you don't think, sir, that I had anything to do with it.
That remains to be seen. That'll do. I shan't want you again tonight.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir. Thank you, sir.
An unprepossessing person.
The question is, what do we think of his evidence?
Well, say he took the diamonds, gathered from the old man's mouth that he was suspected, made his plans accordingly, went out ostentatiously at 8 o'clock and cooked up an alibi. Easy enough to slip out of a cinema and return here unnoticed.
Well, I think we'll call it a night.
Good morning, Monsieur Peril.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Lee.
It scarcely seems appropriate to say Merry Christmas, does it?
Not here, at any rate.
Well, they at least don't seem very concerned.
Who, madame?
Pilar and Mr. Farr walking down by the lake. She seems extraordinarily self-possessed. It's all very odd, isn't it?
What is odd, madame?
The way she turned up here, out of the blue.
I believe that Mr. Lee had been searching for her for some time. He had been in correspondence with the vice-consul at Alicara, where her mother died.
You know, Monsieur Perrault, there's some story connected with Jennifer's husband, Estravados. Something about him stabbing a man in a cafe in a brawl over a woman. He died quite soon afterwards. George feels the family ought to have been told more about the girl's antecedents. After all, if her father was a criminal... And the Spanish are cruel, aren't they? All those bullfights.
You are saying that, in your opinion, Senorita Estravados cut her grandfather's throat?
Oh, no, Monsieur Perrault. I never said anything of the kind.
Well, perhaps you did not.
But I do think that she is, well, a suspicious person. The furtive way she picked up something from the floor of the room last night, for instance.
She picked up something from the floor?
Yes. As soon as we got into the room, she gave a quick glance round to see if anyone was looking and then pounced on it. But the superintendent saw her, I'm glad to say, and made her give it up.
What was it she picked up? Do you know, madame?
No, I wasn't near enough to see. It was quite small. But here's Mr. Sugden. He'll be able to tell you. I'd better see if I can help Lydia in any way. I suppose we must make some attempt at Christmas lunch.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot. I won't say a Merry Christmas.
No, please. Are you making any progress?
Aubrey's alibi is holding water. The commissioner at the cinema saw him go in with the girl and saw him come out with her at the end of the performance and seemed positive he couldn't have left and returned during the performance. The girl swears he was with her in the cinema all the time.
I hardly see, then, what there is to say.
Well, that's just it. It brings us right back to the people in the house. Clearly one of them did it, but which?
You have no new data?
Yes, I've checked up on the telephone calls. Mr. George Lee put through a call to Westringham at 2 minutes to 9. That call lasted under 6 minutes. Just so. Moreover, no other call was put through to Westringham or anywhere else.
Very interesting, yes. Mr. George Lee says that he has just finished telephoning when he hears the noise overhead. But actually, he had finished telephoning nearly 10 minutes before that. Mrs. George Lee says that she was telephoning, but actually she never put through a call at all. Now, what were they doing?
Oh, I noticed you were talking to her just now.
You are in error. I was not talking to her. She was talking to me.
And what does she have to say?
She wanted to draw my attention to the un-Englishness of the crime and possibly criminal nature of the father of Senorita Estravados and the fact that she had furtively picked something up from the floor last night.
She told you that, did she?
Yes. What was it she picked up?
If you can make anything out of it, I'll retire from the police force.
Well, show it to me.
There you are. A piece of rubber and a small wooden peg. What do you make of it?
This little piece of stuff might have been cut from a sponge bag.
It was. It comes from a sponge bag in Mr. Lee's room. Somebody cut a small triangular piece out of it. Mr. Lee might have done it himself, for all I know. As for the peg, it's just, well, rough wood, whittled out of a bit of deal, I'd say.
Most remarkable.
They don't mean anything at all to you?
I must confess, nothing whatever.
Well, let's get down to the facts. To begin with, there are the people who couldn't have done it.
And they are?
Well, Alfred and Harry Lee. They've got a definite alibi.
And the others?
Well, I've made out a list. At the time of the crime, David Lee was playing the piano in the music room, confirmed by his wife. Mrs. David Lee was in the music room, confirmed by her husband. Miss Estravadas was in her bedroom, no confirmation. Stephen Farr was playing records in the ballroom, confirmed by 3 of the staff who could hear the music in the servants' hall. And Mr. and Mrs. George Lee are simply 2 question marks. So much for opportunity. Now, let's consider motive. There again, we can wash out certain people. Miss Estravadas, for one. As the will stands, she doesn't gain anything at all. It seems unlikely, therefore, that she has anything to do with the crime, except that you might argue that to cut a man's throat is an un-English sort of thing to do, as your friend Mrs. George put it.
Oh, do not call her my friend, or I shall speak of your friend, Miss Estravadas, who finds you such a handsome man.
Oh, steady on, Mr. Poirot.
Oh, it is true, it is true. Your moustache is superb. Tell me, do you use for it a special pomade?
Good Lord, no. Just grows.
Oh, you are favored by nature. Every night I have to use the pomade.
Yeah, well, now, Harry Lee had every opportunity for keeping the old man alive, in the hope that he'd make a new will. You see, we're getting on.
Oh, how true. Very soon there will be nobody left.
We've still got George Lee and his wife, and Mr. and Mrs. David Lee. They all benefit by the death, and George Lee, from all I can make out, is grasping about money. Moreover, his father was threatening to cut down supplies. So, we've got George Lee with motive and opportunity.
And David Lee?
Well, he doesn't strike me as the mercenary type. As I see it, there are 3 possible motives for this murder. The diamond complication, the will, and there's, well, just plain hate.
Ah, you see that, do you?
If David Lee killed his father, it might explain the bloodletting.
So much blood. It takes me back to ancient rituals, to blood sacrifice, to the anointing with the blood of the sacrifice.
Well, I'm going back to the house. You coming, Mr. Poirot?
No, not for the moment, Superintendent. I shall walk for a while on the terrace.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They're the diamonds, all right. See for yourself, sir.
And where did you say you found them, Poirot?
In one of the small gardens on the terrace constructed by Mrs. Alfred Lee.
Mrs. Alfred? Well, that doesn't seem likely.
One will not easily believe her a thief, no.
Anybody could have hidden them there.
Well, that is true. It was convenient that in that particular garden, the Dead Sea, there happened to be pebbles very similar in shape and appearance. It was an ideal place for whoever took the diamonds.
Well, we'd better get on. Anything fresh to report, Sugden?
There's some new information about Horbury. A reason why he might be scared of the police.
Oh, what's that?
Extorting money under threats. Modified blackmail. The case couldn't be proved, so he got off, but I rather fancy he's got away with a thing or two in that line. That's why he got the wind up when Tressilian mentioned the police officer on the night of the murder.
So much for Horbury. Anything else?
Mrs. George Lee, so we've got a line on her before her marriage. Was living with a Commander Jones, passed as his daughter, but she wasn't his daughter. I think, from what we've been told, that old Mr. Lee summed her up pretty correctly and was just amusing himself by taking a shot in the dark, and he got her on the raw.
That gives her another possible motive. She may have thought he knew something definite and was going to give her away to her husband.
Why not have them in together, sir, and get that telephone business straight?
Yeah, good idea.
You put through a call to Westringham, I think you said, Mr. Lee.
Yes, I did. To my agent in the constituency. I can refer you to him.
We're not disputing the point. Your call went through at 8:59 exactly, and it was terminated at 9:04. Your father, Mr. Lee, was killed about 9:15. I must ask you once more for an account of your movements.
I told you, I was telephoning.
No, Mr. Lee, you weren't.
Well, I just finished, and I was wondering whether to make another call.
You could hardly debate whether or not to make a telephone call for 10 minutes.
Are you doubting my word? The word of a man in my position? Colonel Johnson, do you countenance this attitude?
In a murder case, Mr. Lee, these questions must be asked and answered.
Well, I have answered. I was debating a further call.
And you were in this room when the alarm was raised?
I was. Yes, I was.
I think, Mrs. Lee, that you stated that you were telephoning when the alarm broke out and that at the time you were alone in this room.
I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I was so upset.
We've got it all written down, you know.
Of course I telephoned. I just can't be sure
Well, where did you telephone from? Not in here.
I suggest, Mrs. Lee, that you didn't telephone at all.
Oh, George, don't let them bully me. You know how upset I get when anyone goes on at me and frightens me.
Please.
I can't remember anything at all. They're being so beastly to me.
Oh, it's disgraceful. I went to my wife bullied and frightened out of her life. I shall have a question asked in the house about police methods. It's disgraceful.
We've got them going properly. She'll be back in a minute when she's decided what to say.
Well, it certainly looks very fishy. What's the matter, Poirot? Seen a ghost?
You know, I am not sure that I have not done just exactly that.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
What did I say?
Oh, come in, my dear.
Thank you. My husband thinks I've gone to my room. Colonel Johnson, if I tell you the truth, you will keep quiet about it, won't you? I mean, you don't have to make everything public, do you?
You mean something that has no connection with the crime?
Yes, no connection at all. Just something in my private life.
You tell me what you have to say, and I'll be the judge.
You see, it's like this. There's somebody... I wanted to telephone somebody last night. A man. A friend of mine. And I didn't want George to know about it. So I went to the telephone after dinner when I thought George would be safely in the dining room. But when I got here, I heard him telephoning, so I waited.
Where did you wait, madame?
Well, there's a place for coats and things behind the stairs. I slipped back there where I could see George come out of this room. But he didn't come out. And then all the noise happened, and Mr. Lee screamed, and I ran upstairs.
So your husband did not leave this room until the moment of the murder?
No.
And you yourself, from 9 o'clock to 9:15, were waiting in the recess behind the stairs?
Yes, but I couldn't say so, you see. It's been very, very awkward for me. You do see that, don't you?
Yes, it was certainly awkward.
I'm so relieved to have told you the truth. And you won't tell my husband, will you? I'm sure I can trust all of you.
Well, it might have been like that. It's a perfectly plausible story. On the other hand...
It might not. We just don't know.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What is it?
When I first came here, when I saw you in Simeon's room, why didn't you mention we'd met before?
Because I did not know why you had come here. I thought perhaps you had come to see me.
Mes enfants, you are disturbing my concentration.
I wanted to dance to the gramophone, but Stephen said it was wrong for a house of mourning.
It sounded so strange.
But we tried to muffle it as best we could with a scarf and a pair of stockings.
It is silly to pretend to be sad.
Come out into the gallery. I want to show you something. Come. You see? A portrait of Simeon Lee when he was a young man.
But how very different he looks. Like Harry might have been 10 years ago.
And now here is Madame, your grandmother. Very blonde hair, mild blue eyes.
Like David.
Yes. The heredity, it is very interesting. And you see here, this lady with golden hair and blue eyes.
Oh. My mother. I have her portrait here in my locket.
And is that your father?
Yes.
What beautiful blue eyes. Few Spaniards have the blue eyes, I think, senorita.
Sometimes in the north. Besides, my father's mother was Irish.
Ah, yes. And that reminds me, senorita, your passport. It is needed by my friend, the superintendent. These tiresome police regulations.
It is in my room. I will go up and get it.
Mr. Farr, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Will you come along with me to the scene of the crime?
Yes, of course.
Now, these two statues standing just by Simeon Lee's door, they seem to have a particular regard for their virtue. You see how they clasp their draperies to their breasts?
I noticed them 2 nights ago when we all dashed up to the old man's room, but I thought there were 3 then. That must have been a trick of the light.
Well, all cats are grey in the dark. Ah, Superintendent.
Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I would be grateful if you would do me a small favor. Senorita Estravades has gone to her room to get her passport for you. Could you go there to receive it? And make sure the rest of the family are somewhere nearby. You remember our little arrangement?
Oh, I haven't forgotten.
Come on, Mr. Farr, let us go in. You have the memories, yes?
I have the memories, Mr. Poirot. Only 2 days ago he was sitting in that chair, but I don't imagine you brought me here to talk about my memories.
In a way. You were in the little ballroom, I think, when Mr. Lee was killed.
That's right.
You did not hear the scream, I think you said.
I don't think I did. Somebody did cry out, but that may have been somebody downstairs.
You did not hear a noise like this?
What do you think you're doing? Do you want to scare the whole house? They'll think somebody else has been killed.
No, it's just a little experiment, Mr. Farr, but let us continue. You were, I think, the first person to arrive on the scene that night.
Was I? I don't remember. No, I think one of the ladies was here before me.
Which lady?
One of the wives, George's wife, or David's.
What's going on?
It is nothing. Do not be alarmed. A little experiment that I
What is
made.
everybody rushing about? What's going on?
You were with the senorita?
Yes.
And you did not hear me scream?
Not a sound.
That is all I wanted to know. You may all go now.
That's the trouble with these chaps from across the channel. Quite unstable.
Yes, steady, George. You're quite right.
Oh, Madam Lee, could I have a little word?
Yes, what is it?
Tell me, is there a shop in Adelsfield where one can buy, how you say it, fancy dress, wigs, beards?
Yes, Monsieur Poirot, there is. What is it you're looking for?
Something to surprise you all with, madame, that is all.
Pilar, what's the matter?
They have had the reading of the will. I've got nothing. Nothing at all. It was a will made many years ago. My grandfather left money to my mother, but because he is dead, it does not go to me, but goes back to them.
That seems rather hard lines.
That fat George, he was very pleased.
Oh, I'm sure that Alfred and Lydia will look after you.
That would not be amusing. Oh, it is all so dreary. And I came here because I had been told that at Christmas all the English enjoy themselves.
Not if they've got a little matter like a murder to cope with. But here, you see? These are all the things that Lydia was bringing out for Christmas. Gold and silver balls for the tree, boxes of crackers, balloons.
Balloons! Oh, I love balloons. Can we blow one up? Lydia would not mind.
Here we go.
You look so funny with your cheeks puffed out.
Here. Pat it back to me here.
So, you play les jeux d'enfants. It is pretty, that.
It is gone. Poor balloon. Oh, so that is what I picked up on my grandfather's floor. He too had a balloon, only his was a pink one. What is the matter, Monsieur Poirot?
Nothing, senorita, nothing at all.
Lunch is just ready, Mr. Farr. Oh, Pilar, my dear. Everything has been settled quite satisfactorily. Alfred will explain the exact details to you after lunch. Shall we go in?
Mr. Poirot, I'd like a quiet word with you.
Of course, Superintendent.
I've received a cable from the South African police. Here.
Ebenezer Farr's only son died 2 years ago.
So now we know.
Oh, indeed we do. But one thing I beg you, do not question Mr. Farr until I give you the word. There is one more thing I need to do.
Lydia, I have to talk to you.
What's the matter, my child?
I will not take that money. I am going away at once.
Oh, my dear, Alfred must have explained it very badly. It's not in the least a matter of charity, if that's what's troubling you. It's a plain matter of right and wrong. In the ordinary course of events, your mother would have inherited this money, and you would have come into it from her. It's your right, your blood right.
And that is why I cannot take it. I enjoyed coming here. It was an adventure. But now it has been spoiled. I am going away at once.
No one is going anywhere at the moment, mademoiselle.
There are a few questions that Mr. Poirot and I have to put to you.
Tressilian said you wanted to speak to me. What is it?
Sit down, Mr. Farr. We'll get to you in a moment.
Senorita Estravadus, I would like you to tell us where you were at the time of the murder.
But I have told you. I was in my room.
Yes, but you weren't speaking the truth when you told us that. You could not have heard the scream from your room.
That was the point of my little experiment. I will tell you where I think you were, senorita. You were in the recess with the statues of the nymphs, quite close to your grandfather's door.
How did you know?
Mr. Farr saw you there.
I never saw any such thing.
I ask your pardon, Mr. Farr, but you did see her. Remember your impression that there were 3 statues in the recess, not 2. Senorita Estravadus was the 3rd statue you saw. Is that not so?
Yes, it is true.
So, now you will tell us what you were doing there.
After dinner, I thought I would go up to see my grandfather. But when I turned into the passage, I saw someone else at the door. I did not want to be seen because my grandfather had said he did not want to see anyone that night. So I hid myself with the statues.
Who was it you say you saw at the door?
I don't know who it was. There was not enough light to see. But it was a woman.
Very well, senorita. Sit down. The rest of the family will be here in a moment. We are going to have a little conference. Please, be seated, everyone. It won't take long.
This is very irregular, Poirot. Getting everyone together like this?
It is a little idea of mine. I wish to share with everyone the knowledge that I have acquired. I shall then invite their collaboration, and so we shall get at the truth. Now, to begin with, Superintendent, you have an explanation to ask of Mr. Farr.
Well, I should have preferred a less public moment. However, Mr. Farr, we received this cable from South Africa a little while ago. Perhaps you can explain it.
I see what you mean. It's pretty damning, isn't it?
Is that all you've got to say? You understand there's no obligation
You
on you
needn't
to...
caution me, Superintendent. I'll give you an explanation. It's not a very good one, but it's the truth.
Oh, please, enlighten us.
I'm not Ebenezer Farr's son, but I did know both son and father quite well. My name is actually Stephen Grant. I arrived in this country the other day for the first time in my life. I knew this was where Simeon Lee lived and that he had been Ebenezer Farr's partner.
Go on.
Well, the idea occurred to me to come here and pretend I was Eb's son. As you now know, he had died 2 years ago, but I remembered old Eb saying he had not heard from Simeon Lee for many years, so I thought I'd risk it. It worked like a charm, and I got to know Senorita Estravadus. You can cable to South Africa and check up on me. You'll find I'm a perfectly respectable citizen. I'm not a crook or a jewel thief.
I never believed you were. Now I think Miss Estravadus has something to say.
I would never have told you, but for Lydia Ranimani. To come here and pretend and act out a part, that was fun. But when Lydia said I should have the money, that was different. It was not fun any longer. It was cheating.
My dear young lady, what on earth are you talking about?
Pilar Estravados was killed when I was traveling with her in a car in Spain. I was not touched. I did not know her very well, but she had told me all about herself and how her grandfather had sent for her to go to England and that he was very rich. I had no money. And I thought suddenly, why should I not take Pilar's passport and go to England and become very rich? But how did you find out, Monsieur Poirot?
Mademoiselle, if you have studied the laws of Mendel, you would know that 2 blue-eyed people are not likely to have a brown-eyed child.
I think there's a good deal more you haven't told us. I suggest that it was you who had stolen the diamonds and that your grandfather had sent for you. He accused you of the theft. Perhaps he tumbled to the fact that you weren't his granddaughter. You slashed at him with a knife.
It is not true. I did not steal the diamonds. I did not kill him.
Of course she killed him. I always said an outsider killed my father. It is preposterous to pretend that one of the family would do a thing like that.
And yet, that is what did happen.
What?
Signor Lee was killed by his own flesh and blood for what seemed to the murderer to be a very good and sufficient reason.
Well, who are you to suggest such
There
a thing,
is a case against every person here. You, Mr. George Lee, you had no love for your father. He had threatened to cut your allowance that very day.
I absolutely refute.
Your wife, too, had a motive. She is, I think, in debt. And the tone of certain of your father's remarks may have caused her uneasiness.
outrageous.
She said she went to telephone, but we know that she did not do so. And then there is Mr. David here. He did not forget or forgive the way his father had treated his mother. He is supposed to have been playing the piano at the time of the murder, the Dead March. But suppose somebody else was playing the Dead March, somebody who knew what he was going to do and approved his action.
That is an infamous suggestion.
All right, Monsieur Poirot. What about Alfred and me? We were together in the dining room at the time of the murder.
Suppose it is all part of a clever plot. One of you remains in the dining room, talking and quarrelling aloud, as though there were two of you, while the other goes upstairs and kills the old man.
This is preposterous. Do you really mean to tell
I
me?
have to show you the possibilities. These are the things that might have happened. Then there are the circumstances of the crime itself. A heavy table and a heavy chair are overturned in a struggle involving a frail old man.
He was fighting for his life, Poirot.
There are so many things which did not fit. Why was the door locked from the outside? What was the meaning of the piece of rubber and the peg found on the floor? Why did Simeon Lee first report the theft and then ask the superintendent to return later? Why not simply ask him to wait downstairs? And I say to myself, this is all wrong. We are looking at it from the angle the murderer wants us to.
Look, Poirot, how much longer do we have to sit here while you air your theories?
Not much longer, my friend. For at this stage I got my first glimmer of light. Mrs. Alfred Lee quoted a line of Macbeth. Who would have thought the old man to have so much blood in him? And there was too much blood, a crime of blood. It is Simeon Lee's own blood that rises up against him. The second valuable clue came from Tresillian. You remember what you said about answering the door?
That it had all happened before, sir.
Now, yes, why did you have that feeling? Look at Mr. Harry Lee and Stephen Farr, and you will see why. They are astoundingly alike. That was why opening the door to Stephen Farr was just like opening the door to Harry Lee. Now, you remember that outburst of Simeon Lee, that he would swear he had better sons born the wrong side of the blanket. Simeon Lee had not only his legitimate family in his house, but an unacknowledged and unrecognized son of his own blood.
Look, Mr. Poirot.
And that was your real reason for coming here, wasn't it, eh? You were coming to see what kind of a man your father was.
Yes. I've always wondered. Mother spoke about him sometimes. It grew into a kind of obsession with me. I wasn't going to let him know who I was. I just wanted to see the man who was my father.
Lord, I've been blind. I can see it now. So, Miss Estravades, or whatever her real name is, was lying. It wasn't a woman she saw standing outside the door. It was you. And she didn't want to give you away.
No, you're wrong. It was me she saw.
You, madam? Yes, I thought so.
I was frightened. David playing the Dead March. I knew I shouldn't have insisted on her coming here. I meant to go and tell Mr. Lee that we were going to leave at once. I went up to his room and knocked on the door. And I heard a sound inside the room. Tables and chairs overturned, and that one last horrible cry. I couldn't move. And then the others came along, and they broke the door down and found Mr. Lee. But There was no one else there. And no one had come out of the room.
And all this time you have said nothing?
I thought you'd think it was I who killed him.
No. You did not kill him. His son killed him.
I swear before God I never touched him.
Not you. He had other sons.
What are you driving at, for goodness sake?
No wonder poor Tresillian felt confused when he answered the door not to 2, but to 3 men who resembled each other closely, who at a little distance could pass for each other. Yet the similarity was not always easy to see, for the third man had a moustache.
But apart from you, Monsieur Poirot, the only man who has a moustache is...
All your life, Sugden, you've resented the wrong your father did you. I think you determined long ago to kill him. A police superintendent has a grand opportunity of committing a murder and getting away with it.
What? You're mad! I was outside the house when he was killed.
No. You killed him before you left the house the first time. It was you who rang him up and spoke vaguely about an attempted robbery. You came here and told him a tale about substituted diamonds. He opened his safe to show you the real diamonds were still in his possession. You cut his throat, holding your hand to his mouth so that he wouldn't cry out. Child's play to a man of your physique.
But I heard the struggle. I heard him scream.
Nah, it was all part of a carefully planned illusion. You piled up tables and chairs, lamps and glasses, and twined a very thin cord in and out between them. Then you passed the 2 ends of the cord out through the narrow slit at the bottom of the window and let them hang down the wall. You had with you a bottle of some freshly killed animal's blood, to which you had added a quantity of sodium citrate. You sprinkled this about freely because, to satisfy some primitive instinct, you wanted the murder to look like a ritual sacrifice.
So when we all sat down to dinner, Father was already dead?
Exactly. You hid the diamonds in Lydia's Dead Sea garden. A little before 9:15, you returned, and, going up to the wall, you pulled on the cord. That dislodged the furniture and the china, which fell with a crash. You pulled one end of the cord and rewound it round your body under your coat.
But I distinctly heard him scream.
Like the cry of someone you said who had no soul, inhuman, like a beast.
Yes.
But it was Harry Lee who came nearest to the truth.
It sounded like killing a pig?
Just so. Do you know those long bladders with faces on them called dying pigs? As the air rushes out, they give forth an inhuman wail. You arrange one in the room and stop the mouth of it with a peg connected to the cord. So, on top of the falling furniture came the scream of a dying pig.
So that is what I found.
Yes, but after the superintendent took the remains of the bladder from you, he substituted a piece cut from Mr. Lee's sponge bag. It answered to the same description. And it was not until you were playing with a balloon that burst, and you said that it must have been a burst balloon you had picked up from Simeon's room, that I saw the truth.
And all because I played with a balloon.
Yes, senorita. But you must already have given the superintendent one very nasty moment. Do you remember when you said of Simeon Lee, he must have been a very good-looking man when he was young, and you turned to Sugden and said, like you meant it quite literally.
When were you sure, Poirot?
You remember, Mrs. Lee, that I asked you if you knew of a fancy dress shop?
Yes, Monsieur Poirot.
Well, I wanted to buy a false moustache to try on Simeon Lee's picture. When I did so, Superintendent, the face that looked at me was you.
God rot his soul in hell. Oh, I'm glad I did it.
God bless my soul. My best man. What's the police coming to?
Even policemen have private lives. Sugden was a very proud man, and a very patient one. He must have nursed his vengeance for a long time.
Well, At least one good thing came out of it. Pilar is going to marry Stephen. That rounds things off nicely.
The triumph of love.
Yes, but there is one thing that still puzzles me. What was George Lee doing after he telephoned? Why wouldn't he tell us?
He was having a look through his brother Alfred's papers. He was trying to find out how he stood financially.
God bless my soul. Well, the fire's going well. I always say nothing like a wood fire.
Pour moi, every time, the central heating.
Affection for the Scandinavian countries. There is a particularly fine cathedral in Trondheim which I discovered in the spring of 1904. The Norwegian guide informed me that the original Archbishop of Trondheim had been English and responsible for the spiritual welfare of the Shetland Islands. Well, I see no reason to doubt it. Oh, I beg your pardon. We were talking about Scandinavia. Yes. Norway and Trondheim. And the boat. The boat. Oh, dear me. I should really have to leave you to make up your own mind about the boat. In Trondheim Cathedral.
Magnificent, yes, I agree. It's a remarkable building.
Yeah, I should date it around 1200, though. Whether any of the original stonework remains... Oh, do look at that vaulted arch.
Just a moment.
It's curious. We left a door open.
No, it's coming from the roof.
Oh, I devoutly hope that it is not a loose beam about to crash down on us. I should object to being discovered dead in a foreign church.
Difficult to see in the shadows. Only up there, hanging from the crossbar. It's a model boat, isn't it?
Good heavens, how very odd. What a beautiful piece of carving. You can get a clear view from this angle.
Yes, I fancy those chains are making the noise as it swings backwards and forwards. Must be in a cross strap.
I don't remember that from my last visit. Now, why should anyone hang a wooden boat?
Excuse me, please. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You are speaking English. I'm also speaking English, so we understand each other, yes?
I don't think we need a guide, thank you.
Excuse me. I am sorry, but I hear you asking, what a boat?
Yes, indeed. Can you tell us?
Of course. The fishermen hang these in church to ask for protection, a blessing on their sail. You understand me?
Yeah.
They ask the holy saints to keep them safe across the water.
I see. Interesting. Are they always so elaborate?
No. That one is important. That is the Anitra.
Yeah, they paint the name of the boat on the side. I can't quite make it out. Oh, dear, why have I left my glasses back at the hotel? Can you read it?
Oh, well, just about. Anitra. Yes, Anitra.
It's no good. Unfortunately, I'm short-sighted. All this will give me is a crick in the neck.
If I may introduce myself. My name is Sørensen, Lars Sørensen.
How do you do, sir? I'm Dr. James, and this is my friend George Masterman of Masterman Press.
It is my pleasure, Mr. Sørensen. You have a holiday?
Part holiday, part business.
Dr. James is well known for his ghost stories. They are being translated into Norwegian, and we are here to finalize the contract.
Oh, a translation. Good, but who translates? I do translations from the English myself.
Indeed.
Who will be making this translation?
You probably know the man. There can't be so many academics in Trondheim who specialize in English literature. This is a Professor Anders.
Please?
Professor Anders. Have you not met Professor Jørgen Anders?
Something the matter.
He's gone over there. He's sitting down in that pew.
Oh, very awkward. I wonder what one ought to do. Perhaps a glass of water?
Yes, though we can get a glass of water.
Yes, there's a cafe nearby, but it's a question of being able to explain.
Oh, James, there's somebody coming. I really think we'd better leave it to them. Oh, Lord, now there's a clergyman looking out of the vestry. I suggest we go.
As you wish. Oh, poor fellow, this is most unfortunate. Yes, perhaps it would be prudent to get out of the way. If the man is seriously unwell, as neither of us can speak the language... Oh, dear. There is very little we can profitably do. Come on. Later in the day, we noticed an ambulance drawn up outside the cathedral. I cannot say I made any immediate connection then. Indeed, I thought no more of Mr. Lars Sørensen. until a year later, as I sat in my study in Cambridge, awaiting the arrival of the distinguished professor and translator, Jürgen Anders.
He's late.
Oh, there's plenty of time. We're not due in the lecture hall till 7:30. Tell me, do you remember that strange person we met in Trondheim Cathedral? The old gentleman who practically choked when I mentioned Anders?
Professional jealousy.
Yeah.
My dear James, we both know that hell hath no fury like an academic passed over in favour of somebody else. Where is the map?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Mrs. Craddock?
This parcel has just come, sir. It's addressed to Professor Jürgen Anders.
Bless my soul. What in heaven's name? It's dripping wet. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Has the postman gone?
Wasn't brought by the postman, sir. I found it on the doorstep.
Is it raining?
No, Dr. James.
What a revolting sudden mess. We cannot possibly give that to Professor Anders. I imagine some clumsy boy dropped it in a puddle.
Even the ink is running.
No, please, take it away, Mrs. Craddock. Take it to the kitchen and get it dry.
Near the boiler might do it. Though I shouldn't be surprised if this brown paper didn't start tearing.
It can't be helped. Just do the best you can. And that, of course, is the man himself. No, Mrs. Craddock. Get the thing out of here.
Yes,
I'll answer
Dr.
the door.
Good evening, Dr. James.
At last.
My dear Professor, please come in. May I have your coat? Come in. You remember George Masterman, my puppet?
Most clearly, how are you, sir?
Pretty fit, thank you. Have you had a good journey?
Bad crossing. I do not like the sea.
You'll take a glass of sherry with us? Well, sit down. They don't expect you at the lecture hall till 7:30.
You are speaking, I believe, on Nordic legends. A fascinating subject.
I find it so.
Is this to be an extended tour of England?
I go to several cities, yes. Now, to speak plainly, you were content with my translation of your work?
Oh, it seems excellent.
Oh, yes, perfectly satisfactory. First class.
I found your stories most curious. Tell me, Dr. James, do you personally, do you believe in the supernatural?
My dear fellow, you shall have the answer I give everybody. I neither believe nor disbelieve. I merely collect evidence. Your sherry.
And the evidence proves?
Nothing, as yet.
But your mind will remain open?
I certainly hope so.
Good. I put to you a suggestion. Might it not be possible to move a solid object by paranormal means?
No.
No? Do you not think a violent emotion, a fierce hatred, some disturbance of the brain might actually cause movement?
It depends what you mean. If I hate you so much, I pick up this decanter and throw it at your head, Professor. Why, yes. Yes, my emotion has produced movement. But if you mean, can I cause the bottle to fly through the air of its own volition?
My friend, there are many things we do not understand in this world.
I agree. But the law of gravity is not one.
James, it's 7:20.
Good gracious. We shall have to go, I'm afraid. I think you had...
Could I speak to you, sir?
Not now, Mrs. Craddock.
It's rather important, sir. It's about you-know-what.
What? Oh, dear. Masterman, will you take Professor Anders across to the lecture hall?
Of course.
It's on the west side of the quad.
Yes, sir.
I'll be with you in a minute.
Dr. James.
Yes. I'm in a hurry.
That parcel, sir, addressed to your visitor. You told me to get it dry.
Yes.
Only I'm sorry to say the box fell to pieces.
Never mind.
I put it on the kitchen table. I didn't like to touch the thing. Some kind of animal, would it be?
Oh, surely not.
It's about 1 foot long, all done up in linen, and it seems to be heaving.
Good heavens.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind coming to the kitchen and having a look, sir.
Yes.
There. Heaving, you see?
Bless my soul.
Do you see what I mean?
Get me a pair of scissors or a kitchen knife. Quick!
Yes.
What on earth?
Oh, well, I never. Oh, that fuss, and it's only a toy. A lovely little toy boat.
This is quite extraordinary.
Oh, fancy me being frightened by a kid's plaything. Has the foreign gentleman got children, then?
I have no idea. No, Mrs. Craddock. This will be a model. Used, no doubt, to illustrate some point in his talk. Oh, dear me. He may want it. Get me a carrier bag, please.
Oh.
It had better be delivered to the lecture hall at once.
Right.
Where the devil is James?
I don't know. Still, we'd better get on.
Yes.
Gentlemen and visitors, we are honoured by the presence of Professor Jørgen Anders. Professor Anders comes to us from Norway and will speak on Nordic myths and legends, a subject which promises to be of great interest. He is an expert on Scandinavian mythology and has, I understand, recently published a Norwegian translation of the works of our own Dr. Montague James. So, without further interruption from me, I give you Professor Jørgen Anders.
Still no sign?
He'll be here in a minute.
He doesn't know he has to move the vote of thanks.
Yes.
Good evening. I wish to begin tonight by considering the early Icelandic literature, the fragments of poetry still preserved in the richness of the Edda. I talk of a time before Christianity had brought to the north the influence of the classical races. The alien mythology of Greece and Rome. May I have the first lantern slide, please?
I do apologise, Mr. Sit down. What have you got there? It's for him. He may need it.
A model boat. And the northern gods, as shown in the Edda, stood as massive as these Scandinavian mountains here. They flew over the waters and rode on the tempests.
Professor
They were
Anders.
superior to the elements, indifferent
Professor
to ordinary
Anders.
matter. They commanded the whole force of the universe.
Professor.
Yes, what?
This has come for you.
What the devil is it?
I don't know.
Oh, get a cloth, somebody. It's quite all right, Professor. Has it got in your papers?
I'm so sorry, so very sorry.
Oh, let me. It was my fault. I'm afraid I interrupted you. Do continue.
Professor, you were saying?
Yes?
He's lost his notes now.
Let us have the next slide, if you please. No, that is upside down.
No, I don't think it is, Professor.
No, of course not. Now, here we have a glacier. Now, from this place came rushing water, hardening into ice. And the gods, as we read in the Volsunga saga, the gods...
I wish people with colds would stay at home. It's generally a sign that the people can't hear you.
Yes, the gods, uncreated and unseen, made a great giant from the ice.
Could you speak up a little, Professor Anders?
Yes, please. What have I done?
Oh, no, nothing. Could you just speak a little louder?
This was to be the creation of man. In Valhalla, the hall of the chosen slain, we find...
The dead, I suppose.
We shall find those men who I had slain in battle, who were the especial favourites of Odin.
Was Valhalla the same as the Greek Olympus, sir?
Yes, as I explained to you.
Surely not, sir. Olympus was the seat of the Greek gods. Well, Valhalla was more like the underworld, wasn't it?
Yes, certainly. Well, it's a matter of opinion. Odin was also known as Wotan or Woden.
Why?
What?
I think we had better keep questions until the end.
Odin and the gods also created other maggot-like creatures who lived in the mountains. They were trolls and dwarfs and elves. They were dark and treacherous and cunning. They pursued with spite and malice anyone they thought, what they believed had in some way done them wrong.
Professor Anders, is something the matter, sir?
I must go. I must go.
But, Professor Anders! Professor Anders!
It's really most embarrassing, James.
And then he just ran out.
But what do you make of it, sir?
Make of it? Goodness knows. Bless my soul, this is a highly respected international scholar. I cannot believe he would deliberately let us down. I feel responsible. I introduced the man to college. I am highly embarrassed, and I am also rather cross.
A nice hot whiskey, sir.
Yes, that would be splendid, Mrs. Craddock. Thank you. Well, let me answer that. I suspect a deputation complaining about tonight's fiasco.
Quite probable, sir.
This is quite intolerable. I must really protest. Good heavens.
Dr. James, what can I say to you?
I have no idea.
Will you excuse me, please?
Professor Anders, it is nearly midnight. I am in the process of going to bed. You have wrecked what should have been an event of some importance in the presence of 100 students and several of our most distinguished dons. You came here, sir, at my personal invitation. If I call your extraordinary behaviour discourteous, it is the very least...
I must have my coat.
I beg your pardon?
You have this, I want this. My coat, my papers, where are my notebooks?
I collected your personal belongings from the lecture hall. It seemed the only rational thing to do. Kindly wait a minute.
There is a hat also.
You had better come in.
My coat and my papers. I must have my papers.
Where's my... Oh, dear me. You're soaking wet. Did you not take a cab?
I have walked. It does not matter.
Oh, look, please, sit down. You appear to be ill. I really think I'd better offer you a bed for the night.
No, I do not wish to sleep.
Oh, it's no trouble, I assure you. My housekeeper is still about. I shall ask her to prepare the room.
No. I must go from here at once.
If you insist.
Your whiskey, sir. Oh. Would the gentleman like a glass?
No, Mrs. Craddock, you'll find a pile of things on the chair in my study. A hat, coat, if you could bring them.
Yes.
You must forgive me.
My dear fellow, what on earth happened?
It is not possible for an inanimate object to move. You have said this, yes? It is not possible.
Excuse me, I fail to understand. Ah, Mrs. Craddock. Thank you. Your coat, hat, the briefcase.
And there was this too, sir, the little boat.
Take it away. It's yours. It came by post. Addressed to you.
No. My coat, please. That is a present. Yes. A little gift for yourself, Dr. James. Thank you, present. Oh, you must have that. You must keep that, my briefcase.
Professor Anders, there is really no need.
No, not at all. You're most welcome. I wish to repay your kindness. So good. So kind.
It's still raining. Let me call your cab.
Goodbye, my dear sir. Such a pleasure to meet with you. Goodbye.
Wait! At least take my umbrella. Good gracious. Do you know, I begin to wonder if the man is entirely sane.
Dr. James.
He's coming back.
For God's sake, keep it high.
What? What did you say?
He's gone, sir.
Gone. Then I could only suggest you lock up, Mrs. Craddock.
Dr. James! Dr. James!
I don't want breakfast just yet, Mrs. Craddock.
It's not breakfast, sir. You've got a visitor.
What time is it?
8:30. It's a young lady, sir, and she says it's urgent.
Nonsense. What's her name?
Anders. I think she might be some relation of that foreign gentleman who called last night.
Oh, dear. Put her in the drawing room and tell her to wait.
She won't like that, sir.
She can scarcely expect me to come downstairs in my dressing gown.
Are you Dr. James?
I am. Good morning, madam. What can I do?
My name is Caroline Anders.
Ah, yes, a relation, I take it. And you speak English. Good. What is the precise connection between you and Professor Anders?
I'm his wife.
His wife? Good heavens.
I am his wife, Dr. James. And I speak English because I am English.
I beg your pardon. How very stupid of me. But I had no idea the Professor was married.
Jorgen has been married twice. I'm his second wife.
Dear me, are you indeed? May I offer you some coffee?
This is not a social call, Dr. James, and I object to wasting time. Where is he?
Forgive me?
Where is my husband?
Am I likely to know?
Jorgen gave a lecture at your college last night.
No.
He didn't?
I regret to tell you that his talk was cancelled for reasons which I prefer not to go into. I formed the impression he was unwell.
My husband has excellent health.
If you say so. It is 1,000 pities you were not at the lecture, Mrs. Anders.
I had to visit my parents in Cambridge. I can't watch Jorgen all the time.
With due respect, madam, neither can I. Are you sure he doesn't suffer from some nervous complaint?
Certainly not. Why? What has he said to you?
Very little.
We have a very important lecture tour. We have to be in London by the 10th. Where did he spend the night?
At some hotel, I imagine.
No. I've been to the Royal Imperial. He checked in but never came back. He told the desk clerk he had an appointment with you at 6:30.
That is correct. I saw him then. And again round about midnight. Mrs. Anders, you are naturally very concerned about this. I suggest we telephone the police.
No.
If he has disappeared...
Don't be absurd. There is no need. No. No.
I really think the police ought to be notified in case some accident...
But it's your fault. You organised the whole event. You were responsible. When you saw Jorgen was ill, why didn't you send for me?
Because I failed to realise anything was wrong until halfway through the proceedings. And as for calling you, quite frankly, I had no idea you existed.
I am staying at the Royal Imperial.
I shall make a note of the address.
Thank you. And call me the moment you have any news.
Of course, though why you assume it. Mrs. Anders? Mrs. Anders, what is it?
Where did you get it?
What?
That object.
I beg your pardon? Oh, that. The small boat. It was a present from your husband.
I don't believe you.
If you wish me to return it?
No. Why should we care about a toy boat? You keep it. Keep it safe. It's nothing to do with us.
And then she departed in a whirl of fur and indignation.
Strange. You know she came here as well.
To your office?
Oh, yes. In, as you so aptly describe it, a whirl of fur and indignation. She seemed to think that I, or the college authorities, or the publishing firm of Masterman and Son, had kidnapped her husband.
Good gracious. Where the devil has the man gone?
I can't imagine. What did you make of her?
Ah.
She's very pretty and astonishingly young. May married to December, don't you feel?
The lady is handsome enough, but I found her lacking in grace and, dare I say it, with a disposition of solid granite.
Shame.
Forgive me. I really don't see what we can do to help.
My dear fellow, we can't do anything short of going to the police, and she won't hear of that.
I wonder why.
Oh, by the way, we had a very pleasant notice in the Norwegian press. Would you care to see it?
What? Oh, yeah, yes, thank you. Yes, indeed.
My secretary has the file. Did you hear that?
What?
Someone coughing in the outer office. Miss Lindsay must have shown up a visitor. Miss Lindsay?
No, please don't bother if your secretary is busy.
Nobody in the room. That's odd. Miss Lindsay?
It doesn't matter, I assure you.
But I definitely heard a kind of dry cough. Oh, well. Let me find this file for you.
Good heavens.
It should be somewhere about.
Masterman, bless my soul. I must really ask you to explain.
I beg your pardon?
How in the name of wonder did that thing get here?
What? What?
There is a model boat on the desk.
I'll ask Miss Lindsay.
Masterman, I left that boat in my house less than 2 hours ago. I can only assume Miss Caroline Anders brought it to you.
No.
She must have done. Confound the woman. I said she might have it. I offered to give it back. But to return to my home and deliberately steal...
James, Mrs. Anders had nothing in her hand, and I have never seen that boat before.
Oh, but you have.
Of course, the lecture hall.
Earlier.
Your study?
Earlier.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm afraid my memory...
It was hanging in the cathedral at Trondheim.
Surely not.
Examine the carving, the shape of the prow, and a name carved on the side. I haven't got my glasses with me. Be so good as to read the name.
Anitra?
Yes. I have the most horrid premonition. Anitra.
Well, it must be a copy, a souvenir. It's come from some gift shop for the visitors.
Oh, dear me. I do so hope you are right.
Damn. Well, put your finger on it. A kind of electric tingling. But wood does not conduct electricity, does it? The whole frame is shivering. Vibration, perhaps?
By all means, let us call it vibration.
Let me understand you. This boat was in your house recently.
2 hours ago. I gave it to my housekeeper, who very sensibly desired to wash it on account of the dust.
It feels dry enough now, and the shuddering has stopped.
Dear God, can such things be? Kindly ask your secretary to bring me string, scissors, and quite a lot of brown paper.
Certainly, as soon as she returns, though why...
I fear we're in deep waters and meddling with a matter which could be extremely grave, dangerous. I shall return the boat to Mrs. Anders immediately, at the Royal Imperial Hotel. Oh dear, this is quite appalling. We shall be soaked.
We must have walked half
dripping from the gutter. Turn up your coat collar. Allow me.
Thank you. Oh, there's a cab. Cab!
Well. What an extraordinary piece of luck. Yes. We shall both have caught a very nasty cold.
James.
As it is, my socks are decidedly wet.
James, what have you done with the parcel?
I had it under my arm. Where on earth?
You put it down when we took shelter from the rain. You've left it in the doorway.
Oh, no. That will not do at all. Cabby! Cabby!
Something wrong, sir?
Yes, indeed. What a stupid... Please turn around and drive back.
Right you are, sir. Where to?
The place where you picked us up.
As long as you remember where that was, Governor. Because I'm loading my gun.
Where was it?
It was the doorway of a drapery store, next to Taylor's snuff and tobacco shop.
You want to go back
Hurry,
now?
man, hurry! It's not far. I must find it.
Oh, dear me. Oh, dear. Dear. That didn't take long. All right, James?
It isn't there.
Good Lord. Are you certain? I mean, that's the same doorway, I'm positive.
Yes, I put the packet up against the glass window. And the thing is gone.
Stolen?
Oh, come.
Yes, much too strong a word. No doubt some passerby has picked it up.
That is just possible, I suppose.
Well, my dear fellow, it hasn't walked away by itself. So, back to my office?
Yes, where to, sir?
The Royal Imperial Hotel at once.
You really want to go there this time?
If you please, as fast as possible.
But, yes, James, there's no point. Why bother?
I have a certain dreadful unease. Until we find Professor Anders. Though if what I suspect is wrong, if what I fear is entirely mistaken, then there is no point in the journey at all, thank God. But water... He said it must be kept away from water.
I think you must be catching a feverish cold.
This way, I think. Yes. 212, 213, 214. Pray God, this is a delusion. I have the most appalling fear. We must find Professor Anders.
Good morning to you.
Anders? Bless my soul. Now, that is quite extraordinary.
You wanted to see my wife. Please, gentlemen, step inside. How are you? You're well, yes?
We'd been wondering where you were, sir.
Please, why should I be? I'm staying at this excellent hotel. There's a problem?
Your wife is looking for you.
Ah, no, not possible. Some misunderstanding, I think. Caroline is here with me.
At the Imperial? You're together?
May I ask since when?
Oh, 1 hour, perhaps 2.
Well, we've obviously made a mistake.
What's that mean?
Excuse me?
Someone is coughing.
Irritating, yes. The person in the next room has a cold.
Professor Anders, I have no wish to intrude on you or the lady, but certain curious events make it necessary. Can either of you explain...
Please, we wait for Caroline. That will be better. At the moment, she's taking her bath. You would like a drink?
Oh, dear. I'm afraid we're inconveniencing you. This is evidently the wrong time. James, we must call back after lunch.
Oh, not at all. You must eat with us. I'm sure Caroline would wish me to invite you.
Oh, dear God.
Caroline?
What in heaven's name?
Caroline, what is it? It's locked. You must open the door. Why don't you help me?
Put your shoulder to the top panel. Try to break the hinges. It's all right, Mrs. Anders. Your husband is coming. Please calm yourself. Oh, no. Oh, dear God.
What was that? What did she say? I can't see anything for steam.
Lift her out of the water quickly. Masterman, get a doctor, get the housekeeper. Get somebody, for pity's sake. Please, hold her hand. Very, very carefully.
Please, no, she's fainted. Yes, just fainted. Yes, she's just fainted.
She had not just fainted. Caroline Anders was dead. Particles of talcum dust drifted across the mirror, and in the reflection for one fleeting second, I thought I saw a boat rocking on top of the bath suds. But then suddenly Professor Anders gave a heart-rending cry and crashed to the floor, after which we were all too concerned to check the matter. Then, of course, there was the question of Caroline Anders' funeral.
Good morning, James.
Oh, dear, coffee.
Have you seen today's paper? Mrs. Anders is to be buried on Tuesday. Ghastly tragedy. Heart failure, I imagine. Don't you?
I imagine? What did I imagine? No, this is pointless speculation. And besides, I could be wrong.
I suppose as a matter of courtesy, we shall have to go. But, you think it necessary for both
I
of
think
us?
it vital that I should go. He asked if I believed in it.
I beg your pardon?
The supernatural movement of objects.
And you said no, rather wittily, I remember. Something to do with emotion and throwing things at your enemy's head.
Why didn't I listen to him?
You did.
Why should Professor Anders be so frightened of a model boat?
Well, I presume it means something to him.
Oh, yes. Oh, dear me. Yes, Masterman. It means something.
The parents have a house by the river. I checked the address. The ceremony is at 2:30. Shall I call for you at 2? We can share a cab.
Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Listen. Shh. Someone is coughing.
It's cold out here in the churchyard.
Can you see? Can you see him?
Anders? Yes, he's over there.
Not Anders. That other.
What? I can't see anyone I know.
Oh, dear me. But I so much hoped you could.
Why?
It doesn't matter.
And the blessing of God remain with you always.
Amen. Oh, they're moving off. Shall we join the party going to the house, or would you rather look at the floral tributes? Quite a number of people have sent wreaths. James? James, what is it?
Dear God. I'm not hallucinating. No. Neither is it a trick of the light. It is there, isn't it? Against the wall. Between the crosses of lilies and the brig.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes. You can see it too.
The boat.
But that's impossible. Try to get hold of it. For pity's sake. We cannot let Anders catch sight of this.
The people are watching us, James. Don't.
Stand in front of it.
It can't be the same one.
No. Then we have two boats called Anitra. Let us be rational. I left that object in a doorway. It is possible, mind, not probable, that some person discovered the thing and carried it here.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Well, yes, why not? A logical theory.
Oh, dear passer-by, who happened to know Professor Anders and chanced to hear of the funeral, and being no doubt a fellow Norwegian of benevolent intent. Oh, come. It is not even halfway reasonable. Do use your common sense.
But the only other explanation
does not bear thinking about. Quite. Dear heaven. He's coming this way.
No. Dr. James, thank you for your card.
Professor Anders, you have all our sympathy in your great loss.
It's so kind. You need not trouble to hide it from me, sir.
I beg your pardon?
I have already seen it.
The flowers. Yes. So many and so beautiful.
Please stand aside. I know the boat is there.
Forgive me. Is there a special meaning?
No.
You can be frank with me.
So good of you to come.
Professor Anders, I once told you I have an open mind. If we are face to face with some kind of mystery...
By no means, no. I give you my word.
As you wish. I should have preferred a few honest facts.
Excuse me, you will excuse my English. I do not always understand you.
A pity.
I'm not ungrateful for your kindness.
But unwilling to trust me.
What can I say?
The boat.
A private joke. A piece of childish malice. Caroline would have known what to do. She was such a strong person, Caroline. Caroline has always managed my life, you see. Caroline would have told me how to...
Will you come this way, everybody?
But now I understand. Yes, I have been very foolish, so weak, so stupid. You know, it is almost as if Caroline herself was speaking to me. Yes. At last I realize what it is I have to do. Please do join the rest of the company. There's a meal waiting at the house.
Don't you think we should go now, James?
Excuse me, are you Dr. James?
Yes, indeed.
I hope you've got a drink.
Thank you.
I'm Caroline's mother, Mrs. Vickers.
How do you do? My friend George Masterman.
Madam, I'm so sorry.
Yes. She's gone, my lovely girl. I can't cry any more. That part of it is finished. Could I have a word with you in private?
By all means.
Please follow me. There's nobody in my husband's study.
I only met your daughter once, Mrs. Vickers. She struck me as the most beautiful creature.
How did he do it?
I beg your pardon?
Anders killed her, didn't he?
Bless my soul. You're under some astounding misconception. Dear me. Of course, I quite understand in your present state of grief and shock.
You were there at the time he murdered my darling child.
She's Vickers.
Just tell me how it was done.
Good heavens, you must rid yourself immediately of this extraordinary delusion. I assure you there is absolutely no reason to suspect him.
No, his first wife died.
So I believe a tragic coincidence.
They said it was a boating accident. She was supposed to have drowned in a boating accident. I never wanted Caroline to marry the man. That's because he was rich and famous. My Caroline could have had her pick. She was wasted on that... Do you realise... Jorgen Anders was old enough to be her father.
Indeed, yes.
I told her to forget the money, all those vulgar jewels he kept buying for her. He was a foreigner. Why did she ever go to Norway? She had a good home.
Mrs. Vickers, I do sympathise. It must be hard to come to terms.
I gave her everything. She was my little girl. And now she's dead. Murdered.
Mrs. Vickers, what I have seen and what you have just told me confirms my impression that Professor Anders adored his wife. More, I am convinced he was totally dependent on her, and he's devastated by her loss.
He talked to you, I suppose. Smooth, cunning lies.
James, the cab is here.
Cold, evil hypocrite.
If you insist. But as for killing his wife, I really must protest. By the time she died, Professor Anders was in the room with me and George Masterman here, who will confirm the fact. Isn't that so?
What?
When the accident happened, we were all together.
That's true, Mrs. Vickers. He never left us even for a moment. Besides, the bathroom door was locked.
You won't help me.
Madam, there is no way in which... Good gracious. Where's that smoke coming from?
Yeah, I can smell burning.
Is something on fire?
The garden's full of smoke. Good Lord, it's getting into the house.
The wind must be in our direction. I can see flames.
There's somebody out there.
My God! Anders! He must be mad. He's trying to burn down my house. Stop that! Stop that!
What in heaven's name?
He's trying to burn the boat.
That's lunatic. There'll be an accident if a spark lands on the wooden fence or near that rubbish heap.
We'd better put a stop to this.
Come along. Don't! The devil, you're trying to kill us too.
Dear God. What is that woman doing now?
She's getting the boat away from Anders. She's pulled it out of the fire.
I let go. Give me that.
I chose a modicum of sense.
Let's give the lady credit. That should stop the fire.
Not in the water. Not in the water. It must not go in the water.
As we watched, Mrs. Vickers ran down the garden, crossed the grass, and hurled the blazing boat into the river. There was an acrid smell, and smoke rose hissing from the surface. Dark, oily bubbles drifted downstream, catching and blackening the weed. With the main source of heat gone, the bonfire began to subside in collapsing ash and billowing smoke, gusting across the lawn in a pulsating cloud. The air became full of tiny specks, like a swarm of malevolent flies. In the meantime, Anders had gone to the riverbank and was trying to fish the boat out of the water. Suddenly he slipped and fell in.
Someone in the river! Quick, sir! Help!
No! Let me help.
Get a pole, a rope. Hurry! The current's sweeping him away. He's going to drown.
Well, here's a rope, and they're launching a dinghy.
I might be able to reach him from here, if you'll hang on to my waist to prevent me from falling into the water myself.
Can you manage? Now take the rope.
Professor Anders, hold on to this!
He's missed it.
Dear God!
Help!
Anders, don't struggle. Just stay afloat.
They've got the dinghy out.
Help!
For heaven's sake, don't panic, man. There's no danger. You're going to be all right.
The boat is coming.
Yes, they'll have you out in a moment. Please, keep calm.
The boat is coming for me.
Anders!
Anitra!
Even as I watched, he flung up his arms and disappeared beneath the water. I cannot to this day understand it. For of course the dinghy was coming for him. It was a bare 10 yards away. Unless in his distress Professor Anders imagined some quite other and alien vessel. But I prefer not to dwell on the notion. A year later, at George Masterman's insistence, I found myself in Trondheim again.
Your book has been a great success here. There's even some idea of bringing out a second collection, using the rest of your stories.
And another translator.
Well, of course. That's why we have agreed to meet Mr. Nielsen.
Poor Jürgen Anders.
Oh, he was very unpopular here. I gather the yacht accident was distinctly suspect. Several people thought Professor Anders had murdered his first wife in order to marry the beautiful English visitor. There's Nielsen.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. May I introduce Dr. James?
A pleasure, my dear sir. I understand we may work together.
Perhaps you have read the Anders translation?
I have. A great scholar. Such a pity he is dead.
Indeed. Tell me, Mr. Nielsen, do you think Professor Anders murdered his first wife?
Yes.
Good gracious. Bless my soul. You knew the lady?
Anitra Anders. A little. She was very timid. She did not like the sea. When he insisted she sail with him, Mrs. Anders hung a small boat in the cathedral, as the fishermen do, praying the good saints to protect her.
A pious hope. It seems to have been misplaced.
I did not know her very well. I knew her father much better, Lars Sørensen.
Lars Sørensen? Upon my word, we met him once.
So, well, for what it is worth, Sørensen always believed his daughter had been murdered.
Now, that's very interesting. Did you hear that, James? Now, perhaps Mr. Sørensen took the model boat and pursued Anders to England.
Oh, impossible.
Well, if he really hated the man and suspected...
I'm sorry, what you suggest is quite impossible.
Why?
Because Lars Sørensen died in Trondheim Cathedral over a year ago.
On what date, Mr. Nielsen?
Oh, I am forgetting. Does it matter?
Probably not. But I have a horrid presentiment.
All right, not her father, but imagine some other member of the family bent on revenge, carrying the boat to England.
No.
You can't be certain.
I assure you I can, Mr. Masterman. The little boat is hanging in Trondheim Cathedral at this moment. Do you wish to see it?
If you would be so good.
Oh, please follow me. But be careful crossing the road.
He led us through that magnificent building, and there it was, swinging slightly in the draught, creaking a little, a model of the boat Anitra. This time, thank goodness, I had not forgotten my glasses. We studied the thing in silence. Then we thanked Mr. Nielsen and left. It would have been pointless to trouble that good man any further. But what alarms me, a source of a certain deep unease. Anders had asked me would it not be possible to move an object by paranormal means. I had rejected the idea so emphatically, but now... You see, there are scorch marks along the side of that little boat in Trondheim Cathedral, and part of the hull has been burned. Upon my word, you could swear someone had tried to set fire to it.
Go away from my window, go away from my door, go way, way, way from my bedside and bother me no more, and bother me no more.
Why did I become friends with Mrs. Faulkner? Good question. Because we were neighbours, I suppose.
May I introduce myself? Hilary Faulkner. I've just moved in next door.
It wasn't as if we had much in common. She was twice my age. Over 70, she said.
Time for a change, I told myself. My Arthur passed away a few months ago.
She missed her husband, you could tell.
But life goes on, doesn't it? I've got my children and grandchildren to think about.
You know, the type, a bit old, a bit soft. But there was still something sparky about her. She wouldn't let things get her down. Anyway, the house next door had been empty for about a year. Well, it would be, wouldn't it? Nobody likes death. Not that kind. Then Mrs. Faulkner came. Even I had to admit it was good to have a neighbour again. You know how isolated our two houses are. I was digging up some long dead flowers in the garden a few days after she moved in.
Do join me in a cup of tea, and you might do me a very small favour. I'm trying to open a jar of jam, but I've got a touch of arthritis in my hands. Could you possibly?
She smiled in that persuasive way of hers. I went in and opened a jar of jam, and that's how it started.
Have a scone, dear. May I call you Christine? They were warm from the oven. My chest isn't too good. I don't like to go out in damp weather.
It's very pleasant. There was something about her. She was sort of comforting to be with. She let you talk and really listened. I told her things I've never told anyone. But I didn't want to get too close. I always thought of her as Mrs. Faulkner, not Hilary. Kept that little distance between us. All the same, I think you could say we were friends. She wasn't always putting herself forward, trying to impress you, not like some people.
More tea?
Please. You've made the house very nice.
It was very nice when I moved in. Just a bit neglected round the edges from standing empty so long. I can't understand why such an attractive house didn't sell straight away.
They didn't tell you?
The estate agent explained about the isolated position. He did warn me, but I fell in love with it. I had to have it.
It's very large for...
Just for me, you mean? Oh, I chose this town to be equidistant from all my children. I've got 3, you know, and 7 grandchildren. Yes, so I need a big house. There I go, talking too much about myself. Didn't they tell me what?
It's nothing, really.
Oh, come on, Christine. You've roused my curiosity now.
Perhaps I shouldn't say.
Well, is there something wrong with the house?
No, nothing at all.
Is it haunted? Oh, I'm not afraid of ghosts.
There are no ghosts.
What then?
Someone died.
Here?
Not exactly.
In the garden?
On the road. On the hill that leads down to Thornton.
A traffic accident? Oh, dear. Who was the person who died?
Eleanor. She lived here. With her husband and little boy.
How sad. A child needs its mother. Oh, so they moved away. Oh, Christine, you're trembling. Let me take your cup. What is it, dear?
Sorry, I can't bear to talk about it.
I'm stupid, aren't I? You must have been friends. How long had she lived here?
5 years.
A long time.
Long enough. I felt shaken up inside being reminded like that. I told myself to forget about Eleanor, about the Harrisons. I'd settled into a pattern of forgetting, but it was like twisting a kaleidoscope. A new pattern emerged and I couldn't find the old one again. I thought, how would it be if I could talk about it? It wouldn't change anything, but it would be an end. A full stop.
Oh, Christine, it's you. Come in. I've just put the kettle on.
How are you today?
Legs are a bit stiff.
I saw Bellman's van.
I asked them to deliver my groceries. I haven't got round to unpacking them yet.
I'll help you.
Oh, you're a godsend. He was a nice enough young man, mind you. Very chatty.
Cornflakes in here?
Next to the sugar, dear. Do you know what he said?
What?
He said he wouldn't fancy living here.
It's very quiet. Not everyone likes that.
Then he asked me if I got nightmares.
What about these biscuits?
Rather an odd remark, don't you think?
I'll put them on this shelf. They'll be easier for you to read.
Why would I get nightmares, I wonder?
I don't know.
I've always slept very soundly.
I'll put the washing up liquid by the sink.
Christine, why was this house empty for so long?
Not that again.
Just as you like. The car crash. The one you told me about. Perhaps the young man was referring to that.
Probably. It was in all the papers.
It was an accident, wasn't it?
I didn't say that.
Arthur used to reckon I had only one weakness. My curiosity.
You mean you're going to keep on at me until I tell you?
I'm afraid it's a possibility. I did try to question the delivery man, but he was in a hurry. Ask anyone, he said. Everyone knows about the Harrison case around here. Then he drove off.
I should take his advice, then.
I don't get out much now. There's only you I can ask, Christine.
All right. It wasn't an accident. He messed about with Eleanor's car, the brakes failed and she was killed.
He?
Martin Harrison, Eleanor's husband.
I knew there was something. Let me get this straight. Eleanor was killed by her own husband.
He's in prison for it. Are you satisfied now? Oh, I've got you.
Let me sit for a minute.
Your hands are quite clammy.
It knocks the stuffing out of you. I'm living in a house where a murderer once lived. He ate in this kitchen. He touched these taps, this worktop. Did he sleep in my bedroom?
Don't.
I'm 72 years old, and I don't think I've ever felt quite like this. It's a shock, of course. But you know, it's rather exciting, too. You'd better tell me all about it.
Is this a good idea, Miss Faulkner?
I'm probably the only person in this town who doesn't know the story, and I think I should.
Like I told you, it seems Martin cut something on Eleanor's car. The brake pipe, I think. She went to see a friend every Tuesday, and there's this steep hill on the Thornton Road.
I've heard about it. A real black spot.
She died in hospital a day or two later. Martin was found guilty of murder, that's all.
Imagine that.
You're not upset?
Good heavens, no. It's over now. Nothing to be done. And nothing to do with me, thank goodness. No, it's you I'm worried about.
Me?
What a terrible thing to happen right next door. You never had a chance to talk about it, have you?
No.
They say talking is the best therapy. I'm sure it's still a painful memory, isn't it? I've realised how much it helps to talk and to share things since Arthur passed away. Tell me about the Harrisons.
I was curled up on Mrs. Faulkner's velvet sofa. I was warm, safe, full of tea and muffins. I was so comfortable except for this ache. She could massage it away just by listening. I began to talk. I can remember the day Eleanor and Martin moved in here.
Oh, yes.
I made a flask of coffee and some sandwiches and took them round, and there they were, Eleanor and Martin, eating their lunch on an empty tea chest. French bread, pâté and a bottle of wine. She thanked me, but I felt stupid. That was Eleanor all over, terribly well organised, not like me. She was pregnant at the time and looked marvellous.
What did she have?
A boy. Ben. Short for Benedict. He was gorgeous.
Poor child.
We saw quite a lot of each other, Eleanor and me, mainly here in this house. It's sunnier than mine. Have you noticed? I would keep an eye on Ben while Eleanor got on, sewing or cooking. She was a fabulous cook. Each time I came, there seemed to be some improvement, something to admire, like these strip pine doors. She had lovely taste. I mean, our house is nicely decorated. John sees to that. 2 rooms every year.
He makes a very good job of it.
But Eleanor had style. That's something you're born with, isn't it? I never felt comfortable when she came round to our house.
But it's a charming house.
I did try to make it nice at first, but it never quite came off, even when I copied one of Eleanor's ideas. And, of course, John didn't notice, so I rather gave up on the house after a while. He and Martin were forever doing up old cars. By that time, we hardly ever saw them. Eleanor and I used to laugh about it. Men are so childish, she would say. Give them food and love and a pleasant home, and they're as happy as boys. They need a jolt now and then to get them out of their rut and make them realise they're grown-ups. What do you think?
Well,
She understood about men.
I miss having a man about the house. Now, what did John think about it all?
About what?
The Harrisons. About Eleanor's husband.
Oh, that?
You don't mind my talking about it?
No, I don't mind. He was stunned when Martin went to prison. They were good friends.
John probably knew Martin as well as anyone, apart from Eleanor, of course. Didn't he notice something amiss? Do people commit murder on the spur of the moment?
It must have been planned.
Exactly. And John noticed nothing odd about him?
Martin loved his wife. They seemed a normal, happy couple.
Oh, dear.
What is it?
That makes it worse, doesn't it?
I'm glad you've come to live here.
How nice of you to say so, Christine.
I realise now how much I hated living next door to an empty house.
It frightened you?
Sometimes. I thought the house was breathing. Like a sleeping giant. One day it would wake up and...
Good heavens!
An empty house is more menacing than an occupied one. Why is that?
I'm sure I don't know.
I think it's because our imagination fills the spaces.
Oh, I'm afraid you've lost me, dear.
I've too much imagination. That's what John always says. Head in the clouds, he tells me. He likes to keep his feet on the ground. Down to earth, that's him. He doesn't believe in anything he can't touch. But there are other things. You can't touch them, but they're real. They live inside you, powerful things. People like John don't realise. I wish I was one of those balloons filled with helium. Let me go and I'd float away, far up, and I'd look down on all this. After all, what is there to keep me earthbound? It might have been different if we'd had children.
Whatever happened to the little boy?
Ben. He lives with his grandmother. I miss him a lot. He was the image of Martin, not a bit like Eleanor. I suppose that's a shame because she was the one with the looks. It's all gone now, that beauty. Snuffed out. I used to babysit when Eleanor and Martin wanted to go to the theatre or dinner with friends. It was wonderful. Stories, games, everything I could think of, way past Ben's bedtime. I'd bring crisps and lemonade round, but Eleanor never knew about that. Oh, how he loved them. I had to sweep up all the crumbs and salty bits off this carpet and rinse out his cup. Eleanor didn't believe in junk food. I suppose she was right. But I was only giving him a treat.
Of course.
I didn't do him any harm.
I'm sure you didn't.
I never see him now. In fact, I hardly saw him during that last year before Eleanor died. She didn't want me to look after him anymore.
Why was that, dear?
She joined a babysitting circle.
Do you think she found out about the crisps?
It wasn't that.
Oh.
Can't tell you the real reason.
If you don't want...
I really couldn't.
I hope you don't think I'm
No,
prying.
of course I don't.
If I'm honest with myself, I have to say I find the Harrisons rather fascinating. The idea of a murder planned right here.
Please.
I'm sorry, that was tactless.
It's all right.
Perhaps we shouldn't talk about it.
Oh, no, honestly, I don't mind. I'm sure it's done me good.
I do hope so. It's done me good, too, having someone to talk to. Now, tell me more about Eleanor.
Why did I keep on seeing Mrs. Faulkner? I told you, she listened. I think it became a kind of compulsion. Some people need drugs to feel right. I needed this contact, this spilling of myself bit by bit into Mrs. Faulkner's willing ears. Excitement. Possibly. We hedged round the nastiness of Eleanor's death, never dwelling on the broken limbs, the smashed face. I never saw Eleanor's body, but I've imagined it many times. I felt safe with Mrs. Faulkner. She held my hand while I trod on the thin ice of the past. I needed it. There wasn't much else in my life.
Don't you find that time hangs heavy on your hands, Christine? I mean, no offence, but you haven't any children or even a job.
I keep busy. And I have these chats to look forward to, Mrs. Faulkner.
I've always needed something practical to do. Children give you that.
You don't understand. I wanted children. That's why we bought such a big house. I've had all the tests. There's nothing wrong. We were just unlucky.
What a shame for you. Still, think of Eleanor. People must have thought she had all the luck. She seemed to have everything. And look what happened to her.
She had everything.
Was money a problem by any chance, or did she have that too?
We never seemed short of money, not like us. We've always had to scrimp on John's teaching salary.
What did Martin do?
Oh, he was the manager at a big garage, but he liked nothing better than getting his hands oily.
And Eleanor stayed at home and looked after Ben? Quite right,
I
too.
did have a job once, in a clothes shop in town, but I had to leave in the end. Too dreamy, they said. Unpunctual. I let the stock get in a mess, and the other girls upset me.
In what way?
They were crude. Always talking about the sex and birth control and accidents and their insides. Terrible things. There were only dreadful things in the world. Nothing clean or good. It upset me.
I can see it would. More tea, my dear.
Thanks. Here, let me.
This pot seems to be getting heavier every day.
Is your arthritis worse?
Just a bad patch. It'll be as right as rain in a few days. That fusspot of a doctor wants to give me tablets and injections.
You should have them.
I'll manage. I can still move about. I'm just a bit slow, that's all. I hate to admit it, Christine, but I'm beginning to feel this house is too much for me.
You're not thinking of moving?
Well, I'm not sure.
I would miss you.
Well, don't you worry about me. Why don't you finish off the gatto? You're so pale and thin, Christine. We can't have you wasting away.
Pale and thin. I would lie there thinking about Mrs. Faulkner, all oblivious on the other side of our bedroom wall, probably snoring gently. Eventually I'd drift away. There was a lot of red in my dreams. Fire. Blood. Does that mean something? You should know. I woke sweating, terrified I'd somehow infected her dreams. What do they call it? Telepathy. Isn't it? Is there such a thing? I half wanted her to share my terrors. It would make a kind of bond between us. Each session together became precious, even a bit desperate. Would I be able to spill myself out before she went? Would she ever understand me? I felt if anybody could, it would be Mrs. Faulkner.
I've had a letter from my daughter. Listen to this. She's going to have an extension built, she says. A sort of granny flat, but all on the ground floor to save my legs. Look, she's drawn a diagram.
You're going there.
I'll be near my grandchildren, but independent too. I insisted on that.
How long?
Oh, a few months yet. That nice Mr. Hargreaves from the estate agents is coming to value the house tomorrow. Don't look so worried, Christine. You'll soon have some new neighbours, a family perhaps, and someone you can be friends with, like you were with Eleanor.
No.
That reminds me. Bellman sent my groceries this morning. Do you know, that delivery boy is a font of knowledge. He told me.
What?
Martin Harrison is being moved to a different prison. Somewhere more lenient, he said. How gossip gets round in a small
But
town.
shouldn't a man who murdered his wife be kept somewhere safe? What if he escaped?
They must be sure he isn't a danger to anyone. Most murders are domestic, aren't they?
Jealousy.
What, dear?
It was jealousy.
It often is.
I know it was.
How can you be sure?
It must have been.
Was she meeting other men?
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry.
I must go. Lots to do. Busy, very busy.
But your tea?
I wanted to tell her, why couldn't I? She would understand how dreadful it had been. I went home. I sat on the floor of my kitchen, and I spoke aloud, just as if Mrs. Faulkner was there. Mrs. Faulkner. It was one afternoon, Mrs. Faulkner, about a year before she died.
Yes, dear?
I popped around as usual and found the door locked. Eleanor never locked her door. I knew she was in. Her car was outside and I could hear Ben singing away to himself in his cot upstairs. Then I noticed the front room curtains. They were drawn, but not very carefully. I peered through the gap and saw Eleanor sprawled on the carpet with a man. It wasn't Martin. Her dress was pulled right up and she was wearing black stockings. Like a fool, I just stared. Eleanor saw me. You see, Mrs. Faulkner, she looked at me quite coolly, and then she began to smile.
Poor Christine, what on earth did you do?
I backed away from the window. I remember feeling angry. Why couldn't she pull her curtains properly? My cheeks were burning as I ran home. It was me who felt guilty.
That's why you fell out with Eleanor.
I kept thinking, how could you? Disgusting, disgusting with some stranger. And Ben, upstairs, that was the worst thing. If people can't look after their children, they shouldn't have them.
I quite agree.
I didn't go round any more. She got other people to look after Ben. We can't impose on you any longer, she said. I've joined a babysitting circle. Why should I be punished? Then I began thinking.
What?
I'd hardly seen him. Just a head, a back, a white shirt. I knew it wasn't Martin. He's got fair hair. This man was dark. Like John. John wore a white shirt that day. And I checked his timetable. A double free period that afternoon. Then I knew. No wonder she was so pally. No wonder he didn't talk to me anymore. But she already had everything. Why did she have to take what was mine?
So much unhappiness.
Then something funny happened. The less I saw of Eleanor, the more oppressed by her I became. And that was when John started getting at me about the state of the house.
So much unhappiness.
I never told him that I knew. We went on as usual.
It might have been somebody else. You can't be sure.
I told myself that often. But in my heart, I knew. They treated me as though I wasn't there. Oh. I got up off the floor to answer the phone.
It's Hilary Faulkner, dear.
But it...
Are you all right?
Yes.
I was worried about you going off suddenly like that.
I'm all right now. It was true. I felt calmer. I had more energy. I felt she understood me better. We were closer. I had to keep seeing her. To keep spilling out the truth in drops.
Oh, dear.
Let me cut the cake.
Another bought one, I'm afraid. I can't bake any more with these silly stiff fingers of mine.
From now on, I'll make something and bring it round.
But you don't like cooking.
I can be practical, you know. When I need to be. When there's a purpose in it.
Well, that's a kind offer. But if you're sure...
Quite sure.
You've restored my faith.
Oh, has something happened?
Well, I got my meat delivered this morning from that butcher's on Field Street. And do you know, both the braising steak and the mince were short weight.
Wickedness is rife. That's what the judge said at the trial.
At Martin Harrison's trial?
Yes.
I thought... No, I won't ask. I don't want you getting upset again.
I wasn't upset.
All the same, I think we should avoid the subject.
There's no need. You know it does me good to talk about it. Talking is the best therapy. That's what you said.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you don't want to know about it.
The trial? Oh, of course I'd like to hear. I had no idea you were there. Didn't you find it awfully distressing?
I had to go. I was a witness.
No.
It's true. My evidence was important. You could say it helped to convict Martin.
I'm not sure I want to hear this after all. Now, you're not...
I heard them arguing the night before it happened. It was a terrible row. They were shouting and screaming at each other. He must have found out about her.
Found out what?
About her men. She was shameless. Didn't I tell you about that? I thought I had. Of course I did. Last week, you remember?
And the day after their row?
He killed her. I had to tell the truth, didn't I?
Of course.
The worst part was before the trial. All the questions.
The police?
There was one, Inspector Molyneux, he was called. He had no feelings, no sensitivity. Do you know what he did? He searched our shed.
They didn't suspect John.
Yes, Inspector Molyneux didn't care how much she upset me. Endless questions at home, at the police station, John and me together, then separately. A waste of time and money. They knew it was Martin.
Because of the row they'd had.
That, plus the fact they found his overalls buried in the garden. They had brake fluid on them. There were traces of fluid on the secateurs in his shed, too. It all came out at the trial.
And now little Ben has no mother, and his father is a convicted murderer. Oh, the sadness of it. It's terrible.
Don't, Mrs. Faulkner. It's all over now. Here.
Oh, thank you, dear. It's a sort of compulsion, isn't it? This desire to talk about dreadful things, like the girls in your shop. Perhaps we're just as bad.
No, it's not the same. Surely it's not.
Well, you've got it off your chest now. Quite honestly, Christine, I think the best thing is to put it behind you and start forgetting.
Do you think so?
No more talk of Eleanor Harrison. It's finished. Agreed?
All right. It's finished. No more talk of Eleanor. But I was nearly empty, just a few drops left. I went home feeling cheated. I wandered about aimlessly, wishing I was back in front of Mrs. Faulkner's electric fire, soaking up the waves of warmth, easing the ache. I remembered other lonely afternoons. I remembered being aware of Eleanor's presence beyond the wall. Sometimes her friends came and I could hear them laughing. But there had been a time when I was welcome, even to her dinner parties. They were relaxed, stylish affairs I couldn't hope to imitate. And afterwards John would ask, why couldn't I cook like Eleanor? Why didn't I tart myself up a bit like Eleanor did? Sometimes my head felt like it would burst when he went on at me like that. And then I found them sprawled on the floor together. I spoke aloud as though Mrs. Faulkner was sitting opposite me, nodding and smiling, encouraging me to go on. She had it all, you see, Mrs. Faulkner. Martin's love and little Ben. Her beauty and a smart home.
So much unhappiness.
But she wanted more. And she took it. Never mind my feelings. I had no existence in her eyes. I wasn't important. She took John.
Are you sure you aren't imagining this?
Then she took the child from me. I loved Ben. I know he loved me.
Of course he did.
It was your fault, Eleanor. You made me jealous. I thought you liked me. I thought we were friends, but you used me. You wanted John and our friendship counted for nothing. Perhaps it never had any meaning. Perhaps I was always the sounding board for your many perfections. When you stopped letting me play with Ben, I began to see you differently.
She used you.
You corrupted my friendship into envy. You were so smug, so prosperous. You sucked me dry. You fed on me like a leech.
She sucked you dry.
You were all substance, and I was a shadow. I caught sight of myself in a mirror. My face was drained of colour, drained of everything, except disgust. I just wanted to give you a jolt, make you feel a bit of pain. I didn't mean to kill you, Eleanor. With one blow I smashed it. Fragments of silvered glass tumbled to the floor.
You hated her that much?
Hate? How could I hate Eleanor? Perfection is to be admired, not hated. But it had to go somewhere, all that feeling, blowing me up, weighing me down until I was a balloon filled with lead. I understand now.
You understand, yes.
Yes. She made me hate myself. Are you still there, Mrs. Faulkner?
I'm here.
Don't go. Did you know that broken glass is beautiful? Like cracked ice.
What about the car, Christine?
Oh, that... Oh, it was easy. John had borrowed one of Martin's car manuals the weekend before. I stayed up late, studied the diagrams, saw where I could cut the flexible brake pipe. I'd heard about such things. Men talk as though women are incapable of understanding. I did it in the morning, while Eleanor took Ben for a walk. I wore Martin's overalls and used his secateurs. The Harrisons never locked their shed. She went to see a friend every Tuesday while Ben was at playgroup. There's this steep hill.
What about the row they had the night before?
There was no row. John was out at a parents' evening, so it was Martin's word against mine. I got away with it. I'm not always in a dream. I can think and plan if I want to, if I really want to. Eleanor couldn't have done it better.
You killed her.
I didn't mean to.
And the boy?
I'm sorry about Ben. Afterwards, I had a wild idea. We could adopt him. John soon put an end to that.
Does John know what you did?
I doubt it. He hasn't the imagination. You're the only one who knows, Mrs. Faulkner. Inspector Molyneux, with his hard face and his endless questions, he couldn't get it out of me. You don't hate me. I've told you because I thought you'd understand. I had to tell someone. It was too much to carry alone. It's always better to share things, isn't it, Mrs. Faulkner? Isn't it? Mrs. Faulkner? Mrs. Faulkner? There was no answer. I crumpled to the floor and lay there a long time. Eventually I went upstairs to the bathroom. But the mirror reflected a ghost. I smashed that too. Took ages to clear up all the broken glass. It gave me something to do. The pieces of mirror were like flints. Razor sharp, I cut my fingers several times, tiny splits that sprouted blood. Before I fetched my gardening gloves. I threw the shards into the dustbin. They made a noise to wake the neighbourhood. Only there's no one else in our neighbourhood. Just Mrs. Faulkner and me. She didn't come back until night. I was waiting for her. Lying stiff and straight in my bed. Are you there, Mrs. Faulkner?
What about Ben?
He's safe. With his granny.
Child needs its mother.
I know.
You killed her.
There were reasons. She pushed me. I thought you understood.
What about the row they had? What about the car? Why did you hate her so much?
I thought I explained. It was me. I'm no good. I know that. I destroyed her. I should have destroyed myself. Forgive me.
Traffic accident.
I'm sorry.
You planned it. In cold blood.
Don't go. Come back. Where are you?
What shall I do?
I can't hear you.
Shall I tell?
No, don't tell. I only wanted you to know. You understand me, don't you?
Poor child.
Hold me.
Only 5 years old.
I never meant to harm you.
You took his mother.
No.
A child needs its mother.
Don't tell anyone.
Poor child.
I know. Mrs. Faulkner. Speak to me. Please. Speak to me. Next day I went for a walk. The sky was thin and clear and far away. I felt empty and light. I walked to the top of the hill above Thornton. I thought, if only I could run fast enough, I could probably take off and fly up into that glassy dome. Of course I fell over. I didn't care. Nothing mattered now. I had told someone. I'll go tell all my brothers. I'll tell all my sisters. I had told her, hadn't I? She had spoken to me. She must have, or how could I feel so different, so unburdened? After that, I liked to sit at her feet and rub the swollen joints when they hurt her. I made her meringues and brandy snaps and filled them with cream.
Delicious.
Have another one.
Oh, Christine, I mustn't.
I'm having another one.
Well, you've nothing to worry about. In fact, I think you're thinner than ever. Any less of you and you'll be a shadow.
Shadows can be strong.
What, dear?
I was a ghost once.
Oh, you're talking above my head again.
You know what I mean.
Do I?
You know everything.
Now you are flattering me.
She smiled, but I thought I saw a touch of steel in her blue eyes. Was she playing some sort of game? What did she really think of me?
Oh, would you massage my shoulders for me now, dear?
Of course.
It's such a relief.
More?
Please.
I massaged her pain away. Her body, despite its bulk, was quite frail. Under all that flesh, there was no strength in her.
Oh, thank you. That's much better.
Anything else?
You made me sound like a hard taskmaster. Well, since you ask, a fresh pot of tea would be lovely.
The more I did, the more she seemed to want. The blue eyes watched me, piercing my thoughts. There was a subtle balance of power between us. Then it tipped and I began to slide down. She knew everything. She might keep it to herself and let me pander to her. Or she might tell someone. Inspector Molyneux, perhaps. Each day I waited for the doorbell to ring, a policeman on the doorstep, but no one came. She was biding her time. At night I whispered to her through the wall, "What are you going to do?"
I haven't decided yet.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You've got me where you want me. I'm like a rabbit caught in your headlights.
Shall I run you over?
It's up to you.
You destroyed her.
I didn't mean to.
Are you sure about that?
It was an accident.
Accidentally on purpose, naughty girl.
Don't tell.
You're so pale and thin, Christine.
Like a shadow.
You'll waste away.
I'll come back and haunt you.
I don't believe in ghosts.
Wickedness is rife, that's what the judge said. All right, punish me, do it, tell someone, but don't leave me like this. Not knowing.
I haven't decided yet.
Then one night, it came to me. For the first time since I looked in that car manual and saw a way to make Eleanor suffer, I felt substantial. I knew what I had to do. After John left for work, I got what I needed and set off down Crab Lane. It's not far into town. I went into the butcher's on Field Street and remembered to make a scene. Complained loudly. Make sure it's full weight, if you don't mind. There's a narrow alley off Field Street. It peters out into a rough path, and soon after that it's very overgrown. I carried on down the thorny path. It's rarely used. I don't think many people know about it. It goes along the back of our houses in Crab Lane. There are some loose slats in Mrs. Faulkner's fence. They moved easily and I squeezed through. Crouching, I ran the length of the garden. I stopped at the back door, opened it. I took the long nylon scarf which always hung there and edged into the kitchen. It was empty. Afterwards I would mess the place up, make it look like burglars. The hall was deserted too. Where are you, Mrs. Faulkner? No. In the living room, I think. I pulled the scarf taut in my hands, used my elbow to open the door. The handle came up smoothly without a click. How well I knew that house. Better than my own. I went in. She was sitting in an armchair half turned from me, staring out of the front window. I stood quite still. A ripple, almost a laugh, came up in my throat. She was too stiff to move quickly, too weak to fight. If I crept round behind her, she need never know. Perhaps I wanted her to know. To acknowledge I too had power and knew how to use it. What do you think? Anyway, I hesitated a moment too long. She turned round, smiling when she saw me.
Christine, have you come to help me with the packing? How kind. I've been sitting here listening to the radio, thinking how lucky I've been to have lived in this house, if only for a short while, and have had such a good neighbour. I've treasured our meetings, and I just wanted you to know that. Sometimes these things don't get said, and you'll regret it. Would you give me a hand up, my dear? Oh, thank you. Oh, is that my scarf? I must have dropped it in the hall. I'll hang it up later. Now, where shall we start? Do you know, Christine, you look paler than ever. Now, promise me you'll get out in the sunshine more often. Was there something you wanted to tell me?
I've told you.
You have? Oh, I must be getting deaf as well.
Everything.
What, dear?
You know.
Whatever it is, I'm afraid I've forgotten. Perhaps you'd like to remind me while I sort through the china. I really ought to make a start. The teachers are coming tomorrow, and I can't take everything.
Forgotten? About Eleanor? And Martin, the trial, the police, you've forgotten?
No, I remember all that, but we agreed it was too upsetting to talk about. It's nothing to do with either of us, not anymore.
You weren't listening.
Of course I was, dear.
But you didn't hear me. At night, through the walls.
Not a sound. I always sleep like a log.
You mean I imagined it?
It sounds like it. I'd like you to have these plates, Christine.
Oh, it's still inside me. Like a stone, like a stillborn child.
Don't be upset. It was just an accident.
Accidentally on purpose.
But they were my mother's.
Can't carry it any longer. It's too heavy.
Sometimes I don't understand you, Christine.
I went home and phoned the police. I like Mrs. Faulkner. Perhaps she was the only person I ever really liked. But that was the idea, wasn't it? Who planted her next door? Was it you? Or was it Inspector Molyneux? Yes. He knew all along, didn't he? Bother me no more. His mother, I suppose, of course she must have been. She must have been a Mrs. Molyneux before she married Arthur. She was a good listener, I'll give her that. Nearly as good as you, Doctor. I shall miss those cosy afternoons. But perhaps she never really liked me at all. Perhaps it was all an act. Another reason why my heart is broke is on account